is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We have made it to a Friday here live on Sean and RJ. It's the FW Sports Station, 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton Phillip Russell running the Odyssey app, the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Welcome back, Ralph. What was it?
Some kind of lung infection. Yeah. They gave me a steroid inhaler that I have to rinse my mouth after I inhale because the steroid does something in your mouth. Could give you thrush, whatever the hell that is. I think it's something that dirty people get. I don't know. So yeah, some kind of a lung thing.
Does it have a name?
I didn't ask.
Some kind of a lung thing.
They said your lungs sound like crap.
Yeah.
That's what she said. And then I hit the inhaler, and she goes, wow, it sounds much better. So we're going to treat this and then give you something for your throat. So I feel much better.
I had to defend your honor yesterday as Peyton and Bobby attacked your integrity.
We didn't attack him. We gave him... We were just honest about the evaluation and in some ways giving him credit for being resourceful.
They thought for sure that you were partying it up on Wednesday night when you knew you would be off yesterday. And I said, no, absolutely no way. They're like, well, he was up texting at 10. I was like, I text all the time when I'm sick. It doesn't mean I'm not looking at my phone. I can't type.
You replied to the Go Fish text a little too late, and that made us think that you were up.
I did sleep from about noon to 5. And then I took some medicine they gave me about 9:30. And it didn't kick in the way I hoped it would in terms of trying to get me to sleep. So I had to take some more. So I was up with my phone in bed. I was banished. Like Sarah wouldn't sleep in the same bed. She's up to the couch, which I
loved. Oh.
No, I hate that because I sleep with my hand on her butt. That's how I try to fall asleep, right there like that. Yeah,
that seems like uncomfortable.
Well, if I'm on my back, if I'm on my stomach, then it's like kind of right arm. Because I'm on the. In the bed, I'm on the right side.
You're going to have some rotator cuff issues eventually.
Probably going to have some rotator issues. But yeah, no, so I was, I noticed that text. I remember replying to that one. I thought it was later than 10:30.
Yeah, I think it was like midnight when you replied.
Yeah, so I had woken up a couple times.
Couple of duds last night in the world of sports. We start with Game 6.
That is a plus 31-point difference, and they're up by 23. Castle to Wemby up top, one-hand slam with a right hand, and a Methodist Healthcare assist between area 51. 28 for Wembanyama, 9 dimes for Steph Castle.
It's a good thing that we discussed the Monk article yesterday because that is the attire that Victor Wembanyama decided to show up with in order to show that he meant business, and he came out executing it as Wemby scores 28, 4 of 9 shooting from 3, 10 rebounds, 3 blocks, and the Spurs roll over Oklahoma City 118-91. We do have a Game 7.
Remember yesterday you were like, do you have a good feeling on this one? And I was like, no. I was like, I don't really know. I think Oklahoma City's going to win, but I don't know. It was the second Wemby 3. And then when it got to 9-2 and they called timeout, I was like, oh, this will be the Spurs today. But then they fought back. I was like, okay, this is
Spurs have gotten out front in a lot of these games.
They got that 15-0 start that we didn't even get a chance to talk about since it was like over that weekend. But it was just like, oh, okay. Like I was curious what version of Wemby was going to come out. When Wemby comes out and just immediately right out of the jump is like, I'm taking 2 3-pointers. It's like, okay, he's going to attack tonight. So if he's going to attack, then they're probably going to win.
And this is, kind of what concerns a team going into a Game 7 is if you have a shooting night the way Oklahoma City did, it doesn't really matter who the better team is. This is what could happen. They started 6 of 24 from 3. San Antonio was 13 of 30 to start. And, there's the difference in your game. That's 7 difference in 3. That's 21 points. Essentially, for a large part of that second half, that was the difference.
Yeah.
And if you're going to shoot like that, this is why the favorites should always be scared in a Game 7 in the way the modern NBA is.
Jalen Williams is back to a degree. They brought him in off the bench. You could tell he was rusty. He was ineffective. The Spurs hit 8 threes in the first quarter. They're up 13. And then it was Dylan Harper as the X factor. He was kind of trading back and forth with Case and Wallace. Harper at one point with 12, Wallace with 11. Spurs were up 7 at the half with 11 threes made. Wemby 22 points on 9 of 16. Half of the attempts were from 3, which still worries me a little bit. If the aggressiveness is still going to come from the three-point line. It comes down to whether you make them or miss them.
Yeah, it was the I keep updating the group text with it. It's the magic number's 12 on Wemby's two-pointers. If he's taking 12 two-pointers, that means he's, in general, because we know he's going to take his perimeter shots. So if he's taking 12 two-pointers, he's trying to take advantage of his size more frequently. It's since March 1st, now they're 17-0 when he takes 12 two-pointers. And when they don't, he's 10-8. So they're literally a 500 team, basically, whenever he doesn't take at least 12. And so he did that last night. He was right on the button. But this was the number last night that I saw that was wild to me. And I knew he had struggled in this series so far, but I hadn't really thought of it in this context. It was a Spurs reporter, Tom Petrini, who noted, like, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is on a 4-year run of averaging 30 points a game and shooting 50%. Like, that's just been the standard for him. So he's been held under 30 for all but 2 of the games this series, and in 6 games, he has not shot 50% one time, even though he's gone 4 straight years basically shooting 50%. They've done a great job on him.
Tough contested jumpers. Like, when you think about his efficiency and winning the MVP, it is incredible that he does it the way that he does, where he's not high-flying and dunking all over you. He's doing it with pull-ups.
He's high-falling.
High-falling. Look, the story of this game is the third quarter and the 20-0 run. They ended up being up 28. It was an all-time drought for the Thunder and their playoff franchise history. They went 7.5 minutes without a basket. And a big disparity in this series that has worked against San Antonio was the minutes with Wemby on the bench and then the minutes with SGA on the bench. And the Spurs, they had not been taking advantage of SGA and the Thunder starters over there on the sideline. They did last night. 14 straight Oklahoma City misses. 14 straight, and that destroyed my underdog bets as I was a Hartenstein dunk, points, 2 points, or a rebound and an assist from winning and cashing out big time. Hartenstein misses an alley-oop dunk.
And you had 11.5 on his points?
It was like 19.5 for points, rebounds, and assists.
Okay, all right.
So I was sitting there 2 away from it.
Ooh.
He misses the alley-oop dunk. Oklahoma City, of course, and I had the over in this game, which the over has been hitting. Oleg talked me into it, one of our top Tolos, playing with our code on Underdog, TOLO. And because Oklahoma City decided to go through an all-time playoff drought, I lost all of it with the over and with Hartenstein because everyone got benched basically with 13, 14 minutes to go. So I hate the Thunder even more.
Oh, my gosh. That's
painful.
That is painful. That is because that seems like a relatively...
I was hitting Dylan Harper over 3.5 rebounds. The De'Aaron Fox combo, rebounds and assists. I hit on that. Wemby with a big first quarter. I hit on that. I'm mixing, I'm matching. Missed alley-oop dunk and the drought.
Oh, it's kicking the pants.
Got me. I made 3 different bets. So I won one of them.
That was the universe getting you back for mocking me not being able to log into Underdog and remember my password and win. If you would have just been happy for me or wished good things for me, I think the universe would have looked out
for your fake bet.
Yeah, exactly what it was. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander last night, he played 28 minutes. He was minus 28. That means every minute he was on the floor, they were losing a point to the Spurs, which is just ridiculous dominance from San Antonio.
That minus 28 is tied for the worst plus-minus by a league MVP in a closeout game with Embiid.
Wow. Yeah. And then I needed 3 more points from Caruso. He ends up getting benched. I'm like, he's a 6-man. Play him.
Play him. Play somebody.
Give him some minutes. Put him in there.
I'm proud of SGA, though. I did not feel like he flopped a lot last night. He was trying to take it like a man.
Yes.
And we see what happened.
Maybe some of the national attention and media is getting to him. I don't have any spread. I don't have the spread via Underdog. I don't have it on ESPN.com. I don't have it right now for Game 7. I'm sure some other sites have it. What do you think it is going to be?
I don't see it either.
Thunder 4.5.
4.5?
Mm-hmm. I see it on ESPN right now, the app.
What is it?
3.5 OKC.
3.5 OKC. So there it is. We are set for Game 7. So that ended up being a blowout. And this one was a dud as well.
Here's the 3-1, and Nimmo drives one deep to right field. Going back is Smith. He's at the wall, and he leaps, and did he catch it? He did! Cam Smith robs Nimmo of a home run. A spectacular catch reaching up over the wall in right field and robbing Brandon Nimmo of a home run. What a play by Cam Smith.
And a little revenge from what Nimmo did to Cam in their previous series. The first inning costing the Rangers again in a lifeless, torturesome watching, boring 5-1 loss. You lose the series to Houston 3-1.
Yeah, and this was, by the way, I want to note, there's no more brutal follow on social media right now for this particular week than RJ Ochoa, who all he's doing from Blogging the Boys is tweeting all of his Spurs and Astros fandom every night. That's all that's on his timeline. So
that's the OCU Manura clip.
Yeah, and the OCU Manura clip. Thanks a lot, RJ. But no, this was over.
He's got to change his name.
This was over, instantly, basically. When Evaldi gives up those 2 home runs, it's like, oh, okay, it's that night. It's one of those. And 2-0 feels very much like, all right, this is over.
I think 11 home runs they allowed in this series. 11. And Jordan hit like 5 of them.
Evaldi and DeGrom both threw like 120 combined innings or whatever they're up to now. They're combined averaging like 2 home runs per 9, which is insane. That's nowhere near what they've been for their careers.
No, and I don't know what the reasoning is for that. I mean, their velocity seems fine. Their movement seems, all the numbers say their movement spin rates are normal. So they've got to be just missing spots, and that's not a good thing.
Since I highlighted the schedule and the opportunity to really take advantage of it, and I'll start with the first Astros series in the armpit. They are 4-9.
And that includes Astros, Colorado, Angels, and Astros.
Yeah. I did not include the Diamondbacks in that, which they did win 2 of 3. I should probably include them. And now the Cubs in it after you ended up winning that series as well with the absolute free fall that they're in. But this was the opportunity. Here you go. Capitalize. 4-9, and they've lost 6 of their last 7.
Listen,
it's hideous.
It is hideous. It is hideous. The silver lining could be is that it gives them, hopefully.
Don't make me stab you. Don't make me give you pink eye this early.
No. Hopefully, it gives them it kind of removes all doubt on what they should do. Like if they don't play well in this stretch,
how many games back do you have to be versus there's 2 different evaluations.
Yeah.
There's what we really are, which Chris Young, I was happy to hear him kind of allude to that the other day on G-Bag, and then where are you in the standings? You're 2.5 back.
I know.
You're 6 games on. God, the AOS is putrid. You're 6 games under. You're in 4th place. You're 2.5 back.
It's the same. I mean, that's the same thing they've had happen the last 2 years, where they haven't been good, but the division maybe hasn't been great around the trade deadline. So they've been within a distance that causes them to justify, we should invest in a team that you really have no business in investing in.
So let's say deadline day, they're 6 under, 2.5 back. What do you do?
Deadline day, they're 6 under, they're 2.5 back. And they're 2.5. Let's just say they're 2.5 back in the wild card because they are now. I mean, 2.5 back. It's that's why they've got to. That's why they got to continue to play this way and lose.
What are you fighting for, though? In that instance, if you're 6 games under, you're not beating anybody in the postseason.
Well, here's what they're fighting for.
So you're just, all you're fighting for is an AL West little pennant that you're going to hang up next year.
They're gonna. I mean, first of all, you got to convince a manager. You got to give it. It's really tough if you're 2.5 back to convince the entire organization we got to sell.
Yeah, Chris Young is not going to sell with his neck maybe on the line.
No, absolutely not.
I mean, I don't know how much he can buy with Ray.
Because he'll say, if I sell, I'm selling for somebody else.
But I don't want to, and that's fine. That makes sense.
And they'll say and sell it of when you got DeGrom and Evaldi.
Absolutely,
you always got a chance in a series. If you got DeGrom and Evaldi, and you maybe Mackenzie Gordon catch fire. I don't know. And we got a bullpen. We got a playoff bullpen. That will be their sell.
Yeah, and the thing I would want them to talk about is and that was the same pitch you gave me in 25, and that's the same pitch you gave me in 24, and you should have sold those years. And you maybe would have been in a better position if you would have sold in 24 or sold in 25, because those would have been your players. Yeah, now you're looking at getting fired, Chris Young. And so you need to make sure that you do whatever you can to preserve your own neck. But, man, I never want to sell just to win a division title. Or I never want to buy just to win, a division title when I don't think that's a team that can compete in the playoffs.
I agree. I think what they're going to say is that we're not selling for that because if we get in the playoffs, they think that pitching staff can do some damage. History says they could be right, but getting to the playoffs is going to be like a massive uphill battle.
Texas is getting called out. Shots being fired all over the world of college football. Choppy has it in a college football kegger after this.
But first, affordability is the biggest problem in today's car market. New vehicles average nearly $48,000, and most people's wages just have not kept up. That's why some are stuck with 7-year loans just to make the payment.
Call 972-GO-MEN'S-T today or visit mensteaclinic.com. That's mensteaclinic.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
I see your fake offer, and I raise you a performative one. That is what happened yesterday on social media. I loved it. This was big. The reports came out that Texas Tech and all the money behind them was going to try and buy out.
So Cody Campbell.
Yeah, I was about to say, Texas Tech and all the money behind them. We can just say Cody Campbell for shorthand.
Yeah, it's basically Cody Campbell. They want to buy out the Abilene Christian game and Texas's game against Texas State. So it originally came out that Joey McGuire was going to play Texas and offer to play Texas on September 5th, and that Tech would buy out ACU, and Texas would have the money to buy out Texas State. And then Cody Campbell comes over the top and says, hang on, I'm going to up the ante, and we'll pay the buyouts for both of these games. So Texas doesn't worry about paying the buyout, and they can play the game. Then he tagged Sark, and he tagged Crystal Conley, the athletic director at the University of Texas.
And this, of course, all starts because Sark takes a shot at Texas Tech's schedule. Texas Tech is like, let's go ahead and play.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
This is where Sark gets in trouble by. I mean, he's talked a lot this offseason. He's gone at Ole Miss, and then Darren Ravel had to come back and major check his players.
You know the Basket Weaving Organization of America? They're just waiting for the first Longhorns loss.
Oh yeah, they're
waiting to tweet out a meme.
Yeah, they'll tweet out like a basket woven L or something like. But I mean, they've already been given interviews. Like we talked about that interview last week that one of them gave. This professor who's like, he doesn't know what he's talking about. It takes a lot of skill. Yeah, right. Basket weaving is not just something you walk into. Okay. But no, Sark is talking a little bit too much. But Sark's cover here is clearly I'm like in the non-conference schedules. I'm saying like you guys play like a cupcake conference schedule that we don't play, and so it's not even the same comparison. Why would I then add that with our really difficult conference schedule to our non-conference?
And all like the other thing is, Texas already has the number one toughest schedule in the country right now,
and there you go.
And it's like why would we add this? Because they already play Ohio State. So, like, if Tech said, we'll buy out the Ohio State game, now you may have something.
Well, publicly, right, this is going to be a win for Texas Tech.
Of course it is.
Because this isn't going to happen.
Yeah.
But now everyone's like, your move, Longhorns.
Yeah.
Are you chicken or not?
This is like UCF saying, we'll play you. We'll play the national champs.
In the playground.
Yeah, we'll play them in the playground. And, we're ready. We'll be there. We'll show up.
Part of me wishes Sark would go, okay, we'll go. Because Cody Campbell's saying this with no anticipation they actually have to play Texas and potentially have their season disrupted, especially with no Brendan Sorsby. Tech without their quarterback is going like, yeah, we'll sub out one of our cupcakes in exchange for Texas. No, because right now you might be able to get by and win this schedule out. You throw Texas into the mix, and all of a sudden it's not as clean.
They're going to need those tune-up games to figure out the quarterback position.
And I have odds on the Tech effect from Vegas and Bet Online. They open the season at 14-1 to win the CFP. They went as low at 11-1. After Sorsby got denied by the NCAA, they dropped to 25-1, which I still thought it would be lower than that. The win total went from 11 to 10.5. The Big 12 conference odds went from minus 160 to plus 105. They're still the favorite over BYU and Utah. Sorsby's Heisman odds opened at 18-1. They went as low as 14-1. His expected replacement, Will Hammond, 200-1 to win the Heisman. So those are the odds and the effects on the Red Raiders after the quarterback news.
So hang on. They lose their quarterback. Mm-hmm. They have none. And their win total drops by a half?
Yep.
Find me another major title winner that has the same thing. If Ohio State loses their quarterback, I don't think their win total drops by a half. If Arch goes down, I think Texas's win total drops by way more than a half.
Theirs may go up by a half, depending on how Arch is playing.
I know what you're saying. I don't know how good Will Hammond is, and I thought that you said they found a replacement.
They have, and this is where maybe Vegas knows something. I'm going to introduce you to a guy named Carson Gordon. Carson Gordon plays football for UCLA. And now the transfer portal window is closed. The transfer portal window was open in January. They eliminated the spring window. However, Carson Gordon is entering the transfer portal. How is he doing this? Because he's doing this as a track athlete.
Oh.
And the track portal window is different from football. So he can enter as a track athlete, transfer to Texas Tech for track, and then just happen to play football.
But would he have to play both?
Well, I don't. They don't. He could, like, I guess he could claim he's hurt, or he could just play both. I mean, he could theoretically play both.
Because that would be the most thoroughly Texas Tech ending to all of this, they do, like, we found a loophole, and then he has to run track, and then he does, like, tear his hamstring or something, and then they don't have a quarterback again.
But this guy is, like, apparently just an amazing athlete. Obviously, he's a track star. But this is something that is a loophole that they have found, that this kid has found, and this is such a dynamic player, very, very dynamic player, and if Tech can get their hands on him, they can have their quarterback for the future.
Paul Feinbaum says Tech is getting screwed here.
I think he should have been suspended for a couple of games, but to keep him out from the whole season, I think is wrong. And while what he did on paper, Greeny, is terrible, we're talking about the NCAA, the most hypocritical organization in the history of mankind, coming down on somebody for gambling while they have their own side gambling deals and while gambling is pervasive everywhere. So 3-game suspension, perhaps, keeping him out for the whole season is wrong.
So there's Feinbaum on ESPN. Free Sorsby.
Yeah, is this it's become too difficult to defend the SEC? Is he looking for like a new home to just blindly defend? I don't know how there's a defense for Sorsby. You would just, if you are somebody saying Sorsby should play this year, or you're hoping for that, you're literally just hoping they go against precedent and rules. That's all.
Yeah. Greg Sankey, SEC commissioner, says you don't have to defend us. We're still the best.
If you look at the entirety of our league, we are by far the most competitive, the strongest football league, by far. But you're going to lose games when it's close and competitive like that. So why have they surpassed us? It's an oddball. It's bounced a couple times the wrong way. Indiana was pretty dominant in the Rose Bowl last year. A lot of other games you look pretty close margin, and we've been the beneficiary on those. But I think from a big picture, the breadth, the depth of this league stands alone. In fact, we saw metrics out of the college football playoff presentation where there's no doubt we're the strongest league. Now, there's some segments of other leagues that are towards where we are, but not nearly the entirety of a conference like the Southeastern Conference. It's a pretty special place.
I got that just for Bobby. I just wanted to make Bobby's Friday.
Cold. It's
like Jerry. That old oblong ball. Football's a dangerous lady, Brian Broaddus, or strange lady.
It is so easy to say the truth. All right, it is without question the deepest league. Nobody's arguing that. Not a single person argues that. At the top, Ohio State and Michigan and Oregon have just been, or Indiana now have just been better at the top. You could be both. Like, you could be the best and the strongest and the deepest league, which nobody argues.
You are not the best if you are routinely getting beat by 20 in the CFP by Big Ten teams.
That's at the top. You're talking about it's the best league, top to bottom. No league is better. Nobody argues that.
But nobody like we don't talk about just like they've got just kind of like solid teams across the board. Like when people are talking about the best, they're talking about winning titles, and the SEC doesn't do that right now.
I mean, no, because people generally usually say the AL East is the best division.
Didn't
in baseball.
You guys used to flex the SEC because of the titles?
I mean, it was part of it. Yeah, sure.
Am I crazy? Was this not the whole narrative?
They're trying to argue, and Lane Kiffin did it the other day, where he's like, us facing the 8th team beats us up more than facing the 8th team in the ACC.
but I don't
face it. You can lose the Vanderbilt of your Alabama. That shows the strength of our conference from top to bottom. That's the way I interpret what they're saying.
And that would show itself in the amount of teams if they get left out, right? Because they have so many losses. I don't buy that you get beat up and then you have a month off and then you can't recover.
We'll just beat up throughout the season. Yeah. But the next week we could lose because we got beat up. That's the way they sell it.
And like it is the deepest conference, but at the top it's just not. It hasn't been as good, and they've got to own it. It just hasn't been as good.
They were everything they say about the SEC was true 10 years ago. Like the way they talk about the SEC and the reverence and how the football was just different there and all these different advantages they had. It was 100% true 10 years ago. It's not anymore.
You don't think it's the deepest conference? Like it's the best conference, like top to bottom?
No, I'm sure it's like
there's
a case to be made that says the teams within the conference overall, if you collectively just said, if you stacked all of them up and ranked them, you'd get to the last team in the SEC before you get to the last team in other conferences. That's not what anybody ever interprets as the best, though. They don't interpret it as is everybody just kind of okay? There's a bunch of kind of okay. Everybody in the SEC essentially for the last 3 years has been overrated. Every single team.
I mean, you guys went to Florida last year, a bad team, and got beat up.
Which is exactly my point. That doesn't. I don't think that defends the strength of the conference.
I think
that talks about how bad and how overrated some of the bigger teams in the conference are.
College Kegger with RJ Choppy's return, 6 a.m. Club right here on the Fan.
Speaking of a soft person in that conference, Hunter Yurachek, who is the athletic director at Arkansas, the pig people, as Galloway would say. This is the softest statement I've ever heard from somebody. He posts on social media. ESPN has set our game at Utah for 9:15 p.m. Central Time on September 12th. We will return to campus at 6 a.m. on Sunday the 13th, and then have an 11 a.m. kickoff against Georgia 6 days later on September 19th. The assigned schedule will cost us nearly a full day of rest and recovery otherwise available to them. This is not simply a competitive disadvantage. It's a genuine welfare issue for the young men who represent our program and contribute greatly to the bottom line. This is so weak. That is so embarrassing. That is one of the softest things. I expect this from a professor. I expect a professor to say something like this, not someone from Arkansas. Someone from Arkansas.
Come on, Eatman.
Yeah, should be,
Nick Eatman rolling in his grave.
Feet barefoot in the dirt. Feet in the dirt. This is not what a good athletic director does. A week later, you can't get up for a game a week later because it's an 11 a.m. So it was
They're acting like they got the Cowboys Thanksgiving Day turnaround.
Right. So if it was a 3:30 game, you'd be okay with it, but an 11 a.m. game, no, we can't handle this, guys.
Are you sure this is exactly what he meant and said? There's no.
I just read it to you.
Can't be right.
This type of scheduling is unacceptable and demonstrates a clear neglect for the well-being of college athletes. I'm confident there are not many programs in the SEC that will be placed in a similar position, and I will not quietly accept it for our program.
College Kegger right here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. What happened in Oak Cliff yesterday? Suicide from a hockey legend and everything else to get you set for your weekend, including a Luke Bryan ticket giveaway next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. But it almost happened to me. My life kind of flashed before.
Sandler and me. Broadcast time 6:30, right here on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Are things going to be fixed with the NBA draft and broken in Major League Baseball? We'll get to the big announcements yesterday in both sports at 7 o'clock after the Rangers lost another series to the Astros, and the San Antonio Spurs extend the series to Game 7 tomorrow. This is Sean, RJ, and Bobby back together again. Thanks for being a Tolo and part of the 6 a.m. Club. We want you to win the Luke Bryan tickets coming up in the commercial-free Expressway. Game 5 in the NHL tonight between Montreal and Carolina, but you and Tolo Chris yesterday were lamenting the suicide of Claude Lemieux.
Yeah, Claude Lemieux, who is a 4-time Stanley Cup champ. One of the great kind of agitators, if you will. I don't want to call him that. Just a glue guy, a guy who came up massive in the postseason 3 times. In his career, he had more goals in the playoffs than he did during the regular season. Played his last year consecutively before he kind of semi-retired. He played here back in 02-03. Then he basically bounced around parts of Europe or minor leagues, and then he kind of came back again like 6 years later. But what a player. What a player. Played for Montreal, played for won a cup with them, won one with Colorado, with the Devils. And then won 2 with the Devils. So he came back again. Just a tremendous all-time player. But yeah, he committed. He committed suicide.
Did anyone talk about struggles or know anything about what he was going through?
He was at Game 3 of the Canadiens and Hurricanes. He was there for the first home game at the Bell Center of the conference final. He brought the torch out. They brought out a torch, and then a couple of days later, he's back in Florida. I guess where he lives, he has a business there, and they found
were
him.
called to he and his wife's furniture showroom. Suicide attempt, furniture showroom, and no other details really besides that.
Yeah, and it's just sad. I mean, it really stinks. And like I said, I mean, like he would come up.
Played here.
Yeah, I played here 1 year. He came up big time in the postseason. Conn Smythe winner, which goes to the playoff MVP. And just it was terrible to see this.
Another horrible story is right here in our backyard. The Oak Cliff explosion yesterday. 3 dead right now and many injured and displaced as this apartment building blew up. It's just engulfed in flames. Yeah. It's all over all the local news. Our TV partner, NBC5, with the coverage. I guess it was a gas explosion.
Yeah, so Atmos said that a construction crew unrelated to the company damaged a pipeline, right, a natural gas pipeline near East 9th Street. And the technicians are on site working with the Dallas Fire and Rescue and other emergency management personnel. But natural gas service in the area completely cut off. And that is just, it's terrible to have this happen anyway, but when it's like just something completely unrelated just happens like that, a construction crew.
Neighbors said they heard a loud boom, felt their own apartments shake.
Have you seen there it is right now. Have you seen these photos? They're insane. It looks like, it honestly, like when they show some of these tight shots, it looks like ground zero almost. Just there's rubble everywhere. There's all this smoke. It's awful, but that's another one of those things too. Of just like it's an unrelated company. It's just a construction crew working, and you can hit something like that, and all of a sudden have a massive tragedy on your hands. It's just that's the sort of stuff that just makes it terrifying.
And this is where it gets even messy because now you're going to have people fighting. So that was the Atmos statement that it was a construction crew. City of Dallas says, "Hang on, no city crews were there." So who was it?
Right.
Was it a non-city construction crew, a private, working on other types of construction, which happens. But now you're going to get the he said, she said because you want to avoid paying out legal fees.
No easy segues. Try to lighten things up a little bit, except I guess if you live in Boston, as your son has become a masshole.
Well.
Or has he always been one?
I mean, he may have always been one, but he's him and his class have been in the Boston. Now they're in New York. Okay, so they started
East Coast trader.
Yeah, they went. It's a class trip. They do it every year. And there's like 30 kids on this thing, 40 kids. And they start, some years they'll do DC in New York. And then this year it's Boston and New York. Some years it's Philly and New York.
What's this cost?
It's a week.
A week.
It's a week trip.
$3,500 for a week. That includes all
your food, all your meals, flight, room.
Sometimes
tours.
I wonder how you're living. Like just with all the stuff that you cover here, like all the stuff.
DEBT.
That's what I'm saying. Like he's got that.
What's that big Ralph fund getting access?
There's always a trip. There's always like sports to pay for. Yeah. You'll come in here. You'll tell us about you still got the alimony or whatever and everything. Like it's
child support.
It stacks up.
It stacks up. That's why there's no savings. It's paycheck to paycheck, baby. Let's go.
It'll be fun college days for these boys.
I can't wait. Just can't wait. I can't wait for them to be off the payroll. But
the college is not going to be off the payroll.
No, it won't be.
Can you June 1 their college?
I can post June 1 their college. They started in Boston, and I just feel bad for the people in the rooms next to them because these are eighth graders to a room, and. Yesterday, so they went to the Met game 2 days ago.
Dang! So this included game tickets.
Included the game tickets.
That's kind of not a bad deal, I guess. $3,500.
Yeah, included the game tickets.
Mets, not Yankees.
They were doing the tarps off. Taking the shirts off, doing that thing, tarps off. And
it's like Reema's bachelor party.
There were videos of people in the stands looking back at it. You know that if you're at a Met game and the fans are looking back at you, that you're being kind of a jackass. And then yesterday they went to Liberty Island, which is Statue of Liberty, and then they go to the 9/11 Memorial. And I'm following him on Live 360. And I said to him, I knew I could see where they were driving towards. And I said, if you guys make a scene at the 9/11 Memorial, you will never. The answer is no. The answer is no for the rest of your life. I have not gotten any reports that they were bad. But I did hear there was a fight yesterday.
Oh, yeah?
And I don't know who was part of it.
Like amongst the boys?
It could have been amongst the boys. It could have been amongst somebody with the boys, like an outsider getting into a fight with them at the 9/11. I don't know. I'm trying to figure this thing out still.
It's like you're punching a little person.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up here on Sean and RJ. It's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan with a Luke Bryan ticket giveaway coming up in the 7 o'clock expressway. If you're going to the Rangers game tomorrow, try to find us as we are going to be, I'm going to be lighting up Arlington on Parents' Day Out with the entire morning show as Atolo reached out and said, come be our guest for the Rangers game at 3 o'clock. So we're all going to go out there, watch the game, morning show and the misses, and then we will eat dinner at Loma, Brandon Hurtado's new Mexican place after that. Well, some of us will be there.
I might be at Seinfeld.
Yeah.
Still haven't got a ticket yet.
You haven't?
No.
Why?
Trying to get him free.
Yeah.
Trying to get him free.
And where's he performing?
It's in Grand Prairie, so it used to be T-Mobile, Nokia.
You didn't want to go to that, Bob?
No, I think Jerry Seinfeld is massively overrated, and specifically his stand-up has gotten completely weak in the last 15 years. It's pretty bad.
It's new. He's got new stuff. I know.
His new stuff in the last 15 years has been bad.
Oh.
He's out of touch.
He's
now.
G-rated. He's
out of touch. Maybe that's why he married a woman like 30 years younger than him while she was still in high school, was because he wanted to stay in touch with the younger crowd.
She was like 17, right?
Yeah, he literally started dating her when she was in high school.
Are you going because it's Jerry Seinfeld, or you're going because you love the material?
Well, I don't know the material. It's new material, so I don't know what it is.
Oh, it's past material.
It's the same material.
I saw him. I saw him about.
You ever notice?
Remember when we had George Wallace in studio?
The governor?
No, the comedian.
Oh,
and he got me tickets to see him. This was about 12, 15 years ago, and I thought it was funny. I like Jerry's stand-up. It's comedy's like, I like the edgy stuff, and then I like the G-rated stuff. And Jerry does a whole lot of G-rated comedy. So I'm excited to see this. I can't wait.
All right, so that's going to be tomorrow. Pepe, you excited for the Ranger game?
I am. It's perfect. Afternoon game. I can wake up, mow, do some yard work, shower, get ready to go to the game. Afternoon game, and then Hurtado in the evening. It's going to be perfect in Arlington. I can't wait.
Nice. Bob, you got some dating tips for people this weekend?
Well, not dating tips so much as just we've now been able to settle on a universal truth. I think it's often been said that people will say, boy, a woman's figure, like everybody just agrees that's art. It's beautiful, and everybody agrees a man is just not pleasant to look at unclothed. Well,
it's
now
like the Seinfeld episode, opening the pickle jar.
That's right.
Now it extends to faces.
Although she was hot.
Everyone agrees across all genders that women are just hotter than men. The latest study out there, one of the latest research studies, this is over at The Guardian. They compiled the world's largest data set of facial attractiveness ratings from 52 studies in 76 countries. The final data set contained more than 1.5 million ratings of 17,000 faces from nearly 30,000 raters, and their analysis found that the average female face is rated more attractive than about 60% of male faces.
How old?
How old are the people? This is an entire age range gap from because it's from a bunch of different studies. It's from 18 up to 60 something or something like that. So, but it says that the size gap was strongest in the West and varied slightly with sexual orientation, but was still evident across heterosexual, gay, bisexual, and lesbian raters. Everybody, women, men, whoever else, no matter what your orientation was, on average would say women are just better looking than men are.
Yeah.
That big rack of hers.
But I just didn't know if you guys...
George Clooney.
I didn't know if you guys would agree with it because you guys are now over 40. And that's the other study that came out yesterday.
I do think men over 40 age better than women.
Well, what's the study that we like guys now?
Nope. You're out of your prime. You are now asexual individuals, essentially. There's new research that says that 40 years old is when you stop having that drive for men. But what's interesting about this research, because I think a lot of people would say, yeah, probably around 40 you start slowing down a little bit. The fascinating thing about this is on the reverse, they went and looked at when does the sex drive slow down for women? And it slows down for women in early adulthood, in the early 20s. They say is essentially the same point in a male's life at 40 in terms of the drive. And so that explains maybe some of the gap that exists, is that women are ready to hang it up at 22. And guys are they're basically men at 40 when they're 22 years old.
Text your age, especially if you're a female, Tolo. When the U-turn is happening for you, the stop down or the slow down. When you're pumping the brakes a little bit, pump the brakes in the sheets at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. So 40 for guys, and it's saying early 20s for women?
Yeah, early adulthood. They said that women essentially, when they get into their early 20s, I assume that's just because women in their early 20s a lot of times will get married. And then it's done. It's over. It's retired at that point. It's retired. You've heard Jerry Seinfeld stand up.
That's right.
Well, kids.
What's the deal with married people not doing it?
All right. Is this going to fix the NBA draft? And is this going to end a baseball season next year? That's next with Sean and RJ with a Luke Bryan ticket giveaway after this. But let's check out that Loma menu and see what we are going to enjoy for dinner tomorrow night after the Ranger game from Brandon Hurtado, the owner, Pitmaster Hurtado, and Loma in Arlington. We have oysters. I can't go near those, but I can see Choppy and my wife going ahead and splitting them. We got Wagyu tartare. My wife would be in on that as well. The tableside guacamole, chicken flautas. We have tuna crudo. We have shrimp, snapper, oyster crudo. We have all the soups and salads. We have a taco section, and then they're going to elevate things because that's what Brandon Hurtado does.
Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
And there will be a Game 7 in the Western Conference Finals. You can turn out the lights in the gym here tonight. Spurs are headed home and headed back to Oklahoma City with a W for Game 7 coming up on Saturday. 118-91 the final here tonight.
Thunder Radio with the call. Wemby with 28, hitting 4 threes. He came out as a force early on. And you had Dylan Harper stepping up with 18 off the bench. Nobody on the Thunder scored over 15 points. 118-91. This was an absolute beatdown, and we have Game 7.
Got a Game 7, and, now it's like all the stuff that we have talked about with Wemby of, he plays, he disappears in some games early on. This is, if he just comes out and plays well early, he can erase a whole lot of those questions. Because, the thing is, we don't know, does he have it in him? Does he have it in him, or is it just not there yet?
Yeah.
Because it's not like he can never develop it. He can, but starting out Game 7, let's say he taking it to the hole, not settling for threes. A lot of, like Bobby's stat, 12 two-pointers or more, they win. A lot of these questions could be answered.
16 attempts in the first half. That's what you want to see. Half of them from 3. Now, they went down. I'd be a little bit nervous about that. Just don't settle out there. But San Antonio on the night really used the three-point shot to bury OKC early. And now what? For Game 7. OKC is going to be favored. They did get Jalen Williams back. He's clearly not the same. Role players going to step up. How much is SGA going to get to the free throw line? Here we go.
Bet the house on the Thunder to win Game 7. Yep. Bet whatever. Bet the whole underdog nut, whatever it is.
Why?
Because it's just, we've talked about how this you can't win this early. Like maybe they get through this. If they get through this, then that just means that the Knicks are winning. Just the Spurs are not going to win. They would be. I was looking at it last night. If you take out the Lakers in the bubble, which was obviously kind of unique circumstances, I believe they would be the first team since like Magic's Lakers. The first year that he was there, that a core went into the postseason as their very first time and won. Like all these other teams, every champion, if you look back over the last several years, has been to the postseason at least once, usually a few times, and lost in the semis or the conference finals before they win a title. Nobody just goes from out of the playoffs to in the postseason and winning the title. It's not the way the NBA ever works.
Never.
Let's get to the NBA news of the draft fix. And Shams tweeted out this news yesterday saying the NBA is making an unprecedented move in American sports league history by punishing the very worst teams in the draft lottery. Bobby, what are they doing?
Yeah, this whole thing is such an odd solution for this, but they wanted to fix the tanking. They wanted to make sure that there wasn't going to be anything that you could do to basically game the system for yourself. So now if you are one of the 3 worst records in the NBA, you no longer have the best odds to get the number 1 overall pick. You can still get the number 1 overall pick, but you no longer have the best odds. The best odds to get number 1 now belong to the teams with the 4th through 10th worst records in the NBA. Your record is essentially the same as the play-in team, one of the 9-10 play-in teams that loses in the play-in game. That's what your odds are if you're one of the 3 worst teams in basketball. So that's going to be one solution. Another one of the solutions is that they are looking at...
And that's the 3-2-1? The one that you just mentioned?
Yeah, the top 3 they don't have the best odds anymore. You cannot win the lottery in back-to-back seasons with your own pick anymore. So if you've acquired a pick from somebody and they happen to be the worst, they win number 1, that'll happen. But you can't win number 1 overall pick back-to-back years anymore.
So the Mavs would have had a better chance at getting the number 1 pick this year than Washington, Utah, or Memphis.
They would have had like, because now it's like leveled out. 4 through 10 are going to have like the same odds. So it's like Dallas would have the best lottery odds in the draft. And you can no longer pick in the top 5 3 years in a row.
Wow.
MLB has something like that with the top 10.
Yeah.
Like if you go to like
which seems silly in baseball to me because it's not like you can just. Nobody's tanking in baseball to like immediately get a young player that they're going to rush up to the major leagues and help them win.
So like San Fran this year, they're ineligible to pick better than 10th due to previous lotteries, market size, and revenue sharing rules. So like the rule is like if you're a certain market size and you're bad for X amount of years, like the White Sox are part of this, you can't continually pick in the top 10.
So the bottom 3 records get 2 lottery balls, and then 4 through 10 gets 3 lottery balls. And 9 and 10 receive 2 lottery balls each. The losers of the 7-8 play-in game receive 1 each. All 16 teams will in the drawing. What do we think of it?
Look, I mean, they do relegation in other countries. You know, the bottom 3 teams should be lucky they're allowed to be in the NBA again.
Somebody came up and saying that to somebody said that to Sean at the Firehouse tour we were at, was coming up and saying the same thing, that he likes this idea for the lottery system because he's a soccer fan and he thinks relegation helps bring like meaning to bad games late.
There's like if you're relegated in soccer, like you have no money. You lose all your TV, you lose all your sponsors, you lose everything.
Bob, you going to give Adam Silver credit?
No. Like this is if you have such massive problems with things like how do we make sure that teams don't just blow us off and rest stars when we tell them to stop? How do we make sure that teams actually try to win basketball games? How do we make sure teams actually give an S during the regular season and make sure that we don't have fans pissed off that they paid all this money to see something bad? If you have all these problems and you have to start coming up with weird-ass solutions like, well, you need to play 64 games to win an award, and we're going to create an in-season tournament with a lot of money tied to it so the guys will want to play, and then now if you're the worst, we'll create like these reverse lottery odds. If you have to do all that just to make your teams operate in a way that's friendly to fans, your league is fundamentally broken. There's something wrong, and that ultimately rests with Silver.
How much is this going to help load management?
I mean, theoretically it would quite a bit, but players, leagues, teams, they always find a way to skirt the rules. They're just always going to find a way to be a step ahead. So it theoretically will. Will it in practice?
I gotta see what the exact number was. I can't remember how many lottery balls you got if you were the worst team. I know it was like staggered or whatever, but are some teams also going to look at this and go, all right, we're not going to like actively tank, but we're not going to be out here like busting our ass either for one extra ping pong ball.
And then Adam Silver is going to try to copy tennis and now Major League Baseball with a little AI that he discussed on McAfee.
You're a tennis fan, and they have what they call Hawkeye, and it's like the animation, and you quickly see, where the line was and the oohs and ahs of the crowd. It touched the line or it was out of bounds. We're going to move to a system like that where that whole category of calls will be automatic, where it's going to be Laker ball, Nick ball, whatever it is, Thunder ball. Those calls will be done by an AI automated system with cameras lined around the court. And it'll take all of those so-called objective calls out of the hands of the referees. It'll be instantaneous. It'll be automatic. Just play on. Let's go. Spurs inbound, and you'll move on. You won't have to deal with challenges on those calls, but it will also now allow the officials on the more difficult subjective calls to give their full attention to those.
There's
the most incompetent commissioner. The fact, like, I cannot. It blows my mind that there's not more people just demanding him like be removed. The fact that every solution of his is always drawn back to another sport. He does not have a single fix for his own sport. He goes, we got tennis. Oh, the IST. It's like how soccer, how they have their tournaments over in Europe. Like, he is always just borrowing from other concepts that he sees in like European sports and things like that. He is awful. He is completely inept. He needs to be removed. I don't understand how the NBA allows him to continue ruining the sport.
Boy, Bobby hates him.
He's awful. He's bad.
There's a lot to unpack there. First of all, we had a commissioner go, I love that. Also, just how the first 2 teams he thought of was Lakers Knicks.
Yeah, that doesn't help.
I was like, oh, baby.
That doesn't help.
But, I mean, look, in FIFA, when the World Cup, they have to plug the ball in before every game. So
what?
when the
like
World
Tesla,
Cup
they
is
got to
here,
charge it.
They have to charge the soccer ball.
Oh,
they're plugging it in. It's got some kind of a chip inside. Does the football in the NFL have a chip now? It's got a chip inside it.
Yeah, it's got a chip, but it's like they don't use it for measurements or anything. It's just for like they use it for GPS tracking.
Yeah, and this they're going to have like a chip in this one, which I think it's actually a decent idea. That way you could see who the ball went off of. It makes it a lot more streamlined and easy. And I get what he is saying about the referees not having to pay attention to that.
Are we in trouble when it comes to the next baseball season as proposals are being exchanged with a salary cap?
Yeah, that's the big one. So 2 days ago, the players sent a proposal to the owners, which was basically, I don't want to get too in the weeds on it, but it's
you loved it.
I thought it was great. I thought it was a really fair proposal, and then the owners come back with just the dumbest thing for them which is a non-starter for the players, because the reason it's dumb is because the players they're not going to go here, and that's a salary cap. It's got to be a floor of $171 million and a threshold of $245 million starting next year. So that means that you're going to have like 8 teams that would have to shed payroll, and the players union's like, well, they're going to be like, well, no, we're not doing this, because for one, if you sign a contract, let's say you signed a contract last year that you signed to be in this place, and now they've got to cut you. Well, I didn't sign that contract. I didn't sign a contract with Cleveland.
So the ceiling is $245 million. Here are the teams above it: Mets, Dodgers, Yankees, Blue Jays, Phillies, Braves. Teams below the $171 million proposed floor: Orioles, Mariners, Kansas City, Reds, Milwaukee, Colorado, Minnesota, Pittsburgh, Tampa, St. Louis, the Athletics, Washington, Chicago White Sox, what is that? The Guardians, and then the Marlins. That's 15 teams.
That would have to go up in payroll to meet the 171 floor.
Which I like. That you're saying there's 15 teams who are not spending enough, but you don't like this overall concept of a cap.
I mean, the concept of the cap in baseball, I think, is faulty. Like, baseball has plenty of parity. It's got as much parity as anybody else. In the last 10 years, you've had
You think it's got as much or more than the NFL?
I mean, they've had the same amount of champs in the last 10 years.
Okay.
And baseball's had more teams make the World Series than the NFL has had teams make the Super Bowl. Now, does the NFL have more teams make the playoffs regularly, like just make the playoffs? It's close, but yes. But they do. The NFL also has the team with the longest drought, which is the Jets.
What do you think, Bob? Do you think a parity the same in both sports?
No, because I mean, this is again why Adam Silver's bad. This is Major League Baseball getting ahead of an issue. They're seeing that the Dodgers are becoming an issue. Like they've won two. They've won 2 titles. Not just the Dodgers. Like the Dodgers are the model for it.
The Mets spend too.
The Mets spend a lot. Yeah,
the Dodgers are the model
correctly.
The Dodgers are the model for it, but I think what you see is they won 2 titles. They're like way up there as one of the best teams in Major League Baseball again this year. If they win 3 in a row, and it doesn't look like it's going to stop anytime soon with their deferred payments and everything else, this is Manfred trying to go, no, we got to fix this. This is going to start killing the game. This is going to start killing us with issues. And it's like I was saying to Sean yesterday, Manfred has, I don't like the idea of a cap, but Manfred's had enough things that I didn't like the idea of that ended up being good for the game that I'm like, all right, I'm going to trust at this point Manfred's got a good read on it. And that's Goodell, Manfred, Gary Bettman. Like they've all fought against the public on certain issues and won in the long run. Of this was better for the game, and that's the difference to me between a good commissioner and just an awful commissioner.
I think they need a floor for one, but I also think they need to stop the deferred payments. However, they do that. That deferred payment stuff is...
What was the number on the Dodgers deferred payment?
$1.6 billion in deferred payments through 2048.
Stupid. They should have 0. Like, you should not be able to defer. They should have to cancel those deferred payments. That to me is the big issue.
Is the A.J. Brown trade getting canceled? Guess who was not at the Jackson Dart Giants meeting? And imagine if your quarterback skipped practice for his girlfriend's tour, plus the biggest mystery in the NFL got even crazier yesterday. My most excited segment of the day is Around the NFL, commercial-free in the Expressway with a Luke Bryan ticket giveaway after this.
Jim Follow here, Tolos, and I'm so fired up because CertaPro Painters just came into my home and gave me that brand new paint job, and I could not be happier. You can schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C, and you can trust them to get the job done right. I know firsthand they take pride in what they do, and the process is worry-free. Free estimates, reliable communication, and professional painting, all at the right price, and that's what I'm about. So schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C, CertaPro.com. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated.
At Genesis of Plano, part of the Huffines Auto family, we're committed to doing things the right way. With clear, upfront pricing, no unwanted dealer addendums, and over 100 years serving North Texas. Our vehicles are engineered to inspire exploration, pushing the boundaries of what luxury can be. And our dealership delivers an experience defined by comfort, intention, and elevated detail. Visit Genesis of Plano today and discover a higher standard of luxury, totally on your terms.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in...
it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
All right, this is the segment I've been waiting for the most today. We're commercial-free in the Expressway. You know what? Let's just hook the Tolos up right now.
Yeah.
6 a.m. Club. Whether you're just joining us, we're commercial-free. No reason to go anywhere else. Shortened week. Right now, it's not raining. Good mood. Junk drawer coming up at 7:40. Let's do it.
So I'm gonna sit right here on the edge.
All right, Tolos, that's right now. Caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Luke Bryan at Dickies Arena in Fort Worth on Thursday, June 11th. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
All right, this detonated the fan text yesterday at 9 o'clock when we did the subject. I thought pretty well, and I'd be honest about it because I like the way we talk about these sensitive matters. Choppy, I think we've done a really good job over the years, and Bobby does a nice job as well, as we found out that Jackson Dart had to address his teammates regarding his introduction of President Trump and then the back and forth with Abdul Carter after Carter went on social media and was like, what the heck are we doing here? I thought this was AI. Well, the reports came out that a couple days ago they had a team meeting. Jackson Dart addressed it. But then yesterday after the show, we find out that Abdul Carter wasn't even there because of family obligations related to a religious holiday. So why did they have the meeting without Carter even there?
Potentially, I guess, more people were upset. Like, more people were upset with Dart within the room.
Okay, maybe.
Right? Maybe that. But if I'm
the head coach
in New York, I'm sure we would have found out about that with the New York media being so kind of
I think that
intrusive.
That's what made Abdul Carter's thing a problem, is that there were probably other people who just expressed it quietly. And that was the issue, is that Abdul Carter decided to go to Twitter with it.
What are they gathering for? Why were they already all together? Maybe
they would have OTAs.
Okay, so then I don't know how long Carter's going to be gone. Maybe he's not going to be there for any of them. So rather than wait for the next one, it's like let's do it now, and I'll talk to Abdul about keeping things private.
Well, he's already, apparently, according to Abdul, right? They already spoke. He said, remember, because he said
they talked on the phone.
Yeah,
and so they had some sort, but this was supposed to be a bigger discussion, I guess.
I assume that it's a bigger part of it, and I assume that's why. But also, where were the coaches in all this?
I would assume that, Abdul Carter is Muslim, and so I would assume that given the holiday that's going on right now, it goes from the 27th to the 30th. So I would assume that he'll be back tomorrow, like after tomorrow or whatever it is, because it looks like it's a 3 or 4 day thing.
Yeah.
Because ideally you would have wanted Abdul Carter there, since he is the other participant in this. And what I said yesterday at 9 o'clock was, this is bad for society, great for us. With hopeful New York Giant division.
I would love to just get back to a place where that office is not a political position. Like, it's not the president, once they're in office, isn't a political figure. They're just the president. It's like the flag. The flag is not a political entity. It's just the American flag.
Mm-hmm.
And that when the president invites you to dinner, you just say yes, that's your answer. And when he invites you to golf, you just say yes, that's your answer. And then when he invites you, he calls you up, you just say yes, I'll take the phone call. That is what the president did. The president is it's not a political statement to play. I want to get back to the point where it's not a political statement to play golf with the president. You're just having a nice round of golf at Congressional.
Maybe.
Might need a DeLorean.
2.5, 3 years, maybe. It's not going to happen.
It hasn't been that way since, I would say.
You swing. I know you swing.
I first noticed it probably around Katrina. Right after Katrina with W.
Oh, I think it definitely. I think there were.
Prior to that.
I think there are people who wouldn't have been seen with Clinton on the right side. That was the whole vast right-wing conspiracy. That's where that statement came from. And then I think it definitely did go into Bush. And then, Obama, Trump, Biden, those were political statements.
Post-social media, it's blown up, obviously.
Look, let's be real. And I usually don't like to do these things on a Friday because it messes up my afternoon. You can say that, yes,
they're post and ghost on the weekend. Let's go.
Yeah, post and ghost. You can say, yes, some wouldn't want it, some with Clinton and W and all that. with Donald Trump, though, it definitely is. He's the most polarizing of them all. And it's not really close.
Oh, it's not close.
If you argue that with me, I'll argue back that you're an idiot and you're a moron. Like you can support him, you can hate him. You can't argue he's the most polarizing.
He draws the most intense reaction.
He does.
For
Yes.
sure.
Because
Yes.
his detractors hate him at a higher rate than anybody. But his supporters support him at a higher rate than anybody.
I agree.
And that's where before the fan text starts
that one.
jumping down and
It's
freaking
not
out
just
because they don't hear it. It's literally just on both sides. It's the most intense. People will most intensely defend him. People will most intensely attack him. He's the most intense of all these guys. We just mentioned.
And the possible argument that will happen here. In the expressway is normally like 99% of the time I agree with Choppy in that, hey, they ask you to go to the White House, it's an honor, and the president calls you up, you go, you shake hands, you do the introduction, it's an honor. I do think, though, with President Trump, I think that the rules have changed a little bit to where I can see more people now than ever not want to go meet him or not want to go say hello or not want to associate or change the rules of the prestige and honor of going to the White House or shaking hands or taking a picture.
UFC ring on the South Lawn.
It's not finished building yet.
You guys slipping and sliding all over the place.
I could see where what we normally agree on would change because of the way he goes about things.
He's done it to himself. He doesn't stop talking.
What, dominate?
Well, I mean, honestly, that's the way they would. I'm sure without even opening the fan text right now, there would be people who would say like, "What? That he's fought for something. He has fought for what he believes in, and people get uncomfortable with somebody just saying, "I'm not going to stand it. I'm not going to take it." And that's where that's why it's so split now. Like you can't even agree. We can't agree like nationally on even the definitions of a lot of these issues anymore, of like what is good, what is bad, what is fighting, what is attacking, what is like all these things have just splits now, and it's probably going to be like that forever.
Oh, you think beyond you think it's just changed forever now?
Yeah, I think the entire way that both sides of the aisle interact now has radically shifted in the last 10 years.
See, I think it'll
tamper down a little bit after President Trump is gone.
I think it's like that on the extremes. Like you're 10% on the right and you're 10% on the left, because most of us are just caught. You pick a side, because it didn't used to be like where you voted for somebody that you took on everything that they believe in.
Right.
And now it's like, well, you voted for him.
Yeah.
So now you must believe that everything he believes. And it's just like, well, that's not how it works.
Yeah.
But that's the way it is. And again, he brings a lot of it on himself. Like the Claude Lemieux post. Of course he's a big Trump supporter. Why?
Yeah.
Why does that matter?
Well, look, a lot of the way he has gone about things has garnered support. People love his style. His supporters love his brash, like, oh, look at this. Oh, can't even believe it.
I think half of his detractors love his brash. It's funny. It's not very presidential.
Right.
But it's funny.
So, Bobby, don't even look.
I'm just looking at how many. I can't even keep up with them. I'm just looking at how many are coming in.
Is it flooding in with a text?
Oh, hell yeah. It looks like we're doing Ask Reddit.
All right, give us even more. Frankel text line, 877-881-1053. Are you reading the text too, Pepe?
Yeah, I see it. Yeah. I'm looking for Bobby's response. I haven't seen any.
I'm
good job,
not replying to none of it.
But we're never going to stop talking about this when it comes to like a sports topic like this, because all I care about is what I think. What I think is, for the purposes of the show, we handle it in a way. If you get offended by the discussion that we just kind of had, you're a major part of the problem, because you're hearing things. Your brain is filtering things in the way in which you want to filter it. I think we do a good job of not letting you know what our diehard strong opinion is, and we kind of dance around that on purpose while covering the topic. And I think that's a really, really good way that we do it, while talking about it without not giving an outright strong opinion one way or the other. If you're hearing that and that sets you off, that's a you problem. because I'm satisfied with the way that we do it, and we've been doing it that way for 15 years. So I'm not scared of talking about this stuff.
I will occasionally, somebody will come up to me at like one of our remotes or something, and just say like, I just don't like it, like when you guys talk politics or whatever. I was like, we don't normally do it other than within the context of sports. I was like, but just for S's and giggles.
People don't want you to talk about Colin Kaepernick.
I was like, I want you to just go down the entire lineup real quick. And I'm going to name each person. I just want you to tell me what you think their political belief is. And I'm just going to tell you at the end what percentage you had right. And every time they miss half of the people at the station, where they think like, I'll name somebody. They'll say, "Oh, I think this
give
guy's
it away, Bobby.
I think this guy's liberal."
Who's wrong about who?
Well, I don't say who it is, but they'll go, "I think this guy's liberal.
Right.
I think this guy. I think this guy's conservative. I think I'll tell you this: nobody's missed on Choppy once, but I will say." And when I get to the end of it, I go like, "I think that shows we talk about it within this context, and if you think you're hearing any bias." You're not, because you're not even correctly gauging where those people.
But the sad thing is, I get a lot of people who miss on me. And that's just part of the problem. It's like, okay, you're so far gone.
Yeah. Honestly, the way that we discuss these issues, a lot of times off air in the commercial breaks, I believe that's the way everyone should discuss them. We can have intense disagreements, and we're fine 5 minutes later. Like, I can't think of the last, political disagreement. And we have a good amount of disagreements where it's carried over and causes us to hate each other's guts. I don't think we talk about it on air the right way and off air the right way, but that's just me. Abdul Carter was not in attendance for the Jackson Dart speech. Is A.J. Brown not getting traded?
I don't know. Is A.J. Brown not getting traded? I was under the impression he is going to get traded here in a couple days is what's going to happen.
So I guess you didn't send Ian Rappaport.
Nope, I did not.
I'll just take it. Ian Rappaport, and I think Josina Anderson was saying that, hang on, we have not agreed to the compensation. And Rappaport, I was under the assumption that terms were agreed to, and we're just waiting for after June 1 for the money to work better for Philadelphia. Well, Rappaport, as a lot of other people have been saying this entire time, saying that Howie Roseman has wanted a 1. And right now, the latest reports are that New England is not willing to offer that up. So we have a disagreement over compensation, according to the latest insiders.
Hey, this is where we really miss Rossini's reporting and being able to get a sense of what she thinks about this. But I think any hesitation for something that has seemed so inevitable for so long, is. I don't want to say
gamesmanship. This is going to get done.
Not even gamesmanship. I almost wonder if it's like the league being like, let's pretend like you guys need to stop.
Not inevitable.
You guys need to stop pretending like this is done.
Yeah,
because this is a bad look. Like I almost wonder if it's just a little bit of
what's the bad look.
Because they despise. So when I was at NFL Network, we would get in trouble if any of the reporters during the 3 days leading up to free agency, if you called it the tampering period. You'd get in trouble because they said, no, there's nothing tampering about it. It's not illegal. It's something we allow. That's why they created the negotiating window, because they don't like it. They are the kings of you will kiss the ring. Ezekiel Elliott, Tom Brady, you're gonna like cede to our power in every instance. They want to be in control, so they never want to look like somebody is blowing off their rules.
Yeah.
Even if it's a silly rule, they don't want to look like somebody's doing it. So if they've got a rule in place and a team looks like they're actively blowing it off, they get mad. And so I think they just don't want that out there.
It's gonna get done though, right?
Yeah,
it's gonna get done. All right. My biggest mystery in the National Football League is what did J.J. McCarthy do? How did this get sour? How did this go left so quickly, so fast? This is the viral NFL audio of the week. It's Kyler Murray talking about their new quarterback room in Minnesota, then J.J. McCarthy answering the same question.
It's been great. It's been great. Obviously, I know he's a younger guy, so any way I can help him, obviously, I feel like, I've played 7 years now, going on 8, so I'm considered a veteran, even though I don't see myself as that. Give him any knowledge that he needs. Again, we're both competitors, and I know, we both want what's best for the team.
Has he been receptive to hearing criticism?
Of course. Yeah, he's overly receptive, and he's always communicating, asking questions, stuff like that, so it's been good.
JJ, what's your relationship been like with Kyler so far?
It's just like two guys in a classroom. He sits on one side, I sit on the other side, and it's the coach's responsibility to teach us and coach us. So,
is there any awkwardness between you two?
Awkwardness, it's just like the same feeling, when you're in high school and there's another person on the other side of the room. That's just kind of how it is. So I wouldn't say there's any awkwardness.
Hey, much colder, more awkward hesitancy and answer from J.J. McCarthy versus polished veteran Kyler Murray.
Jim Harbaugh looks really good right now. He somehow kept this under wraps and kept that. He made the idea that J.J. McCarthy was some great teammate, leader.
Harbaugh had to keep a lot of stuff quiet at Michigan.
He really did. Because if you had told me that, I don't like J.J. McCarthy coming out of college, he doesn't have this skill set, he doesn't have that skill set.
That was my take.
But if you told me that he's a bad teammate,
yes.
I'm like, what?
Yes.
That ain't it.
Yes.
I'm thrown.
I wonder if this is why Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah got fired in Minnesota. I wonder if it was part of just, boy, you messed up this. Our process of evaluating who this guy was going to be in our locker room was completely destroyed here. Because, and maybe that's on O'Connell. I don't know how. I don't know their process internally, how they would work. But everybody spends this time trying to figure out football character, who they're going to be as a fit, the whole culture emphasis and things like that. And it's more important at quarterback than anywhere else. And it blows my mind when you get in there and go, oh, he's completely opposite of who we thought he was going to be.
Well, tell me what you're hearing in this clip. I know it's obvious to many people. I'm going to throw in a devil's advocate point, but tell me what you're hearing and the differences in that clip and why this has gone viral.
I hear Kyler, who has never been a model of knowing the right thing to say. I hear Kyler answering it the way you're supposed to, whether there's tension or not, just the default. Yeah, he's great. We get along. He's awesome. He asks the right questions. He's such a pro. That's the way you talk about it. In McCarthy, I hear hesitancy to say how unhappy he is. Because, to me, it's fighting with every bone in his body not to, complain.
Yeah.
And what he spat out still sounded bad in thinking he was covering himself, which is nuts. I would have had no clue there was a problem just listening to Kyler. J.J. McCarthy revealed there's a problem.
We've seen this, though. Sometimes, you got to get a little, as a quarterback, I don't want to say humbled, but Daniel Jones grew up from the Giants to the Colts. And Jared Goff seems like grown up in Detroit.
I thought Daniel Jones was always a grown-up.
Yeah, I don't think anybody ever thought of him as being...
His head coach was a child.
All right, that could be it. But, Kyler seems to have...
Oh, Kyler, sure.
Yeah.
Baker
grew it out. Took a couple times. Baker grew up. Ryan Tannehill, when he went to Tennessee, he got a little humbled. Goes there, and it happens.
Let me throw in this devil's advocate. Now, this guy is Michigan biased, but it did make me think. Dave Portnoy. People want JJ to be psyched about the guy brought in to take his job. That was just an honest, non-PC answer. Kyler's the one full of S with his response. Give me the honest guy in this instance. You subscribe to any of that? Mm-hmm. We know that Kyler's answer is the fake one. And JJ is showing he's the true competitor. We always say, just say it. Just say it. Just spat out the truth. It made me think. I still think that JJ's a punk, and I think that JJ is either dumb, arrogant, or both. Because he has done something to tick them off so much there. It's why, to me, it's the greatest mystery in the National Football League. But, could you be on Minnesota radio today and say, I like that J.J. McCarthy is irritated that he's the two?
I suppose you could. I guess I buy it a little bit that he could be irritated.
He is irritated.
Yeah, he's obviously irritated.
And he's expressing that.
And I could buy that. Yeah, this is how a lot of people would react. They would react negatively to somebody coming in to take their job, but Minnesota has made no bones about it. They seem to think that there was something wrong with JJ.
And they decided there was something wrong fast. It was 4 starts in. People were talking about, could McCarthy be out next year? It's okay, there's something else.
He's on an Anthony Richardson timeline.
Yeah.
And he can play more than Anthony Richardson.
He was the NFC Offensive Player of the Week the very first week he played. And he's had moments where you go, oh, okay, there it is. That's the guy who
they beat us down, didn't they?
Yeah. He played really well, and that was the thing. That was when I was trying to figure out. I was like, what's wrong with McCarthy? Why does everybody have these issues? I mean, not Mike McCarthy. I know what was wrong with him, but like, it was JJ McCarthy. What's wrong with him?
They tell him not to do the gritty. He does the gritty.
That was the thing. When I read the post game comments, I just went and pulled it up. When he did the gritty touchdown celebration, he said, I did it in practice, and I was told not to do it. So it's just me being who I am. It's like more enticed to do it. But if it's that open, obviously just get in the end zone no matter what and be coachable, do what my coach says. So, yeah, I'll definitely get a minus for that one. And he didn't care.
Yep.
Like, that's where it's like, okay, and that mental makeup at quarterback is deadly.
And that was going to be my answer to my own question of, yeah, I like the competitor. I want you to be ticked off about it behind the scenes. My franchise quarterback can't handle things this way, and you can't handle things this way consistently. Man, this guy, he's like the frat bros, the quarterback frat bros in the National Football League. I just picture them banging their heads together. Of course, Cam is the pledge master, Scatterbill, but Dart, Nix, McCarthy. I got to come up with a quarterback fraternity name for those three. I just picture them sitting there with their Zeke cut-off T-shirts midway to the stomach.
Dart,
Kappa throw a ball.
McCarthy, and then who?
Dart, McCarthy, and Nix. Nix just looks like that. He doesn't act like who's the pledge master of Alpha Kappa douche? Is it Jackson or is it JJ? It's not. It can't be Nix. Which one's the pledge master?
People say, up until like Abdul Carter started tweeting, people seem to like Jackson Dart. Nobody in Minnesota seemed. Justin Jefferson was taking shots at J.J. McCarthy at the end of the year.
Yeah,
where it's like nobody seems to like him.
Yeah,
which is a problem. And people seem to like Nix other than Sean Payton. Sean Payton doesn't get along with him, but
he hasn't said anything. He just looks like a bro.
He does. I'm trying to think who else we could throw in there.
Well, name the leader first.
Of those three,
is it JJ?
Yeah, it's probably JJ.
Of being a douche, it's JJ. It's the one thing he would lead.
Let's get to the junk drawer.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer? Junkin!
Let's clean things up here at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. The junk drawer commercial free in the expressway here on Sean and RJ. Then Choppy's going to get you ready for Nolan Ryan tonight and a surprise guest to fix the Texas Rangers. That's coming up at 8 o'clock.
All right, so, we just talked about Daniel Jones. How about this? He hard launches his girlfriend. Did you notice this one?
I did. I read your email.
That's right. This is Bobby, and you know this guy. I know this guy too. Why don't you explain who Dr. Neil Elatrash is?
Dr. Neil Elatrash is I don't know if the exact one is orthopedic surgeon, but he's a surgeon who does a number of the knee surgeries across the NFL. I believe he was the one who did Crosby's knee that got all the attention.
Yeah. Well,
renowned physician.
Absolutely. He is the go-to surgeon he did Aaron Rodgers' Achilles.
Got him back on the field?
Got him back on the field. And it appears he did Daniel Jones's as well. And Daniel Jones hard launches his daughter as his new girlfriend.
What's her name for Pepe?
The name.
Oh, gosh. The way you worded that, I thought you were just saying he hard launched his own daughter, Daniel Jones. I was like, what are you telling me?
Nicole Elatrash. Elattrache.
Okay. That'd be the worst last name to grow up with. Yeah. Someone just call you Hella Trash all the time.
Volleyball girl.
Was she a Duke volleyball player? Is that where they met?
Yeah, she's 29.
Had to be, right?
Well, he's 29. So
like Cooper Flagg.
It potentially met at Duke, but...
Well, not totally like Coop.
Not totally like Coop, but... Yeah, it's the daughter.
Coop that got that Dirk flavor.
He is the team physician for the Rams and the Dodgers, among others. She's 30. She's obviously the daughter of the surgeon, and potentially they got rekindled during his surgery.
Not in most of these. But does she have a little bit of like Jessica Biel look to her? Like Seventh Heaven Jessica Biel?
In that picture, yeah.
She looks... Yeah, she's attractive.
Sure. This is a long-term play on DJ's part.
I approve.
She's wealthy beyond wealthy.
Yes.
It's very, very smart. Very smart move by DJ.
I mean, he's good now as well after his contract.
Yes, he is. He's very good now.
He got paid. So there it is. DJ with the girlfriend.
Yeah, he has absolutely no issues at all. And here's the thing, is that the girlfriend who will one day maybe become a wife, there's new research out that I believe is something that every man should be aware of, because I think this is a ploy by women to get you to admit to something and get you in trouble. So research over at SciPost.org, they referenced a new study that says fantasizing about someone else during intimate times with your partner is common, and it does not necessarily signal relationship trouble. And this new study that's coming out of, it's from the Archives of Sexual Behavior, said that, they found that across the research of Canada, the U.S., some other spots, that they found that it's completely normal to think about other people while you're doing that and while you're sharing that moment. And I don't think that this is a real article or a real research study. I think this is pretext, and it was planted. And it's
a lot of people with a death wish.
It's an opportunity for instance, Kristen to be able to look at Facebook and go, hey, did you see this? It says that most people do. Who do you think about?
Yeah.
And then I go, just you.
Yeah.
She goes, no, it's okay. It's perfectly natural, honey. Look, see, they said most people do it. So who are you thinking of? And it's a trap, and I think, to be able to admit, like, comfortable. It's normal, right?
You'd be able to be honest with Kristen, because every time you're eating cereal, she hands you the 77 jersey and asks you to put it on.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. There you go.
And then I toss it right back, and I go, here, I don't want to go get a towel. Here, you just use this.
Jeez, Bobby, God.
Because I'm talking about, like, I spilled milk. Because I spilled cereal milk, and it needs to be wiped up.
Armpit sweat.
Good luck. I mean, I just, if they think that that's normal, just tell her that right after. Oh man, that was great. I was thinking about blah blah blah.
Well, you don't tell them things that are going to get you in trouble.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Like, it's not normal. It's not a normal thing. I agree. That's a faulty survey.
I did one time say something that I knew was going to get me in trouble right after, because I was being committed to a bit. It got me in trouble.
Well, what about the opposite, where people say you imagine so that you
last longer?
I'm trying to think of a nicer way to say it, but yeah. I guess we're being blunt.
Delayed gratification.
No, I wouldn't ever. My go-to move was always I would just start biting the inside of my cheek, like. What? I just start biting.
Wait a second.
I start biting the inside of my cheek, because I'm just like, all right, I gotta like redirect my blood flow somehow.
What the heck?
It worked. It would work.
I'm gonna try that.
No,
you're gonna think of Bobby's cheeks.
Yeah.
While you're
biting
just
my
think
cheeks.
of Bobby's.
Oh, man, I might go 10 minutes.
That's the other thing, though. You potentially just introduce like some sort of like interest in pain at that point too, if you're syncing those up.
Man, I've wanted to know about this overhead compartment story for a while now. What it says about you.
All right, so this is a story that I came across, where this guy decided to do a kind of a litmus test on what the overhead compartment and how you utilize the overhead bin on an airplane says about you. And basically, it's pretty simple. If you put your suitcase up there,
carry-on,
and then your backpack under the seat,
yep,
good person.
That's what I do.
Okay. If you put your suitcase up there and your backpack, bad person.
Taking up too much room?
Too much room. Basically, what he's like.
Now, I would maybe do that, but I need the things in the backpack. Right. I need my charger. I keep it in the backpack. I need my computer. Yeah. I keep it in the backpack. If I have a bottle of water, I keep it in the backpack. Otherwise, unless my backpack was like clearly taking up too much space,
right?
Which I guess it would, because I'm putting two things up there.
Mm-hmm.
But that's why I keep the bag below. But it definitely is an intrusion on my leg space.
It's absolutely an intrusion. I've found that, like, once you take off, I switch spots with it. Because they say they always get on you. They shove it underneath. But once I take off, I put it underneath my legs. So I put my legs over top of it, kind of.
Is it in the aisle?
It's in the aisle, yeah. Which, when you're flying, is fine.
Okay, I've never done that.
Now, the people that bother me is.
And what is it? Just trying to say you're being selfish?
You're being selfish. What people that bother me is if you have like a big hat. It could be a cowboy hat, could be one of those floppy sun hats. You put that thing up there, that's just no. That's terrible. Because now you're just taking up space for nothing.
What are you supposed to do with it?
Put it on your lap.
Wear it?
Wear it, it's tough. If you're not tall
Put it on
enough,
your lap, it might be tough.
If you're not tall enough, the back of the cowboy hat or whatever is going to hit the seat.
Okay.
You're going to be constantly leaning forward. But you're just taking up space now for nothing.
I get really anxious on the Cowboys flights because they put us right next to all of the camera guys. And so the camera guys, even when you just first get on the plane, they've got like signs taped up on the overhead bins right where you're sitting that are like, reserved for WFAA, reserved for KTVT, because they got to put a bunch of cameras up there. They got to shoot the guys getting on the plane, and they got to get up there and put it. So if you don't get one of the overhead spots near your seat, like if you're not one of the first ones on there, then there's no space up there because the rest has to go to the cameras. And so I'm always like, if I'm a little late, I'm like, man, if there's two people that got in that same section as me before I walked on the plane, I'm screwed, and I'm going to have to check this.
Now, people are coming back and saying everyone gets one spot up top in the overhead. How you fill it is your discretion. Others are saying if it could fit underneath, it should fit underneath so everybody can have space. Because there is nothing worse than getting... Because there's just not enough... If everybody has a bag, if everybody has a suitcase, you'll never fit it. There's not enough space.
Plus people steal spaces.
They steal spaces.
Yeah, that's what
that's the worst.
So
they sit there and they're in the back of the plane.
They just put it up front.
And they see an early opening, and that person hasn't boarded yet. And that person gets screwed.
I hate that. I hate when people do that stuff. All right, this caused a marital argument the other day. Not a big one yet. So there's new research. I was trying to tell Kristen the story. I was like, this is nuts, right? And she was like saying, no, I can see how that's a real thing. Current Psychology has a research paper out that talks about the very real depression that exists when you finish a video game. Current Psychology says that when you play one of these long video games that has like a story that you're saving and you're trying to get through to the end of it, they say that feeling empty after finishing a video game is a real thing, and that researchers are now looking into post-game depression as a real phenomenon. They found that many video game players experience a specific sense of emptiness and sadness after finishing a highly engaging game. The research introduces a new psychological scale to measure the phenomenon. And I was like, this is nuts, right? Like, we can't just put this up. We can't say they're suffering from depression the same way somebody who may be like, thinking of ending things, it would have that. And she was like, no, because I could see like somebody who just throws themselves into that world because they're so unhappy with society. And then when they lose that ability to throw themselves into that world, that would be sad. You'd be depressed about that. So I don't know. I may sound a little bit like Dana White on this one. I don't think this can be a real thing.
Yeah, I call it a hissy fit. My son, he can't use the iPad now till like dinner time, and when we announce that news, it's been a battle all week long. He gets mad. I'm not gonna go get a therapist. I'm not going to BetterHelp and clicking Sega as my reason why. You throw a hissy fit, you're not allowed to have the video game fun anymore. Move on to the next thing.
I get it after beating the game that you're like, oh, now what?
Yeah, not
play
depression.
It again. No, just play it again.
Yeah.
Because the second time through Super Mario was more difficult.
How? Why?
So after you beat Super Mario the first time.
Yeah.
Right? The second time, it's got all those fire wheels. The whole the whole game. Huh. You go back at the start, but everything's faster. The animal, the bad guys move faster. The spinny wheel fire thing spins faster.
Now, what if all your friends are on the video game with the headset? That shows how old I am. I've still never played a video game with a headset, talking to other people online. Mm-hmm. And then you are maybe taken away from your friends. Those are your friends.
That's true.
You don't have any friends in your regular school or everyday life.
But I feel like a lot of those ones are going to be more like the games that you're playing, like shooter games or whatever. And you can all right, we'll reset a new game. I wouldn't think that would be...
they're not their long-term friends?
Yeah, no, but I'm saying maybe it's not one of these immersive games that has a storyline you're trying to finish. Maybe it is. I don't know, because I don't know if they play those online, but...
I never beat GoldenEye. I came close.
Rangers offense does it again. Choppy gets you set for Nolan tonight, and a special guest to fix your Texas Rangers Diamond Cavs after this.
After we get you over to Underdog Fantasy. Promo code TOLO. And here we go. Tonight, Mackenzie Gore, higher or lower than 5.5 strikeouts. Bobby Witt Jr., local, in town. Is he going to go higher or lower than 1.5 hits plus runs plus RBIs? Same number for Brandon Nimmo, 1.5 hits plus runs plus RBIs. Josh Young, higher or lower than a half a home run Make your plays. Win money on Underdog.
I posted all my NBA plays last night. Choppy just gave you the ones for baseball. Download the app today. Use promo code TOLO to score $50 in bonus entries when you play your first $5 with promo code TOLO at Underdog. Make picks, win money. Must be 18 plus and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-MY-RESET or visit ncpgambling.org.
Up to date on sports? Of course.
Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Infield at double play depth. Josh Young backed up at third. Paredes an extreme pull hitter. And the outfield fanned way around to the left. And there's a swing and there's a drive toward the left field corner. That's way back. And that ball is gone. Isaac Paredes with his 6th home run of the year. RBIs 21 and 22, and it's 3-0 Houston. 3 batters into the ball game.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about the greatest giveaway in sports history?
7.5.
Thank you.
Good. Liked
Thank
it.
you. All right. We'll get to that in a second, but Rangers do fall 5-1 to the Houston Astros last night at the Globe. 11 home runs allowed in the 4-game series. They lose 3 of 4 to Houston, and they now find themselves in a position where they're still, because the division is so bad, just 2.5 backs there.
1 point, Houston had 4 hits and 5 runs, and that was still way more than enough. Evaldi this time gets beat up in the first inning. Sean McFarland with the numbers. The Rangers have now allowed 19 first-inning home runs this year. 19, that's 7 more than the next closest in baseball.
Wow.
There's so many numbers from this series that are nuts. So the Astros had more RBIs in this series than any 2 visiting teams have against the Rangers all year. So, like, for the entire season, all these 3-game series they've played, you can't combine any 2 teams that have come to Texas and scored more runs than Houston just did in 4 games.
2 others combined?
Yeah, because you had 13 RBIs from the Athletics in their 3-game series and 10 from the Diamondbacks. So combined, that's 23. The Astros got out of here with 24 RBIs, and they had 25 runs scored. So you can't even combine 2 teams that have scored that much as Houston just in this 4-game series. And then they hit more Astros batters in the last 4 games than they had hit all other teams combined heading into this series at home. They hit they've hit 4 opponents at home this year, all year leading into this, and they hit 5 Astros during this 4-game series.
So 19 home runs in the first inning they've allowed? Is that what you said?
Yes.
If you took out the 8 runs they scored in the first inning the other day, have the Rangers scored 19 first-inning runs all year?
Have the Rangers scored 19 runs this year either? No, I know. I'm saying, have they scored 19 runs? Even there's no way they've scored 19 first-inning runs. Especially because Sandler had the number that they infrequently score first, and if they score first, they usually win.
And Skip was not there last night attending his son's high school graduation in California. His son Brody committed to play next season for TCU baseball.
Very cool. That is very cool. Must be
for now.
He's got to be a good player because they're not giving a ton of major D1 scholarships to true freshmen.
Oh,
just because. You go to JUCO, you go to the portal, then you start at JUCO, then you go to UTSA, and then you get your 3rd and 4th year at your big time schools. He's got to be a special player.
Boy, TCU, they clean up due to just family relationships here locally. Skip's here, so they get his son to commit. He had when the Cavender twins ended up here because of Jake Ferguson. That's the way you got to get people who have jobs here and then recruit their family.
SMU and TCU really need to utilize DFW. That's they're in most of these colleges are in these small towns. Not in a major city or 2 different major cities, 2 top 10 population epicenters. So Rangers lose 3 of 4 to Houston. Today, they have the Kansas City Royals in town. And tonight is Nolan Ryan Texas Demigod night.
Demigod?
Demigod. And that is, I think it's the coolest giveaway. It is a replica jersey with the blood on it.
Oh.
And that photo, there's a cool article on ESPN.
Would you rather have that or a Ventura bobblehead?
where Nolan's beating him up, and then the bobblehead is Ventura's head inside of his arm.
Yeah.
Ooh, that could be cool, too.
If I could move the Nolan arm into bobbling Ventura's head, I definitely want that.
That's the bobble, it's the punch?
Yeah, it's like you're able to just like tap the arm, and then it bobbles his head.
Man, that's cool. That's cool. This is obviously something that you could wear around, but, there was obviously the photo that happened from, May 29th. Of 1990, and it was a Bo Jackson line drive. Bo had already hit a home run off him. Nolan was pumping fastball after no off speed. It was just strength on strength. That's how you should do it, by the way. Power hitter and power pitcher.
Most masculine way.
It is the most masculine way. You asked me to define masculinity? Fastballs. That's how I'm defining
Nolan Ryan and Bo Jackson.
Nolan Ryan and Bo Jackson.
That's masculinity.
And then Bo hits a one hopper. That catches Ryan in the lip, and it's just the blood is everywhere. Well,
like your mic.
I know, right? My mic's everywhere, too. So he stays in the game. He's like, my lip's still connected. I'm staying in the game. Between innings, he goes in, and he changes his jersey. Well, in the clubhouse, all right, they've got the clubhouse attendant, and that guy's still there, by the way. He said he never would have done this today. But back then, he cleaned the blood off the jersey between innings. And today, he goes, that would have been stamped with an authentication stamp, sent to Cooperstown, sold at auction, whatever. But in 1990, that wasn't the case. In 1990, Nolan needed another jersey because Nolan Ryan, in the heat at Arlington Stadium, would change jerseys 2 or 3 times a game.
Wow.
See, the Jerry Seinfeld's bit is expired. The whole bit about like who's worried about getting blood out of a shirt with detergent? Who's bleeding and going, I got to get this out? Well, Nolan Ryan was Jerry Seinfeld, and that was when you were doing that bit. So it showed even then your bit wasn't right.
And the camera.
Never know when Seinfeld ticket giveaveaways here this week.
Right. The freelance photographer who took this photo was a woman named Linda Kay. Now, Linda passed away in 2007. She had cancer. But Nolan and her became very, very close friends. She was all over the place. Dan Jenkins, the Sports Illustrated guy, said that she's as much TCU as Stadium Drive. She was always dressed in purple. But she was one of the first photographers really to humanize athletes. She would go on the TCU bus, take photos of them on the bus. Not just, or take photos of them on the sideline, with their hands in their face, sweat dripping, trying to humanize them as opposed to just taking pictures.
Yeah.
And she would apparently yell at the players look like an athlete, so I get a photo of you. Start acting like an athlete. So really, really cool backstory. It's on ESPN. I thought it was really, really awesome. And it's Nolan Ryan demigod. I'll be there tonight.
You're going to the game?
I'm going back to back.
Wow.
Yeah. It's my son's high school is Colleyville, and Bobby Jr. played there. So the whole team's going to go, and they're going to get a picture with him before the game.
Nice.
So it'll be kind of cool.
So let's pay homage to Nolan with some recent strikeout dominance.
Yeah, let's do it. Also, I went and found that stat really quick. Y'all were asking about the Rangers runs scored in the first inning. Before the 8-run outburst, they had scored 18 runs in the first inning this year. That was what they were at.
So they've allowed more home runs in the first inning this year than they've scored.
That's pretty pathetic.
Wow.
Maybe they need a strikeout pitcher like Paul Skeens or Jacob Mizorowski. That'd be great. Yeah, all Skeens. I saw this the other day on Reddit, and I could not. This is now the most insane stat to me that exists in sports. So Jacob Mizorowski had another awesome performance, struck out a bunch of guys, and he became the 10th leading strikeout pitcher in his first 25 games in MLB history. So you take the first 25 games in MLB history and the strikeout leaders on the board there. And you would think, all right, that's got to be a great indicator for the guy. He's one of the top strikeout guys in the first 25 games of a career. Paul Skeens is as well. Paul Skeens was 7th on this list. And you go, okay, that's got to be a good indicator, right? No, this is like a greatest hits compilation of every pitcher that blew out. All of them. This is the top 20. Kerry Wood, Hideo Nomo, Dwight Gooden, Mark Pryor, Yu Darvish, Matt Harvey, Paul Skeens, Herb Score, Kodai Senga, Nick Lodolo, Noah Syndergaard, Tanaka, Hunter Green, Steven Strasburg, Jose Fernandez, Dinelson Lamet, Daisuke Matsuzaka, Zach Gallen, and Gary Nolan. Like 15 of those guys have had significant arm or shoulder injuries, and all of them,
they're all going to blow it out.
Yeah.
And all of them, even the ones who weren't healthy, all of them flamed out. All of them peaked in that first early window, but there's not one Hall of Famer in the top 20 strikeout leaders in the first 25 appearances of a career.
That's shocking.
This is really stunning to me. Now, do you know how many of these were elbow versus shoulder?
No. So, I know, I think Senga was shoulder instead of arm.
That's usually worse, I think, right?
Yeah.
The shoulder's usually worse than the elbow.
It just, some of these, Pryor, I think, had both. Pryor was hurt all the time. But, all those guys, I remember thinking Kerry Wood was going to go to the Hall of Fame. I remember thinking Mark Pryor, Yu Darvish, Matt Harvey. I'm young, so I don't remember Doc Gooden the way you guys do.
Yeah.
And Doc Gooden obviously was derailed by other things.
Where's your ice pack?
but Doc Gooden
yesterday he goes, I really should have brought my ice pack today.
I should have. Doc Gooden was obviously derailed by other things, but Doc Gooden had injuries too that started piling up. And even a guy like Jose Fernandez, who had the tragic passed away in the boat accident. Yep. Jose Fernandez had already had Tommy John surgery that early in his career. He had already dealt with that. So this really is if you are a high strikeout pitcher, you are pretty much, it looks like, destined to, you're exerting way too much energy and potentially going to burn your arm out.
Let me give props to the guy that did it to us to start off the season. Christopher Sanchez finishes off his scoreless month.
Yeah.
He joins Oral Hershiser as the only two pitchers to go an entire calendar month without giving up a damn run since 1913, minimum 30 innings pitched. No runs given up for Sanchez.
That's pretty remarkable. Oral went 88 innings or something like that, and 88.
55. It was 55 and a third.
It was 55 and a third. Why did I think 88?
I don't know, because it was 1988.
1988,
yeah,
that's what it was.
55 was his number? So Bobby may be wrong too?
I'm going to look it up.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it was 1988 that he did it.
Don't question my spectrum
But
brain.
look, he did it against San Diego.
Brain.
Not a bad offense. Cleveland. Not a bad offense, right?
59 innings is what he went.
59.
So you were wrong.
It's closer.
Pittsburgh's been hitting the ball fairly decent. The Athletics, pretty good offense. This is not cupcakes he's doing this against.
Pepe has our final one in Diamond Cavs on your home of the Rangers.
Guys, this story is insane. I sent it to you guys a couple days ago. So everyone's dream when you go to a ballpark, a baseball game, is to catch either a home run ball or a foul ball. Wherever you sit, you want to catch one or the other. And sometimes you go to a million games and you never come close to one. Well, this couple accidentally showed up to a game in the Giants and Diamondbacks game with tickets to the next night's game. So they arrived at the stadium in Arizona, in Phoenix, and they were like, well, we're already here. We might as well buy tickets to tonight's game. So they bought two more tickets to that game, the current game, and ended up catching Willie Adames' home run ball that game. Pretty cool. They weren't supposed to be there. They caught the home run ball. Then they came back the next night with the original tickets sitting nearly in the exact same spot as the night before. Then Adames hit another home run, and they caught it again. They caught two home run balls from the same exact player in the same exact spot. You can't make this up.
What are the percentages on that improbability? That is, not zero. It happened. All right, if R.J. Choppy's presence doesn't inspire the Texas Rangers tonight, someone else will.
Look, we get people on the fan text all the time during Star season who are like, man, the Jake Riepma energy is it's so infectious and so contagious. And I think we're running out of options for the Rangers, trying to understand how they can fix this offense. So, last night after the game, we don't have Coach Ballsack anymore. He's got to be professional. He's got to be on TV. But what the Rangers do have now is Jake Rah-Rah Riepma.
No, baby.
All right, guys, I know you've had dirt kicked in your teeth. You feel like the season's already over, and it's still May. But guess what? I'm here to tell you, we got a lot of baseball in front of us, and it's time. The buck stops here. You gotta dig deep in your gut, because you know what? If there's one thing I know, it's adversity. Adversity is gonna strike, and it doesn't just build character, it reveals it. And I know the manager doesn't even come to the games anymore, for goodness sakes, but that's why I'm here. And I know I don't have a tattoo sleeve, and I might not be as cool as him and wear Air Jordans and everything like that, but I'm here to tell you, you gotta want it more. And you know what? Don't do it for me. You gotta do it for the people who have gone before us. Do it for Coach Riepma. Do it for Bobby's mom. Do it for R.J. Choppy's dad. But most importantly, do it for Skip Schumacher's son. All I'm asking for is 2 hits and 1 run against this tough Royals pitching staff. Does that sound like something we can do? Of course it does. All right, we can do it. Everybody bring it in for a prayer. Our Father, who art in Arlington, Rangers, baseball be thy name, thy kingdom come, baseball games won in a nice air-conditioned stadium, and do it for our fearless leader, Chris Young. Amen. All right, guys. Dingers, dingers.
Rah-rah Reetma.
Rah-rah.
He was treating it like it was an SNL skit. He was like, "Hey, did I make the cut? Did I make the edit cut?"
We're going to Game 7, and the Mavs are drafting Houston to help fix their situation. That's next with Sean and RJ.
After we get you over to Just Love.
during busier travel periods. Travel tips, schedules, and maps at nctcog.org/gameplan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
That is a plus 31-point difference, and they're up by 23. Castle to Wemby up top, one-hand slam with a right hand, and a Methodist Healthcare assist between area 51. 28 for Wembanyama, 9 dimes for Steph Castle.
And we are going to Game 7, 118-91. The Thunder just resting everyone for the fourth quarter as the third quarter did them in. It was a 20-0 run, 14 straight OKC misses. They go scoreless for 7.5 minutes. The Spurs are up 28. Dylan Harper, the Robin, to Wemby's Batman, and now we are tied at 3. The third quarter was 32-13, the lowest OKC quarter of their entire season.
Tough to score when they don't call fouls.
Are you blaming the refs?
No, absolutely not. No. I was trying to make a flopping joke, but credit to SGA. I did not notice the floppage last night.
Right.
He did not seem like he was hitting the floor as much. I don't know if that was by design or not, but...
Which one of you grabbed my favorite audio of Mike Greenberg?
Oh, I got it for you. Yeah, this was that's your guy right there. You don't like him. You can't stand him, but now he's starting to sound a lot more like you after he was on Get Up yesterday complaining about SGA.
Times watching him play is agonizing. It is not fun. And there is a reason why I think this team has become there's such a polarizing group. I'm going to make a ridiculously dated analogy that just jumped into my head. Alan will remember this, and Michael Wilbon, you certainly will. When they're your guy, you love them, okay? I grew up loving Mark Gastineau. Mark Gastineau created something called the sack dance. At a time when no one ever danced after sacking the quarterback, Mark Gastineau danced when everybody hated him. He was the most hated person in the entire NFL, but I loved him because he was my guy. So if you're an OKC Thunder fan, I get it. You should love SGA. He has taken your team to heights that even Kevin Durant couldn't and others couldn't, right? I totally get why you love him so much. But you have to understand that for the rest of us, watching this style of play is not like watching Steph. No. It's not like watching Michael Jordan. It's just not.
You know how hard you have to work to be Oklahoma City and people not, cheer you on?
Right.
We
liked Russell Westbrook more.
You're such a small market. You're a feel-good story. You're the Pittsburgh Pirates.
I don't like Caruso. I don't like, as I texted my petty take of the week, I don't like Jalen Williams anymore because no one calls him Jalen or Williams. It's stuff like J-Dub. Yeah. J-Dub, I'm sorry. Is everyone best friends with Jalen Williams? Is he Magic? Is he good enough to have a nickname like Magic Johnson? J-Dub. No one calls him Jalen Williams. J-Dub. J-Dub. What?
But how would we, for instance, if my name was also RJ Choppy, how would we distinguish the two of us on the show?
That's a fair point.
What?
Because they've got the two Jay Williams over there on the sideline. So are they just trying to distinguish which one they're talking about?
Is the other Jalen Williams? How often is he on the court with the 17-point-a-game scoring Jalen Williams? The other Jalen Williams is not good. So they're not out there at the same time.
No, they're not on the floor at the same time. Although let me see here,
and give me the other teammates who are on the field or court together, and one of them got the nickname. How did they differentiate?
Yeah, they also shouldn't allow the team to have two guys named the same on the team.
It's just pettiness by me.
No,
but you're
I agree.
Right.
It's
to dislike OKC,
it's very. It really speaks volumes.
SGA, he doesn't do anything media wise or quote wise.
He does nothing wrong.
He files lawsuits.
He doesn't say anything wrong.
He's overcoming today's NBA.
Yeah.
He is the zag to the zig.
Absolutely.
Of winning MVP, shooting mid-range jumpers.
They should be a very likable team. You're Oklahoma City. You have nothing going. Nobody wants to sign there. No, right. Let's be fair. Nobody wants to sign in Oklahoma City.
Here comes Cody.
I know. They coming me for something.
They said there was 3 when they were drafted. They had 3 Jalen Williams.
See, that they should have known better. Just take a worse player.
They did.
They I feel like they were sort of they were fairly liked last year. Now they ran into the Pacers and people liked the Pacers more.
Yeah.
And they have Chet, and no one likes Chet. No one has ever liked Chet.
Yeah.
And so because of that, they've naturally had but
the name Chet.
SGA was
the name.
SGA has had a sharp decline in public approval. Because he was thought of as the least problematic, nicest, just old school player,
refreshing.
Who's look at what a great player he is, and man, he does things a different way. He kind of does things in a throwback way.
He was always overlooked at Kentucky. He was a great player in college. He was always a little overlooked.
He was overlooked in the trade.
Yeah.
Clippers were fine, let's send SGA. Give us Paul Pierce or Paul George.
The number one thing that I'm going to remember about this series is that it went 7. It hasn't been the great series that I was dreaming of and really hoping for. We haven't had a bunch of tense moments to heat up the rivalry. Hopefully that comes as they continue to meet in years moving forward. And RJ Choppy has his current list of sports and life rivalry.
Right, because this is supposed to be it. Like the SGA versus Wemby. Wemby said it was personal.
You guys agree it hasn't been a great series?
No, and it sucked that we got the game 1 we did, because that set expectations for what the rest of it was going to be.
Yeah. Easily the highlight.
Yeah. Now, hopefully, if it's game 7 that is reminiscent of game 1, then everything will change. But, yeah, easy game 1 right now is the highlight. But, Wemby said it was personal that he lost the MVP to SGA. He also said that he's a little jealous of Chet. That Chet's got this ring and he doesn't, and I'm thinking to myself, that doesn't make any sense. It's not the same thing. Chet's not a great player. Chet's not a ring guy.
Got paid like it.
He got paid like it, but he's not a ring guy. So I was thinking the other great rivalries and where this one would compare, because Allen and Mahomes at the top.
Just, are we talking current, present, sports?
Present, individual rivalries, not team.
Okay.
Yeah, it'd
Allen
be
and Mahomes.
Allen and Mahomes.
I mean, Dylan Brooks versus anyone.
Really, I feel like it's Allen and Mahomes. It's Allen against the other top quarterbacks, because it's Allen Mahomes, Allen, Burrow. Burrow kind of factors into them a little bit. Dylan Brooks and LeBron were one that we got for a while.
I guess you could do Burrow versus Chief fans, because he calls it Burrowhead.
But again, like you said, you're talking about just individual player to player. We don't have a lot of really great individual. Honestly, one of the more intense rivalries in sports that we've gotten over the last couple of years, and it wasn't a play, but the whole Jerry Micah thing had become a thing that people wanted to talk about, of ooh, they just don't like each other. What's going on here?
I think it could be Ben Johnson and LaFleur.
Yeah,
I love that.
That's a good one.
What about hockey?
Yeah, Connor McDavid versus success. Canada versus winning.
Okay.
I mean, Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown are on the same team, but that's one of the big ones that gets a lot of attention.
Austin Matthews and winning a playoff game 7. That's another one. Alcaraz Sinner in tennis. And Sinner took a big L yesterday. Did you see that?
An all-time loss.
He was minus 12,000 to win that match.
He was up 2-0 in the sets and up 5-1.
And he lost 18 straight points. Okay. Cramped, and then he loses 6-3, 6-2.
He was minus 10,000. He lost in the second round. He was minus 10,000.
Unbelievable.
9-4-5. This may be, to me anyway, and I know it was Dallas, but this was one of the more entertaining ones in recent years. Luka and Booker was really good.
Yeah.
They just did not like each other.
But there's also Rory against Liv, Stephen A against NBA players on their live streams.
Yeah.
Wasn't
Stephen A against Kevin Hart right now.
What? So I don't follow golf. I'm just great at it. But wasn't Bryson and Brooks the one for a while?
Yeah, they've made up. They got a little bromance. Bryson getting denied access to some local golf courses. Not going to mention names.
What?
He wanted to shoot his YouTube video at a private country club locally. And he said he wanted an hour tee time on the front and the back end. He wanted a 2-hour gap so he could film it, and they're like, no.
Wow.
Not going to do that.
Tiger in an SUV, says the 214.
Shams in a social life. The Rangers versus a multi-hit inning.
This just makes me sad that we don't have rivalries
I agree.
we used to.
I totally agree.
Peyton against pulling cuts when Sean's out.
Don't start this. Don't do this.
Peyton versus Choppy.
The ticket versus current topics. Jake Riema and declining a wedding invitation.
Jake Riema and Fred.
Jake Rietman, 6A to 6P. Tim Collins versus Sleeves. Our boy. Wolchuk versus Bro Code.
Explain.
Me versus Paying Attention. That's another one. So.
Hey, this could be better than Seinfeld tomorrow night.
What's the deal with Wolchuk?
Me versus paying for a ticket.
Well done.
Yeah.
All right. The Ringer. The last 3 Mavs mocks have been 3 different players. Here's the latest one. And Choppy, I think you had ruled this guy out. DeBonsa, number 1 to the Wiz. Darren Peterson to Utah. Cam Boozer, who Bassett called me the other day and agreed. He's out on Cam Boozer. 3 to Memphis. Caleb Wilson to Chicago. Everyone has the same top 4. Wagler, number 5. All right, so the Illinois guard is going to go number 5. Is that a Hornet logo? I can't even tell. Come on, Ringer. Who's got the number 5 pick in there? Oh, the Clippers. It's a different Clippers one. Mikal Brown off the board at 6.
Wow.
To the Nets. Everyone has A-Cuff going to the Kings at 7. Mara, who you think is being mocked too high.
Yeah, I do.
Going to Atlanta at 8. And at number 9, we head on over to the armpit for Kingston Flemings.
And Kingston Fleming
doesn't have to travel far.
He doesn't, because he can't. He can't flap his wings very far because he has short arms. And that is historically a Masai Ujiri kind of no-no. If you go back and look at the guys he generally picks guys who have a +3 or 4 wingspan.
Here's the write-up. The Mavs have cleaned house in their front office and coaching departments. The new execs have carte blanche with how they proceed in the draft. With Kyrie, a likely trade candidate, the Mavs are in position to find their point guard of the future in a draft full of them. If he's still on the board, I think Flemings is their guy. Given his short wingspan, he doesn't fit the Ujiri stereotype upon first glance, but Ujiri also likes pit bulls who get feisty at the point of attack. Flemings has the snapping bear trap hands of players like Fred VanVleet and fellow Houston Cougar Jamal Shed, and he also has outlier explosive traits, a 40.5-inch vertical, and arguably the best end-to-end speed in this draft when he has the ball in his hands.
That kid was known as having those like super strong hands too back when he played.
Don't do it, Bobby.
I thought about it.
I did a 3.5-minute YouTube. I scouted him. He's fun.
Oh, he's a great player.
And he throws down.
Yes.
And would you,
small dude,
he's nasty.
Still throws down.
Would you be happy if, not expected to be there, he got there, and you look at him and think he's fun? Would you be happy if you found out his wingspan was not up to par, and so they passed on him?
You look like you're setting me up for something.
No, like, I mean, he just said, the references there, like, Masai Ujiri just does not want to draft players like that. So if he passed somebody over because he doesn't like their wingspan,
I'd be
that
unhappy.
Be frustrating?
Yeah, that'd be frustrating.
That would give me problems right away if it's like, okay, but I mean, like, Kyrie Irving is the same length. So, I mean, you said you'd play with... I know, I'm saying, but you clearly will make an exception somewhere.
Right. I think the difference is that Kyrie's shown that he can do it at this level.
Flemings, at that instance, from everything I've read, would be the best player available.
I think he's a great player. I just don't know that it fits for what Ujiri likes.
The Dallas Cowboys offense is about to get even better. That's next in Below.
The Belt.
Right here on The Fan.
After we get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell. It is, of course, a Stephen Gilchrist-owned store. It's Gilchrist Automotive, and they are going to hook you up on that brand new Ford car, truck, SUV, PlatinumFord.com, running down to the end of the month. We got this weekend employee pricing. You pay what they pay for the vehicle. American value for American values. Adam Vincey's got you set up. It's right between I-20 and Highway 80. You get a Bronco Sport Outer Banks, $265 a month for 39 months. How about an Explorer Active, $375 a month on a 39-month lease? A F-150 STX, $599 a month. On a 39-month lease, you can get $7,000 off MSRP on a Ford Expedition Max Active. So you can get into it for $68,600. F-250 Super Duty Lariat, you're going to get $7,000 off that. It's yours for $74,500. PlatinumFord.com to customize that vehicle and then drive a little further to save a lot more. Platinum Ford.
Coming up today on the KNC Masterpiece. Of course, you know.
is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Over to you, Bobby.
Let's just score 50 points and not even worry about the defense. Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by Window Nation. Joe Hoyt, friend of the station, over at the Dallas Morning News, had... It's funny, when we're doing our own show prep, we sometimes will talk about, like, man, there's nothing out there today. It's a Rangers off day, and you're just kind of looking around. It's like, man, the Mavericks are out of it. What are we looking for? And so, like, you start digging around, and it always makes me smile when I get to, like, a website, a Dallas website or something like that, and I look at it and I go, oh, they're in the same spot. They're also trying to, they're digging in the bag, and you're trying to find broader topics.
The boss never likes it when you say it, but yeah, when the one smartass every once in a while goes, what is it, dead season? Yeah. It is dead season.
Yeah, literally. Like,
it is.
You're as far away, really, from Cowboys football as we've been. Like, the draft has been over for forever. The Rangers have had their struggles. The Mavs have been done for a little while. It's just like if you're not watching a Rangers game every night, you don't really have, like, Dallas sports, and you shouldn't be watching them every night anyway. You should be listening here on 105.3 The Fan to the Rangers broadcasts. You should be listening to Fan University. Is that what it's called? They'll be there tomorrow.
Wow! Whoa! What a supporter you are.
This is what I am. I'm a supporter who doesn't even know the name of the show. I have to double check that while we're on the air. Joe Hoyt over at the Dallas Morning News, though, decided to write about some of the same stuff like we've discussed lately. Of just, we've been so focused on the defense. Are there margins we might be missing with the offense? Because clearly the margins exist on defense to get better. You're going to get better defensively naturally. You could just the slightest improvement. So there's all these different ways that you can speculate. Well, they could be better this way. They could be better this way. It's a lot harder to find somewhere where they could be great offensively or better offensively than they were last year, especially when you listen to Mark Schlereth say how they've got, like, the Great Wall of Dallas Hall of Fame offensive line, apparently.
Yeah.
But Joe Hoyt decided to take a look at the 5 ways that the Dallas Cowboys could improve their offense in 2026. So we're going to talk about them here. First one, he says, turning over a new leaf. Cowboys head coach Brian Schottenheimer hasn't been shy in hindsight about what bothered him during his first season as a head coach. He said multiple times that their turnover ratio wasn't ideal, to say the least. Part of that is a defense that only forced 12 turnovers. The other is an offense that gave away the ball 21 times. Dak Prescott threw 10 interceptions in 17 games, tying him for the 11th most in the league. The Cowboys also lost 9 fumbles. Turnovers can decide a game. The Cowboys finished tied for the 3rd worst turnover differential in the NFL last season. That must improve in 26 on defense and offense. You don't want to be, I think they were like 13th in turnovers, like 13th best in terms of turnovers offensively last year, which is, you obviously would want to shoot for being top 10 or whatever. But I will say, I can live with at the end of the year if Dak plays 17 games. If he throws just 10 picks, I'm fine.
Yeah.
That to me is like, that's about what I would expect. 10 or less is what I want to see from a quarterback generally.
What happened to that narrative being the interception machine? Remember that off-season or that build-up?
McCarthy took the option routes out and ruined the offense, is what he did first off. But no, that also just, I think that speaks to, you like your point there, why it can be dangerous at times to live on like just a single year narrative about something, where you can have some years where stuff spikes. And it was a problem that year, but it was a problem of communication with the receivers and different things. Those were a lot of the same guys he was playing with the next year, where he played at near an MVP level in 2023. But the turnover differential, obviously, yeah, you'd want that to improve, but I think a lot of that would feel more like it's on the defense to take the ball away more than 12 times. You don't want to be the Jets out there. Next, number 2 on the 5 things the Cowboys can do to improve their offense from Joe Hoyt. Unlocking an old reliable. Every quarterback has their strengths. For Prescott, there was one last year that wasn't utilized enough. He has proven to be incredibly accurate when throwing over the seam, especially to tight ends. He's made a lot of money connecting on vertical routes from just outside the tackle box to receivers, even despite tight coverage. Last year, that part of the Cowboys offense wasn't maximized to its full capability. Tight end Jake Ferguson, a reliable seam option over the middle, finished the season with a career low and average depth of target of 4.7 yards down the field. That's on average how many air yards
That's
were
like
targeted.
late stage Witten.
It is. And I don't even know that Witten never had as low as 7.3 yards per reception in his career, like in a season. He said a successful seam completion takes chemistry and ability. It's something the Cowboys should try to emphasize this offseason. I remember that was something we talked about early on, where we said the offense is clicking, but like where are they leaving some stuff on the field? And that was it. The seam game was gone last year. They couldn't hit it in the preseason. They couldn't hit it in practice. They got into the regular season, and like Jake Ferguson is not a vertical threat, but the one area where he would tend to find some vulnerability was going up the seam and finishing tough catches. There was absolutely no ability to connect on that. I think that is a big one, and one that probably doesn't get remembered enough. If that returns to what it's been consistently throughout Dak's career, that's a difference maker for them.
8.4 was his lowest.
So he was
until he went to the Raiders.
So he's a full yard ahead of
the Raiders. He was 5.5, but as a Cowboy, 8.4 was his lowest, and that was his last year.
Oh, yeah. So you don't want to have a 7.3 yards per reception right after signing your big contract extension. Next one, third on this list, a partner in crime required. And I'm going to want to get y'all's thoughts on this specifically when I get done reading this section, because I'm interested in how this has become a big talking point lately. It says Cowboys running back Javonte Williams had a breakout season last year as the team's feature back. He had a career high in carries, yards, and yards per attempt. The Cowboys rewarded him accordingly with a 3-year, $24 million deal this offseason. With Williams a part of the Cowboys' immediate future, it's vital to try to preserve his health and ability. That requires finding a true number 2 running back to pair with him. Cowboys have options. Veteran Malik Davis was a pleasant surprise. You also had Jaden Blue, who they drafted, second-year running back, Phil Maffa. Whether it's one person or multiple, it's probably best to find a true second option.
Gosh.
This has been a consistent thing I've heard lately.
The other day, I got these bozos, tag team bozos on Twitter getting on us because
the Chubb thing.
We didn't want Nick Chubb automatically signed up.
I don't know how to explain to people because the issue they were taking
was Bosa.
Look at the way they switched up. They talked about how old 30-year-old Chubb was, and then they just said, oh, Bosa's only 30? It seems like he's older. A few different things there. One, Bosa was a surprise that he's only 30 because it seems like he's 35 is the reason. But second, if you do not understand the difference between a 30-year-old edge rusher and a 30-year-old running back, especially one with an injury history like Nick Chubb, if you don't understand why those are different ages, you need to find a new hobby.
Yeah.
Like you got to start watching something else. I really genuinely don't know what to tell you. But this is one that's really cropped up where people are like, the Cowboys have this issue behind Javonte Williams. And it's like, I thought Malik Davis was pretty good last year in like a supplementary role. Obviously, if Javonte Williams went down and you had to have somebody carry the load, I maybe might feel like, okay, are they going to be able to completely cover this? But I have not once thought about the running back position this offseason after they signed Javonte Williams.
Well, I haven't thought about it, not because I think they're totally set. I haven't thought about it because I don't care right now about the backup running back position, but I don't feel great about it. If you want to make the case that there's another 22, 23, 24-year-old that's more, I'm interested in giving Jaden Blue the opportunity. Choppy, I think, really likes Malik Davis. I don't know if I feel great about it. I feel fine about it, and I'm intrigued still about Jaden Blue. But I'm not going out and giving money to a 30-year-old or anyone like that. I'm not committing anything serious to it. But, yeah, I would think that they are in trouble if something happened to Javonte.
What would be the when you say, I don't know that I feel great about it, is it you don't feel great about what the normal workload would be for a number 2 running back, like maybe taking a series every few ones, or you don't feel great in the idea of like assuming Javonte may get hurt or that Javonte's not going to be able to stay? Is it more just about Javonte potentially being hurt rather than assuming health, what you're getting out of number 2?
Yeah, I'm not sold on, I'm not totally sold on Malik Davis or Jaden. So I think this is where you hype up your love for Malik Davis.
Well, I do love Malik. And
McCarthy wants us to understand that Hunter Lipke's here too, and he's a great player.
I don't care where Hunter Lipke is.
Like Malik Davis last year, his highlights were 4 for 20, 3 for 24, 3 for 47 against Kansas City, 8 for 21, 8 for 23, and then 20 for 103 to finish the season against Washington.
And obviously
4.8 a carry, very nice.
Yeah.
I just don't know that I've seen it enough to feel really good, but I'd still probably, I'd rather roll with Malik and Jaden Blue versus a 30-year-old.
Right, and obviously a successful guy in pass protection too. Like Malik Davis was good for them there too.
And I'm not saying I would give him 15 to 20 carries a game. Not even close. But I think if you're talking like 6 to 8 carries a night or an afternoon.
We got Lipke.
Right. I mean, I think that he has got a decent enough burst where he can make some plays.
Oh, wait, Lipke's white. Don't let me come across as loving that too much, according to these two doofuses.
So if you look, last year I was stunned to see this too. His success rate, carrying the ball 52 times, he had a 4.8 yards per carry. He was fine, but he had that big game at the end. But his success rate at the end of the year was 50%, which kind of surprised me. But then I think a lot of it was they would use him sometimes on a 3rd and 2, and he would pick up those 3 yards or different things like that. So I know they like his toughness, and they think really highly of him as a presence in their locker room, but it's still not. I had not thought of that. There's so many other things on the priority plate, obviously, that took my attention that I'm surprised that's been a big focus for a lot of people. Joe Hoyt's list here of the 5 ways the Cowboys can improve their offense over at the Dallas Morning News. Number 4, a red mark. Prescott and Ferguson discussed recently the importance of being better in the red zone. We necessarily weren't the worst, Prescott said, but we weren't near our standard. For the record, the Cowboys finished right in the middle of the pack, scoring touchdowns in the red zone, the 16th most in the NFL. The top team in the NFL was the Philadelphia Eagles. Dallas had scored on 57% of their drives in the red zone. The Eagles, when they reached the red zone, scored touchdowns 70% of the time. So that 13% gap is a significant one. That's where we've talked about and what I'm still trying to figure out right now of how I want to track what the play call-in has looked like when they've gotten in the red zone or past the 50 and see if there's a comfort in Aubrey. That's what I still got to figure out. But it says the Cowboys were 5th in the league in red zone trips last season. Getting inside the opponent's 20 wasn't a problem. Scoring touchdowns wasn't a huge hindrance either. But if we're looking for an area where offense like the Cowboys could improve, that's one of them. And then finally, the biggest item really to do with the Cowboys offense, the biggest offensive storyline of the season, and that's from an offensive perspective and on the field perspective. Sorry to those who thought this would be a George Pickens note. The biggest question is regards into the team's left tackle position.
Yep.
What are they going to do with Tyler Guyton? Is Nate Thomas in here as a true competitor? I think there is going to be a competition there. I don't think it's a real competition in terms of, I think Guyton is clearly a better player right now. He can't stay healthy, though, and he has had his issues, and they've talked about the Tyler Smith contingency plan. So getting stability along the offensive line would be the biggest of those 5.
Below the belt every day at this time on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers and your home of the biggest loser of the week at 9 o'clock. Is it the person who said Forrest Gump was trash? Is it the former New York Giant for loving Tony Romo too much? Is it the Cleveland Cavaliers? Is it the Jalen Brunson hater? Or is it someone else? Your nominees and the biggest loser in Worst Take and our final Luke Bryan ticket giveaway after this. There's more to retirement planning than just crunching numbers.
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Ever met someone who is so extremely dumb that they don't know how stupid they actually are?
There's been a whole lot of stupid said this week. You are made of stupid.
That's right. It is the final hour of Sean and RJ on Friday. It's the final hour of the week, which means it's time for Worst Take. And boy, Jake Riepma is flying high because even if it's going to be a sideswipe, he's getting 2 mentions this morning because he's going to be included in Worst Take here. I think we already have our winner.
And a third mention is their show is going to be at the Ranger game tomorrow, and we'll see if we get out there to say what's up before we go as a morning show, and Choppy's going tonight.
Yeah, he was right before he left, Jake was like, boy, I'm gonna see Peyton on a weekend, and I don't even see him at his wedding. Like that's what he said, and I was like, a little presumptuous to think we'd leave the confines of a suite to go see in the outfield. I don't know that we want to get out of our cozy setup. Right. We may be posted up, you know?
I'll be in the all-you-can-eat seats tonight. I don't know where that is. I think it's left field.
Left field, way
anywhere if you're creative enough.
Left field, way up at the top. Great view. Well, it's like you got
lower level.
Isn't it like left center?
No, it's not lower level.
You're not in the rich person. There's other all-you-can-eat seats.
Oh yeah, no, it's not that. It's not not the one that's field like underneath the field.
Yeah, where you go in that awesome so what is the all you can eat? So you're gonna get this Nolan giveaway.
Yeah, we're gonna get the Nolan giveaway. Yeah.
So what is the all you can eat that you're getting? Is it?
Honestly, I don't know. I just
hot dogs.
Yeah, they have a grill in the back, like in your section. You walk them through these gates. You're in your own like sectioned off area.
Whoa,
obviously, but you have your grill at the top, and they set like burgers and hot dogs, and you have drinks and stuff, cookies, all that stuff.
Tomorrow might be like Chiafala. Is he going to be there tomorrow? Because Spittle was offering up Rangers tickets for some of these dates.
Yeah, he did reply.
So we may have Riepma, Chiafalo, all of us tomorrow. Tearing up Arlington.
Yeah, we're going to be there. We're holding them accountable. We're like, guys, we've had enough of this offense. Now, this first nomination that we have, and you can get in your nominations for Worst Take if you have any right now, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. If there's a take in the world of pop culture, sports, whatever else, a tweet, a comment, whatever you want to say, and you want to nominate it, send it in. But you guys said the other day, I came in, I had gone downstairs to get the breakfast, and you guys were shooketh in here, and Sean, you were like, we've already got potentially the Worst Take winner because of what Jake Riepma just said.
Jake Riepma said that Forrest Gump was a terrible movie.
Terrible movie. I think horrible was the word he may have used.
A horrible movie, and I think that is so idiotic and stupid.
The sense I got coming in here was that it wasn't just like, oh, I don't like Forrest Gump. It sounded like he had just like gone on a detailed like takedown of why he thought y'all were dumb for liking it or something.
He said that that Jenny was so horrible to Forrest, which she was. She's one of the all-time great villains in a movie.
I think that Jake is not comfortable with how the movie made him feel.
Yeah.
And to me, that's the definition, one of the definitions of a great movie. I cried when they wouldn't let seats taken.
Mm-hmm.
Seats taken.
You laugh, you cry, you go through all the emotions. Really cool with what they did in terms of, all the, athletic feats. I don't know. To me, it's an all-time great movie. That's why I took such offense.
It's I found it to be a completely ridiculous take.
Yeah.
And I remember it was the only movie.
And then he backpedaled instantly when you guys were pressed him like, why? Why is it terrible?
Because he became a little smartass.
And he was like,
he likes coming in here.
Yeah, sorry, I can't have them taking the movie.
He likes throwing out this take, and then when he gets challenged, he loves doing this woe is me sarcastic smartass bit.
That's right. Yep. He said I got to get my takes together when I come
Get in
here.
there with the kids.
Yeah, my grandfather walked out of that movie, Forrest Gump.
Why?
He couldn't handle the war scene.
Oh.
Yeah, he was getting some flashbacks. World War II.
It's a really good movie. I don't think it's like one of my top 10 favorite of all time, but it's not a terrible movie, like by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, Chuck's going to be out there too. Oh man. Oh man, Loma. May have a party of 16 at Loma afterwards for dinner.
All right, so that's the Jake Riepma nomination. Next up is the one that I thought was going to be the easy winner this week, and maybe it still is, but there are some other really bad takes here this week. We got to nominate one former Giants legend, I guess you could call him, O.C. Umenyiora.
Tony Romo was the most difficult quarterback we ever faced. He was number one. I rate Romo as the best quarterback we ever played against, and we played against some incredible ones. We played against the GOAT, Tom Brady, the greatest of all time. Played against Peyton Manning. And if he would have won the Super Bowl, which he should have, I think things would have been different. but without a shadow of a doubt, one of the all-time great NFL quarterbacks, man, and they need to put a lot more respect on that man's name.
Oh, it almost sounds worse.
It's stunning.
The more you hear it.
It's stunning he decided to name drop others.
He goes, he's the best, but we faced the GOAT. Tom Brady.
But it's also stunning how many people came at us for this. That is what's stunning to me. And my only thought is like, if Barry Bonds said that, Jamie Moyer was a tougher pitcher than Randy Johnson, I would question Barry Bonds. I'd be like, okay, no.
Right.
Just because
maybe tougher for him.
Maybe tougher for you.
Yeah, that's if you want to say
he's
that,
a better pitcher.
And which is he said both, because that's the thing. He gave himself the out initially where he's like he was the toughest one, but then he went, I'd say he's the best one. And we played Brady, and it was like it's almost like he got like emboldened the more he talked to let me take this up.
It's
another
the
level.
Twitter account, because I marked them all like Bobby. Lemon Pound Cake, who was like, oh, so we should listen to you guys sitting in a chair versus someone who played. Okay, well then don't listen to sports talk radio. Don't debate it with your buddies.
We all sit in a chair.
Just whatever any athlete says, you just go along with. So you co-sign Lemon Pound Cake on Tom Brady not being as good as Tony Romo. You go to your buddies today at happy hour and you say that Romo was better than Peyton Manning because O.C. Umenyiora said it, and they should not talk to you anymore, and you lose your football card. Shut up.
And which NFL player, because I'm sure there are others who would say, no, he wasn't better. Like, which NFL player do we take in that instance once they've said something completely opposite? Because they both have experience, so who are you supposed to take? This is a bad take. It almost felt like he was trying to pump somebody up who he thinks is disrespected. He clearly has a ton of respect for Romo, which I like, but it seems like in the process of doing that, he took it too far.
Or he knew he was going on this cowboy podcast, and he wanted to hype it up to the local audience. I don't know if he was selling something or what, but
yeah, that could be it too. So O.C. Umenyiora, Jake Rima. Our third nominee here is the swept, but also returning head coach of the Cleveland Cavaliers, Kenny Atkinson.
Analytically, I think we've won the I said 3 out of 3. We're 2 out of 3 in the expected. I don't know if you guys follow that. There's like an expected score, and we won 2 out of the 3. And I know you're looking confused, but if you believe in process and all that, like, man, take that layer.
I think you have to include. You got to include Harden in this, so just make this the Cavs.
Yeah, the Cavs post-game, or the Cavs media availability.
Because right afterwards, Harden's like, I still think we're the better team.
Boy, I'll tell you, this is a really good top 3 here of worst takes. Because I think any of these could win in just about any other week that they're involved with.
Yeah, they all 3 naturally sound like the worst thing I've heard this week, but then I'm like, oh man, they all occurred this week, so I don't know. Yeah. It's difficult to flesh them out.
The only out I can give Atkinson is like, this is something that can be said outside of a microphone, like in the office, like in the.
He could have said it. He could have said it the way he did without making it sound like they should be winning the series.
Right. He could say, look, the series is probably closer.
Yes.
If you look at some of the metrics.
Yes.
But you start using some of these.
There's areas we're winning we feel good about.
Yeah.
It's not correlating in the games won.
We're getting our butts kicked.
Yeah.
But it's not a back to the drawing board necessary. Whatever, right? Or say it to these guys at a walk-off and not in front of a camera. Or have these conversations within your own organization. With your general manager, like, hey, we got beat, but this is where we're kind of close.
Here's why our process isn't just doesn't need to be totally blown up. Yeah, he took.
Fans don't want to hear process. Ask about Jason Garrett. We don't want to hear it.
It's like I said earlier this week. Like, he took my money puck bit and tried to say it with a straight face as an NBA head coach. Like, well, the deserve to win meter says that we should be up 2-1, so there's really nothing wrong. All right, next one on the list: Becky Hammon 2 years ago trashed Jalen Brunson. They didn't trash him, really. Yeah, we played it yesterday.
Okay. My audio.
So Jalen Brunson went after Jalen Brunson, said he's not a dude. You need a dude to really be able to make it. So she was given an interview this week, was held to account. Said, look, you see, he seems like a dude now, and she didn't want to own it.
And that's the other thing, is I think Jalen Brunson's a hell of a player. A hell of a player. I'm speaking historically on the NBA with what I said. I don't know why that's being brought, why everybody's so stuck on that. I said it 2 years ago. I stand by it.
I'm letting you clear the air.
There's no air to be cleared. I said what I said.
So Becky Hammon does not want to actually own any of her takes. She wants to say it with her chest, and then she wants to go, well, why y'all want to bring up old ass?
And I thought her RJ Choppy out for this could have been, I'm just saying that small guys won't ultimately win it all. But in her original clip, she's like, the Knicks won't be great because they don't have that dude. And that's a take I got wrong in saying Jalen Brunson would never be that dude, and Becky just won't own it. And she should.
So are there, I've got one more potentially, but before I go to that, does anybody have any that they'd like to throw in here?
I threw in mine for Rima.
Okay. The final one for me
Alec Medford may be a candidate for 940 based upon his Twitter.
Oh, his Twitter lit up yesterday. So we're going to nominate Lane Kiffin here, or I'm going to nominate Lane Kiffin for going full Uncle Rico, which if you've ever seen Napoleon Dynamite, what does Uncle Rico do in the whole movie?
Throws the ball over.
Boy, if I could get a time machine and go back, they would put me in. We would have won state. I just know it. Lane Kiffin did that this week when he got a chance to. He will not shut up about Ole Miss. And so when Ole Miss came up again, what did Lane Kiffin have to say? If I would have coached that and instead of Pete Golden, we're making the national title. Ole Miss is in the national championship game. And he said, if anyone wants to argue that theory that if everything is kept intact, we're not in the national championship, what are you going to argue? He says he knows he calls it way better up in the booth, talking about Golden, especially when you've been there all year, So he thinks that if he was there, slam dunk, nothing you can say to him. Ole Miss is in the national title game. He would have gotten him there, but he had to go get things straight in LSU. So your nominees this week, we got 5 of them. Jake Rietma says Sates Tyken to Forrest Gump. OCU Manura has a ridiculous love obsession with Tony Romo. Kenny Atkinson wants to quote Money Puck to reporters. Becky Hammond says Jalen Brunson can go jump in a creek. And then Lane Kiffin goes full Uncle Rico.
I want to vote for Rietma. I have to vote for OC.
I agree.
I
totally agree.
And this is part of the problem and challenge of society. I can be a very literal person. And with this, you have to stick to literally what he's saying.
Right.
It doesn't delve into everyone... what does the president call it?
He weaves.
Well, don't weave too. He was really good. He was underrated. O.C. Umenyiora said he was the best that he faced. The best. That's the title. That's the headline. He's worst take for 3 of us.
Yeah, I'm saying he's the worst. He clarified and elevated it. He went back to it and went, oh, by the way, I don't know if I was clear enough. The best.
Pepe?
Yeah, let's make it a sweep. And I thought the fan text was going to be all over Rietma, but 469, Forrest Gump is overrated, but not terrible. 972, Forrest Gump is extremely overrated. Jenny is objectively one of the worst characters ever.
Yes, she is.
Okay, so we're making bad movies. They're saying it was bad character, like a mean person. A bad character.
She was a bad person.
Yeah, she's a bad person.
But she also had a very complicated upbringing that probably influenced who she became.
Yeah.
She did. So dad was... assaulting her.
That is 2. That is 2 all year. Maybe we need to do like G-Bag of the Year. That's 2 takes now that have clean sweeped all year. We've only had 2 that have been clean sweeps. OC, and then you're the hottest teenager I've ever seen.
I'm going to clip that.
Imagine if one of the Cowboy quarterbacks, maybe Romo, skipped practice for his girlfriend's tour. Whose side are you going to be on? It's the Red Zone, your football fix, brought to you by Just Love Coffee, plus every team's best and worst moves of the offseason, and a Luke Bryan ticket giveaway after this. And this is Hurtado Barbecue. Already talked about Loma for the post...
they think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
The best and worst moves of each team's offseason coming from Bobby's favorite, Bill Barnwell. It's the Red Zone, your football fix brought to you by Just Love Coffee here on Sean and RJ. But first, let's hook you up early for turning it on and leaving it on. Sean and RJ, your home of the Cowboys.
So I'm gonna sit right here on the edge of this.
All right, Tolos, that's right now. Caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets. See Luke Bryan at Dickies Arena in Fort Worth on Thursday, June 11th. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Let's get to Barnwell's best and worst.
All right, so NFC teams' best and worst deals of the offseason. And the first one up there, the Dallas Cowboys. Now, what do you think the best move of the offseason was? What would you guys say? We all agree it's probably either the signing of Christian Parker or the hiring, I should say.
Drafting Caleb Downs.
Or the drafting of Caleb Downs.
Drafting.
Yeah, in terms of an actual acquisition, it's drafting Caleb Downs. In terms of like a decision that was made, it was forget even hiring Parker. It was just firing Eberflus.
Okay. He says the signing of Kobe Durant.
Okay, so he's going for bang for your buck.
Bang for your buck.
They also won the Pickens standoff. I thought was going to be uglier and an actual standoff.
They kind of won the Aubrey one. I mean, they ended up paying more, but I mean, they won.
Yep.
He says, I'm enthused about quite a few moves they've made, including the decision to move up a spot and take Caleb Downs. When we consider the cost involved, there's not a better move than signing Durant away from the Rams on a one-year deal for about as much as Dak makes per game. That's $4 million. Not a superstar, and he played behind some very good pass rushes in L.A., but he's allowed a 74 passer rating in coverage over the past 4 years. He's just 28. Should be in his prime still. Rams experimented with him in the slot, but he's best as an outside corner. We'll start across from Deron Bland. Should be a massive upgrade on that. Well, the Cowboys for what the Cowboys rolled out at corner last year.
Yeah, he's good. He's going to be good. I'm just preparing for the next part you're going to say.
Bobby had a hell of a write-up on this next part that we will turn it over to after RJ coughs up his other lung.
Oh, man, that felt good.
Here's what I will say about Durant.
It swallowed quite ugly, though.
At least on this show, with all the spending previews and bust the budget talk and all the free agent lists, we didn't bring up Kobe Durant one time. So we got to be honest. Let's not just act like all of a sudden got this all-world corner. Because Bobby's most incorrect Cowboy take is about the secondary. We didn't preview his name. We didn't mention his name. We didn't preview his name. So we do have to point that out. Now, maybe we just did a bad job, although we all find every different free agent preview list that's out there.
Yeah.
I hope it works out very, very well. But as they usually say, there's a reason why they're available. Now, the Rams did redo their corner back room, but we didn't preview Kobe Durant.
No, we didn't, and I don't know a ton about him or anything, really. Respect the take. Don't know if it's true, though. Worst.
God, Bobby, you're setting up like this is really
my back hurts.
Spotlight moment for you.
Have you
I'm
read
gonna
this?
be setting up like Reitman doing a bit. Like this is going to go viral or something.
No, it's not going to go viral. I literally just, it tenses me up when he does dumb things like this.
All right,
this is unpassable. You cannot give any justification how stupid what he says here.
Okay, the worst move, he says, is bringing back Terrence Steele on a restructured deal. Was once a glowing example of their ability to develop offensive linemen. He has not been the same since suffering a multi-ligament knee injury at the end of 2022. He's tough, hasn't missed a game over the ensuing 3 years, but has struggled badly with speedier, twitchier edge rushers like Grenard, Bryce Huff. They could have cut him and avoid triggering his $13 million salary this offseason. Instead, they signed him to a 3-year, $33 million deal, paying him $13 million in cash this year in the process. There's no guarantee money left on the deal after the season, but the Cowboys would owe $22 million in dead money if they move on from him after 2026. Not a bad player, but not the right fit. If they need to squeeze every bit of surplus while value possible, given how much it's paying its top five.
Yeah, 100% agreed. They need to squeeze value. They need to find surplus. When they are in the financial position that they're in, they have to find the most efficient way to spend what they have. there's a lot of different things that you can criticize the Cowboys for. And if you even wanted to criticize the initial deal getting done, I really don't think that for what he's paid and what most tackles are paid, I don't think it's like this horrendous deal. He's been fine.
I think when you broke it down, he is a polarizing guy. A lot of people are fed up with him. I think when you broke it down like you did last night, it makes it much more, I don't want to say swallowable, digestible, palatable.
Palatable's good.
Palatable.
Yeah, that's not nearly as sexual. The Cowboys can post June 1 Terrence Steele next year. And if they do that, they're free and clear from the deal. They don't get like cap savings. It's just basically a net neutral benefit.
It's 10 and 10, right?
No, it's a 0. Like in terms of they can split the cap charge, but in terms of cap savings that year, it's no cap savings. And it's like dead money into the future. Whatever, but basically, it doesn't cost them money to cut him. It costs some money to cut him like right now. Yeah. So you don't end up costing yourself any money if you post June 1 him next year. So it's not like he's got this big albatross of a contract sitting on their books that they can't handle. If you move on from Terrence Steele at that point, you have to replace him with a young player on a rookie deal, which means it's not a big deal if you don't gain that money. Like, that's how the Cowboys would replace him. They always replace offensive line with younger. They never get older on the offensive line. It's just not what they do. So they would replace with a young offensive lineman, which means drafting or whatever else. That's a rookie deal anyway. So it's not like you need a bunch of that money to free up. But let's say, okay, you know what we're going to say? We need that money and we're going to go acquire a veteran to make our team better because we need to get better. Well, if the Cowboys would have cut Steele this offseason, they would have saved $8 million. Some of the players that signed for around $8 million this year were Reed Blankenship, Marcus Mariota, and Arden Key. So I'm not sacrificing a starting right tackle for Arden Key to come in here and be a backup edge rusher at $8 million. So if you say, well, you could just apply some of that money to one of the right tackles who was out there. Okay, these were the starting right tackles that were available on the market. Braden Smith got $10 million annually. So that's 2 more than you would have gotten in savings from cutting Steele. It would have cost you money. Okay, what about Jermaine Illuminor from the Giants? Okay, well, he got $13 million annually. So just so we can have a baseline to talk about, I'll reference PFF, even though I hate them. Terrence Steele had a 63.6 grade last year from PFF. Illuminor had a 63.8. Braden Smith clocked in with a 65.3. Those tackles out of 91 in the league, from Terrence Steele to Illuminor to Braden Smith, were 55, 54, and 50. They are the same player according to PFF. The same player. So you would be moving on from somebody who is comfortable within your group, somebody that guys have played next to you, have a rhythm with, in the name of getting somebody who analytically seems like pretty much the same player, and you would cost yourself money to do it. This is like brain dead. He didn't do any research into figuring out what the application would be, how much it would cost. They could have used a first-round pick on one. Fine, I guess they could have gotten a rookie deal with that. But then you're sacrificing the defensive assets that you needed.
Yeah.
So this is it's a dumb take. It's like 2 years ago when he did the same article. He said the worst move they made was moving on from Ezekiel Elliott. I don't know what he's doing when he looks at the Cowboys. He does not look at their roster composition and have anything that resembles a clear thought about them.
This is a really unenviable task and assignment that I would never. It's really dangerous to do all this stuff because
there's always somebody like Bobby.
Because you can't know each team, the inside and outs, and then you're going to do this for every team. You got to know every cap situation. You got to know every draft possibility. You got to know every free agent possibility. So, I would not want that job. Let's go to the best. Are you done your insults?
Just real quick.
Yeah,
but you would agree. If there's one team, he should probably have a hand. You get it if you don't know you screwed up the Colts cap situation.
I'm not defending him. Like, he chose the assignment. It's part of his job title.
So dumb. He does this regularly.
Philadelphia, best and worst moves of the offseason. Oh, I have to agree with Barnwell. They signed my guy, Reek Woolen. 1 year, $12 million deal. The worst, losing offensive line coach Jeff Stoutland, who said, I'm out. I don't want to be a part of this anymore. Giants, best, trading Dexter Lawrence for the 10th pick. I'll never forget where I was, in the restaurant with Bobby for his wife's birthday, by the host stand, news breaking. I wanted to vomit all over the place.
And that wasn't just because of what you're eating.
The service and how long it took.
I remember that night, don't you, Peyton?
Yes.
We were like Duracell and Energizer, you
God.
and I.
No one cried.
Hey, you were at Marty B's the other night, right?
I sent you a video of it.
Yeah.
A video?
Yeah.
Where was my invitation?
A video's an invite?
It was a birthday party.
Where's my
high school
Where's
girl.
my invitation?
You want to go to a high school girl's birthday or a graduation party?
Did you not hear the dropout, the high schooler at the end of the last segment? Yeah.
That's fair.
Worst move from the Giants, extending Joe Shane. Dang.
What would he have written if this was last week? What would have been his bad move because they just did it?
Well, pick their second worst move.
Noah.
What? Commanders, best. Upgrading in the secondary, worst.
You okay?
Tyler Biadasz before free agency. I caught Peyton's hiccups.
It's brutal, man. It's brutal. Hold your breath for 20 seconds. It'll go away.
There it is. Tyler Biadasz. Well, yours has been lasting for like 4
Need a weekend to flatten the hiccup curve.
4 weeks. Tyler Biadasz cutting him before free agency. So that's Barnwell on the best and worst moves. All right. Imagine if Romo or Dak did this as Justin Herbert is missing Chargers practice for his girlfriend's tour.
Madison Beer.
What is she tour? I asked Peyton, get a song from her for the segment, for the discussion.
I thought she was an actress.
Is she a singer?
Well, she was an influencer like YouTube, TikTok, social media, but every influencer that's a female can sing now, apparently. So she just started to sing songs, and they blow up because she has a big following base, but she's not like Sabrina Carpenter singer.
No, she blew up because of her picture.
She's attractive.
Yes.
Yeah, she
Justin Herbert said he's going to miss the start of phase 2 of the Charger practices.
Of OTAs. He's going to go on a 2-week European tour with her. Harbs apparently said, I'll help you out.
And I was happy. We went to support Madison on her music tour. Madison supports him at the football games, and he told me he wasn't going to be here for those 2 weeks. And my first reaction was, "Do you need a ride to the airport?" He's just been somebody that. He's just here all the time. I mean, there's times I've wanted to shoo him out of the building. He's at every voluntary, every non-voluntary workout. I'm the same guy that broke his hand, and then he was here the next day practicing.
Now, are they in this video together?
Feel, want to taste what?
Yeah.
This is her song. Alex said she got a little music career.
Boy, she's I'm reading something else about her. In 2016, apparently, she said, "I'm not a lesbian, but I certainly love girls." And then later on said, "I'm bi, and I'm in bi relationships frequently."
Imagine if this was here.
Yeah, this is what you get away with this with the Chargers.
Yeah.
Like, this is what you get away with. But Harb says the quiet point out loud. OTAs were invented by Bill Parcells to keep players busy during downtimes. They're a waste of time.
I think Brian Schottenheimer has been great with us on Fridays. Like, all-time great interview. There's probably not many coaches we would say would be better to have on with us. Would Jim Harbaugh be one of the ones you might consider if you could just swap out the interview?
If Jim wanted to play ball, but I also think he would. I mean, Mike McDaniel's one. I also think Jim would be very guarded about a lot of stuff. This infatuation he has with Herbert is weird. He's either really propping him up to help.
Or he knows ball.
Why would Justin Herbert need to practice more? I mean, he's only the most overrated quarterback in the sport. He never wins any playoff games. He isn't relied upon to sit there and air it out nonstop. No. He gets excused all the time by Bobby and the other, fans of the California pretty boy. Why would he need to practice anymore?
He doesn't need OTAs to know how to hand it off 30 times. So, let him go.
But just imagine. And I know that Jim Harbaugh hates this deep down. Harbaugh is that's a ball knower. Yeah, he's a ball talker. He's a ball believer. And he's like, you want to what? You want to go on her tour?
Yeah.
This isn't Travis Kelce at the end with Taylor.
No, you're entering your prime.
Yes.
You're not leaving your prime, you're entering it.
All right. I got a little surprise.
Oh, no.
For Crosstalk.
For who?
And for all of you. Woo. It is another edition of the 105.3 The Fan Spelling Bee.
Oh!
With K and C after this. Let me get you set up with Wild Fork Foods. What a Wild Fork...
see a Game 7 in the Western Conference Finals. You can turn out the lights in the gym here tonight. Spurs are headed home and headed back to Oklahoma City with a W for Game 7 coming up on Saturday. 118-91 the final here tonight.
All right, we got a lot of scores to settle. Alec Medford versus...
Which way do you say those scores, though?
Why don't you take it since you interrupted me?
Oh! I'm sorry, Sean. You're doing great. Go ahead.
That's my usual specialty is interrupting. But Tim Collins came in here while I was getting water and accused RJ of something.
So not only did he say you're one of those people that says the Rangers lost 3-4, to which RJ has feverishly protested and double and triple and quadrupled down by saying he has never said that in his entire life. And Tim said, I can pull the tape.
Ooh. Tim, when did you hear it, assistant program director?
Last hour when you were going over the Rangers score from, I don't remember the time. I was getting out of the car.
8 o'clock would have been Diamond Cavs.
Oh, it was Diamond Cavs. It absolutely was Diamond Cavs.
Well, how did he say it, Tim?
The Rangers lost 3-4.
Never.
Now, if you said that, you get the baseball segment stripped from you.
Listen,
because only Troy Hughes used to do that.
I don't believe it.
If you heard the audio, would you believe it?
No, because I've withheld dinner for my children for saying the score backwards. I am fervent. I'm almost offended.
I think I know what happened.
And none of us picked up on it?
I think I know what happened.
Because they lost 3 of 4.
3 of 4.
Oh. That could be your only saving grace.
They lost 5-1.
That could be it.
4-3.
Well, if that could be it, Tim, you're gonna have to wear a bigger L than this. You came in here. This is a emasculating accusation.
I sat on it for as long as. That's why I didn't text you, because I knew you would be upset.
All right.
Yeah, he said 5-1 to score, but I'm not hearing 3-4.
All right, Pepe, let us know.
Pull the tape.
Let us know. Pull the tape, Tim. Pull the tape. And
Listen,
let us
Tim,
know.
if you need me to make an AI version of Choppy saying it, I will.
I appreciate you keeping me in check, but oh man,
I love you. I love you.
He was more offended by that than accusing him of wearing a mask.
You got it.
Here we go.
Play it. Hang on. In the 4-game series, they lose 3 of 4 to Houston. You
just got yourself an extra day off.
There we go.
You got yourself an extra cup day.
3 of 4.
3 of 4, Tim.
Okay, I'll make the rental car reservations.
All right, we get to upgrade. It's mid-size.
Yeah. There we go,
Thank
baby.
you.
Let's go.
All right, let's turn the heat now at Alec Medford because Pepe went and got his Twitter account.
Oh, man.
And sent this to the group text and said, just look at the comments after Alec tweeted, softest, quote, superstar, close quote, in my lifetime, and it is a picture of SGA.
Question for you two before he responds. Do you think it made people mad that just the statement in general, or that he put superstar in quotations for SGA?
Great question.
Ooh.
That's a great question. Who is it? All Thunder fans, including?
Oh yeah. 100%. And it's just amazing that these people are so morbidly jobless that they are searching his name.
Morbidly jobless? I've never heard that.
It's amazingly hurtful comment.
They are literally searching his name at 10 in the morning. Looking for stuff to reply to, and it's everybody who's commenting about my profile picture, my appearance, that have bald eagles as their profile pictures and eggs because they don't want to show their faces.
Eggs.
Yeah, and all 75 of their followers are having a great time. So
what's the bald eagle?
I don't know. That was just one dude that said, like, you're commenting on somebody's toughness. You don't look very tough yourself. And I'm like, you got a bald eagle as your profile picture. I don't know what you look like. So I actually printed out something for people if I'm even on the fan cam. This is what a job application looks like.
Oh, gosh!
He's taking shots.
I know you haven't seen one of these ever, and they're kind of scary to you.
Oh, my gosh.
But yeah, and it's funny because everybody was like, all this for 15 likes and stuff. It's pushing 60,000 impressions now. And like 150 likes. I'm like, you guys are miserable. And this is why I can't stand the Oklahoma City Thunder. You are so blinded.
Language.
You are so blind. Yes, people are like, as a white man, I didn't think I could attract so many slurs. Like, this is incredible. This is incredible.
Well, you're a redhead.
You are
That's
right.
right.
That's right.
Yeah, and somebody did reply. They're like, it's always the gingers. And I'm like, what does that even mean?
You know what it means. Now, here's the thing, is that I will give them credit for this one thing. Because I once went after Taylor Swift and got destroyed. And I was very impressed with... I was very impressed with the Swifties. I didn't use her name. It was an image. That's it. An image with no comment. I don't know how they found it, but they found it and swarmed it within like 10 minutes. And I was like, that's really impressive. So I will give them credit for this. You didn't even use SGA's name.
No.
I quote tweeted the underdog thing and it's SGA's picture.
Right, but like somebody would have to like go digging in through the quote tweets to find his comment. And then he doesn't even use his name. Somebody found it, and it looks like the guy who actually blew this thing up for Alec, his new mortal enemy.
Cody?
No, it is a account. It's a Twitter account called OKC Clips. The guy's name is Zach. He's a Thunder fan. He has 940 followers, and his quote tweet going after Alec has been reposted 78 times, and it has been liked 1,500 times.
But how many impressions?
Whoa!
37,000.
Dude, Cody, our sales guy, wrote, for all the time y'all spend doing prep, it's like you're allergic to finding data. He sends the most cutthroat beginnings to his text messages.
Man,
whenever we go
This
in.
gets him the angriest. Oklahoma City. I texted him last year after Indiana won Game 6 and was forced into Game 7. It was like, and I can bust his chops, and he does, and he usually takes pretty well. I said something like, "Told you it wasn't going to be easy," and he wrote back like, "Dude, seriously, F you. I don't want to hear from you." But I was like, "Okay, all right, we found the line with Cody."
He sent us Chet Holmgren's career winning percentage. He's really going in.
Of course, he has a good winning percentage. He's on a loaded team. All right. Cody talks a lot for a guy whose biggest fear is a marble rye.
A marble rye?
Yeah, because he's like gluten can't.
I thought you hear more Seinfeld stuff for tomorrow night.
Yeah,
he can't eat bread.
More Seinfeld stuff. What's coming up on the show?
So right out of the gate, Alec will give out Twitter handles for Oklahoma City. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
Whoa.
Obviously, we'll talk about that. We'll talk about the Rangers' failure, and we got Overaction Reality at noon, and the combo platter at 12:20. Besides not being in school, what was the best part about the summer as a kid, and what about as an adult?
It was getting to be home when we were in summer.
Well, you're always home.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I see on TV that one of my peeps, once again, dominated the spelling bee. And
Wait, hang on.
What do you mean by your
What do you mean? What are your
An
peeps?
Indian guy.
I thought
Indian
you meant
kid.
a family friend.
All
Are
Indians.
you Indian?
No, Sharif is.
I'm just kidding.
All right.
Praise to Allah.
I've heard many of your airport.
I'm a halfie.
Racial. What
I'm a wheat
the
fan.
hell?
Yeah.
Is that an allowable thing to
my
say?
mom is straight white. My dad is in it, so I'm split up.
Okay.
Anyway, you're gonna get the toughest word to start now in the 105 through the fan crosstalk KNC spelling bee. And I
hope it's not an I and an E word.
I am kind of given the words to the corresponding intelligence level in my mind.
Uh-oh.
All right?
No,
Choppy, you're going to get the easiest one.
Oh, so we're not playing with Peyton.
Okay.
Oh, man.
Cool. Kevin Hagelin, spell conscientious.
Oh, no. CONSCIENCIOUS.
You were one letter off.
That was a T, not a C.
It was a T and not the C.
Oh, yeah.
Very difficult right there.
I'm sorry, I failed you.
Alec Medford, spell silhouette.
Ooh, I can do that.
SGA shadow on the floor.
That's right.
For you.
SIHO.
Maybe I can't.
ULTTE,
That is
something like that.
I don't know. Abomination.
Hey, we got 6 letters into that before we heard L.
I haven't had caffeine yet.
I think it's
go ahead, Chuck.
SILHOUTTE.
I think
No.
it's E-T.
I always forget where the H is. The H is in a weird spot.
SILHOUTETTE.
That's where- yep.
Okay, so I missed the E.
Roberto, spell reconnaissance.
I wrote it down with that.
Can I have
I
the
wrote it down
language
with
of
the E.
Shut
origin?
up. We're going to get to you. What?
The language of origin?
Yeah, can you use it?
Use in definition, use in a sentence.
Military observation like your stepson.
What'd you say again?
Reconnaissance.
Reconnaissance. No, I don't. It's RECONAISSANCE.
You are one N away.
Yeah, 2 N's.
Double it. Look at Alec trying to correct.
I actually knew that one.
Sean, can I try one with you?
I mean, I got to get RJ on the board first.
All
then you
right.
could try one
Okay.
with me. All right, Choppy.
Yeah.
To
Makes me
win,
good at this.
To win it. Dichotomy.
Oh, that's not fair.
I did it for intelligence. I measured it. He's still spelling it out.
He's right there. That feels hurtful.
Oh, that's way off. Holy cow, I wrote it down. That's not even close.
You're not going to get this wrong.
Let's see. DICHOT.
He's literally writing it out.
MY.
There it is!
You gave the English minor the one. He was going to beat us as the English
All right,
minor.
Kevin.
All right, Sean, are you ready?
I was over the first three, though.
Your word is weather.
Well, which one?
Would you like me to use it in a sentence?
Please.
I don't know whether
WHETHER.
Sean can spell the word weather.
Oh, no.
Well, you use them both. Hey, I'm Indian.
Hold on, what
I'm
does that have
undefeated.
to do with this
You can't get the
question?
one. You can't sneak one by me. The other on the list, I can't pronounce. The other words, I can pronounce Pharaoh, a ruler in ancient Egypt.
PHAROAH.
Incorrect. You both got it wrong. PHARAOH.
Oh.
And
It's
then,
like Dwayne Wade.
And then, I mean, this one. This would actually. I think this would trick. Millennium. Peyton. Millennium.
Millennium.
Forget it. He did it. That's a walk-off.
He lost the pronunciation game.
We'll see you tonight and tomorrow in Arlington. The KNC Masterpiece is next. Have a great weekend.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or Tune.
And HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth, an Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, oh man, Alec Medford.
Oh, man.
And the famous Kevin Walker is in for the day. And God help us, Bobby Belt might want to say something. As long as it's not what you were just saying a minute ago, then that's fine.
You know, you are a great teammate, because I just said some really awful things right before you came on the air, and I raised my hand just as a bit because I thought you'd shoot it down. But look at that. You still have trust in me. So there was nothing I even had to say there. I just wanted to see if you would allow me to say something on the air.
And here we are.
Yeah, so there was. I think I wanted to say you're a great teammate, and I love this show. I think it's a great show, and I enjoy listening to it regularly. And I can't wait to get in the car and listen to what Alec was just saying before we got back on the air he was going to say. All right, bye, guys.
All right, there you go, Bobby Belt. How the heck are you guys doing today? How the heck is everybody out there in Radioland? 877-881-1053 on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line, or the Twitch, or the YouTube. Mr. Medford, we will start with you.
I'm doing excellent now. I'm a little bit fired up. I'm feeling great. But again, if anybody needs it, any OKC fans out there, I've got a copy printed out of a job application. I'll have it up here throughout the entire show. I will be able to provide that for you. I know that's something that you haven't quite seen before. But no, I'm doing great. We got some good basketball last night. Woke up feeling good. The allergies are finally subsiding, so I can breathe out of my nose again, which is wonderful when you have to talk for 4 hours. So yeah, I'm feeling great, and it's Friday. Why can I be mad at literally anything right now?
Now, Kevin Walker, how are you doing? And I'm already concerned about your ability to do this show today, because you also did not understand the corduroy pillow joke. So we're going to need to figure this whole thing out, man.
But like I told you earlier, I took that as a learning opportunity, and now in the future, I'll be able to understand that joke. But I'm doing absolutely fantastic. And when Alec texted me yesterday and he said, hey, I'm coming in early tomorrow to grab Masterpiece of the Week stuff, I think he was actually just coming in to look up a job application and print it out before the show.
Ah, yes.
That was 50% of it. I can't lie.
That is.
But I don't think he wanted to text me that, and then I'd be confused, and so.
Yeah, that would be kind of weird, just planting that seed of like, hey, I'm coming into work early to print out a job application. I'll see you then. Like, no, this
Kevin
is not
Walker is going to be like, now's my time to shine.
This is not for any specific company. It's literally just a template that I found online.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so it just says employment job application, and it has questions. So, yeah, questions that need to be answered by a certain fan base, especially after their team got shelled yesterday.
From the 817, how about those Rangers? Am I right? You know what? We'll get to those Rangers in just a minute, but instead, go ahead and give me cut number 2, will you please, sir? And let's talk about Game 6.
They're going to do it. Look at the middle. Look where Harper is. Wide open. Flash, too. That's his home breaker. Yeah.
Jeez Louise, Bobby. So that is, and I don't know why I looked at my phone when Bobby told me to look at my phone. That was a mistake by me, and I will readily admit I made a mistake by looking at my phone. It was every bit as shocking as I probably, good Lord, would have thought that it was. But Oklahoma City, they force a Game 7 with a 91 victory over the Thunder. This game was wrapped up after a dominant third quarter, and that means we will get a Game 7. This is the 5th Game 7 of the NBA playoffs, which is tied for the most in NBA history. Did it feel as though we had to get a Game 7 out of this?
Absolutely. This series was too fun, too special. It deserved a Game 7. And really from the jump at Game 1, I felt like this was going to go 7 just because the unpredictable already predictably happened after Game 1, which was the Spurs looked better than anybody thought with some injured stars sitting out of that game. Still, they finally have a healthy roster, and they showed what they're capable of last night. And the in-game adjustments, and really just throughout the series, the adjustments that both teams have made. Like even OKC, they seemed like they kind of took the foot off the gas pedal, obviously because they lost, but it felt like the physicality on their end was just it was a little bit lacking last night, that's kind of their calling card. That's why the foul conversation exists, is because they are so physical, attacking on offense and defensively. They are very up in your face, very physical. I don't know if that was a conscious decision for them to not hit the deck as much offensively, for them to not really charge the way that they used to, that I'm used to seeing. It's a real attack-heavy offense. You saw that from the Spurs. You saw a level of physicality that it felt like either they weren't allowed to have earlier in the season, or they just hadn't really committed to. And I feel more like the latter is what prevailed there. It seemed like Mitch Johnson, the head coach, Wemby, it felt like the messaging going into that game was we need to be as physical, as humanly possible, as allowed within the regulations of this league's rules, to try to keep these guys off balance, off center, keep them out of the paint. When they do get into the paint, make things very, very difficult for them defensively, and just shut down any offense, which really runs through SGA, who was a whopping minus 28.
Man, which is tied with Joel Embiid for the worst plus-minus in a potentially deciding game ever for a reigning MVP. By the way, thank you to the people who are keeping me honest this morning. If I said OKC forced a Game 7, obviously I meant San Antonio forced a Game 7, but also from the 469, who the F is Kevin Walker? All right, now, Kevin, I'll give you a chance to respond, or is it possible that is a fatty who is mad at me for not saying Khaki Kev?
Both are that's a good possibility. Actually, that's a good possibility.
They don't want me to corporate you up, which I get.
Yeah, so I'm Khaki Kevin Walker, and I haven't said that before. And if you want to know more about me, then you'll just have to tune into Fan After Dark to learn more about me. But I'm a UNT grad, and I root for Texas, and the rest you can find out.
Did you just say that to learn more about you, you'll have to listen to Fan After Dark and then say more about you? That was very Jerry Jones, no comment-esque, and I liked it.
But I also gave them a little bit of a confusing quote by saying I graduated from UNT, but I go for Texas. So maybe they were be interested.
That doesn't confuse me. Most Texas fans are T-shirt fans, so I understand that. Boom! Longhorns, that's what we're bringing today.
Yeah, take that, Peyton.
Don't worry about all of my sports program failures. That's fair. That is fair. We pretended to win a Big 12 title that I was at that game, and we lost to Nebraska by like 38 points. And Peyton is upset with us. All right, so we're killing a little bit of time just so we can avoid the inevitable, but I guess we cannot really avoid the inevitable anymore. Go ahead and give me cut number 9 after another defeating evening at the ballpark.
And the pitch is swung on, hit in the air to right field. Moving back is Smith. He stops short, makes the catch, and this ball game is over. The Astros win it by the score of 5-1.
And that is, by the way, I think like the disappointment you hear in Eric's voice right there is the disappointment of all of us. The Rangers dropped this series 3 out of 4 games at home to a god-awful Houston team, which again, what does that mean about the Rangers? Well, they just shellacked the Rangers, and I think they're terrible, so take that for what you will. But now the Rangers have lost 6 of their last 7 games to 2 teams that are terrible.
It's disheartening, and it's gotten to the point, I think Bobby said it on the morning show, and I totally agree. If one of your frontline starters goes out there and gives up 2 home runs, the game's over.
Yeah.
It's gotten to that point for me mentally, where if Jacob deGrom, Nathan Eovaldi, Mackenzie Gore, if any of those 3, Jack Leiter even, on his worst days, because he's been a bright spot still.
Sure.
If any of those guys are giving up multiple home runs in a game, whether they're solo home runs, men on base, whatever, it doesn't matter to me. My confidence is totally deflated at that point because I don't trust this offense to do anything productive whenever they are down. To an extent, they're front runners at this point because you saw it just a few nights ago with the 8-run first inning, is whenever they start off the game right, which seems like the pitching doesn't quite know how to do, if the offense knows how to start the game off right, then they kind of get into a groove. They kind of settle in, they calm down a little bit, and they're able to pile up some runs and actually support their starter. But whenever you have a situation like last night
which happens a lot with this team.
It happens a lot. That first inning ERA is just climbing and climbing and climbing to what feels like a record high at this point. It might not be, but it feels like it.
Do you want a number to go with that? It's not the ERA. It's going to make you feel even worse.
Oh.
And by the way, I believe it's above 7.
Oh.
So in the first inning, the Rangers have given up a league-high 18 home runs in the first inning. Second place, 12. You have given up 50% more than the team with the second most home runs given up in the first inning. And I want you to think about this, Alec. Like, I get it. Your record's going to be better when you score first. It's going to be worse when you don't score first. Like, that's common sense. But this is a staggering differential for the Texas Rangers. I believe now they are 19-4 when they score first and 6-28 when they don't. Like, I get it. You're obviously going to be better in one and worse in the other, but that is shocking. It's almost like when you give up that run in the first inning, which inevitably we've been doing on a home run. Think about it. Every 3 games, pretty much, you give up a first inning home run. And in those games, when you fall behind, you're 6-27. That is a combination for a crap record. And speaking of crap records, by the way, Alec, one more thing for you. Did you know going into their respective series against the Angels, against the Astros, those 2 teams were a combined 40-65. 40 wins, 65 losses, and they took 6 of 7 from you, and oftentimes in dominating fashion.
That is so deflating and disheartening. Like, it's not your fault. You're not playing the games. These numbers just keep pointing to more and more issues. It's like once I feel like I have something pinpointed that can be addressed, that can be mechanically changed, what have you for this team, something else pops up. And here recently, it's been the soaring putrid numbers in the first inning, and that's what's making me think, and this might be a longer conversation for sometime next week.
It feels like all of these are longer conversations.
They really are. You could take the entire time slot to talk about these issues one by one, but I think it might be a coaching thing right now where if you are giving up that many home runs and that many just barreled baseballs in general early in the game, maybe the game plan has been too strong early on, where it's attack, 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 and you're not necessarily throwing quality strikes, you're throwing strikes and challenging these hitters early in the game, which on paper can make sense. You know, you're trying to get somebody to be too aggressive early on in the game. You're trying to get that tunneling built up so whenever they see a four-seam fastball in their first at-bat in the first inning, it looks exactly the same as the slider that's going to end up at their feet in the third inning. I don't know. But I think it is maybe these starters are being a little too aggressive, and maybe it is a coaching decision where it's like, let's attack these guys because you really want to. You want to throw strikes early in the game when you're confident in your stuff. But maybe they're doing it too much and they're getting too cute.
I really thought, and I understand DeGrom and Eovaldi are not going to be in play for things like this, but I really was fascinated when we used the opener for Rocker and ended up working out pretty well.
Yes.
Now I'm like, hold on. Do we need to use more openers? Because I'm thinking back to even one of Mackenzie Gore's really solid games. He ended up loading the bases in the first inning and then rolled after that. And I'm like, oh, God, are we going to have 3 openers? I realize that probably not, and that feels like a really extreme way to go. But at this point, I am willing to listen to many, many different options on this topic.
I am too, because you gotta throw something at the wall and see what sticks at this point, because you already know what the offense is. It's not great. And you added pitching. You went and got Mackenzie Gore. You kept on adding to what was already a strength, and you continue to do that each year, and it's just not working right now. And at this point, I'm almost committed to that idea, Kevin, of just rolling with the playoff style of pitching, where you're just going to tandem start and piggyback your first 3 turns through the rotation every single time, because why not at this point?
See, and that's a great way to put it. And I know this is so defeatist and I hate saying it, but part of you, aren't you just like, what's going to happen? They're going to lose more?
Yeah. We've already seen I was going to say we've seen rock bottom. I'm not sure about that. But what feels like we could be at rock bottom, it can only go up from here.
And then somebody brought up, by the way, that the offense was this bad in 2023 as well. It was not. The Rangers are averaging 3.8 runs per game, and I just ran this. The year of the World Series, they averaged 5.4. So this is astonishingly worse than, well, not last year or the year before, but certainly the World Series year. So I feel like you guys need an uplifting, happy story. Coming up next, the father-son duo cycling to all the MLB stadiums. And on Saturday, they'll be in Arlington to raise money for charity. It is Scott and Ethan Pesch next right here on The Fan.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear? You can proudly say, I heard it on The Fan. Keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan, the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, and TuneIn app.
This message is sponsored by BetterHelp, and the leading online therapy platform, BetterHelp, now accepts insurance in Texas, making therapy more accessible for people who might have previously thought it was too expensive to start. Here is how it's going to work. With quick coverage checks, which you can pick up at BetterHelp.com/KRLD, easy online matching, and then average copays around $23. I think this is going to remove, or it does remove, a major barrier for a whole lot of people to get the support when they need it the most. I was one of those people. Therapy has made a huge difference in my adult life, and BetterHelp is the next evolution of this entire platform. They're the largest online therapy platform in the world, with 30,000 therapists who have helped more than 6 million people globally with an average rating of 4.9 stars out of 5. Here's how it's going to work. BetterHelp is going to do the initial matching work for you via a short questionnaire that I mentioned, and they're going to help identify your needs and then use their 12 plus years as a company of experience in industry-leading match fulfillment, and they typically match you up with the right person the very first time. Fill out the questionnaire. Check your coverage today at BetterHelp.com/KRLD. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/KRLD. Average copay is based on eligible members. Actual cost and coverage may vary by plan.
This is Stories from the Pitch, brought to you by the first ever Infinity QX65 and by Lowe's. Give your yard its own moment with new limited time deals from Lowe's.
4 years after the night in Paris that no one could explain, Ronaldo returned. He'd shredded his knee twice in between. Some thought he'd never play again. He arrived in Asia with a new haircut, that strange triangular tuft on his forehead, and started scoring against Turkey, Belgium, England, Turkey again. By the final in Yokohama against Germany, he was the tournament's leading scorer. Then in the second half, he scored both goals. A scuff shot Oliver Kahn couldn't hold. A swept finish from a Rivaldo dummy. 2-0. Brazil's 5th star. Ronaldo dropped to his knees on the grass, eyes closed. The ghost of 1998 finally exorcised. The greatest comeback in the sport's history.
Stay tuned to this Odyssey station for more Stories from the Pitch.
In a world in need of a hero,
One man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a data analyst.
Hey, what model did you use for these quarterly projections?
Astrology.
free genie openers, and live rodeo entertainment. See you there, Tolos.
Back to the KC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. This segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we're going to bring to you a uniquely awesome story. It is the father and son duo cycling to all the MLB stadiums for charity. They will be in Arlington on Saturday. It is Scott and Ethan Pesch. Good morning, y'all.
Hey, how you doing there?
Man, we're doing okay, but our baseball team is struggling. So can you tell me that magically every ballpark y'all visit, the team wins that day? Because we really need some help.
We're 6-2. The Rangers will be game number 9. I got my son Ethan here, but we're going to guarantee a win for you guys tomorrow when we attend tomorrow's game at 3:00.
I freaking love it. So already off to a great start. So for people who are not familiar with your story, you guys are looking to, or are in the midst of, traveling to all the ballparks. It's about a 9,500-mile journey to raise money for St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital, which is objectively amazing. Can y'all walk us through, like, the why behind it and how it actually got started?
So back in 1994, me and 3 other college track and field buddies, we actually bicycled to every ballpark in 94, and we're basically taking the same route. I'm just doing this as a retake with my son Ethan. But yeah, we are, like you mentioned, 9,500 miles for the total trip. We're doing it in one baseball season. And just to make sure everybody knows, the listeners, but we are bicycling to every ballpark. And we are 3,700 miles into our trip, having a great time. And I'll be honest with you guys, the state of Texas is beautiful. The people are great, respectful, and we're having a good time. We're just taking 2 days off. We take off on Sunday morning. We head down to Houston to see the Astros, but we're loving our time in Texas.
If you guys could make us win and then the Astros lose, that would really, really help out the cause, and I would appreciate it. Now, Ethan, do you have to, are you able to bike full out? Do you ever have to slow down for your dad or anything like that?
You know what? He's actually in better shape than me, so he's whooping my butt. But, he's been killing it. We've both been killing it. We're averaging around, I'm averaging around 15 miles an hour, and he's up towards 17. But, we're just trying to get from point A to point B. We're just trying to watch the games, have a good time, and Texas has treated us very well.
How has this been embraced? Like, we love the story, raising money for St. Jude's, but what kind of receptions and how have the people been that you've met, not only here in Texas, but all across your journey so far?
Yeah, so we started in Seattle. We saw the Mariners on March 26th. So I think we're like in day 65 of our trip, something around there. We went down the West Coast, saw, the beautiful Pacific Coast highway just going down. We then basically went over to Arizona, saw the Diamondbacks. We climbed the Rockies. And I'll tell you this, you guys, the stretch between Denver to Dallas, it was arduous, man. It was hard, but, it's like, this is the good stuff. Like, when you get there, you got that carrot in front of you. It's just been a great journey, meeting all the people. I mean, in so many levels, this is like the all-American road trip. It's just we're doing it on bicycles, which is a little bit odd, but we're enjoying it. We get to see everything up close and personal, and the best part of it all is the people. The people have been great. We've been well-received. Every city that we go to, for the most part, it's really embraced us, and same with the ball clubs, too. They really appreciate it. We got batting practice tomorrow, so we'll try to get some signed balls from some guys. That way we can auction them off for St. Jude, but that's kind of our play.
You see, the world of sports is able to generate some really cool stories just like yours, but baseball always seems to be the one that creates the most unique and wholesome ones in my mind. Why did you choose baseball stadiums and baseball teams, and why do you think baseball brings us together and creates these cool memories?
That's a good way to put it. The season is conducive, right? I mean, how can you pass up the summer? I mean, to go watch baseball. It's a great game. You're right. It has great stories, great unique personalities. My son and I just, we obviously, he grew up playing Little League. He played in college ball. He played high school ball. So he has that great love for the game. And I do too. I was never very good at it, but it's my favorite game. I love it. It's timeless. It's statistics. It's everything. And it's just, to go there with your family. My wife's going to fly in today. Then we're going to be on 4th of July. We're going to be in Chicago watching the Cubs, and my whole family's going to fly out there. So it'll be good to get together on the 4th of July. But it just doesn't beat a good family outing. I know I'm getting a little soft here, but that's the truth. It's just a really great game, and I love going to the games with my family.
Did you think about telling your wife that she also had to bicycle in to catch up with you guys as opposed to taking a flight?
She said no. She said absolutely not. It's the sore butt is kind of tough, but we got used to that after the first month. But no, she plans to fly in, and then she's actually going to be following us, and she'll drive down to Houston with us for that week.
Now, I want to know some more about the ballparks y'all have already been to, but I also want to establish, is bike2ballparks.com the best place, outside of this glorious interview, of course, to follow y'all's progress or donate money and get along with the cause?
Yeah,
we lose him.
Same thing without the .com. But that's where a lot of people can follow along. We're posting every day, almost every day, about our journey. And if there's more of a background on why we're doing our journey as well on the website. It's a good website. My cousin did it, his niece. It looks great. If you guys want to go check it out, you guys can go there.
It gives the full story, you guys. It's a good landing page. And then right there towards the top is the mission statement of St. Jude, and there's a little backstory as to why we chose it. We flew out to Memphis in January to really check out the campus and visit the Children's Hospital. And I got to tell you guys, it's a beautiful place, but when you walk in that Children's Hospital, it stands you up. There's some good stuff going on there. They're helping those families and the kids, and once we got there in January, we knew we picked the right beneficiary, and it's just been great. So I can't say enough about St. Jude. They got a great marketing team, and they got a great cause. So that's why we chose them.
And you cut out for just a second. Can you give the website one more time to make sure everybody knows what it is?
Sure. It's bike, the number 2, ballparks, which is plural.com. Bike to ballparks, but with the number 2. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, no, absolutely. What has been the best ballpark and or fans that you've run into thus far? And then obviously I have to ask, if I'm allowed, what was the worst ballpark?
I think all the ballparks have been pretty cool. I don't think they're all unique in some way. The A's, obviously they're moving to Las Vegas, so they're in Sacramento. So that was kind of interesting being at a minor league stadium, but it felt like everybody was pretty close. That place was pretty cool. We grew up Giants fans, so we got to throw out the first pitch there. So that's kind of, something hard to beat. But we're hoping tomorrow, if the Rangers can top that somehow, some way, they're going to be number 1.
Yeah. You know what? This is Scott talking real quick. In '94, I did this trip 32 years ago, you guys, and a lot of things have changed. Like we had 28 teams back then. You guys are probably too young to remember, but that was also the baseball strike. So our trip got cut short. We got to Toronto. They went on strike, but we finished the trip and just took pictures outside of it. But my point being is, when we came here, we came to the old Arlington Stadium, and that was a beautiful stadium. But now I heard the new and improved spot is really nice, and so I'm just looking forward to seeing the new stadium tomorrow. We got a nice tour set up. We get to go to BP, but I'd say just because we have a little bit of a bias so far, the Giants have been the best stadium. I got to say Petco Park in San Diego is pretty dang cool as well. That's a real nice park as well.
Well, and we feel like you guys still owe us for the 2010 World Series. So
we were at game 2. We were at game 2, actually. I took Ethan there as a young kid. We were there.
Well, Scott, I do want to know, because you mentioned '94, and I know that you've been cycling cross country for quite a while. How did you get into that? And obviously, your passion for it made this a pretty easy decision for how you're going to go about fundraising. But how did your background and your history in cycling come together?
I was living in San Diego after I graduated from college. I was on this long 100-mile ride, and I just thought of it. I just didn't want to work I had my first professional job out of college, really enjoying it. But I just go, it's just too soon for me to be stuck in this damn cubicle. So I quit, and I got some friends together, and we took the trip in '94 just as something adventurous when I was in my 20s. And Ethan, just growing up, he would see the pictures and hear the stories. And he just graduated from college at University of Arizona. He goes, hey, I want to go on this trip. So we planned it out. It took about 2 years to plan it. And here we are doing it. And it's one of those things, you guys, that you always will have a reason not to do something, But sometimes you just got to stand up and do it. And that's what we're doing. I was really nervous to start because I'm going to be 60 years old this year. It's like, I'm too old to do this freaking stuff, but here I am. And Ethan, he's a baseball player. He's not like an endurance cyclist. So he's done really well adapting. Like I said, we're 3,700 miles in. When we get down to Houston, we'll be 4,000 miles in. And I think we're kind of, I'm not going to say over the top of this thing yet, but we're really taking the challenges pretty well.
Well, and it sounds like you're doing fine if you're outpacing your son in miles per hour. So, Ethan, I got to know, like, what does it mean to kind of replicate this journey and have your dad ask you to do it? And then I know your dad was joking about being too old, but hey, let's think about the future. Could you envision a way where you could convince your dad to jump back on the bicycle in 25 years or whatever and have a 3-generational ride?
Yeah, 25 years from now, that would be, it'll be what, 84?
Yeah, I don't know.
That's going to be tough. But, maybe if I have some kids of my own, when I have kids of my own, I'll make that decision when I get to Miami. So when we finish, maybe I'll start to think about, okay, do I really want to put myself through 9,500 miles again? Because it's a lot logistically. A lot of people just think we're riding, but you got to set up where you're staying, when you're going to the games, because your schedule relies on when the team is at home. And if you miss their homestand, you're screwed. You're there for like a week. And we've been lucky. We got in a few days early here, so we've been actually keeping up on good pace. But I got a good coach right here. It means the world to do something like this with him, and it's a once in a lifetime opportunity to do it with him. And it's just second.
You guys, I can't say enough. On so many levels, like I mentioned earlier, but the father-son thing, it's actually working out. We've only had 2 fights in 65 days.
Oh, great!
I can still beat him in arm wrestling. Okay, whatever. But anyways, no, things are going really well, you guys, on so many different levels. And it's something this big, how would I say this, but you got to do for something great. And St. Jude has been great. I don't mean to keep plugging them, but we are 100% behind them. And you know what? We're getting close to 45, 50 grand.
Yep.
So we're getting close, man, and we're going to hit that $100,000 mark. And quite honestly, if this thing really takes off, how cool would it be for us to hand over $1 million check to St. Jude? I mean, that would be so awesome. So that's kind of our back goal. But we're just going to take it one day at a time.
I don't think any of us are going to argue over you plugging St. Jude whatsoever. The website is bike2ballparks.com. That's bike2ballparks.com. More than $44,000 raised already. Scott, Ethan, I might be in contact with you again because I'm going to be at the game tomorrow as well. Yeah. And if you guys could ignite our offense, that would be almost like a charitable donation for us Rangers fans as well.
That'd be awesome. We'd love to see you guys there, man. We'll see you we'll meet you at the ballpark tomorrow at the BP.
Excellent. Excellent. Right. Scott, Ethan, thank you so much for the time. Good luck with the rest of your trip. We appreciate you.
Thanks, you guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Bike2ballparks.com. Alec, is there any part of that interview that makes you feel like you're not doing enough and I'm not doing enough with our life to raise money?
Absolutely. I mean, this show in general does, just because.
Sure.
I mean, Peace-a-thon exists, and then on top of the advocating and the plugging of other charitable efforts that our friends do that nationally matter to us, I'm always like, you know what? Maybe I'm not that great at this stuff. I need to step it up. I need to get on a bike and raise some money at this point. I'm fired up, and I'm excited for them. They're already crushing their goals, so that's really cool what they're doing.
It really, really is. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I might try to squeeze in a college sports update, but also baseball, Nuggets, Murakami, the Dodgers, and all of these already complicated salary cap proposal numbers. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it's a Friday. We got...
Cardinals open a 3-game series at Globe Life Field in Arlington tonight. Hi, everybody. This is Eric Nadel, inviting you to join Matt Hicks, Jared Sandler, and me. Broadcast time 6:30, right here on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Flicks this one the other way. Back it goes! 20 home runs for Munetaka Murakami. He becomes the third White Sox player to hit 20 before June. Unbelievable rookie year.
Can't see masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And you know what? It's also a shout-out Friday, so if you want to send those in, 877-881-1053, Frankel and Frankel, Injury Attorney text line, or the Twitch, or the YouTube, we will try to get those fired up as well. But right now, it's time for some baseball nuggets. And let's start with Munetaka Murakami. Couple of different things. So on Wednesday, he surpassed Pete Alonso and Mark McGwire for the most home runs by a rookie before the end of May. Alonso in 2019 and Mark McGwire in 1987, not 2087, 1987. Both had 19. Murakami already has 20 after hitting home runs on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, and it's only May 29th. He also became the fastest Japanese-born player to hit 20 home runs. Can you take a wild guess as to who previously held this record?
Oh, geez. That's a tough task, Kevin.
You really should get this right.
Shohei Ohtani.
Shohei Ohtani is correct. He did it in 101 games. Murakami, 55.
Jeez.
Now, obviously, Murakami does not pitch, so there's that. But that has helped propel the White Sox to some unprecedented success. Well, it's been precedented. It's just been a minute. They are already 16-10 this month. Oh, wow. Yeah. Wow, that's pretty good. So they're guaranteed to have their first winning month since May of 2023. It's been 3 years since they had a winning month. Now, I understand as Rangers fans, you might feel right now as though we'll never have another winning month. Yeah. But surely that won't be the case. But yes, it's been 3 years on the dot since the White Sox had a winning month. They have already guaranteed that heading into their weekend series. So clap, clap, clap. Congratulations to them for that.
That's incredible.
It really is.
I call it the Will Venable effect just because I think he's awesome and, his time with the Rangers.
He could have been our next manager.
He could have been. I'm not mad at Skip, but no, I love Will Venable, so I'm just going to give him all the credit.
Okay.
Even though the Southside Samurai is the one doing the hitting of the baseball and hitting it very hard and very far.
Right.
And no, he's incredible. He's my favorite story in baseball this year is because I'm going to keep pounding my chest about this as soon as the rumors that he might get posted to go to Major League Baseball. I was like, this dude is a freak.
Yes.
And I want him on my baseball team.
Yes.
And everybody was like, oh, he's going to go to the Dodgers, of course, just because they're the kings of money in general, but international money right now too. And I'm like, no, bring him here. He's gonna mash. And he goes to a team that nobody cares about. And luckily he is getting the national attention that I was hoping he would get because he's doing unprecedented things right now. He is incredible.
Now, speaking of teams that people don't really care about, let's talk about the Pirates. So the Pirates lost to the Cubs 7-2 in a game in which Paul Skeens struck out 10 in 5 1/3 and gave up 1 earned run.
That's not great.
It's not. But Mr. Excitement, Paul Skeens, was told about an amazing thing that he did, and he responded with words. So his career ERA is now 2.12. That is the 4th best ERA in Major League history for a starting pitcher with a minimum of 300 innings before they turn 24. The other 3 all pitched in the 1910s and 1920s, including this guy you might have heard of named Babe Ruth. So with that information presented to him, here is what Paul Skeens actually said. That's cool. There's a lot of baseball left. End of quote. So, like, there are few things that I love in the sporting world more than the disinterest of Paul Skeens in talking about himself.
He's so weird, and I love it.
Oh, for sure.
He's just straight up a weirdo. He's a robot. I mean, from his insane start day routine for how he warms up, and it takes like 8 hours for him to get warmed up, to the fact that he does not care about himself
at all
whatsoever.
Yeah.
He is hilarious without even trying. Just like the interview he did with Tarek Schoolbull and Jeff Passan, and Passan was like, "Oh, that kind of intimidated me." He just goes, "Good." Like, he's not even trying.
Pretty much.
He's hilarious. I love Paul Skeens.
How do you feel about the anti-shout-outs? Shout-outs that technically say shout-outs, but they're actually negative in nature.
I like creativity.
From the 214, I want to give a shout-out to Ray Davis for being the worst owner in baseball history. He is turning our team into the Marlins.
Oh.
Here's a more positive one,
Well, he
though.
said I took their manager, so I got to make it fit, right?
Oh, good point. Oh, man, that is a good point. Yeah, there's sometimes when you need a pinch hitter, I'm like, well, who? Who's he supposed to put out there? From the 214, shout out to my 16-year-old daughter. She finished school with a 3.9 GPA, and she was mad that she got an A- in one class. I don't know where she got her smarts because her mom and I are dummies. I appreciate you for including both of those. All right. Would you like to go to the payroll and collective bargaining negotiations or extra innings? I'm stupid.
I feel like the CBA stuff could take a minute, so let's go with the extra innings.
All right. So I was looking at this thread on Reddit, thanks to Mr. Medford, and I decided to continue down this rabbit hole. That's one of the things about me, Alec. It can be good, it can be bad. If I get information, I don't usually go, oh, interesting. I'm like, I need to know more about that.
I need context.
Yes, and so that is exactly what I did. The Los Angeles Dodgers are the only team in Major League Baseball that has not yet played an extra inning game. And at first, I was like, wow, that is astonishing. But then I looked into it some more. You know, the Rangers have played one, and it was the second game of the season.
Yep.
And so, by the way, they are now one of two teams in Major League Baseball that are undefeated in extra innings. Take that for what you will. As I just said, they've played one whole game, but they're 1-0. The other is the Padres. They're 2-0. The teams that are winless, the Yankees and Tigers at 0-3 and 0-4, respectively. But they are not even close to the teams who have played the most extra innings games. So while I told you about a third of the way through the season, as you pointed out, the Dodgers have played 0. The Pirates, the Nationals, the Rays, and the Cardinals have all played 9 extra inning games.
Wow.
That ties them for second place behind the New York Mets, who have played 10 extra inning games this year. They are 6-4 in those games. So consider this. In regular games that end in 9 innings, they're 17-29. In games that go to extra innings, they're 6-4.
So you just got to hang around the rim if you're the Mets.
Exactly.
Just exist on the same level, not better, not worse, on the same level as your opposition for 9 full frames, and you've got a chance.
Yeah. So what's the problem?
They still suck.
Oh, well, that is true, but just be careful about that because their record is 2 games worse than the Rangers. By the way, big news for the Rangers tonight. I believe tonight is the night for the bloody lip Nolan Ryan replica jersey, which I feel like even if you're disappointed in the way this team has gone, and by the way, Kansas City is a terrible team as well, I feel like the stadium is going to be packed tonight for that giveaway.
I think it's a sellout.
It should be.
I think it is. I think as of this morning, it's a sellout. And I saw somewhere, it might have been Jeff Wilson, somebody said that there was another promotion going on. It was like $4.49 red dyed beer.
Oh.
I think to go with it.
Huh.
And I'm like, that
Obviously,
is...
Kevin Walker immediately knew that was right.
That is objectively awesome. So I love when they have the opportunity to do that. They see that a promotion is so popular that they're like, how about we double down on it and just make it an entire theme night? And I guarantee you people are going to show up with red makeup on to look like they've got a bloody lip or something. It's going to be incredible. That atmosphere is going to be awesome for what I think is the coolest giveaway they've done in I don't know how long.
And man, there's some pretty awesome ones like that Tupac bobblehead in Baltimore. There's some really cool giveaways in Major League Baseball, but this might be at the top of the list. Coming up next, we've got Dallas Cowboys news of the day, plus those Dallas Wings. Woo! Next on The Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
If you're looking to buy a brand new car, the place to go is Platinum Chevrolet in Terrell. 80,000 square feet of buying power if you want to take care of the whole thing in person. They have great people, great selection, and low prices. That's why they call them Platinum prices. They are the best. About 6.5 years ago, I made my way to Platinum for the very first time on the recommendation of one Corey Majors. Bought my Equinox there over the last 6.5 years. My family has bought not one, not two, not three.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for some Dallas Cowboys news of the day. Fear not, though, we will also talk about the Dallas Wings, because from the 214, shout out to the Dallas Wings for their win over the Aces. We will talk a little bit more about that in just a second. From the 817, can I get a shout out this morning? Happy birthday to Madeline. She turns 17 today. Your dad loves you. Happy birthday, Madeline. And from the 817, shout out to my beautiful wife. I wouldn't be here if it weren't for her. And then from the 321, shout out to Alec for getting yelled at by all of the OKC fans.
Yeah, it's still happening. It's literally still happening. During the break, I got more replies.
Do you feel like the hate cycle on Twitter, depending on what happens, of course, is about 2 to 3 days before people move on to something else that they're mad about?
Yeah, honestly, and it's really going to take, honestly, I think it's going to take this conference finals ending one way or another. Whether the Thunder win it all or not, I think it just needs to end because they're actively playing right now. And
if they lose, does the hate dissipate? And if they win on Saturday, does it go into the next level? And they're like, cry those tears with Cooper Flag.
Question, yeah, and I will wipe my tears with Cooper Flag.
Question for Alec. Do you think the version of OKC Thunder hater fans is like the redneck version of Knicks fans, win or lose?
Oh.
Ooh. Yeah, pretty much. The funny thing is, OKC, they have not had a fan base until recently. They've had about 5 fans for their entire existence until they got good.
Right.
And once they got good, their fan base got really strong. And I love their home environment. You know, how everybody's wearing the color-coded T-shirts in the different sections and stuff. It feels like a college basketball game. It's awesome. It's really, really cool. But you didn't exist until like 4 years ago. So it's kind of ironic. And all of the fans that are replying to me have eggs as their Twitter profile picture, or they have inanimate objects or animals as their profile picture. So I'm like, do you even exist? Are you actually real? Or are you taking some of that money that you're trying to get from daily fantasy companies, SGA, and you're making bots to go after me or something? I don't know.
And from the 903, this is my out of context fan text of the day. If I wanted to politics talk, I'd tune into Fox. Y'all spend more BS on this than y'all do on any sports team in Dallas other than the Cowboys. I do not know what that is in reference to. And also, we spent most of the first hour talking about the Rangers, and we're about to mention the Wings in addition to the Cowboys. So I don't know.
I am confusion.
What that is in reference to. All right. Let's talk about the Dallas Cowboys. They have their mandatory OTAs starting on Monday and Tuesday. And I know that the Cowboys yesterday, or excuse me, the G-Bag Nation yesterday, they had on Joseph Hoyt to kind of talk about some of the potential additions that could still get made. And I wanted to focus on 2 specifically, James Conner and Bobby Wagner. You know me, I am team Bobby Wagner. And if people are concerned about Bobby Wagner, I totally understand that he is an older player. He will be 36 when the season starts, but he also was second team All-Pro as recently as not last season, but the season before. You know, like from 2014 to 2024, he was first or second team All-Pro every single year, including in 2024. And then 2025, last year, he had 162 tackles and a couple of interceptions. I thought Dawson brought up a savvy point of, are those recovery tackles because the rest of your defense has fallen apart, or are those real impact tackles? I'm kind of paraphrasing. But unfortunately, you might need still some recovery tackles with this defense. I think he's somebody you could get on a 1 year for a reasonable rate. I would be interested in that. So I want to know your thoughts about that. And then James Conner, which goes back to the idea that you still need more proven reinforcements at running back.
Both of them are interesting because I think they both add value to your team even at this phase in their career, and I don't think you have to spend a ton to do it. Bobby Wagner makes the most sense just because even after the draft, feels like a lot of Cowboys fans are still having a bit of pause about the linebacker position. And I actually heard Wolchuk talking about this, I think, on TikTok the other day. If you can add one more piece to that linebacker room, the guy who led your team in tackles last year in Shamar James becomes your fourth linebacker.
And I'm still interested to see how Shamar James evolves as a player. I know he got kind of dumped on, but he got accelerated into a role he was not ready for.
Exactly.
And showed some flashes. There were plenty of things to be corrected. But
he did, and that's where you put him back in the position to succeed. You know, maybe fourth linebacker isn't exactly where he wants to be, sure, after being a pretty much full-time starter last year. But you bring in a guy like Bobby Wagner, who is all-pro even in his sleep, and he still does productive things on the football field and stays healthy. That's the thing about him. He's been playing forever. He's in his 35th year of life, and he still plays every single down and every single game, it feels like. He's reliable, even at this age, and he's been there, done that. He's won a Super Bowl. He's played in multiple systems, and he's played in some of the best systems that we've seen in football. He's been good in stopping the run. He's been good in coverage, dropping back. He can rush the passer for you here and there. He's been asked to do a multitude of things, mainly thanks to Dan Quinn, who, played here in Dallas, or coached here in Dallas. So I feel like there's a lot of things that he can provide just from a veteran presence standpoint, and he's not going to be one of those cliche veteran presences where it's like, oh yeah, bring him in where he can just coach up the guys and he never really plays. No, this guy will play linebacker for you, but he will also teach at the same time. And just imagine some of the between the ears stuff that he could teach to a guy like DeMarvion Overshone, who, if he stays healthy, all he's doing is learning while playing every Sunday. Alongside a guy like Bobby Wagner, I feel like just adds infinite value and just raises the floor, elevates the floor of your defense. So that one specifically makes a ton of sense for me. James Conner is interesting just because it feels like I'm one of a few people now that thinks Malik Davis is your running back too. Everybody seems to think that he's gone.
Yeah.
Everybody seems to think him and Phil Maffa are not on this team after training camp or even going into training camp. So if you want that true 1-2 punch, James Conner is a recent 1,000-yard rusher. I believe he did it just in 2024. So this is a guy that
he's hurt last year.
He was hurt last year, so he can run the ball effectively. He's not quite the running back one that I would want, which you already got one in Javonte Williams. And I kind of like the dual thumper style of Javonte Williams just between the tackles, hard-nosed running, and James Conner between the tackles, hard-nosed running. And then Jaden Blue can be your change of pace, switch it up out of the backfield, maybe in the pass game back, where you're not asking him to do too much and be too reliable, because he showed last year that he can't exactly be the most reliable running back too. So I think both of these moves make a ton of sense. Are you willing to actually go out there? And I feel like sometimes it's a pride thing for the front office to make that late addition.
Right.
Because it's like, that's almost them waving the white flag in a sense of saying we still need help. And I think they love to walk out of the draft and be like, that's it. Our team is set. We did it, guys. We got all of our guys, and we are able to put out a team that we believe in. But if you sign a guy during training camp or right before training camp, it's almost an omission of we didn't quite figure it out in the offseason.
Now, I wanted to throw this out there. We've been meaning to talk about this all week. There was an article on Bleacher Report talking about the best-kept secrets for every roster heading into the OTAs. Now, I realize this player is not a secret for Cowboys fans, but I think that meant more from a national perspective. Can you go ahead and give me cut number 12? And I want to know if you think this player is ready for a level up.
Brissett under center. DeMercado behind him. Fakes it to him. Back to throw. Buried. That's Ezeraku with his second sack. And he's been pushing the pocket all night, and he dominated on that play.
So Donovan Ezeraku, obviously lack of sacks cost Bobby his hair, but he was in the 85th percentile of run stop rate and 73rd percentile of run defense per Pro Football Focus. Do you feel like, I know there were some very divisive opinions about his rookie year, do you feel like he is ready for a level up on a team that obviously, one way or another, desperately needs more pass rushing?
Yeah, I think a lot of people felt like you were going to see even just a touch more in his rookie season.
I agree.
Just because he's that talented. And that's just the weird way of the draft. People are going to say, if he's that talented, why wasn't he a top 10 pick? It's like, well, depth and positional value and all of that factors in when there's 31 other teams making decisions on how to build their roster too. But he's got tons of athleticism, especially for the position that he plays. He's quick, he's agile, he's got the bend, and like you said, he impressed me more than I expected in the run game. He didn't get the sack numbers that everybody wanted, but in the run game, he was one of your most sure tackling defenders, which I was impressed in his rookie season that he was wrapping up and tackling as cleanly as he was in the run game, which is something that has plagued this team for a few years now, and Jerry has been talking about how we need to fix that run defense for years and years and years now, and he immediately, day one, comes in and does that at a pretty decent level. One thing that I think is going to prove, dare I say, pivotal for him is the fact that he got that off-season surgery. There was something bothering him, mobility-wise, that we didn't quite know about until after he got the surgery. So maybe that labrum surgery that he got done to his hip actually kind of opens things up for him, makes him a little bit more comfortable going out there into training camp and trying out this new system. And not to touch on that too much either, hey, new defensive coordinator that everybody thinks is going to put his guys in better positions than the guy before him.
Right, absolutely.
So I do think that you're going to see some progressive jumps from Donovan Ezeraku this season.
From the 254, Charlie from Covington. Want to give a shout out to my wife, Christina, for just being a trophy wife and mom.
Oh,
that's nice.
Lovely.
Now, we said we were going to talk about the Dallas Wings. Go ahead and give me cut number 13 for what I can only assume is a Jessica Shepard highlight after a historic night for her.
Minutes gone by here in the first. Bud, free throw line, jumpers pure.
One Kevin Walker. Jessica Shepard, 22 points, 20 rebounds, 10 assists. It was the second 2020-10 game in WNBA history. The first ever WNBA 22-point, 20 rebound, 10 assist game. Why is it that you did not think she was worthy of a highlight?
Because it was AZ Fudd's first start.
Oh! All right.
Khaki Kev likes headlines, Kevin. Except corduroy pillows. He doesn't like those headlines.
He didn't get that joke either, so we might need to go back to the drawing board.
I wanted to go with the unpopular pick there.
But yeah, so AZ Fudd, 9 for 15, 3 of 5 from 3, which obviously is going to be a huge part of her game. The Wings win 95-87 over the Aces. We talked about it yesterday. They were already number 5 in ESPN's power rankings. They get another key win, staying above 500 at 5-3. But this night was, I'm not kidding, a historic night from Jessica Shepard. If you think it's too specific to say it's the first 22-20-10 game in WNBA history, I understand that, but only the second player, along with Alyssa Thomas, to have a 20-20-10 game in WNBA history.
I've got another fun number if you want more context. If that's too niche for you or what have you, I have another fun one that is kind of niche, but still, this is just wild to me. Last night was Jessica Shepard's 4th game this season with 10+ points, 10+ rebounds, and 5+ assists. That's a league best mark. The rest of the WNBA has 6 games combined.
So now I'm going to root for her to defeat the rest of the league, obviously.
Yes, because she is quite literally better than the rest of the league is what I took from that stat.
Now,
can't change my mind.
One person who is not accepting of this result is Becky Hammon, the Aces coach. She said, I'm not paraphrasing, except for the parts where I have to shorten the words that you cannot say on radio.
Oh, no.
I'm effing tired of that BS. I'm not saying the Wings didn't earn their 22 free throws down there, but she is upset about the free throw disparity. That's not right. Disparity. Thank you.
It's Friday.
I wasn't going to get it because I was thinking disparagement, and I was like, no.
I won't ask you to spell it.
That's not right. So, yeah, that was going to be a problem. But the Wings had 10 more free throws than the Aces, and Becky Hammon, as she said, is tired of this BS. But then she also said, until we play defense for 40 minutes, we'll continue to take these lumps on the chin. So it's a combination of not getting free throws and playing crappy defense.
I love when coaches can admit that two things can be true at once. You weren't exactly getting the whistles that you thought you deserved, but hey, we also suck at defense, so, maybe it cancels out. Maybe we should have just played better. I like when a coach can say, hey, that sucks, but we should just play better. I've always loved Becky Hammon, the coach, because I feel like she is incredibly real, and that's why her time in the NBA, I always hope that she made it to an NBA head coach, because she's so real, and she's got that tenacity of like, I don't care. I'm just going to speak the truth, whether it hurts the officials' feelings, my team's feelings. Like, the same kind of thing Jose Fernandez has been doing here with the Wings, where he's just like, I'm going to be real with you. Somebody's feelings are going to get hurt, and I don't care who.
It's the third game, and you're being selfish.
Selfish! Enrique.
Now, Khaki Kevin, how do you feel about giving Alec Medford awkward transitions?
I think awkward transitions are better transitions than good transitions.
Ooh, fantastic.
I disagree.
It is a shout-out Friday from the 817. Shout out to my mom. She's had Parkinson's and cancer for years, but she's nearing the end and is about to step into heaven. We're very sorry for your loss. And Alec, now it's on you to cheer us up. That was a sad text.
That was. So, thank you for that. Coming up next on the KNC Masterpiece, it's time for AM on the FM, where we've got the question of the day. Plus, even people from Cincinnati don't like Skyline. Next on the Fan.
Tolo means turn it on and leave.
on 105.3 The Fan. By the way, tomorrow I'm going to be at the Rangers game, as I know many a person from 105.3 The Fan will be. So if you see us, please do say hello. And right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the Pride of Mansfield, Texas, and the mayor of the Medfordplex. Oh, that was sultry. I liked it. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Plus, gonna hear my favorite sound of the week.
My favorite sound of the week was from yesterday's AM on the FM. Khaki Kevin, did you hear about yesterday's AM on the FM where somebody suggested getting Alec a coffee mug that said MILF and cookies?
No, I did not hear that, but that sounds like something we should definitely do.
Don't pile on. Don't add to this effort. There's a narrative about me that is going around that is either
pierce nipples,
that too. It's either going to directly or indirectly, positively or negatively affect my dating life. So I don't know what kind of. I've already had to explain this to one person.
Sure,
and
I'm going to give you a glimpse into the future. It's 18 months from now.
Oh no!
Alec has grown close with a woman, very close with a woman, but he's worried about mentioning it on air or telling anybody about it, because while he loves this woman, he also loves this woman's child. And that precocious 4-year-old is the best, and he's going to be nervous to tell us about it because we are going to point out that we were right all along.
This is a 100% real story. I went on a first date like 3 or 4 weeks ago, and 10 minutes into the conversation, I was asked, okay, I got to know, did you actually hook up with that single mom at the mall?
Oh my God,
I'm
that's
so
amazing.
serious. Right hand raised in the air. I was actually asked that unprovoked.
And did you go,
No, because it didn't happen.
Oh. Okay, I wasn't at the date. I just wanted to know.
Shut up, 214. Alec is the radio dad that stepped up. All right, we got the question of the day plus.
We'll get that on the tumbler.
So we got the coffee mug, the tumbler. What next? The cooler? Kev? The cooler? What? I need to stop. This is my segment. Y'all can shut up. We're also going to hear some sound from the Cincinnati Reds broadcast because even people from Cincinnati don't like Skyline chili.
I thought it was like super popular, but every single person it seems like that you talk to is like, it's kind of trash.
There's a twist on this, but this is the best sound I've heard all week because it was in the middle of an inning. Baseball was being played, and this interaction happened. I had to trim it down from 3 minutes to about a minute because it was pure madness, and it was so good. We'll get to that here in just a little bit. The question of the day is not from the National Day calendar. Sorry to disappoint. This is just more of a personal anecdote-based question. What is something that you had to teach yourself again? Something you had to relearn in your life because here recently, I kind of mentioned it the other day with you and Corey, is just something I'm doing as like a side quest, if you will, and like a side hustle is I'm getting my personal training certification.
Nice.
So I can help people, hopefully get jacked one day. And, live a healthy life. And I like helping people. So I figured that's a fun way to, one, keep myself fit and help other people in the process. But one thing I totally forgot how to do just because I've been out of school for 3 years is study. Like, I've had to teach myself how to study, like, real information again, because obviously I study for the show and stuff, but, like, a lot of that is just taking in stuff as it happens.
Right.
And taking in stats and numbers and stuff is second nature to me. I am actively having to reteach myself how to study for exams and how to study for stuff that I'm going to have to apply in the real world.
Yeah.
And I didn't realize how tough that was going to be because like I logged into Quizlet for the first time in 3 years.
I don't even know what that is.
It's just an online studying platform where you can make like digital flashcards and stuff, so you can study stuff easier without having to actually write it all out. And then you don't have to keep track of and get the little plastic box that you keep the index cards in. You don't have to do any of that. It eliminates that, and you can share them with people and whatnot online. So I've got some different sets that people have made that I'm kind of running through, and I'm like, I forgot how to study because I've been out of school, and it's so weird retaining information again. I'm having to learn how to do that all over again. So what's something that you had to teach yourself how to do all over again?
So this is going to be super niche. I had to relearn how to design newspapers. Because I did that in college, because when I was in college, it's kind of a one-stop shop. Like, for your portion of the paper, you're writing it, you're designing it, and everything like that. And so then when I got out of college and worked at a more professional newspaper, I did not have to do that anymore. So just moved on with my life. Then because of the nature of the newspaper business, we had some tightening of the staff. And so we had to start doing some more design stuff. And I had to learn that all over again. And I remembered how much I hated it.
Yeah, that was something that I had to do whenever I was writing for the Cowboys Wire and USA Today. Was I'd learned AP style and everything in college and in high school.
Suck on that, MLA.
That's right. And I had to relearn all of that because first day on the job, KD Drummond was like, hey, we are hard on AP style here. That is like the one like fast and steady rule here is AP style, AP style, AP style. And I was like, I haven't used that in quite some time.
Good job.
So I had to relearn that as well. I've already forgotten it. So KD, don't ask me to write anytime soon. It's not going to look good. It's not going to be pretty. It's going to be how I speak because I kind of just like when I write now, like for the website or anything, it's really me just kind of thinking out loud and trying to make it make sense as I go along. It doesn't really fit any kind of format, any kind of style. It just kind of exists. And if you follow, you follow. If you don't, I totally understand because that's just how my mind works. Kevin Walker, is there something that you've had to reteach yourself?
Yeah, I'm going to show my age here. I had to reteach myself the pain of actually writing things.
Oh, yeah. It's the worst.
That's actually a good one.
Like actually writing like a paragraph or so longer than like just like a sentence. Like,
what was this for?
Probably for like some kind of a card or note I was going to do. I don't have the exact thing. I just know that is something that, you know, when you sit down and actually write something and then you're writing for about 5 or so minutes, you're like, wait, this kind of hurts.
Yeah.
So,
and it takes forever.
Yes. Yeah. And I'm a perfectionist. I have awful handwriting as is. So if I am writing something to somebody and I want it to like mean something, then I'm moving at a very slow pace because I just want it to look nice and look like I tried and look like I care. For the 214, I also had to relearn how to study. I graduated with my bachelor's in 2006 and graduated this month with my MBA from TCU. I attended school without social media and have realized my brain has been rewired with a shorter attention span. That is a big part of it as well because I just get bored fast.
Oh, okay.
I get bored very quickly.
I get you, yeah.
From the 901 cursive, which they actually quit teaching. That is true.
Dude.
I was one of the last generations, I feel like, that actually learned it in school.
Yeah.
I don't remember most of it. Like, I remember how to do my name and, like, basic words that I would have to write a lot in succession. But I remember actually, I think in 5th grade, having to do they had the sheets where it was the dotted lines and you traced them and stuff. Right. Yeah, you traced all the letters.
Right.
Yep. I've been there, done that. And I wish I knew just because it feels fancy.
So my mom still sends every card written in cursive, and it usually ends up being a 2-person job with me and Jess trying to figure out all of the words because you just don't read cursive that much either, right?
Yes.
But also, like, if cursive goes away, how can we ever sign documents? Is that why they invented e-sign? Because they're like, you don't know how to write your name in cursive. We will do it for you. Just tell us what your name is. But yeah, that can be difficult. That is fair.
That always still, like, I don't know how to explain it. It's weird to me. Whenever you're filling out like a medical document or something online, because everything's digital now, and it's like, please sign here, and it's just a text box, and you just type your name. I'm like, how does that count as a signature? I just typed out. Anybody can type out the name Alec Medford.
But like, I think it was Jim Gaffigan who pointed out, it is a ridiculous system that before, if you wrote your name, meh, but if you go put little loops on it, woo, now all of a sudden, it's official.
That is right. And what is official is Skyline Chili sucks.
Whoa.
So we're going to go to the world of the Cincinnati Reds here because they did something awesome the other day. In the middle of a game, they had their dugout reporter, Jim Day, try out what they had at Citi Field. Citi Field does a bit where whenever a team comes in from out of town, they'll do something on the concession menu that's themed from their city.
Oh, I like that.
So they did a Skyline Chili egg roll, which just sounds awful. And Jim Day, who is a Cincinnati native and claims to love Skyline Chili, tried it in the middle of an inning.
Well, since you guys have absolutely no guts whatsoever, and since I'm a team player, I'm going to try it out. I can't imagine this is true Skyline. First of all, it's very greasy.
It's not the world's most ringing endorsement when it opens with a long
You're killing me. Well, my mom taught me not to talk with my mouth full, so I'm breaking that rule too. Mom, I'm sorry.
Clean your plate. Second take leads with He's speechless.
I love Skyline. Can I just say that for the record that I love Skyline?
We all do.
Oh, God.
I'm going to give it one more try.
Oh, my goodness.
You're eating it like pizza all the way up to the crust of the one side.
This is the lowest point of my career. And I've had some low ones.
Oh, my God.
What do the kids say, mid?
Yeah.
It's below mid.
It's below mid, and he said it's the lowest point of his career.
And his first two explanations were...
And that was in the middle of an at-bat.
I know.
That whole encounter with the Skyline Chili egg roll took over 3 minutes. I had to really manufacture that down to a minute-long clip. They were dying laughing for an at-bat and a half. Just going in on him for his reaction, that cannot be good, and it did not sound good.
Amazing. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's tough for Gridiron Gravy, the rookies who need to excel if their team is going to thrive as well. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it's a Friday. We got Eric Nadel with you at 4:40.
at 3:20 with the G-Bag Nation. This is the place for Rangers coverage, right here on The Fan.
45. Say it. Steps into his throw.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan right now. Powered by Men's Tea Clinic. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Woo! Kind of showed you up right there. Now,
it's a combo dip.
Okay, I like that.
It's like a 7-layer dip, you know. We had to dig a little deeper.
Clearly, I do not understand the world of dips very well. Now, because of my limited palate, I did want to say, I should have said this first, non-football related congratulations to one Michelle Montaigne. She has been added to the Rangers Sports Network. She will be a supplemental field reporter who will be featured in approximately 20 broadcasts with her debut tonight against the Royals. So congratulations to Michelle. Now, on with the football. Let's start with Osa Odigizua. He said, speaking of the 49ers playing against the Cowboys this season, it's a game that you got a picture on the dartboard and you're throwing a knife at the picture. Now I just take down that picture of the 49ers, put up the other picture. I'm on the other side of it, but the energy is exactly the same. That's probably just a metaphor, right? Or do you like to imagine a world in which there's actually pictures of the opponents that people are throwing knives at? Because I think that sounds super cool.
I just like the idea of Osa being like the villain gangster mobster in a movie where he's just like, we have a ginormous beanbag in the studio. He's just sitting on one of those with his leg crossed on top of the other. He's got those throwing knives, and he's not throwing with power. He's just flicking the knife, and it's just bullseye every single time right into the Cowboys star. And it's like, that's kind of badass, I can't lie. But no, he's just he knows the game too well. He understands that there's history there, and he's like, hey, you know, it doesn't matter what side of the coin I'm playing on. It's just there's bad blood there, and you gotta enjoy the fact that rivalries still exist after many, many years. So
I do enjoy that.
I kind of like that he's just like, yeah, it doesn't matter what team I play for. You got to respect that there's not good memories between these two.
Now, something the NFL has moved up by about 2 days is the cut-down deadline for 53 players. So teams must get to the 53-player limit by 5 p.m. on Sunday, August 30th this year. The only thing I don't love about that is because it usually came along right toward the end of our show and then throughout G-Bag when you would be getting those final cuts and be able to go over it straight away. But that will now move up to Sunday, August the 30th. The next day, waiver claims are due by noon, so on Monday, August the 31st. My question for you next is, have we been kind of underselling the return of Eric Bieniemy to Kansas City? Because even Mahomes has stepped out and said, hey, his return is really exciting to me. He was there for 5 years. They won a pair of Super Bowls. Obviously, I know that's when they were rocking along, and Mahomes was a little younger then as well. I will admit that. But do you feel like that move has gone underappreciated?
I think so, just because the history shows that he was a pivotal piece of what they did there. He really was. Sure. And the only reason he kind of fell out of good graces with NFL fans and the league in general is just because he got thrown into the head coaching conversations, and, you know, the coaching carousel started spinning and everybody started saying, well, he's not a good interviewer, blah, blah, blah. And he rolled the dice on himself. He took the chance, bet on himself to try to go and make himself that next name, that next household name, which he already was, with Kansas City being as dominant as they were. And you ask those guys, the players on the team, Andy Reid, the GM, everybody, they have nothing but great things to say, and they say, no, the offense moves because of him. Like, he is the reason that we are as good as we are, because you can have all the talent in the world. You can have Travis Kelce and a future Hall of Fame quarterback and Patrick Mahomes as well. It doesn't matter if you're not making the right decisions to march them out there. And think about this. A lot of his success is kind of like the Chiefs of now. not outside of those two, not many big names.
Right.
You know, Clyde Edwards-Helaire was a draft pick in his tenure that they completely messed up. Sammy Watkins was catching passes at one point for them. It's not with a true ex-receiver. He can manufacture offense, so I think we kind of are.
All right. Let's go from that to the Steelers. They have parted ways with special teams assistant Darius Swinton II due to a violation of club policy. I just wanted to make sure you knew that. Do I know what that violation is yet? No, I do
so
not.
Vague.
Perhaps it is, which makes me more interested.
Yes.
Like if they were like, yeah, he did whatever, and they listed some minor offense, I'd be like, meh, either way. But when it's like, oh, unlisted, then I feel like I really care. And I don't know why.
I'm just nosy. Like,
yeah, actually, that is why.
If you're not going to give me details, I'm going to try to figure out the details on my own. And I might go about ways of doing that you aren't going to be happy about.
That is very fair. Let's go to cut number 11. D'Amico Ryans giving a compliment to Will Anderson Jr., which is freaking amazing.
Yeah, Will continues to wreck practice. I'm probably going to have to sit him out here soon because we have to be able to actually practice. So he just keeps wrecking practice. So just keep doing that, keep causing havoc. That's what he does. And I was showing guys that's what he does on Sundays as well. So it's no surprise that Will is the guy for everyone to watch of the intensity at which we operate. That's how Will Anderson plays. That's how I want everybody to be.
Now, that's bit audio number 1. I will let you comment on that. But can we go, Khaki Kevin, to audio number 2 and Robert Saleh? Is that good to go?
Of course it is.
I love that confidence. Robert Saleh was asked, would you rather have no injuries for an entire season or no turnovers for an entire season?
Random internet debate. If you could turn off one for a whole season, would you rather turn off injuries or turnovers?
Turnovers.
Is it close? Any reason why?
Turnovers to me is the number one indicator to wins and losses in all of football through the history of time. San Francisco last year, we were one of the most injured teams. We still won 13. But if you don't turn the ball over, you're probably going to win a lot of football games. All right, guys.
What do you think about that concept? Would you rather have no turnovers for the season or no injuries for the season? And then obviously we can talk about how awesome Will Anderson is too.
That's an interesting question.
I think I would pick injuries. Actually, not think. I would pick injuries.
Oh, man.
Robert Saleh clearly thinks I'm stupid.
I don't think you're stupid, but I kind of think I'm in the same boat as Robert Saleh because if you are coached right, then you can weather the storm of injuries. Look, we hate hearing it from Jerry and Steven, but they're right. The war of attrition and everything,
sure,
that's a very real thing. But you saw Brock Purdy as the literal last thought of his NFL draft class come in and become a franchise player overnight.
Yeah.
If you are coached the right way and your team is constructed the right way by the GM, you can win some games with some injuries. Everybody finds ways here and there to do that. The good teams will find multiple ways to do that. Turnovers, that's something that a good team can be really bad at. I mean, you've even seen it with the Cowboys at times where they just go through spurts of offensively interceptions, fumbling, stuff like that. You can totally kill the momentum for an entire game with one turnover, one interception, one fumble, like not trying to project this into the future, but a Jaden Blue fumble could absolutely turn a game upside down in the fourth quarter. You could easily do that. So I think I would get rid of turnovers.
Interesting indeed. Now, the NFL.com more specifically, put out a list of rookies that need to succeed in year one for their teams to succeed. There are some obvious ones on there. Carnell Tate with the Titans, who we talked about the other day. David Bailey with the Jets. Mansour Delane with the Chiefs. But he's not on the list, but considering how much we've talked about him and the hype around him, you feel like there is no doubt Caleb Downs is on that list, right? Because it feels like if Caleb Downs isn't good and maybe really good straight away, we could be in for another long season.
You're going to have more AZ Fudd conversation with Caleb Downs if he doesn't have a borderline all-pro season. just because national names and people that we really value their opinions in the world of football, we're out here saying if anybody's going to wear a gold jacket from this draft class, it's going to be Caleb Downs.
Right.
If there's a future All-Pro or a first-year All-Pro even in this class, it's Caleb Downs, the most clean player, the most refined player, the best player, as declared by some people, me, in this draft class is Caleb Downs. So, yes, he has to make that list, but that's why I hate the expectations of rookies just in general, but that's what I hate about the construction of this Cowboys team every single year is those first-round picks always have to be impact players every single year, or it's a disappointment because that's how they develop their team is they need guys to play right here, right now, right after leaving the college game.
Now, we talked about how it was a shout-out Friday from the 903. Shout-out to my work bestie. She just completed her 5th year at the school district we work at, and count them, 20th total year as a special educational paraprofessional. I mean, congratulations. Shout-out to all the teachers out there. My wife had her last day of school yesterday because school's over, and they tagged on another, professional development day. So good job, DISD. And
Love
then
that.
from the 972, shout out to my bonus daughter. She turned out his granddaughter.
Bonus?
Yeah, I believe granddaughter. She turned 17 yesterday. We surprised her with her very first car.
Oh, that's awesome.
That is freaking cool.
That is incredible. And from the 817, I miss Corey. He's in a better place.
He is at home.
I mean, that could be,
Okay.
in their mind, it could be a better place.
That makes it sound like he died, and I just want to make it very clear. It's just that his son graduated from high school on Wednesday, and he needed 4 days off to be able to do that.
That's right.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Hey, and Skip Schumacher, that's how you know he's a Tolo, because he did the same thing yesterday.
True, he
missed the
did.
game for his son's graduation, so maybe I do need to get with a single mom at this point so I can have an excuse to miss an extra day.
That's a man who's planning ahead.
That's right.
Tumbler and coffee cup coming right up.
Also,
I'll drink out of it.
The Rangers still
Take a little
lost.
sip.
Oh, were you talking about the tumbler?
Yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece.
All right.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for some NFL overreaction or reality, perhaps, with a special guest. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows.
Of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is a shout-out Friday for the 903. I'd like to give a shout-out to veterinarian Rhonda and her assistant Jade in Greenville for helping our pet of the last 16 years transition over the Rainbow Bridge today. They made the experience not suck so bad, and that is just an awful, awful experience. From the 817, shout out to my 68-year-old mom whose tumor is diminishing, and they didn't see any chance of her living before that, and there's no more cancer on her liver anymore. It's a miracle. Lots of prayers. Amen to that. I freaking love it. And anytime you say amen, Eric Chiafalo magically appears because it's time for NFL overreaction or reality.
Am I overreacting to Robert Saleh, who would rather watch one of his players like blow their knee out than throw an interception?
That's what he said too.
I did not say I want my player to blow out their knee.
That's what I heard. You're like, as long as it didn't cause a fumble.
When Cam Ward walks off the field after an interception, Robert Saleh's like, I'd rather you have just broken your leg.
Yeah.
I can't wait. That kind of rules, like not in a literal sense. That's just like such a baller mentality to be like,
next man up.
Yeah, next man up. You suck.
Overreaction or reality? and I'm sorry for posing this statement to you. It is possible, Mr. Medford, we are overrating the impact of Christian Parker.
Reality, it's absolutely possible.
Oh, it hurts.
He hasn't called a single play yet.
That's very true.
It's pretty
thought he's already been the top DC in the league for 4 years. The way we talk about him.
It's like Dick LeBeau.
Yeah, exactly.
It's 100% possible. Like, I've had to bring myself back down to reality because of that. Anytime I start thinking, especially whenever you draft Caleb Downs, you're just thinking about the possibilities and, what could be. Just because he came from the Vic Fangio tree, the Dick Fangio tree, if you will.
Yeah, you want to get that right.
That doesn't mean that it's going to look apples to apples. And he's even said that. Shoddy has said that himself. This is not the Vic Fangio defense.
Right.
It's just not. That's what they're trying to tell us. But that's all we have to go off of right now. So it's a lot of projecting. So it's totally possible that we could be overrating it. He's got to do the job. Just like with Brian Schottenheimer, we're like, well, he's been in the building and he's been around successful play callers before. Now, he proved people who were a fan of the hire, he proved them right in year one. But we haven't seen anything from Christian Parker yet, so simply he's got to do the job. So, yeah, reality.
Interesting side note to all of this from the 214. If you picked no turnovers, you could just let Joe Milton go out there and sling the ball around.
Yes.
I was like, man, that would be amazing to be like, it's never going to be a pick. Let's see what happens.
And you mentioned Jaden Blue, like you could feel much better about handing him the ball all the time.
It'd be fine.
Your rushing numbers would be crazy.
Eric, overreaction reality. It is possible we are overrating the impact of Christian Parker.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's definitely a reality. That could be the case. The good thing is that the bar is so low for what took place last year that you at least feel like he's going to be better than that. But in terms of meeting the expectations that we clearly all have for him, where it's just been everybody singing the praises, all of us included, but the people that have worked directly with him, the coaches, the players that he's coached, like everyone is just beside themselves. Will McClay, working with this guy in the draft and just the way he explains things. So yeah, the bar for Parker is as high as you could imagine for a first-time coordinator. And so it's very realistic that he's not able to actually meet those expectations, in particular in year one.
I want to take you to a quote from C.J. Stroud when he was talking about the potential for an extension. Quote, "My job is football. That's what I'm focused on, just getting better. I think I've held up my bargain. Whatever happens, happens." Overreaction or reality? C.J. Stroud has already held up his end of the bargain to get an extension.
Ooh.
This is tough.
At least he is 100% fully on football now, and he's not Uber driving Amber Rose anymore.
Right, that's right, and hanging out with Drewski every weekend. And yeah, I'll go reality just because he hasn't been bad enough.
Okay.
Right? Because when it comes to the quarterback contract market, it's just, is it your turn? And have you been anything but bad? It feels like you've seen some of the big deals. I mean, even that's why Sam Darnold has existed his way into a Super Bowl championship, into a place, really two places now, that worked perfectly for him, is if you just aren't bad enough to turn your nose away. And CJ Stroud has not been that bad. Of course, in the biggest moments, he has, but that's just recency bias of this past playoff run and the bazillion turnovers that he had. In totality, he's been a good quarterback, so he's deserving of getting that extended chance, especially because that's a team that's built to win. So show me in this year is what Nick Caserio is saying. I've got a team that's ready to win. Show me in this year that you are worthy of sticking around with this team long enough, and I think he ultimately proves that, but I think he has held up his end of the bargain.
Not to the extent of getting the requisite, you're the next quarterback in line and you're getting top-tier money, right?
Except for Dak.
Everybody's kind of falling under the Dak line, but still, like that, whatever, 50 to 55 million, he hasn't earned that. So has he earned some level of an extension? Sure. But if I'm the Texans, I'm like, man, I got an unbelievable defense. Yeah. I'm watching Sam Darnold win Super Bowls. Like, we're in a day and age now.
Still no respect on Sam Darnold's name?
No, I mean, some level, he deserves some level of respect, sure. But we're not talking about Sam Darnold as being a top flight, top dollar quarterback.
Sure.
And so it's like, dude, I can find quarterbacks much easier than I could 10 years ago. And if I have a number one defense in the league, I'm not going to pay the 12th best quarterback top 3 or 4 quarterback money. I'm just not going to do that.
Overreaction or reality? It has been since 2010 that this magical event has occurred. The New York Jets will make the playoffs in the next 3 years. I'm even giving you 3 years. They're going to have tons of cap space in 27.
Yeah.
Great draft capital. I give you 3 years. Overreaction or reality? The Jets will make the playoffs somehow in the next 3 years.
You could give me 4 or 5 years. It's still an overreaction. That franchise has no clue what they're doing because they're still employing a bad head coach in Aaron Glenn. It's a sad reality. I thought he was going to kill it there. I thought that was a tailor-made job for him. I thought he was ready to take that next step. And then it just got me into the Bobby Belt line of believing that maybe he wasn't that great of a play caller to begin with. He had some decent playmakers in Detroit. That kind of made us think this dude knows what he's doing. He's not necessarily doing that. They trade away one of his best players in the process in Sauce Gardner, so that doesn't help. But I think that they're going to make the coaching change after this season, which just sets their timeline back even further. Even if they do make the right hire in the next cycle, they're going to have to instill a new system, a new scheme. They're going to have to get new personnel. You're seeing it with the Cowboys right now where it's like, okay, totally new way of thinking means new personnel. We need to get different body types in here. We need to really rethink this thing from the top down. So that's an easy overreaction for me because no matter what the head coaching situation looks like, the timeline is getting extended.
Eric, what say you? And would you be willing to add those additional years on like Mr. Miller?
I think the better question is, will they get an interception in the next 3 years defensively? Because we know they're on a bit of a drought right now. They're not making the playoffs this season. Next year, you're probably going to be drafting a quarterback super high. You're not going to make the playoffs with a year one quarterback, more than likely. So now you're banking on year 3 of that. You mentioned probably a new coaching staff. Like I just can't get on board with it, dude.
By the way, multiple people letting me know in the fan text when we were doing the shout-outs that bonus daughter means stepdaughter. I was
bonus.
not... shut up. I was not aware of that vernacular, so thank you. But since you guys are hating on the Jets so much, I'm going to add them into the category of a question I've asked you before to start.
Oh, God.
Overreaction or reality? Either the Jets or the Cardinals will be the first team to go 0-17.
I think it's more likely they go 0-17 than make the playoffs in the next 3 years.
Wow!
Yes!
Holy moly!
I need to look and see like how difficult their schedule actually is. We did have a little something about Geno Smith last year with the Raiders being one of the more unlucky quarterbacks in the sport. Does that sort of progress and correct itself, and he can get back to being at least a serviceable quarterback? I mean, it's tough to go 0-17.
But I think both teams are coming off like 3-14 or something, right? So they were.
Oh yeah. No,
they were both awful.
And the Cardinals are dogs in every single game they play this season. They're double-digit dogs in quite a few games as well. So I think it's worth throwing a little something on it.
Are you a little nervous that game against the Cowboys, they're going to have no wins going into that game, and you're going to be like, oh no?
Actually, that's a great point. The Cardinals have the Cowboys on the schedule. It's impossible for them to go 0-17 this year.
Hey, I said this yesterday though. They play them in the preseason. You get the loss to the Cardinals out of the way in the preseason when it doesn't even matter.
Okay,
and then you just continue the losing ways. I don't see a world where Arizona accidentally wins a game this year. I really can't.
Wow.
Like, because Vegas is telling me that for one, but two, that roster is awful.
It's bad.
That coaching staff was a give-up coaching staff because they couldn't get any of the big fish. They were, one of the last teams, if not the last team, to figure it out on the coaching cycle?
Yeah. I think Nathaniel Hackett's their offensive coordinator, if I'm not mistaken.
Good work there, everybody.
Oh, Lord.
All right, so let me
Carson
know you're
Beck,
tanking
baby.
without totally saying
Accidentally.
Although, to be fair, Jacoby Brissett drawing his line in the sand and being like, I want to get paid.
Yeah.
I was like, good luck with that.
It's like, dude, we're going to suck
Hi-ho.
anyways.
Yeah, what-
You actually are going to help us suck more by you not being here, and we can get Arch Manning next year.
So who cares? NFL overreaction or reality. Mr. Medford, Tyler Smith has reached a no-doubt level of excellence in your mind. So you're not worried about anything with him season by season by season. He's just going to, you're like, hey, he's good. He'll be good.
Reality. Easily. He's impressed me in more ways than I would have ever expected. I always default to Will McClay in the scouting department when it comes to offensive linemen, just because every time I kind of flinch, kind of start to squint at the TV a little bit, they prove me wrong. They end up being a stud every single time, and his game has gotten better progressively year over year to where he's reached that point where his name is never getting called.
Right.
As an offensive lineman, if your name is never getting called, you are not the mark. And he has been the one consistent piece, and he's been pretty available too. He's a bit of an Iron Man.
Yeah.
He takes his thumps, he takes his licks, and he keeps on moving. And he might have a bad play a game. That's it. In my mind, he, even on his worst days, he's still your best offensive lineman, and he's still one of the premier players, if not the premier player at his position in all of football right now. He is so incredibly consistent.
Tyler Smith gave up quarterback pressures just 4% of the time last year. That puts him in top 15 of all offensive linemen. So we go to you, Eric. Overreaction, reality. Tyler Smith has reached a no-doubt level of excellence in your mind.
Yeah, it is a reality for sure. I mean, he's not on the Zach Martin level of like Hall of Fame. Clearly, you're unbelievable, but he's unequivocally one of the best at his position. The penalties, you'd probably want to get those cleaned up a little bit. And then even last year, he was banged up kind of throughout the season, and he was still one of the better guards in the NFL. So healthy Tyler Smith, there's no concern there.
Excellent. Thank you very much for the addition to this segment.
Amen, boys.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next.
Don't fill away.
It's time for the Combo Platter Summer Edition. Give us a sports opinion. And then, besides just being out of school, what was the best part about being in summer as a kid or now as an adult? That and Forgiveness Friday next on The Fan.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course with the biggest mother of a radio signal in DFW. Thanks for making your favorite travel buddy 105.3 The Fan.
Hey there, folks. I want to tell you about our friends Mark and Scott Frankel at Frankel and Frankel. Despite the upbeat music we got going, if you get in an accident, a car wreck that's not your fault, I want you to go with the Frankels. They're the go-to injury attorneys here in the DFW for those car and truck wrecks. Look, they've been doing this for almost 30 years, so they've got the trust of the Metroplex. They're experienced, they're family-owned, local, highly awarded. The Frankels, they're going to do everything in their power to ease your burden by guiding you through the legal process, answering any questions you might have, fighting tirelessly for your rights. And that all starts with the free consultation, which is going to mean you're not going to pay anything until the Frankels win your case. Think about that combination of things I've told you. Almost 30 years of helping people in the Metroplex, and there's never an out-of-pocket cost. The Frankels, they only get paid when you win. So if you or a loved one unfortunately get injured in a car, truck wreck, perhaps an irresponsible Uber, Lyft, rideshare driver, I want you to go to frankelfirm.com or pick up the phone. Call the Frankels at 817 or 214-333-3333. That's Frankel and Frankel, principal office, Dallas, Texas.
This is Stories from the Pitch, brought to you by the first ever Infinity QX65 and by Lowe's. Give your yard its own moment with new limited time deals from Lowe's.
He'd announced his retirement before the tournament. 34 years old, knees aching. Then he dragged France to the final, almost alone. A Panenka penalty against Italy in the 7th minute.
Fancy masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to do the combo platter right here. It's the summer edition. Memorial Day is often referred to as the unofficial start of summer. Me personally, the hell with the calendar. I think it is the official start of summer. So our question...
Take that, solstice.
Yeah! Give us a sports opinion, and then, besides just being out of school, what was the best part of summer as a kid or now as an adult? And this might be the time where we let Kevin Walker shine as well. But also, it is a shout-out Friday from the 817. I doubt Kevin will read the shout-out. But shout-out to Mikey B. I miss taking a load off. I talk to Mike all of the time. I talked to him on the phone on Tuesday, and he was texting in yesterday, but I forgot to text him back to let him know I did not understand the context of his text.
That is not shocking, knowing Bassick. I still have the Take a Load Off t-shirt hanging in my closet, and I strategically put it towards the front by the door so I can see it often and just reminisce on the times that we used to take a load off.
Indeed. And then from the 214, can I get a shout out to Ariel and April? Then Amelia and my beautiful wife are headed to Topgolf right now. Ooh, what a time. That is a fun place to be. And then from the 817, shout out to my coworker Rusty. He's retiring today after 42 years working in the same place. Ooh. I am happy / blindingly jealous of him. That's fair.
I get it.
That is totally fair.
That's incredible job security right there.
It really, really is. All right. Who would like to start on this? Would you like me to go to you, Mr. Medford, Khaki Kevin, or, I know it should be Khaki Kev, or the fan text?
I'll bat lead off. I'll take the responsibility here.
Okay.
Jock Peterson.
That's right. I'm the Jock Peterson of leadoff hitters.
That is so weird.
See, set the bar low.
Hey, he's been doing all right.
So if I hit it out of the ballpark, you're surprised.
Right.
I like it. Thank you, Kevin. That's going to be my motto going forward in this radio stuff. Sports opinion, gentlemen. I want the Western Conference Finals to end so bad. I wanted it to go to Game 7 just because I think the NBA and I think NBA fans in general deserve it, but the discourse is just getting so annoying. As you can tell by my Twitter feed, which is still lighting up as we speak.
I know, just real quick about that. I know you weren't a big Shea guy anyway. Has this just pushed you all of the way to the Spurs need to win Game 7?
100%, and I'm not afraid to say that, and I'm not embarrassed to say that whatsoever, just because I get it. I understand. You are conditioned to think a certain way because that is how your team has won games, is by getting an egregious amount of fouls, by committing egregious acts of floppage on the court. That's okay. I get it. But when you are blindly debating fact that those things are happening and you can see it, but you're acting like it's okay when it's not, it's just getting annoying. Now, I am of a strong enough mind to admit that Shea is obviously far and away one of the best basketball players on planet Earth right now. When all things are considered, when they are playing clean, and I've said this a bunch, when OKC is playing clean, that's some of the best offensive basketball I've seen in a long time.
Right.
Their ball movement is second to none. It's just, and that's one thing, that's a niche thing in basketball that just mesmerizes me, is one of those transition plays where the ball switches hands 6 different times and somebody is left wide open in the corner for a wide open 3. And they're really good at doing that. Shea, one of the best ball handlers in basketball.
For sure.
His mid-range game, his mid-range jumper is one of the most beautiful things in basketball right now. I love when he just puts somebody in a blender, gets even a half step of separation, and hits that midi. It's amazing. I love that stuff. But the gross acts and the way that it just has to be one side or another, and I literally got a reply to that tweet last night after OKC lost, and they said, and I kid you not, an OKC fan said, if we got the calls we deserve, the series would be over.
Holy moly, that is a bold claim.
Insanity! And it's driving me insane. I just want this series to end one side or another. I don't care who wins. I really don't. I don't have a dog in the fight. I just want it to end so the discourse between, Wemby is soft versus whatever. I just want it to end because I want, like at this point, if OKC wins, I want the Knicks to win. Usually I root against the Knicks just because they're fun to laugh at. But now, Ben Stiller has won me over. Just in general, because he's an awesome dude. Mike Brown has won me over as a coach. I think he's just a super relatable dude. And, hey, in his first year, he's doing amazing things with the Knicks.
Do you want to hear his super relatable audio?
Yes, I do.
All right, go ahead and give me cut number 5. This is Mike Brown talking about if they did play the Spurs.
No, it doesn't. If we expect to be who we think we are, then... at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, if we played San Antonio, it'd save me some money because my family lives in San Antonio. I don't have to buy airline tickets. But at the end of the day, both teams are great, and both teams will be a challenge for us.
That's so real.
Yeah.
It's just like we were talking about yesterday with Kylie Jenner sneaking some liquor into the game. Because
everybody likes a good deal.
Yes, she didn't want to pay concession prices, and Mike Brown is like, I got it like that. I've got that New York Knicks money, and I'm still not wanting to pay airline tickets for all of the family that's going to come out of the woodworks and want to come watch me coach. That is incredibly relatable. But yeah, that team in Oklahoma City, I'm not even going to say them by name at this point because I'll get attacked. The basketball team in Oklahoma City, they have become so unlikable, from the head coach to the MVP of their team to the 7-footer that is the softest 7-footer that I have ever seen in my life. And
that is Chet, not Wemby.
That's right. And even to the nitpicky point in me just being a pure hater of that team has no aura whatsoever. Like the Spurs at least have Wemby and then Stephon Castle with these highlight reel plays, and then like Mitch Johnson tearing into his players on the sideline and instantly getting some turnover, some positive turnover from his team, those corrections being made. That's an easy team to root for right now. OKC is not. I just want the series to end.
And then either as a kid or now as an adult, what is the best part about summer?
I'm biased.
Besides being out of school.
I'm biased because my birthday is at the end of June. So that was always the best part was as soon as school was over, I was like, I can find, like, we're right there. We're knocking on the door. But one thing for me growing up, specifically as a kid, I don't even know if this place still exists. I need to look it up. But there was a water park in Hearst that my mom would always take us to called Hearst Aquatics. Oh. And that was like our fresh out of school like gift was that first Saturday after school ends. We would get to go there, my sister and I, and we would just spend the entire day there, sunburnt as all hell, coming home, but just smiles on our faces. That was our congrats. You made it through. Summer is here. Go have some fun.
By the way, side question. If your last day of school was Friday, does summer vacation begin after school? Does it begin Saturday? Or did it begin Tuesday? Because that's the first day you would have had school otherwise. Because Brandon and I are in lockstep about this. We think that summer vacation then would have started on Tuesday, not Saturday, because you would have already been off. Not Memorial Day, because you would have already been off. It's the next day in which you would have had school otherwise.
This is such a pointless line of thinking that I love because I
spent a lot of time in that world.
I think the same way too, and I am right there with you and Brandon. Tuesday is the official start because why would you count something that you weren't even going to be available for anyways? You know?
What say you, Khaki Kev?
For this question, I think of the movie Grown Ups 2, where they immediately throw a party as soon as school is out. So therefore, I say summer begins after the bell rings.
Okay. I do not believe I have seen either of the Grown Ups movies. So is that a major violation for you?
I'm not going to say it's like top 50 film of all time, but it's a good movie.
Okay. I will put down your recommendation.
For as many movies as you watch.
Look,
That's incredible.
It's a weird. There are some weird movies that I haven't seen. Like just the other day, I watched The Hunt for Red October for the first time, and that stunned our boss Tim. But so like there are some odd movies along the way that I just don't know. Like I just saw Deliverance for the first time like a month ago. That movie is horrifying, by the way. It's really good. But that stuff with Ned Beatty is every bit as messed up as it sounds like. There is an early leader here from the 469-214 and another 214. No more school zones. Most specifically, this person, they said they're a mailman and they enjoy summer because they have 3 schools on their route and they don't have to worry about school zones or traffic at certain times of the day. From the 469, the Tennessee Titans will improve to 3-1 against the Cowboys at AT&T Stadium this season.
Why?
Hey, at least then you'll know the season's over. And then the best thing about being a kid during the summer was sleeping in late and not having a care in the world for 2 months. So I'm fascinated by that because I feel like I didn't hear a lot, or I didn't feel that way as a kid of, hey, I get to sleep in late. Maybe I felt that way in like high school, but I feel like most of the time it was just more time to play, perhaps?
Yes. In high school, I felt that way for sure because I had... At least up through senior year, we would have morning practices. So I was up at 5 in the morning every day as a, 14, 15, 16-year-old. I'm just like, this blows. I'm not an adult. Why am I waking up at the same time as my father as he does for work? This is dumb. But yeah, a lot of the time, like growing up as a kid, I was an early riser just because I wanted to get outside. And in the summer, the sun rises real early. I was like, get me outside to play all of the sports.
From the 214, Caleb Downs will win NFL Defensive Rookie of the Year. And my favorite part of the summer was sitting in the Sportatorium, sweating my you-know-what's off, and watching the Von Erichs kick ass.
Yeah.
I love that. All right, Khaki Kev, give us a sports opinion. And then the best part about summer, either as a kid, besides being out of school, or now as an adult.
My sports opinion is that I regret trading for Mackenzie Gore.
Oh.
And I miss...
In your face, Jared.
Abby Ortiz and having a phenomenal second baseman in our farm system. I don't know if y'all have seen this. Abby Ortiz had 2 home runs the other day. He has 6 home runs in 4 games and 9 home runs in 14 games in the month of May. He's doing really, really good, and he plays first. Now, I don't know about y'all, but I think we could use pretty much anybody at this point.
Our defense is awful.
That's right.
Mackenzie Gore's 3-4 in starts this year. The only great thing about Mackenzie Gore's stat line, if you will, is he's tied for 69th in the MLB.
Nice.
Which is nice.
By the way, I have an Abby Ortiz Leaf card, autographed and numbered out of 8.
Of course you do.
So this is of course you. This is a random note for you in case you wanted to know. All right, and best part of the summer, either as a kid or now.
As a kid, I would just say it gave me more time to like go outside and play with friends. I don't know if y'all had ever played the game, or any of the Tolos had ever played the game Jackpot with a football. Just a whole collective of people, maybe 8 people on one end.
Is that and you just throw the ball
throw
up
the
in the air?
and then it could be a mystery box, and then you just create what it could be handcuffs for the person that you don't like, and then they got to play with handcuffs for the rest of the game. So that as a kid, as an adult. You still have work, you still have obligations, but getting off early where the day is still young, just jumping in a pool, having a nice brew, and just sitting there on a floaty, just enjoying the sun. Don't even have to be doing anything, just sitting, drinking, and relaxing.
Sounds like Corey.
That's just top tier.
Really in the pool. Yeah.
Just get some music on, and just no cares in the world because you don't have anything to do until the next day.
From the 720, I'm not going to read the very end of this text because I don't want it to be a drop. Sports opinion, Paul Skeens will burn out and not be a Hall of Famer after listening to Sean and RJ. And the best part of summer, this person said, chicks in flip-flops.
You got to read the other part.
They said, not me, they said, show me those toes, baby.
There you go.
Not me, but the other
There's a website for that, Kevin.
Man, how did feet get to be so popular?
A lot of websites for that.
I know. What? How? How did feet become like the third best part for mostly women? I'm sure there's sites that people like looking at man feet, but I feel like it's mostly ladies' feet. Yeah. I just don't know. I'll admit, I do not know the popularity of the men's feet sites versus I feel like the women's is pretty well entrenched as being very popular.
I keep my shoes on for a reason. Nobody needs to see mine.
Okay.
I don't care how much you're paying.
Do you need...
I do. If you have a price tag, let me know.
Okay.
Kevin is for sale.
Do you need, like, your ladies' feet to look nice? I know you don't want them to look like a disaster, but are you like, ooh...
The fact that we got to this
But if she's got kids, then she probably doesn't have time to do her toes.
Good point.
All right. No, like
that
they
could
just...
be a bonding experience. You paint her toenails.
They just can't be ugly. I don't care.
The feet or the person?
The feet.
Oh, okay.
Like, if they're disgusting and, like... I don't even want to paint a gross picture. If they're disgusting, I don't want anything to do with it.
Sure.
But I'm not attracted to that either. So, like, the bar is on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Just maintain yourself.
Okay.
Maintenance.
Okay.
That's right.
All right.
Mani-pedi.
From the... Yeah. By the way, if and when you're married... Your wife will love it if you just send her out for the mani-pedi because she doesn't have to deal with you or your super loud 3-year-old maybe. And she gets to get her toes and all of that taken care of. From the 785, it is also a Shout-Out Friday. Shout out to my 6-year-old Bristol, had her tonsils removed today, and she was a champ.
Nice!
I wish I would have gotten that done when I was a kid. That has led to some of my voice issues over the years.
Okay.
But I've also heard that as an adult, getting your tonsils out is the worst. From the 979, excuse me. OPS is an overrated stat on evaluating baseball players. Whoa!
Take that, Jared.
And summer season means watermelon season.
Yes! I got my first whole watermelon of the season this week, and I have been so happy.
Yeah.
Yes. Like, it's the easiest way to, 1, have a snack, and 2, stay hydrated.
Okay.
As it gets hotter outside. Oh, my gosh. Like, watermelon can do no wrong in my mind.
Okay. All right. I like it. When you were a kid, did you ever have a concern that if you ate the watermelon seeds and then drank water, that a watermelon would grow inside of you?
100%. More so with the apples, because I was a fiend for apples as a kid. And, you know, sometimes you work your way to the core and you accidentally get a seed or two and you don't realize that. I'm like, well, I'm dead. Your thoughts?
I probably didn't go that extreme with it, but I understand the line of logic, even though I saw Khaki Kev shaking his head no.
I will stand alone on that then.
By the way, from the 321, grown-ups might be worse than the bad movies Kevin recommends. From the 817, Kevin, do not watch those movies.
Wow.
What do you think about those people pushing back against you?
I think any Adam Sandler film deserves a watch, at least 30 minutes into it.
Oh, man, you might have lost me. Even that one where, wasn't he like himself and his sister or something like that?
He has a lot of movies, so probably not that one.
Or that one where Andy Samberg's his son and he's going to get married.
That was a good one.
Was it? That looks like the worst movie ever made. To be fair, I only saw the trailer.
You know what? I like Adam Sandler because he just got a really good group of buddies. It was like, no matter what, we're going to make movies. And whether people like them or not, we're going to make them and pretty much should turn skits into movies.
Okay.
And they just happen to do really good.
Okay.
And he just keeps doing it.
I mean, I understand he's super popular. I love many an Adam Sandler movie. I just remember seeing that trailer and being like, I'm not going to watch that. So you got a better shot though with grown-ups. I would consider that.
Make it a third one.
That they are. Okay, so they're like pretty popular then, I would assume.
Mixed reactions, but it's the original cast, so that does help. But you know, they're making a third one.
All right, I will take that under advisement. Indeed. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And what say we fire up a little Forgiveness Friday?
Please forgive me.
877-881-1053. Do you need to ask for forgiveness? Obviously, Alec needs to ask Thunder Nation for forgiveness.
They gotta ask me for forgiveness.
Does anybody need to ask you for forgiveness? And we will also stick in the world of sports and start with the Angels. The Angels are the worst. Like, literally, they are tied for the worst record in the American League, and they have the second worst record in all of baseball, behind only the Colorado Rockies, who, again, when they were at 6-6, I told you this might be our only shot to get above 500 for the first time in 3 years. Didn't happen. Not going to happen, I guess. But let's talk about the Angels. So they've been doing tarps off, much like many fan bases in Major League Baseball. Shirtless fans, they were supportive of the team, cheering for the Angels to win, while also chanting, "Sell the team, sell the team." So a reporter from The Athletic asked the front office and the ownership about this. What's it been like hearing that week? Here's the answer from Mr. Suzuki. They have the right to their opinion. I think it's pretty neat for our players to have that kind of support. Focusing only on the shirtless players. And then he gave this really long speech about other fan bases engaging in tarps off and everything like that. And then he goes, isn't that just a social media thing? Was it remove the tarp or tarp something, tarps off, something like that? While completely ignoring the part about sell the team.
That's like the RJ Choppy method of, like, I only address things that support my narrative, you know, which he openly says, and he lives and dies by that theory. I kind of like it. Like, I can only address something if I recognize that it exists. Right. So if I just only talk about the thing that supports my narrative, which is they're supporting our team, then it's lovely. It's all just sunshine and rainbows around here because people are ripping their shirts off Hogan style, swinging them in the air and cheering, and we hear noise. I don't exactly hear what's being said. I hear chants, you know, so they're supportive.
Right.
Yes! This is awesome. Social media trend, right? You know, I love that deflection too. Like asking the media, like, you know, blah, 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 it's awesome, cool. Isn't that like a social media trend or something?
Yeah.
That's what you do when you really want to pivot the conversation away. It's just
and
like,
he did.
Hey, wasn't that like a Twitter thing? Yeah, that's crazy how it took over, huh? He does not give a damn.
By the way, multiple people letting us know that movie that I vaguely described was called Jack and Jill. And from the 817, Jack and Jill, that movie's awful. But That's My Boy was a good time. All right. And then from the 214, well, you have to watch Uncut Gems. Uncut Gems is phenomenal. Phenomenal. I really do like that movie. And I like many an Adam Sandler movie. It's just those couple I was like, I could maybe skip that. All right, let's go to the French Open. Many things to consider at the French Open. Let's go to Novak Djokovic. He's angry at the French Open crowd. Somebody yelled while he's throwing the ball up for a serve, and he goes, they don't have respect. No respect. No respect. And he might be onto something here, because even the tarps at the French Open have no respect. Alexander Blocks, I believe it's spelled Blockx. So I'm going to go with Blocks.
That's kind of cool.
Is considering suing the French Open after he twisted his ankle on a tarp at the back of the practice court. And he first put out on Instagram, unfortunately, during today's practice, I heard a snap in my ankle while I sprained it thanks to a, quote, really necessary covers at the back of the court. He eventually deleted that post and reposted it without the sarcastic, really necessary tarp part in there. So there's that. But then I take you to Adolfo Daniel Vallejo. He is, well, facing a fine and probably more criticism after he lost in an almost 5-hour match at the French Open yesterday. This is an actual thing that he actually told Clay Magazine, which I'm assuming is about tennis played on clay courts and not other things like pottery and everything like that.
Huh.
This sort of match needs to be umpired by a man. It's very difficult for a woman to do this. It has to be refereed by a man because it's a very demanding crowd and you need a lot of strength to go against the crowd. Wow! In your face, lady officials.
I don't know why I want that as a drop.
That's definitely going to get him fined, though, right?
Yes, 100%. There's some of those things, like...
Because he was playing against a upstart French player, and they were all cheering for him.
There's moments in life where going the Becky Hammond route is a reasonable crash out. There are other times where it is going to cause a PR disaster, and you internalize and you move on with your day. That is one of those situations, especially once it starts getting into broader real world conversations like that, where other people who didn't even know you existed 5 minutes ago are going to start getting involved and getting mad.
Right. By the way, from the 214, now people are just throwing out movie recommendations. Kevin, I rewatched The Truman Show. I strongly recommend it even after all these years. What a work of art. I have seen that movie many times, including a couple years ago. I think that movie is awesome. I think Jim Carrey got jobbed out of not even being nominated for an Academy Award. I thought he was freaking tremendous in that. Does the Central Division of the NHL deserve forgiveness? In 3 of the past 4 seasons, the Central champions have had more points than the Pacific Division champions. In those 3 seasons, they were better by a total of 36 points. So quite a bit, even though a lot of it was this year. But this is the 4th year in a row that a team from that division does not advance out of the Western Conference bracket and into the Stanley Cup final, with Vegas and Edmonton holding out those slots the last 4 years. Do you grant forgiveness to the Central Division for being so good in the regular season, and partially because of the stupid playoff format being so disappointing in the playoffs?
Yeah, really the latter of what you said is the reasoning for all of it. The playoff format is still questionable. I understand from a commissioner's standpoint why you want that. From a fan point of view, which is all we can do because we are not powerful enough to make those decisions. It will. That's right. You got to manifest it. Will it into existence? I don't understand, and I never really will. And honestly, it feels like the one thing that evades sports leagues in general is how to get a freaking playoff format right. I mean, look at college football. Yeah. It's going to change every single year going forward, it feels like. There's going to be voting on changing it every year, whether it passes or not. Why is the most important time of a sports league season always the one thing that has to be debated the most?
Yeah.
I don't understand how that's the one thing that we continue to screw up.
Now, since you mentioned college football, does Greg Sankey need to ask for forgiveness? He is, of course, the SEC commissioner. He said, if you look at the entirety of our league, we are by far the most competitive, strongest football league by far. So he said by far twice in that same sentence. But there are the pesky facts of the Big Ten has won the last 3 national titles in football and is 4-0 against the SEC over the past 3 seasons in the college football playoff. Can you say you're by far the best twice when the head-to-head metrics don't really back that up? And I get he was like saying for depth and all of that, but that rings a little hollow to me.
It's just weird. You know, but I do like the self-fulfilling prophecy of just say it so much you start to believe it, you know, and nobody can turn you down. Again, the RJ Choppy method of just, if you keep saying it, if you keep presenting your side of the story, then you're going to be so deeply rooted in it that you don't care when facts are presented, which to a weird level, I respect that level of delusion when you can just stay rooted in your beliefs. And I forget who it was, but it was a ESPN NBA analyst that like somebody dug up an old take about SGA and the Thunder and how they wouldn't make it to another championship or something playing that style of basketball. And they were just like, I said what I said. We'll see if they advance.
Yeah.
And I'm like, if you can just stand on it, sure, I don't care if you're wrong. You get some respect points, GTA style, if you could just say, I don't care.
Right.
I like it.
Now, Khaki Kev, do you need to apologize for anything, or has anybody done you wrong that you would like to ask for their apology?
If I had to ask for forgiveness for anything, it's just that this week has been stressful because I didn't realize wedding planning started 5 seconds after you propose.
Right.
And I'm still navigating all the things. So to all those that I've made upset, Abigail, talking to you, I ask for your forgiveness.
Are you expected to have 50-50 participation in this planning, or what are you anticipating on that front?
Participation as far as?
Wedding planning.
I want to be involved, but I know that my say is not as strong as others. I would say 25-75.
Ooh, okay. Ours might have been at least the opposite of that because I am the planner of the bunch. And before I even proposed, I had the 3 primary date options that I thought would work for the wedding and whatnot. And so I love to plan because that's how I party.
She trusts me to make some decisions, so I'll take it.
Some is better than none.
Exactly. Then you would know it was the wrong person. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the NBA and NHL playoff super segment. Right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it's a Friday. We got
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is time for the NHL and NBA playoff super segment. Would you guys like to start with the NBA playoffs or the NHL playoffs?
Let's talk some chill. Give me the hockey.
All right. For the hockey, go ahead and give me cut number 16. Will you please?
3 seconds to go. Vegas goes back to the Stanley Cup final. They sweep the President's Trophy winning Avalanche in the Western Conference final.
So the Golden Knights obviously have already clinched their spot in the Stanley Cup final. I wanted to throw out there, they have been in existence for 9 years now, and this is their 3rd time in the Stanley Cup final.
It's pretty good.
That is remarkable. But it looks like they will probably be the underdog going into that series. Now, that could pivot depending on how the Carolina series goes. But like if Carolina closes it out tonight, they're up 3-1. They are heavy favorites tonight to close out the series and set up the Stanley Cup final. Carolina right now in the look-ahead line's about a -125. You'd have to imagine if that made it out to, like, let's say Game 7, you'd probably flip that, and I think Vegas would end up being a slight favorite. But that puts Carolina as a 55.6 probability of winning the Cup versus the Golden Knights. Does that make sense? Because I realize the Golden Knights just had a dominant run against the Avalanche, but in Carolina, you're talking about a team that's 11-1 in the playoffs.
It makes a ton of sense because it's just pure dominance throughout the entirety of the postseason compared to the recency bias of, well, I just watched them go 4 straight.
Right.
You know, I've watched Carolina, even in defeat, look like a dominant team at times, which is weird to say, but we talked about it a little bit yesterday. Every phase of the game, if you want to get real specific about it, every phase of the game for Carolina is clicking. Everything looks dominant.
It really is.
They are such a detail-oriented team to the point where it's almost masterful to watch them play at times, especially like as soon as the offense crosses the blue line and everything gets set defensively, everything is so technically sound and clean. Not a lot of dirtiness going on there, not a lot of mistakes being made that are costing them penalty minutes. Everything looks so calculated and so planned and figured out ahead of time. And then for Vegas, it's not to say that they're not doing anything right. It's just, I think Carolina is that good.
And somebody just pointed out, and their goalie is way better. You know, we talked about him after Game 4. Obviously, their goalie has had a phenomenal freaking run through the playoffs. But either way, for Carolina, they're going to get a little bit of a break. So if the series ends tonight, well, unless it goes to Game 7, if the series ends tonight, then the Stanley Cup final will start on Tuesday, June 4th. If it goes to Game 6 or Game 7, the series will start on June 4th. So Game 6, if necessary, would be Sunday. Game 7, if necessary, would be Tuesday. If Game 6 or 7 are necessary, Stanley Cup Final will start on June 4th. If it gets closed out tonight, the Stanley Cup Final between Carolina and Vegas will start on June 2nd. So there are your scheduling notes. Now, let's move over to the NBA. Go ahead and give me cut number 1 if you can, because it feels like this was most people's main event for sports last night.
Fox secures it between 2 defenders. Hassel finds Bryant out of the corner to the basket. Cover Bryant.
So The Thunder end up winning the Spurs. The Spurs end up winning in dominant fashion to set up Game 7. There's a whole lot to unpack from this. You brought up the minus 28 for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. That is tied with Joel Embiid in 2023 for the lowest plus-minus by an NBA MVP in a clinching opportunity in the play-by-play era, which goes all the way back to 1997. There is a lot to talk about with the Knicks as they await the winner of this series in the final. But let's stay with this game and looking ahead to Game 7. I have to admit, I'm surprised at the opening point spread for Game 7. The Thunder at home in the playoffs have been 6-1. They've won those games by an average of 17.7 points. Yet, the point spread has been set at OKC by only 3.5. And I think it's because whether you think a little bit of invincibility has been taken out of the Thunder, or it's just a matter of, well, they both have elite players, and San Antonio has, I don't know who's better. Like, the MVP says Shai is better. The playoffs kind of feel like they're saying that Wemby is better. I feel like Game 7 will go a whole long way to kind of define that for the next year or so. But that is a surprisingly tight point spread to me.
It is, and
I don't hate it.
Just because I don't hate it either. That, like, it's surprising on paper, but once I settle down and think about it, it's exactly like what you said. The invincibility factor has been kind of taken away because of the Spurs defensively, and especially what you just saw in Game 6. And I think part of it is because the Spurs still offensively aren't fully realized. I mean, you look at last night's effort from some of their veterans, like De'Aaron Fox, 1 of 9 shooting.
Yeah.
You know, like, if they are winning games with De'Aaron Fox playing that bad, 5 points, 7 assists, 5 rebounds, if he's doing that as a starter, not great. You're still winning the game in impressive fashion, which is wild. Dylan Harper was awesome off the bench. So I think it's some of the depth for San Antonio is starting to figure it out. You heard it in the highlight. Carter Bryant, the rookie, is starting to come to life a little bit as well after some tough love coaching from Mitch Johnson. He's starting to figure things out. But I knew this thing was going to be a long night for OKC. Just from the start of the game by Wemby, 3-pointer, down the court, blocked shot, down the court, another 3-pointer. I was like, yeah, it's going to be one of those games.
How much stock do you put in the experience factor going into Game 7, where obviously far less experience for San Antonio? And then you look at Oklahoma City just last year. They dusted a pair of teams in Game 7. Like, you go back to the conference, I think it was conference semifinals. They beat Denver's ass, 32 points right there. In Indiana, they won by 12, also in a Game 7 to win the NBA title. So no strangers to Game 7, like just in the last 13 months or so for the Thunder. How much credence do you put to that experience level strictly when it comes to a Game 7?
Honestly, I put a lot into it, and that's why I don't mind that point spread, even though it's a little bit smaller than I thought it would be. Obviously, I'm taking the Thunder at least just in a money line perspective because, one, they're at home, which they've been fantastic at home all season, but in the postseason specifically, they've been dominant. And two, that is a team that everyone up and down the roster, even the last guy on the bench, has been there, done that. He has seen a conference finals. He has seen a Game 7, whoever that last man on the bench is. It's kind of insane. Some of the role players are more experienced than the veteran players that the Spurs have to offer. You know, guys like De'Aaron Fox and whatnot pale in comparison in terms of experience to some of these guys, just because this is the new normal in OKC. So the experience, that's what scares me, because I want Wemby in the finals. I think that's what's best for the league right now in building.
Ooh, interesting.
In building a new superstar, in building a new face of the NBA, if he's not already. That's how you do it, is for him to get to the finals right here, right now, and do something special in the finals. He might not win it because the Knicks are loaded, and that's a conversation for if the Spurs even make it. But just his prowess alone, his presence on the floor, and the playmaking ability, that on a national stage in the biggest moment of the NBA season, I think is best for business. That's not even me being a Thunder hater or whatever.
Sure.
That's just from the point of we don't know if LeBron's coming back. I mean, the switching of markets for Luka, I feel like it hasn't totally cooled off his popularity, but it's kind of put him in a weird kind of gray area where he's not being talked about as much on top of injury. They need somebody to really focus on. I want somebody that I can really focus on a nightly basis, especially if the Mavs are going to be struggling next year, if they're not going to be a playoff team.
Yeah.
I want something that really grabs my eyes. And right now, that's the San Antonio Spurs.
So I think it's okay, obviously, to disagree on this. I think it's best for business for OKC, and I'll tell you why. They already have villain tendencies for a lot of people. And if you locked in that second straight title, I just feel like that makes them even more must-watch next year, even if a lot of that must-watch is hate-watch.
Sure.
So, but I understand. I think the NBA is in a good spot in terms of, all right, the Thunder go ahead and win. Well, then hooray, you've got your villain. If the Spurs go ahead and win, I realize market size is not ideal, but you now really look like you have a generational player, maybe a multi-generational player in Wemby. And then if the Knicks win, oh, by the way, you've been waiting more than 50 years for that in your biggest market.
Exactly. And I dislike hate watching. I really do.
I get it.
And that's why that's really the epitome of my stance.
That's fair.
I don't like hate watching. I really don't. I like enjoying the product that's in front of me. And in general, I don't know if I'm in the minority in this. I don't like dynasties. I like parity. I love having turnover when it comes to team success.
Okay.
I just enjoy seeing new dogs in the fight every single year. I know that can get chaotic, and I know that the league probably hates that. They probably want it sprinkled in every decade. They probably want a 3-year run from one team somewhere in every decade where they're like, we had a dominant stretch from one franchise, and then the rest of the way they were kind of middling, but we had some other champions. And that's what Adam Silver is arguing about, the tanking changes and whatnot is parity. We want parity. You know, we don't want teams to intentionally suck, and we don't want teams to be superpowers. But I just don't enjoy it as much. I kind of get excited. Like the Carolina Panthers making the NFL playoffs last year.
Yeah.
That excited me. I said on these airwaves, I thought they were going to get murdered, which they didn't, and I was wrong. But I was like, that's exciting. I didn't have them in this fight. So I'm a weirdo in that sense where I would rather the small market team come in and just surprise everybody, which OKC did at one point, and I enjoyed that because I was like, hey, you're the feel-good story. Nobody knew who y'all were.
How much did you also enjoy Underdog saying that they are not going to destroy the games as they were instructed, their copies of Unethical Hoops? Because you remember the statement about promoting the game came out as Shea has made hoops all about foul baiting, and now you're stuck guarding him in Underdog's new board game. They were given the cease and desist, and Underdog has responded by saying, we've poked fun at the Knicks and Lakers fans, the Red Sox owners, the Mets, and more. We like to have some fun with whatever it is in the sports fan zeitgeist, and they said they will not be backing down.
I love it. I do, because one, a cease and desist is worth as much as the paper it's printed on. That doesn't really mean anything until you take real legal action. Two, exactly that. Underdog, like, if you've even paid slight attention to Underdog, which you should, because
promo code Masterpiece right there to start it off with a $50 bonus entry.
That's right. One, because it's a great product, but two, they are very socially aware.
Yeah.
Like when it comes to their social media, their marketing, like you just said in their statement, they poke fun at everybody.
Yeah.
This is not the first time that they did it, and that's why I think stuff like this is so fun. So it was harmless. It's not like they called him a bad person. It's not like they attacked his real life character. they are poking fun at the way he plays basketball, which is a valid critique. And they're not, the one thing that gets me, they're not selling those board games. They're giving them away.
Yeah.
So they're not profiting off of it. They're losing money on it.
By the way, Stefan Castle right now, 150-1 to win Western Conference Finals MVP. So you need the most incredible effort in the history of basketball. Alex Caruso is the only player besides the main two below that at 9-1. And of course, Shea and Wemby are both either at about even or just slightly above even. It feels like whoever wins the series, the Western Conference Final MVP will go to one of those two players. And on the Knicks front, we'll talk more about the Knicks next week, obviously, once the NBA Finals is set. Mitchell Robinson has a broken pinky finger. He's averaging 5.7 points, 8.8 rebounds, and 1.2 blocks in about 20 minutes per game. The word is he will undergo surgery so he can be back in play in this series. That feels like a counterintuitive set of statements, but as of this morning, that was the plan. So we'll see how that goes. Obviously, the Knicks have had some time off, and we'll have a few more days before the NBA Finals even starts. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we said we'd talk about it later. Later has arrived. Some of the early proposals in the baseball bargaining agreement, plus Masterpiece of the Week. It is a jam-packed segment, and it's next on The Fan.
When your friends say, "Hey, did you hear?" You can
2 a.m. Find your location in DFW at boomerjacks.com and raise your game.
Back to the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. This segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Arrighetti always out of the stretch. A little step back. Hesitation, the leg kick, and the 1-0. And that ball's hit high and deep out into left. DeCenzo going back. Wait, bye-bye, Zach, because it hits the facade of the second deck. Booming home run for Josh Young. It's his 6th of the year. It puts Texas on the board here at 3-1.
Yeah! Then they ended up losing the game anyway. By the way, tomorrow I'll be hanging out at the Rangers game, but also Brennan and Jake will be broadcasting live from Globe Life Field from noon to 2:30. So stop by their spot, center field. You know it. You love it. The Comerica broadcast location. Say hi to the guys. Pregame at 2:30. First pitch about 3:07 right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, we didn't get a chance to really start to dive into this earlier, but the move-ins and shake-ins on the baseball front with the offers that have already been thrown out there. And here is something that, Alec, I am worried is going to make this whole negotiation process very complicated.
Okay.
I think it was Jeff Passan that tweeted this out, but it was a discussion about how much less money the top teams would be able to spend. And I was like, oh, okay, it's 8 teams and it's this amount of money. Then I looked into it a little bit more. MLB.com has a different number. Spotrac has a different number. They have different numbers of even teams that would have to come down to the ceiling, between 6 and 8. And so I was like, oh, this should be cut and dry. And so I looked at the payrolls above the ceiling, should cut spending about $287 million. But I looked at payrolls below the floor, half of baseball right now off of the competitive balance tax payroll would be under the floor. That would raise spending $868 million.
Wow.
So if you're the Players Association, whoa, that's a lot. That's $581 million of additional spending. But then I look around to other sources. One Spot, who is an MLB reporter, says it's about $39 million. Now, they did not give their methodology, so I have no idea how they got that number.
Show your work.
Yes, but I'm very concerned that these numbers are already staggeringly different across different entities. And one of the reasons I think that is what are they going to do about deferred money? Because if you're not counting the deferred money all of the way, then the Dodgers have to cut their payroll about $55 million. But if you did count all the deferred money, and I know they wouldn't retroactively do that for Shohei or whatever, but now all of a sudden, because of that and a couple of other deals, they have to cut their contracts about $155 million. That's a big ass difference. So that's going to be one of the things in this discussion. So while the MLB proposed the floor at $171.2 million and the ceiling at $245.3 million. I want to know more specifics about that and what that's going to do with the deferred money. Because if you attack the deferred money, I'm sure there's some teams that still be like, yeah, I don't totally love this. But if you don't attack the deferred money, then aren't you just going to see that explode as a way to circumvent the supposed salary cap?
Yes, 100%. If you're going to impose this cap, you have to get rid of deferred payments. You literally have to, because it's not just going to be a luxury thing anymore for the big spending teams.
For sure.
It's going to be small market teams that are doing that to avoid spending real-time money.
And how are players going to feel about that?
They're going to hate
Shohei might not give a damn.
Yeah.
But I bet this rando dude who's barely getting by at second base might care.
Yeah, if you add a veteran second baseman, you give him a 2-year deal worth, I don't know, $14 million, right? So $7 million a year. And you say, yeah, we're going to defer $10 million of that, buddy.
Yeah.
For a seemingly chump change contract for a veteran player, I have to imagine negotiations are kind of I kind of want that money now.
Right.
I'm at the back end of my career. I don't want to wait. Or the younger players that are eager to start buying cars for parents and houses and stuff, they're going to be like, what the heck? Like, you bought out arbitration, but you deferred all of it till I'm 45?
Now, there's another aspect of this that as I told you earlier, I went down the rabbit hole because of you. It's your fault. You sent me a string of discussion on Reddit, which I feel like, how many people in the history of the world have looked up the one thing that they wanted on Reddit and just left it at that?
Yes.
It never. I always end up clicking on this and that and the other thing, and that's
because I know I will do that.
Yeah.
So I find my answer and I leave.
I can't. I wish I had that discipline. But one of the things that I learned is, this is another point of arguing, when will the owners open up their books?
Yeah.
There is already an argument about, don't they already do that? So MLB will tell you, we do open our books. We're audited and everything like that, and you can see that information. But the Players Association and other folks are saying, what about the ballpark villages? So it's easy to explain. You just look at Globe Life Field. Think of Texas Live as like part of a ballpark village. So it's all the stuff around the stadium that is clearly driven and influenced by game days. That is not part of the equation. So if you're the owner, couldn't you find yourself in a situation where you're like, oh man, we lost $10 million last year, while also you look at like the situation in Atlanta, while also not counting how much the property value has gone up of all the property you gobbled up around there. You don't include that. You don't include any of the money that you make from that, even though that's clearly driven by baseball. So you could say you're losing $10 million per year when in reality, maybe you're profiting $55 million a year. And you're like, oh, books say I'm losing $10 million.
It's a weird thing because there's no cut and dry way.
Exactly.
There's no definition of the books, and that's what ownership and that's what Major League Baseball is going to continue to pound their fist on the table about.
It really feels like there should be an agreeable definition for that.
There really should be, and I feel like, at least from the outside looking in, it's everything that you make money off of.
Right.
Everything. Every single merchandise, the ballpark villages, any kind of promotional things that you do where you have food trucks outside the stadium or something. If you are taking a cut, you report it. It should be pretty simple.
Right. Well, I'm with you on that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
Gentlemen.
Hey, Alec.
How's it going, Kevin Squared?
I was just talking to you.
That's right. It's time for Masterpiece of the Week. We're going to revisit the wild, wacky, odd, and oftentimes very concerning things said throughout this very program, throughout the week. Yeah, and unfortunately, Bobby Belt happened, so he sent over some stuff.
Man, I bet he did.
And this one is not unfortunate for me. Actually, it might be. We're going to start with our tradition. Picking on people who are not here.
That's Corey!
To defend themselves. Corey in a little bit. We're going to start with Sean Sharif, though. Apparently, he's impressed with something about me. I have 9. And
dang!
My first one was my worst one. Oh.
Is that number of conquests?
Honestly, that was about my tattoos.
Oh.
That's what it was. Yeah, it was crosstalk yesterday. He was asking, I knew something was coming up because I was talking something sports related. I could see him look at my forearm, which has a giant tattoo on it. I was like, he's about to ask about it. So, yeah, he's impressed with 9 tattoos, Kevin. Get your mind out of the gutter.
Okay, I am sorry. That is definitely a lot of tattoos. Oh, by the way, whoo! We have relevant sports news to report.
Oh, no.
Per Shams Charania, the Orlando Magic are finalizing the hire of Sean Sweeney as their franchise's new head coach. I believe Eric Chiafalo might have thoughts on this. The San Antonio Spurs associate coach, they are finalizing hiring Sean Sweeney as their new head coach. We have talked about this a lot. That felt like not only the favorite, but maybe the far and away favorite to be the Mavericks' next head coach. You look very sad as well.
That just ruined my day.
I'm sorry.
That just ruined my day. I wish I could say the word that I could see Chiafalo mouth out in the hallway, because that was my exact reaction. He's walking in right now, too. So, yeah, Sean Sweeney is now out of the bidding for the Mavericks head coaching position.
That was going to be our guy.
That was our guy.
I hate you guys for reporting this news.
That's fair.
I want to lash out at you guys. Maybe there just wasn't enough room in this city for two gingers in the sports world. Medford, of course, being the one.
Sure.
Sweeney swooping in.
Dude, if Sweeney wanted the job, I would have left. I would have packed up and moved. I would have pulled a Reggie. I would have went to Houston or something. No, Houston sucks. I probably would have just left the state at that point.
Gosh, this sucks, man.
So it looks like the Orlando Magic finalizing. So let's
swoop in.
Yeah, swoop in. Do you ever delude yourself with that when it says finalizing and you're like, so you're telling me, like breaking up a wedding style, you could still show up and be like, I will give you $2 million more per year.
Yeah, dude. Like they're still in the process. It's not finalized.
Right.
So this can still get done.
But the midnight hour.
But it's looking like it's not.
Stop.
I'm sorry.
Y'all have fun.
I'll try.
Hey, we're going to do more Masterpiece of the Week. Just cheer everybody up, but that does suck.
We're going to try. I guess we'll start again with Masterpiece of the Week with me, because Bobby Belt said I'm not allowed to evade. So apparently I had a statement about my race. As a white man, I didn't think I could attract so many. Okay. I've often said that.
I mean, you are white.
It's true. I'm very white. If you haven't noticed, Twitch and YouTube, very fair-skinned.
How much do you love mayonnaise?
I actually hate mayonnaise.
Oh, in your face, white people.
I think it's pretty pointless. It just kind of exists. It's a vessel to create other things.
What's your favorite brand of mayonnaise, Kevin?
I hate mayonnaise, too.
I was hoping you were going to say Hellman, so I could say not Duke.
Oh. How'd that work?
But that didn't happen. So.
Yeah. From the 575, Kevin, literally, as you were talking about getting sucked into Reddit threads, I was in the middle of doing that. I want to know if that makes them bail then. They're like, I just got to notice about this. Or, there you go.
All right.
Thanks a lot, stupid magic.
And then I guess I talked about size, too. I don't like the size. I don't like, I think this is a little, like this line work is a little bit too thick. Is this going to look the way that I want it to? Again, tattoos.
You're a size king. Is that a thing? I know they say size queen, but is a size king a thing?
What does that mean?
I feel like it probably exists.
I'll tell you once you're married.
It probably has some meanings and different things.
I'll tell you right before you get married.
Oh, jeez. From the 214, Alec, would you have moved to OKC? Absolutely the hell not.
You didn't, man. You didn't.
OKC or Houston, you have to make a choice.
Yeah. That's the only way we would have gotten Sean Sweeney, except we didn't.
I choose not existing.
Kevin. My gosh.
Kevin, you're a big fan of this player, apparently.
God bless Sam Darnold. I mean, some of those cards went up. Upon hearing that,
just paying your mortgage, huh?
My retrospective on that is might have overreacted.
I am so happy you said that. That's going to get so much.
Somebody
use.
said, "Who's the favorite now to be the head coach?" I need to double check, but I thought Tiago Splitter was pretty live in this discussion. I mean. Hey, if you can talk down to Gino R.E.M., I'm in.
Let me text Christian Clark real quick. Kevin, you said this.
Hello, I'm Ruben Sierra. It's not true. Much like Alec, I am also white. So I am not Ruben Sierra.
That's very true. Corey, he has some questions, some thoughts about an area of the internet you shouldn't go to.
Is it darkweb.net?
I so want that to be the website, darkweb.net, and all of a sudden it's like, boo, and everything changes.
The lights in your room go red.
Yeah.
That would actually be kind of badass.
Goes like to that green coating from the Matrix or something.
That would be kind of badass, I can't lie. Hagee, you made a shocking statement.
I think I've told this many times on air. I have a neighbor I do have a neighbor. This neighbor particular doesn't live there anymore, but I remember the first experience I ever had with Kenny was his stone wall had collapsed on the day of my wedding. And so I was like leaving and I go, oh no, what happened? So I like walk over there and I'm like, hey man, I've been wanting to talk to you. And he's like, what's up? And I was like, I don't really have a lot of time to chat, but your wall has fallen down.
I feel like that happened in world history once.
Does this mean Nick Nurse is going to be the Mavericks head coach?
That's what I fear. I think it's going to be Nurse. I'm not looking forward to that. We're going to skip a little bit since Shams Charania decided to butcher our time by breaking my heart, as Sean Sweeney is now out of the running for the Mavericks, heading to the Orlando Magic. Khaki Kev, we're going to go to cut 8 here. Kevin has thoughts on mothers. Just want to let y'all know I'm a pretty decent human, I think. That is not my intention.
I don't think you're a bad person if you hook up with single moms. I stand by that statement. As Dale Gribble once said on King of the Hill, you can get quite the bargain with a single mom.
This is never going to evade me. Ever. Corey has a very specific time limit.
I can't wait to put you in for 7 minutes.
Fire up Bohemian Rhapsody. Once it's done, you're done.
Jeez. And then we'll end with this combo of Kevin and Corey.
So your husband died. Give it 2 weeks. Go find
sometimes you got to fill the void quick.
Okay. I just want to point out that that's not life advice. That's what happened on Landman. That gal's husband died, and then she's like, hey, you're a wiry fella. Why don't you come occupy my bed?
I've just been informed we have a last-minute entrant.
It's very difficult for a woman to do this. It has to be refereed by a man.
Jeez, Kevin.
That's not very advanced of you, Kevin.
That is not progressive.
Was John Pierre whatever. That wasn't really his name because he got mad because the French people were all against him because they were cheering for a French player. That was that tennis player who said that the crowd is too mean for a lady ref. Not cool. Obviously, I'm going to vote for Corey's 7 minutes in heaven.
I can't wait to put you in for 7 minutes.
I hate how he said that. I hate everything about that. Oh man, this is tough. I'm gonna vote for Kevin, thinking in another life he was Ruben Sierra.
Hello, I'm Ruben Sierra. Everything is wrong with that. The hello and everything the way that I say that is wrong. All right, Khaki Kev, it looks like the tiebreak is up to you. So twofold, what do you pick? And also, would you prefer Nick Nurse, Frank Vogel, or Tiago Splitter?
Don Staley, and I'm going to go with this cut.
God bless Sam Darnold.
We leave it up to the people.
Man, I've made a lot of declarative statements with entire athletes' names this week. All right, there you go. Is it Sam Darnold, Ruben Sierra, or 7 minutes in heaven? 877-881-1053. Let us know. We will chat about that, but probably who will now be the Mavs head coach? It's not going to be Sean Sweeney. Who will it be? We'll talk about a G-Bag next on The Fan.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ, we'll tell you about being at the Globe.
means turn it on and leave it on the Fan. You're appreciated.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. It's Friday, you know.
Indeed.
Probably not as good as you. Last segment of the day, going into the weekend, but pretty dang good, I'd say.
And I was doing better a few minutes ago before I found out that maybe a lot of our presumptive next head coach, Sean Sweeney, congratulations to him. He's going to be the next head coach of the Orlando Magic. But at the same time...
Did you get ball sacked?
I hope he did.
There's no way. That's a fake report.
It's
no
not...
chance. Come on, until I hear it from Sweeney himself.
Please be a ball sack.
He is not going to Orlando.
Okay, so it looks like the discussions are being finalized, and as we discussed,
oh, come on.
That just gives the Mavericks one final chance to swoop
lock
in.
him in a room, put the door over the knob so he can't get out, and make sure that he doesn't sign the paperwork, and then you get in there with the electronic signature, and he's the Mavs coach instead of the Magic.
And did you say the door over the knob?
Under it, over it. I've never actually done this, so I'm just workshopping it right now in real time.
Let's assume that it is accurate. Do you think it's Nurse, Vogel, Splitter, and Nori that is the group now, or I'm just missing?
I think we go Micah Nori. It sounds like a delicious Italian dish.
Okay. How sad are you?
Nori with the vodka sauce, please.
I know, and I know
like it might be more of a butter chicken.
Okay.
Ooh,
okay.
I like where you're going.
All
there.
right.
Might be picking that up tonight for the family. Surprise.
Old Chuck's wife's going to be fired up.
Woolchuck, are you similarly crestfallen to Mr. Chiafalo because he is very sad about this?
Yeah, I know. My baby's hurting right now, and I'm hurting with him. This is not fun. And I really thought that it was kind of a foregone conclusion. Sweeney was going to be our guy. It kind of came out of left field. I mean, there was a report from Brett Siegel an hour ago. Jason Kidd is an under-the-radar name to watch out for the Orlando Magic.
Well, he was pretty under the radar.
Super under it.
What the heck? All of a sudden, bam, Sweeney's the guy. So, yeah, it's definitely it hurts.
I mean, I think we would have liked it, the work that he's done with the Mavs and Spurs. Like, obviously, he's an up-and-coming coach, and the Magic are smart to hire him. But you do have to wonder if he was even considered for the Mavs job because he was here when Luka got traded. You know? And
okay.
There's been a house cleaning.
Guilty by association.
It's not that he did anything. It's just that he brings that energy and that history back into the relationship.
Right.
We need a clean separation.
What did you guys think about, I think it might have come out right after your show, but maybe not, about Joey Maguire, y'all's guy, saying, I'll take all the smoke. We'll buy out this team, and we'll buy out your team so we can play Texas in week 1.
It's not a good move for Texas Tech, but I love the bravado and the swagger.
I do too. I'm with you, man.
It's a good move because Texas is not going to take him up on the offer.
They're not going to do it.
I mean, last time Joey called out Texas, it didn't go too well.
No, it didn't, and he acknowledged that in his answer, which we'll play a little bit later on. I mean, he acknowledges the last time we played them, they kicked their ass, and they did play a lot of 2s and 3s, and those 2s and 3s beat the crap out of the Red Raiders. But the first time they played, it was an overtime victory for Tech. So he's like, we're 1-1. Let's go ahead and do it. I think it'd be great for college football. I think this would be a lot of fun, but I just don't think it would end well one for Tech. And from a Texas perspective, you've already got the hardest schedule in college football. Why do I even want to take that risk?
Because you got the most expensive team.
And you don't want to look like a bunch of P-words?
I mean, I think you're right. I thought it was a masterful stroke of throwing out a challenge that you know is not going to get accepted. But you can be like, what? We said we'd play Texas.
Cody Campbell's out there really stoking the fire on McAfee today.
But you don't think it will actually happen?
Nah.
They're not even giving Texas a chance to make it a Texas home game.
Oh,
it's like play in Lubbock or play at a neutral site.
Texas was supposed to play on the road, and Tech was going to have the game at home, so it just like works out to where Tech would naturally get it, or the neutral site. I think that's why they threw out the neutral site.
All right,
I think that might be the only reason.
What do you find fellas got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always, thanks for asking, Hagee. Do you think if we opened with winners and those winners would be the Dallas Wings that people would stay tuned?
I do.
Okay.
I'm going to stick with that. I do think that. You're going to get your cursory one or two people that text every time. It's like, are you getting paid to talk about this? Nobody cares. But I think there are other people who do care.
We're getting paid to talk
We'll spend at least 2-3 minutes on the Wings on the other side.
That's in your
Celebrate
contract.
them being a victorious DFW sports team, which is kind of hard to find right now. Eric Nadell's coming up at 4:40.
And a historic performance from one Jessica Shepard. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us on Monday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say screw the magic, Kevin.
Screw the magic. It's very difficult for a woman to do this. It has to be refereed by a man.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Game 7, Saturday night.
to him. Send him some love on social. Let him know he's missed. All right. 443 says no one cares about girls playing professional basketball, which is kind of offensive.
Yeah, screw you.
They're women. Another 469, wings are awesome. Every night a different player shoots the lights out. 817, wings were the best game on last night. Watched all 3 of them. You got to come from behind victory with a freaking triple-double.
Yeah.
From Jessica Shepard, 22, 20, and 10. First WNBA player ever with that stat line. Mm-hmm. She's now the Wings' career triple-double leader with 2 through 8 games.
Yeah.
Apparently, she wasn't even starting for the Lynx last year. She was probably backing up their superstar Collier.
Okay.
So she comes over to the Wings, and she's blowing up. She's averaging a double-double.
Let's go.
So it's just another reason to believe. And I guess the story is here, the Wings, they beat the Aces 95-87. That's cool. But it marked the second straight win over a recent champ. Maybe the last 2 champs, New York and Vegas.
That is, yeah.
So they're just building their resume 8 games in that this could be a real contender. AZ Fudd had 22 in her first start. Beckers had 20. They were on fire from 3, 45.5%. And Coach Fernandez afterwards, probably nobody believed that we'd have 5 wins right now and the type of wins that we've had. But I think everybody in the locker room after the staff believed it. Fernandez said later in the postgame that, quote, we're not even close to being at the level I think we can be at. So thanks to them for being good.
Yes. Halfway to last year's win total of 10.
Everybody was excited about it except for the Aces head coach, Becky Hammond.
She was still thinking about Jalen
Was she
Brunson.
salty?
She was pretty
officiating.
salty, just the free throw discrepancy.
Oh.
I think the Wings had like 10 more free throw attempts than the Aces did, so she cussed it up a little bit, said, "Find me, no problem. This is horse hockey."
Yeah, she says, I'm bleeping tired of that bull bleep. She might be the saltiest coach in all of sport.
Yeah, she's a dog. She really is. And Beckers had her. Did you see her jersey? Her WNBA debut jersey
sold for a lot,
almost $65,000.
So I think it's picked up in a very meaningful way. I think over the last 5 years or so, based on the text, I think it's at a pretty polarizing spot right now. But I would also say if we talked Stars right now, we would get some of those texts like nobody cares about the Stars. It's the off season. If we talk Rangers, there is a couple of guys who are usually Johnny on the spot saying, get back to Cowboys. Nobody cares about the Rangers. They're below 500.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I don't know how much this is a good barometer, but it's not like we're going to turn into a Dallas Wings show of record. But I'll tell you what, if you're cynical, like you look at the TV ratings of some of these women's college games, but look at the social media engagement.
Yeah.
And for whatever reason, the American sports has decided this is relevant now. And, they're getting more likes or views or clicks or whatever than a lot of the other men's games. And it's not like there's even a ton of smoke shows out there. It's not like there's an Anna Kournikova effect of these dimes that have started hooping and now America's tuning in to be horned up. America's just like watching because it's become relevant. I think girl sports growing has turned a lot of families into girl sports fans, and then they're like, they want to get together and watch it as a family. So congrats to all the girl dads out there.
Chicks don't flop like SGA.
That's a good point.
No, that's a physical game.
That's a good point. It's probably because they don't have the spatial awareness and quickness, but we won't hold it against them.
They're not in their landing zones.
It works in our favor as a viewer.
Keys to victory last night, we talked about the importance of patience against Arrighetti. Get ahead in counts, try to avoid the curveball. Did not work. 3 hits, one walk in 6 innings of work against Arrighetti. 1 run. The Rangers get whacked by Houston. They drop 3 of 4. So now we're heading for 3 straight losing seasons. Is kind of what this feels like. My thing with CY, he is our guy. I love having him on. I'm sure I'm biased. I'm pro CY.
Yeah. I think that there is, it's tough because he is always great with us every single week, and you could tell how much he cares. So I think that it's fair to have a little bias on our side.
Genuinely, I think he put together a team that overachieved. and won the World Series. And now he's being held to that standard. The standard has been raised, and I love that. We're not winning a World Series. Nobody was this mad in 2020. It was just a team that had run its course. But you get to the top of the mountain in 2023, and now expectation, I think, is causing a tremendous amount of suffering in the fan base, and I like it. Hopefully we don't back off of this. Let's keep the pedal to the metal and insist on better. I think he had his payroll slashed, but this is a guy that has given you pitching, wins you a World Series. I hope that they're patient with him. Bochy's World Series got him 2 years. How much more time are you willing to give CY before you're like, damn it, we need a new GM? And you see it in the text, you see it on social media. That is a very, very popular and prevalent take out there among Rangers fans.
I think they need a different approach, and he's a very process guy. He's very much a believer in his staff. They went through this last year with getting rid of the hitting coach, but obviously something is really, really amiss here. And if they have something that they're hanging their hat on, their approach of, okay, how we're going to, and this, correct me if I'm wrong, Wolchuk, new staff, but Skip was here last year.
Yeah.
He was seeing all this.
Right.
So if you're thinking, okay, we need to do this differently, I would hope that would be the case, but something is very fundamentally wrong with this baseball team when it comes to hitting or the approach. And like I said, I think the vice president of baseball operations is very much about that, the results, and the results aren't there. And so I wonder if, again, we're about to see something different transition into, okay, well, we're going to have to move on from another hitting coach here. And does there need to be a different approach, or is there something that we're missing throughout the organization?
This is the third hitting coach post-World Series, right?
There is something fundamentally a blind spot that they have in their approach when it comes to hitting. And not that everybody in Major League Baseball hits. The average
offensive numbers are down across the board.
Numbers are down the whole thing. But for the last 3 years, and we could talk about with Boch and what the approach, and he has a lot of faith in these coaches. And I just wonder now when losses start to mount, where is your level of, okay, I have confidence in these guys still? Because he starts to see, well, wait a minute, why is this? And we all kind of thought pitching was the way it was because of Mike Maddox.
Yeah.
Obviously, they do something correct when it comes to evaluating pitchers, whether it's starters. You spend massive amounts of money to get those guys, but think about the bullpen guys he's put together.
3 straight years, he's done a masterful job of that.
Yeah, fundamentally, they have something wrong with their approach to hitting. And I was listening to Skip talk about it. He's like, well, we got to figure it out, whether it's underhand toss, batting practice, overhand toss, live pitching, machine pitching, and all that. It sounds like to me that they're trying to do things, but the approach, I would take the approach of the teams that are hitting. What are the things that teams, the good offensive teams in the league, what's their approach? How are they? Do they just have better players?
I think that's what it is.
I think a lot of it comes down to the players, and I think that clearly CY has moved on from coaches. He still believes though in his guys. Like he always
puts a lot of faith in those guys.
He does,
but because you can't trade him for better players.
Yeah,
that's his only option.
And he keeps talking about underachieving, but
that's not real.
Outside of a 20-game sample size we saw from Evan Carter, when he gets called up and you go on that amazing October run, what's Evan Carter been as a pro? And it's been not a very good offensive
slap hitter, pretty good defensive player.
Yeah, Josh Young.
The minute I say that, the minute I go in that long discussion I just had, think about the guys that are hitting. It's the guys like Durant. It's the guys like Foscue.
Young.
It's the guy like Young. It's it's those guys that are hitting, and you wonder is it just the players, or because they do have some guys that are traditionally some light stick guys that are actually doing a pretty good job for them.
Yeah, but
the time
benched, you know.
Yeah,
I think they were a crap team up until 2023. They had 2 hot months. Then they were crap for 4.
Yeah.
And then they were great for a month. So we've had 3 great months of baseball like in the last 8 years. And I just think we got incredibly lucky that it timed up. Yeah. And now Corey Seager is old, you know. And Marcus Semien.
Yeah, you can't hang your hat. This is very much like Overshone for the Cowboys.
Yeah.
You want to believe in the guy, but now you're all of a sudden, he wasn't hitting well before he got hurt.
Yeah. No.
You know, so now you're thinking like, wow, is he going to come back and help us, or is he going to be a liability? I think Foscue got benched because of his defense.
Yeah, I agree with you.
That play they had the other night, or the other
that.
afternoon in Anaheim, I think that was kind of the end of it.
It'd be tough for me if I was in Ray's shoes to look at this and say we're going to move on from CY because we've never won a World Series. He's built us this pitching staff.
Yeah.
He found it once. Nobody else has ever found it.
And he's under the tax now.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
And it might just be as simple as like, I mean, God, I don't even want to use this example, but like for a second there, it looked good when you bring in a Dennis Lindsay to help with Nico and you go to the finals, right? Like prior to the Nico trading Luka, like we were looking at this like, okay, this is actually a really good front office for a second. Maybe CY just needs somebody to come help him evaluate the hitting approach of this. Because I'm with you. I mean, the pitching's taken a massive stride. Now, they got a big problem with the first inning. Like they're on pace to give up 54 first inning home runs this year.
Yeah.
Something's up with this.
Yeah, it's bad.
That is a legitimate
One
problem.
out of every 3 games, there's a first inning dong.
And now, I mean, they've got the highest ERA in all Major League Baseball in the first inning. Even Evo said after the game, like it was over after the first. There's something going on there that's legitimately now the sample size is large enough where this is a problem.
Yeah.
But it might just be, hey, CY's a former pitcher. And you know that he's a guy that is going to demand excellence from everybody. And he's the reason why that standard's there. He said it with us. I want a team that is going to be competing and in the playoffs every single year. This is not a flash in the pan. Why can't the Texas Rangers be viewed as the Red Sox, the Yankees, the Dodgers, as a team that is competing and contending every year? That's what he wants to build. Unfortunately, they have not been able to carry over that success on the field.
No, so at some point, you're not scoring at the big league level. You're not drafting and developing tremendously well. I know we have promise for Wyatt Langford, but he's, despite all of his traits, he's kind of like a league average hitter in a lot of places. He's got the slug, and that's all going to come around. And by the time he's 28, he's going to be crushing and going to All-Star games multiple years. But at least right now, it's not like he's lighting the world on fire like other young baseball players do that have his kind of potential. So if both of those things are not true, I think if I was Ray, I got a date in mind, but I don't think until like the end of next year. And maybe I'll reevaluate then and say, hey, we're making progress, and I want to stick with this guy because he's great at keeping people accountable, and he's got a lot of positive traits. I think you make a great point though, Wolchuk, and maybe it was the collective qualities of JD and CY together. Even though JD wasn't here, he was here, pretty dang recently when that World Series parade happened. Sweeney going to the Magic was the top story, and I just put it at the end here because KNC's done such a tremendous job covering it for the last 30 minutes or so. But I do wonder if the Mavs were that interested.
Yeah, me too.
And if they were, and he goes to Orlando, that would be surprising because that's a much smaller market, and it's a talented team as well. But I'm sure you have history here, you have roots here. I think if the Mavs were interested, Sweeney would have been interested. I don't know that.
I think there's no question that if Sean Sweeney was offered the Dallas Mavericks job, he would have taken it. There's no doubt in my mind he would have. Just talking to people around the league and stuff like that. But I just want to try. Like I say, there's a couple of people I could reach out to and that are kind of close to him and see if, in fact, that he would say, yeah, the Mavericks never offered me the opportunity. We'll see. I'll try and run that down for us.
Okay, still some good candidates out there. We're not seeing connections of Tom Thibodeau to the Mavs, are we? Have we seen any of that yet? No?
I have not seen
He might be too much of a hard ass. But man, I think it would be perfect if you could bring Thibodeau in here and have like a 2-year plan. He's going to try to get us across the finish line with Najee and PJ and Gafford and Kyrie, and then make a great defensive team. Like Thibodeau's an overachiever, but he's like Parcells. Everybody's going to be tired of his crap within 18 months. Yeah. So I would say let's try to overachieve with this veteran group, instill toughness, great defensive identity in this organization, bring Cooper Flag up in that environment, and then in a couple of years, look to change and maybe bring a vibes guy in or a teacher or an offensive guy if that doesn't go well. But I think with Tibbs out there, it's a perfect opportunity to try to see if you could steal one. If there's injuries and you can play elite defense and Cooper Flagg takes a big jump, Kyrie comes back healthy, I could see it. We got the top 10 coming up next. Wolchuk, where are you taking it?
Yeah, found a top 10 quarterback head coach duos for the upcoming season. Where's Dak and Shoddy? Who do you think's the top duo? That's next to the nation. But always our top is Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan. Yes, Eric and I, we are clients now, and we couldn't be happier. So if your current wealth manager isn't hitting it out of the park for you, do what we did. Step on up to the plate with Trajan Wealth. Their family office brings your retirement, tax, and estate planning together on the same team. Call Trajan Wealth today. Set up that absolutely free consultation number to call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1. They got a variety of offices across the Metroplex. Frisco's my home base, but they're also in Arlington, they're in Fort Worth, they're in McKinney, and they're in Southlake, Eric.
Yes, they are, and I love Trajan Wealth because at Trajan Wealth, your needs come first. They're a fiduciary firm, so they're going to be prioritizing your financial well-being above all else. And the more money you make, the more money they make. So trust me, they want to see you win, and they are in this with you. Now, Trajan Wealth is also family-owned. They're veteran-led. They've brought decades of experience to the table, and their team of advisors actually specialize in helping individuals in or nearing retirement. I mean, my goodness, trying to navigate the complexities of today's financial landscape, we all know that can be extremely challenging, but great news for all of us, Trajan Wealth is here to help. 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Hello, it's Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. If your air conditioner breaks down, don't get ripped off. Call the On-Time Experts. They'll be at your home same day, or the service and diagnostic fee is free. And their number one goal is to fix your air conditioner and not try to sell you something you don't need. Go to theontimeexperts.com and set your appointment time today. Theontimeexperts.com, the choice of the Consumer Team.
Whoa, Liberty Mutual customized this song for you. Whoa, like your car insurance, it's custom too, yeah. Liberty Mutual's got the coverage that could save you money. Thanks to Doug and Limu, well now you can go and take that cruise. Liberty, 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 yeah.
Hi, this is Tony Alberti with East Dallas Diesel and East Dallas Motor Cars. With all the uncertainty right now, we stock vehicles for every budget, and they all look like $1 million. Easy financing too. Visit eastdallasdiesel.com or call and ask for me, Tony. East Dallas Diesel, where custom comes standard.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Got any markdowns on oil?
We've got many markdowns on oil.
How about on that new STP Any Mileage?
You'll save $5 when you buy 5 quarts of STP Any Mileage with an oil filter and get up to 5,000 miles of protection.
Heck of a markdown for quite a lot of miles.
At AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
If your home was hit by recent storms, you could have roof damage and not even know it. A tiny roof leak can lead to thousands in water damage, toxic mold, and even structural issues. Nick Post again with K-Post Roofing, Waterproofing, and Solar. For over 20 years, DFW has trusted us to protect their homes and businesses. Don't wait, don't guess. Schedule your free inspection now at kpostcompany.com.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Hawaiian Falls in Mansfield.
It's Alec Medford from 105.3 The Fan. Join me at Hawaiian Falls, Mansfield on June 4th from noon to 2 to celebrate baseball. Meet Rangers mascot captain and coach Travis Jankowski. Wear your favorite team's gear to score admission for $19.99. Visit hfalls.com for details.
Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. All right, we'll get the top 10 here in just a sec. Let's go to the Pimp Cup where Lucius has the chance.
Yeah. What up, fellas? Ain't that Jeff's old...
Oh, my goodness,
situation?
You're right.
Oh, it is.
That is Amanda.
Yep,
They're on CBS Sports.
Boy, she done got thick.
She did. Like Drake May.
Shout out to Jeff, bro. I see you, Phil.
Today's his birthday.
If I see him, word?
Yeah.
All right, it's probably not the day to say something like that.
I think, he's over at Hellman's wedding is where he's at.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to see him. I'm going to just dap him up out of nowhere. Yo, Phil, I see what you was doing, bro. I see what you was doing. I see you, nephew. All right, going for 2 today at 5:30 is this young lady that pranked her father. Poor dad. She did this for the internet for likes and clicks. She told her dad that her boyfriend broke up with her and put her out. Dad was emoting.
Hello?
Daddy.
Hey!
What you doing?
I'm watching the game. What's going on?
Daddy, I'm just so mad.
For what? For what?
Daddy, cause like JJ just packed up all his clothes and he said he don't want to be with me no more. And he let
me. God, what happened?
He just said he don't want to be with me no more.
Oh, bitch. He's taking clothes off.
Yeah, he let me.
But why are you going through that right now? He gone?
Yeah, he did me like that.
He packed his clothes up.
Yep, he packed all his clothes up and he just said he don't.
Big guy, Robin, what you do?
Daddy, I didn't do nothing.
You got to be, let me why everything going bad, huh?
Yep, left me, Daddy.
Big guy.
I think
Daddy
is
a bitch.
Very supportive dad.
He had plans, bro. He had plans for future son-in-law. Must be a good mechanic or something like that.
Yeah,
we
very
lost
respectful.
him. We lost him.
What did you do? Yeah. Good golf partner or something like that.
Man.
There's something going on there. I hope I can be that supportive, but I think I would be cheering. Like, oh, I guess you got to move on home, honey.
Oopsies.
You know?
Yeah.
I told you about that guy.
I am very much.
No, don't say that. Oh, don't say that.
No, you can't do that.
No. You just agree when she says it. Oh, yeah. You know.
You're right, honey. You're right.
Yeah.
I'm just trying not to trigger the rebellion stage.
That's going to happen.
Yeah.
That's going to happen.
It's unavoidable.
Yeah. We're all human.
Yeah. Maybe till about 23-ish.
Yeah. There's something that happens with these kids. They become teenagers and they just can't wait to get out of the house. They'll come back about 24, 25.
They come back.
They're like, oh man, turns out you're pretty cool, Dad.
Yeah.
Then you can't get out of the house.
Tell me another story, Pops. Hand me that beer, man.
Right now, like in public, she's watching me. You know, she's worried about her doing anything awkward, as all teenage girls are. But now she's worried about Dad doing anything awkward.
Oh yeah,
you know.
I'm
like, leave me alone.
Yeah, no.
I'm
Sean
being me.
stares at me like if I have to introduce myself to somebody, there's like 4 or 5 names I put out sometimes. Oh, hello, L.A., Lucius, Paula, and I can hear Sean in the background.
jeez.
Just pick one, Dad. Just pick a name, fam.
All right, it's time now for Wolchuk's Top 10 to 220. Here he is, Zach with an H.
All righty, here we go. We're going to get into the top 10 quarterback coach duos. All right, this is courtesy of Sports Illustrated, but we've got some fresh news regarding Texas Tech and Texas. Now, this was yesterday. This was what we were reporting on Joey McGuire. We started to get some of the actual quotes. Here is exactly what Joey McGuire said during the Big 12 conversations yesterday to the media in response to Sark, basically saying his 2s and 3s could beat Texas Tech.
You know, Sark, we played him. We got our butts kicked the last time we played him. We're 1-1 against Texas since I've been there. And I said, there's no way they're talking about us, because Sark's a pretty tough guy. His teams are really tough, and I would think that if he was talking about us, that he would call us out. Like, he wouldn't just say, you know, just kind of this comment of, well, there's another team in our state. And so I guess he was talking about us. So I've actually talked to Keith Patterson and I've talked to G.J. Kinney, and they're willing to take our games, and Abilene Christian will go to Texas State. We'll buy our contract out of Abilene Christian. I'm sure, because Texas has got a lot of money, they can buy their contract out. But I do know there's a lot of Red Raiders that will help them buy that contract out if they don't want to. And they can come to Lubbock week 1, and, you know, we can figure out if their 2s and 3s can win this conference. And no, I know a lot of people are going to say a lot of stuff about me or about us. We didn't score in the playoffs. That's obvious. You can take a shot at us for that. We didn't score in the playoffs. The last time we played Texas, we got beat 57-7, and he played some of his 2s and 3s. They kicked the crap out of us. But, you know, I know he feels really good about his team if he's making those comments. And, man, we would love to play the University of Texas week 1 in Lubbock. I do know that Cody Campbell reached out to Stephen Jones, so they don't want to come to Lubbock, and we're going to work on trying to get AT&T week 1. So if they want to play week 1, then we're ready. We would love to play the University of Texas.
I mean, I do love the sound of this. I think this would be incredible, but I do understand from a Texas side of things, you're getting ready to take on Ohio State week 2. You've got the toughest schedule in the country. You missed out on the playoff by going 9-3 last year, even though you went 3-1 against top 10 teams. Is there a real benefit to you to go ahead and do this? Now, I do believe Texas would beat Texas Tech. And I know, hey, I married into a Tech family. You guys have seen my Red Raider fan flag go ahead and grow over the last couple of years, but that would be a tough matchup for Tech. With uncertainty at quarterback, you're probably not going to have Sorsby available. Will Hammond, is he available is health-wise? Like, is he cleared? Probably, but that's first game back from a torn ACL. Like, I love the idea of this. I think this is awesome, and it's great for the sport if it could happen. It's great for the state of Texas, but I don't think this would end well for Tech.
No, probably not. Not with the level of talent that it seems like Texas has this year. And like you meant, if Sorsby was playing and starting, it might be a fair amount more competitive there. But there's just nothing really in it for Texas. Yeah. So it's a great ploy by Texas Tech and McGuire because they can get out there and pump their chest a little bit. And Texas is not going to bite, and none of this is actually going to happen.
Now, at some point, does this make him bite at all? Here's Cody Campbell. He goes on the McAfee show. This is just a couple hours ago. Cody Campbell, former Tech player, Tech grad, big oil man. Here he is.
Name on the field.
Yep. Talking about the Texas Longhorns.
How much are you behind this? What is the likelihood of this potentially happening? And this would be excellent. Is this even legal to happen at this stage of things?
Well, so, you and I talk a lot about Texas, and but I don't know if you know the difference between bulls and steers. Do you know the difference?
So the bulls, they kind of go trotting around looking,
Well, there's an important physical difference, and this is a family show, so I'm not going to lay it out to you, but I think a lot of your viewers know, and you maybe have some of your guys look it up. But Bebo, the Longhorns mascot, is a steer, and it's become very clear that there are quite a few steers down in Austin and not very many bulls. And let me tell you something. When Sark opened his mouth and he picked a fight with a bunch of West Texas boys he should have known that he better get ready to pack a lunch, because we're ready to strap it on.
Hell yeah.
We're ready to spot the ball, and we're ready to go. So September 3rd, September 5th, you name the place, we'll be there, and we'll go at it.
He said Sark has been castrated. That's what that man just said, bro.
Wow. Yeah. So, look, nothing to gain, really, but now they're coming for your manhood, Texas Longhorns.
Yeah, I love it.
You just got to say, let's do it.
Weaponizing words. I think a lot of this is engagement farming. I think a lot of this is great PR, and they're using it as a tremendous opportunity to get their fan base fired up and be crotch first about their football program. And, I'm not sure Texas would easily win. Texas Tech's going to have a great defense. This would probably be maybe a 7.5 point spread, even without Sorsby.
Yeah, I mean, Texas Tech's defense could hang in there, and I think their running game should be pretty good. I think the offensive line will be improved. They've got a big-time 5-star recruit. Now, will he start as a true freshman and Felix Orji? Possibly. And that would be, baptism by fire going out there against, some of what Texas is going to be running out.
Is it the same Orji family that's been cranking out a bunch of athletes?
It's possible. This one's from Mansfield, but I think a lot of the Orjis were in Rockwell.
I know how.
Very much so. Yeah, no, 100%. But, man, this is just continues to grow, and we'll see if Texas bites, because Tech is throwing out a lot of ammunition right now.
Do you think if it goes to 24, a 4-loss team would get in? Like Texas could say, man, we could lose to Ohio State, we could lose to Tech, drop 2 SEC games and still get in.
Yeah, that's very possible. Yes.
So if we're doing that, then what are we worried about?
Yeah, well,
give us big games.
Yeah, I'm with you, dude. I mean, could you imagine season like week 1 now? We add Tech and Texas all of a sudden? Hell yes. Those numbers would be huge for college football. All right, let's knock out this top 10, the 2026 ranking of the NFL coach quarterback duos. Now, the worst duo in all of the National Football League.
LaFleur and Beck, or I guess Brissett's the starter. So.
Second to last. Good one there. LaFleur and, got Brissett. They did say Brissett. 31.
Is it
not the worst?
Is it the Jets?
You okay, buddy?
No, not really.
Yeah.
The Jets are at 29.
Okay.
That's Glenn and Geno. I guess it's just because Geno's done something in the league before.
Would it be like Deshaun Watson and Todd Monken?
Yeah, well, it's just Shador and Todd Monken.
Oh, Shador.
Coming in at 32. And then the only other one that was in the bottom 4 was the Dolphins.
I was about to say Dolphins were probably.
But where do you think the Cowboys are on this list with Shoddy and Dak?
It's tough because you have new coaches, like for Josh Allen, new coaches for Lamar Jackson. Mm-hmm. So that it's hard to know how they would rate these first-time head coaches.
I'll give you Lamar 16 for the Ravens. Jesse Minter and Lamar Jackson. They're 16 on the list.
Let's go with.
Lamar might be fading.
Let's go with 10.
10
for Dak.
I'll say 8.
8th. Yeah, I was really thinking they'd be hovering around the top 10 as well. They are 17.
Haters.
17. Now, last year's ranking, they were 22 from Sports Illustrated, so they have moved up.
So that's improvement.
But Schottenheimer and Dak, they rank Dak as the 8th best quarterback. They rank Shoddy as the 24th best head coach.
Oh, wow.
So there's 17 overall. Cowboys have plenty of questions, but most center on a defense that ranked 30th a year ago. Offensively, the unit was second in yardage, primarily because of Dak and receivers Lamont Pickens, one of the league's best. Prescott threw, we know the stat line. In Shoddy's case, the coach enters his second season after finishing 7-9-1. After moving off defensive coordinator Matt Eberflus for CP, did Shoddy push the right button? That choice will hover over Dallas this season and potentially determine his fate.
I was thinking that.
No ball.
I was thinking like coach, play caller, and then player is what I was thinking.
Yeah.
If you think of top 10, because I don't think I disagree with. I mean, maybe it's a little bit lower than what I thought, but if, like I said, it should be like he's really unproven as a head coach.
He is.
You know, the quarterback is like, but if you went play caller, where would you put him in play caller and quarterback?
I think they'd have to be in the top 10.
That's where I was thinking.
Mm-hmm.
But when you start to talk about
overall
head coach, I mean, you can't tell me going out and losing to Arizona, Chicago, Carolina. Man, you can't. Yeah, you get against a rookie quarterback.
So who are like the 3 teams ahead of them?
The ones right ahead of Dallas: Baltimore, The Giants with Harbaugh and Dart.
Hilarious.
Idiots. And then Buffalo with Joe Brady and Josh Allen.
Sure.
Well, see, they're giving the credit to the head coach there at the Giants. That's what they're doing
they got
there.
Harbaugh as the 8th best head coach, and Dart is the 23rd best.
Losing fourth quarter leads, not doing jack squat for like the last 15 years. John Harbaugh is Mike McCarthy.
Okay. You know what? Same amount of Super Bowl wins.
And just the presence of Jackson Dart, like this should be, how successful are your coach and quarterback combination going to be this upcoming season? Dak's going to lead a top 5 offense.
Yeah, I would definitely
Jackson
put them
Dart
over
is going to score 17 points per game.
Your top 10, Cincinnati's 10 with Zach Taylor and Joe Burrow. The Bears, at 9 with Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams. Jacksonville at 8, Liam Cohen and Trevor Lawrence. The Seahawks with Donald, McDonald, and Darnold at 7. The Niners with Shanahan and Purdy at 6. The Packers at 5 with LaFleur and Love. The Chargers at 4 with Harbaugh and Herbert. That's 7 and 7. Harbaugh 7th in coaching rankings. Herbert 7, one spot ahead of Dak in the top 10 quarterbacks. New England with Vrabel and May at 3. The Rams with McVay and Stafford at 2, but number 1 is the Chiefs with Mahomes and Andy Reid. Mahomes is the top-ranked quarterback. Andy Reid is the second-ranked head coach.
Thank you, Wolchuk. It's time now for a Friday Staple with Eric Chiafalo. Where are you taking us?
Yes, sir. 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Biggest L, biggest up next right here on The Fan. But Tolos, let's get you that brand new vehicle this weekend. Catch you a big dub courtesy of the all-new Alliance Hyundai, conveniently located right in Fort Worth, my backyard, I-35 in Golden Triangle. And I spent a few years in the car business. I got to tell you, my buddy Ryan Watson, he's the owner, big-time Tolo. What he's doing at Alliance Hyundai is second to none. Ryan has built a dealership that actually puts people first. How about that? And the difference is night and day. It really is. Right now, every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty. We're talking 10 years, 100,000 miles, limited powertrain coverage, plus owner's assurance you can count on. They've got a huge selection: the versatile Tucson, the sporty Elantra, the spacious Santa Fe, and the eco-friendly Kona Electric. Shop online or stop in for a no-pressure test drive with their knowledgeable team. You're going to love it. They're fantastic. Alliance Hyundai is locally owned and operated, proudly serving Fort Worth, Dallas, Denton, Grapevine, Saginaw, and beyond. You'll love the transparent pricing. The price you see is the price you pay with their lowest price guaranteed. No appointment needed for same-day oil changes. Their factory-trained technicians offer quick same-day service. You can relax in their comfy waiting area with the free Wi-Fi, drinks, and snacks. So come see the difference at Alliance Hyundai today, or check them out online at AllianceHyundai.net. That's AllianceHyundai.net. And remember, at Alliance Hyundai, it's their mission to be your ally in the automotive business.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ, we'll tell you about being at the Globe all weekend long. The NBA Finals are set, and a brand new giveaway in the 7 o'clock hour. Shabuzi tickets for you turning it on, leaving it on. It's a Monday morning with Sean and RJ.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds, and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds too. Get a quote right now at 800-777-1979, 800-777-1979, or biglou.com.
If your home was hit by recent storms, you could have roof damage and not even know it. A tiny roof leak can lead to thousands in water damage, toxic mold, and even structural issues. Nick Post again with K-Post Roofing, Waterproofing, and Solar. For over 20 years, DFW has trusted us to protect their homes and businesses. Don't wait, don't guess. Schedule your free inspection now at kpostcompany.com.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Dallas Metro's newest resort community, Bynum Springs Club, has sold over 60 estate lots in just a few months. Their newest phase opens Saturday, June 6th. Go to BynumSprings.com to RSVP. BynumSprings.com.
I need a little range, step to the range, come on, meet me at the
Introducing the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club Sandwich. With that juicy Chick-fil-A chicken on a buttermilk ranch bun, jalapeno ranch sauce, and pickled jalapenos, it's a little ranch with a lot of kick. The new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club with original spicy or grilled filet. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
The NBA playoffs are finally here, and Underdog is the best place to get in on all of the action because you can make picks and win money right now in Texas. And playing on Underdog, it's easy. Just pick whether your favorite players or maybe least favorite players are going to go higher or lower on stats like points, rebounds, steals, and more. Get your picks right. You can win up to 5,000 times your cash right now on Underdog. 2 plays I would like you to consider. Points, rebounds, and assists, that combination going higher for Wemby. On the flip side, go lower on the Shai Gilgeous-Alexander points because they've been trucking people and he's been out of a good chunk of these fourth quarters. So higher for Wemby, lower for SGA. Download the app today. Use the promo code MASTERPIECE to score $50 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code MASTERPIECE. Underdog. Make picks, win money. Must be 18 or over. Present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/playingitterms_DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-MY-RESET or visit ncpgambling.org.
What if everything you learned in history class was only half the story? I'm Dr. Hrini Bhatt, host of Hidden History. Every Monday, I go where history gets mysterious. Vanished civilizations, doomsday prophecies, paranormal phenomena, and events that science still can't fully explain. On Hidden History, I treat these moments like open case files. Not myths, not superstition, just incomplete explanations waiting for a closer look. Listen to and follow Hidden History, available now wherever you get your podcasts.
The Rangers and Royals open a 3-game series at Globe Life Field in Arlington tonight. Hi, everybody. This is Eric Nadel, inviting you to join Matt Hicks, Jared Sandler, and me. Broadcast time 6:30, right here on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
All right, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time now for a Friday staple with Eric Chiafalo. Take it away, Chief.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Here's British Ian.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's biggest L, biggest dub.
We got Wolchuk gimping around the studio with a bit of a foot injury, undisclosed on how it happened. We are trying to get to the bottom of exactly how he hurt himself as a 30-plus-year-old father of 2, potentially pushing the stroller. Can get so hazardous that you end up that you end up with a little boo-boo on the footsie.
You go uphill, rocky terrain. You never know what can happen.
It can really get away from you. So make sure you keep Wolchuk's feet in your prayers. I was wondering if did you double up on the gout meds after all that red meat last night, Brownus?
No, I was good, man. It's
You're good?
shellfish. It's shellfish.
Okay.
Yeah, but I don't care.
You didn't serve turf?
No, I don't care.
I don't care.
No, I mean, I'm going to stop a crawfish bowl. Yeah. Like, I tell you what, man, the bunion is a worse of a problem than the gout.
Yeah, you've said that before.
But I could tell, too, like I'll go to the crawfish boil, I could tell when it's about to start, but then you just take the medicine.
Wait, what's the indicator that the gout is starting to rear its ugly head again?
Well, what happens is you get that crystallization in your toe, and it just can't move. And every time it hits the ground, it's like it shoots pain up your leg and your side. Yeah,
it's so bad.
Crystals are forming inside your toes.
Yeah, inside the joints of your toes.
It goes all the way up your leg like a sciatica issue?
And then you step, and I swear the pain just. But I'm not going to stop eating crawfish or crab legs.
Of course not. Yeah. Of course not. Well, that's good. I'm
glad.
glad.
Lobster bisque last night. You think that's any good for my gout? No,
I guess not.
Not at all.
Not. It's good for your belly, though. Tastes delicious.
It's good.
All right, 214, our buddy Woody, Big L this week, had to have emergency root canal yesterday.
Ooh, jeez.
Huge dub, though. No opiates for the pain, and got all the honeydews yesterday as well. Okay, so I guess, I don't know, he got them done. The honeydew is where you got crap to do, right? You're the honey and you're the doer.
Yeah.
So with the root canal, he fought through and got crap done, man. So
she's going to sit there and watch her Netflix shows. So you got chores to do.
While he's dealing with root canal pain and no opiates to ease the pain either.
Ooh.
You know, because he's still going strong.
That is something tough.
Off the benzos.
Wow, that is tough.
How about the Steelers mysteriously firing a coach after just a few months? I mean, what happened here with Darius Swinton? It was a violation of club policy. That's all we're getting here. But McCarthy has built a staff, and within 90-plus days, somebody's violating some sort of policy that has an assistant special teams coach out in Pittsburgh. That's an L for that guy, dude. He's getting ready for the summer. Like the offseason haze almost in the barn. Bam. You're fired.
I can't help you on that one. Nobody outside the organization has known, so you might have to lean on Broadus' gang of 7.
Yeah, let's see what happened
What's
over there,
What's our coach's
Broadus.
name again?
His name
Darius
is
Swinton.
Yeah, Darius Swinton.
Darius Swinton. Let's see if we can get something done here.
What did he do that was a violation to McCarthy? We also have
called him overweight.
Yeah, maybe because Swinton's fit.
Yeah,
Swinton's fit. He could have come in there flexing on him a little bit.
Yeah.
Fat shaming.
Don't make Mike
coach.
mad.
Get onto the breathing.
Yeah.
Maybe call him out for having an archaic offense. I don't know.
Yeah, that would be something, yeah.
You also have an L for the Knicks, dude. Mitchell Robinson, their big man, broke his pinky, had to have surgery, and now he's apparently going to have to play in the finals with a brace on.
Yo.
Like a braced up basketball player feels like a sort of rendered useless basketball player.
I guess if it's your offhand. You know, if it's your guide hand, you could still kind of use your thumb and your index to
you don't
jump
have to,
hook.
Yeah, I mean,
but you're definitely not dribbling.
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess if you can deal with the pain, you tape that thing up. You tape it to the ring finger, and you should have some pretty good stability in there. But probably, probably worth it for him, considering you're going to have to battle Wemby. Well, we need all big men, hands on deck.
For sure.
Even if they're broken.
Even if there's just one useful hand. We have the 817 biggest dub starting vacation after work today. That's awesome, dude. You get that Friday, that Friday vibe with
Glorious.
the vacation, knowing it's on the other side. That's beautiful. Headed to Destin with the kiddos.
Enjoy.
That's a great summer
Destin,
spot.
Florida?
Yeah, Destin, Florida.
Stay out of that riptide.
Yeah, stay out of the riptide. But man, white sandy beaches.
I've never been there.
Oh, it's beautiful. It's fantastic. His L is that he still can't get over his thick A baby mama.
Okay.
All right. So
she
had him in a bit of a stranglehold over there.
Fell in love with that booty.
214, biggest L was drinking the Rangers Kool-Aid, thinking we were going to be good.
Nah, don't give up. Don't give up on the Rangers.
warn you guys.
Don't give up on the Rangers.
Biggest dub, it's almost football season. Thank God, says the 214. 615, biggest dub, I'm officially 1 month sober. Unfortunately, a month ago today, my fiance left me for that exact problem, but I'm focusing on me and me only. Love is dangerous. All right?
Head to the bar to find another one.
Maybe he's got maybe he's got a chance at rekindling that love. If that's all she left you for, was you couldn't get
more
sober.
to that. There's more.
And now he's 1 month in. Like, clearly, light bulb turned on for him. I think he's still got a shot. We're pulling for you.
Yeah, good luck on that. I mean,
no.
You don't think so?
Nah, just
you think she was using that as the excuse?
I think that was her. That was her get out of jail free card. Sorry, bro. I don't mean to say that.
No, he seems like a great guy.
But appreciate you listening. But yeah, she was looking for a reason.
In my experience, all the women that dumped me because of my drinking were willing to take me back.
Okay,
they were.
But you just never got to the...
You said it wasn't worth it.
Well, yeah, I thought I had stopped drinking, Those
48 hours were real.
Yeah.
And they were true.
Yeah.
How about a big dub to the American climber, Tyler Andrews, who set a Mount Everest speed record?
Oh, really?
The record was 10 hours, 56 minutes from Everest Base Camp to summit. And he broke it by over an hour. He did it in 9 hours, 55 minutes.
Caught a helicopter halfway up.
We have a brand new record in total of
how do you do that quickly? How do you do that quickly?
You have to be as next level of a human being.
You have to be. You and the
been.
Sherpa have to be on the same page, and that there's a lot of. There's like this walkway you have to go through. There's all this rope things you have to do.
You got a path cleared, number one, because it can get busy. You can stand in line up there, right?
Like there's a lot of bodies along the route.
So I think he had to have some sort of special status amongst the Sherpas.
Yeah.
Maybe he had to pay extra to get everybody else off the course.
Evidently, there's a Sherpa that broke his own record for something.
Sherpas.
He did something. It's the number of successful attempts.
Kind of a fun
this
word.
guy's made.
Sherpa, yeah. This is the first I'm hearing of it. Right? 903 Dub going to DBU tonight to root on the Rockwall Yellow Jackets against Keller. One win from the state title. That's Tolo Reginald. Good luck, Reg.
Go.
That's fantastic.
Rockwall.
How about the L for the 8 individuals that were stuck on that roller coaster 100 feet in the air for 4 hours? Did y'all see that?
Yeah, that looks like
lose my mind.
Nightmare.
Dude, this is really, really bad. I mean, everybody's safe and cool and fine, but it was a bunch of high school kids celebrating the start of summertime at the Pleasure Pier in, let's see, where
they were
was
celebrating
this?
at the Pleasure Pier? Is this the right article?
Yeah. This was in Galveston. So they're up at the top of this thing. You're like laid back and you're like shot up, like you're going up like in a rocket, basically. And you get to the top of that thing and your stomach is facing the sky. And then they're stuck at the top. And it took 4 hours to get all those kids down.
Oh, my God.
Imagine, dude?
No, I sent this story to Abby. I said, are you sure? Are you sure you want to keep doing these?
Yeah, this is why we don't do them.
Yeah, that's a wake-up call. I mean, you just had the Six Flags situation with the electrical issue shutting stuff down, people having to walk down the stairs of the Tormenta ride, the brand new, like, into the clouds kind of ride. Like, that's insane,
how you prevent that? You just don't get on.
You just don't go.
You just don't ride.
You just don't go. But some way, somehow, people still absolutely love it.
Traumatized in my childhood being on ski mountains, and the power goes out, and you're on the lift.
On the lift.
Oh.
You're up there for an hour.
Yeah,
that's when you want to be with Broadus in his handy little backpack.
The burnout lift operator. Yeah. Well, I mean, you're 100 feet in the air or something.
Survive.
The wind's blowing.
Yeah,
sometimes you're night skiing. So it's pitch black now, and you're just like, oh my God.
The chair will happen, just swings with the wind and stuff like that. It's just, man, it is an eerie feeling up there.
Golly.
But you're right, my backpack does save the day. It's like Batman's utility belt, Just kind of helps you out when you really need it the most.
Cold beers, sandwiches.
Yeah. You're like, we're cool. Don't save us yet. We're okay.
We're cool, man. We're cool. 430 biggest up of the week, though. Brand new Baby Girl. wrapped around his finger.
Congratulations.
The girl dad in the Metroplex.
Right on, guys. Have a great weekend. We got a mixed bag coming up next. Chuck, where are you taking it?
Hell yes. We got a G-Bag Nation. You make the call. And how would you feel about this Mavs mock? That's next.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. The San Antonio Spurs won Game 6 of the Western Conference Finals. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander struggled in Game 6. The flopping wasn't rewarded. Only 3 free throws attempted by SGA. Will SGA bounce back in Game 7? I'm Chris Black.
Yo, it's Jay Uso from WWE, and I'm Jimmy Uso. Chumba Casino and WWE are hyped for the biggest event of the summer, SummerSlam. I know, I can't wait. There's nothing better to do while we're waiting than playing Chumba Casino. Sign up today, and you could win a VIP experience with Chumba Casino and WWE for SummerSlam. So what are you waiting for? Play Chumba Casino and enter for your chance to win. Let's Chumba. Yeah.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
You've got better things to do this summer than deal with old appliances. That's why right now at Lowe's, you can still get in on Memorial Day savings and get up to 45% off select major appliances. Plus, get up to an additional 25% off when you bundle select major appliances. It's time to upgrade what's outdated. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 6/3. While supplies last, selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
For adults with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms, every choice matters. Tremfya offers self-injection or intravenous infusion from the start. Tremfya is administered as injections under the skin or infusions through a vein every 4 weeks, followed by injections under the skin every 4 or 8 weeks. If your doctor decides that you can self-inject Tremfya, proper training is required. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions, increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them, and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Tolos, as parents, we'd all hope that someone would help our kids if they were in need. You have a chance right now to donate your old car to Cars for Kids. It's easy, free towing, paperwork done, and a tax deduction. Your car helps at-risk kids at Texans Can Academies earn a diploma. Visit carsforkids.org. Right off the car, not the kid.
Buying, selling, and refinancing is a daily headline and conversation. Get the latest up-to-date information on the market with your questions to help your decision on the Texas Lending Mortgage Show. Saturday morning at 8 on 105.3 The Fan. The Texas Lending Mortgage Show is paid for by Texas Lending.
Staples presents Celebrations Made Easy.
I was throwing a party for the twins and had custom invites and a banner printed at Staples. And that's when I saw Party City is now at Staples.
Party City? No way!
Yep. So now Staples has all your printing needs and everything you need for a party.
Everything times 2.
Yeah, and now at Staples, save 40% on custom cards, photo gifts, wrapping paper, banners, and more.
Big news! Party City is now at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or on the app. In 613, exclusions apply.
Thousands of dealerships compete for customer satisfaction every year. For the 11th year in a row, D&M Leasing was named America's top leasing company of the year by Cars.com. Ranked #1 in the Southwest for service and customer experience, D&M makes getting a vehicle easy. No dealership visits, no pressure, just leasing experts who handle it all. Call 817 or 972-35-LEASE or visit dmautoleasing.com today. D&M Leasing, America's leasing company of the year.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Resolutions have you back in the gym again? Want to make this year a year you train for a marathon? Swing a club with colleagues again? Maybe even coach your son's team? If pain has slowed you down or is keeping you from an active lifestyle, trust the men's health experts with Men's T Clinic to get you moving again. It's pain-free and part of your personalized total wellness optimization. Regenerative by Men's T Clinic is the safe, natural way to long-term movement without pain, harnessing your body's own growth factors. Call 972-GO-MEN'S-T today or visit mensteclinic.com.
1-800-246-LOT.
mensteclinic.com.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. C-Notes coming up in 20 minutes. We'll give you the latest on the Cowboys and the news. And I think I'm going to look at college-eligible, draft-eligible quarterbacks in college. That's how I meant to phrase that. Draft-eligible quarterbacks going into this college season. There's a lot of interesting ones, a lot of good ones. And maybe we'll explore that idea as far as, we were talking about yesterday with Joseph Hoyt at this time. At what point should the Cowboys escalate their prospecting on quarterbacks? When they found Dak, they had just taken it up a notch from the Stephen McGee's of the world to, hey, let's spend a 4 on it, see what happens. And they nailed it. Right now they're moving 6th, 7th round type of stuff, looking for a guy. They have a solid dude in Sam Howell. But with this spring, with this potentially legendary and historical draft class, prompt you to consider a day 2 pick.
I was interested in what Joe kind of threw out during our conversation with him about, is there a team that would be interested in Joe Milton? And would you throw out any compensatory, like a 3, to go get Sorsby in the supplemental draft? I think that's something that I'd be interested in doing.
Broadus was saying a couple of days ago he's going to go watch that Sorsby tape.
We have.
All right. You watched it already?
Yeah.
Okay, let's pick this up.
Yeah.
Let's pick this up in like 20 minutes. Here's Wolchuk with your mixed bag.
Perfect. Let's shake it on up. That's going to be a fun Krusty's Corner.
Yeah.
Now, in 40 minutes.
Yeah, 40 minutes. Congratulations to Mike Leach. He's officially under consideration for the College Football Hall of Fame class of 2027. Now, remember, we were doing those stories about it was the winning percentage.
Yeah.
And he didn't quite. Him and Les Miles were both like just slightly under the percentage to be eligible. Now, they adjusted it last May. So now will be the first cycle that Mike Leach is eligible for the College Football Hall of Fame. I'm assuming he's going to get in. I think that this would be certainly a big missed opportunity, and that'll be an awesome moment for him, for his family. Brett McMurphy reporting that. Tech, Washington State, Mississippi State coach. So that was good news to see today that that's officially now. He's eligible, and we'll get that voting underway.
The old posthumous award.
I know. It's sad. Now, Texas with the number 1 toughest schedule in all of college football. CBS Sports actually put out who does have the toughest schedules for CFP contenders. Now, this is following the spring ball practices. Oklahoma comes in at number 2. So a couple of SEC teams right there. Texas is at 1, OU at number 2. Right now, the number of ranked opponents post-spring in the top 25s that are out now, they've got 7. Texas has 8 because Texas has Ohio State on the schedule. Oklahoma does not. Now, Oklahoma does have Michigan on there, which will be a good non-conference matchup. Ohio State is at 3, Michigan at 4, Ole Miss at 5, A&M at 6, LSU at 7, the Trojans of USC at 8, Georgia at 9, and Bama at 10. So there's a theme.
How many SEC schools?
Right. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 of the top 10 are all SEC schools.
Yeah.
There you go. It's a tough conference, huh?
Well, it's deep. It's not as top-heavy as
Big Ten might be better. But Big Ten might be better.
The best of the Big Ten is better than the SEC.
I think from top to bottom, the Big Ten might be.
Oh, really?
Yeah, if you go all the way down.
Last year definitely was.
Yeah.
Last year was not a great year for the SEC. We'll see if that happens this year because you did have contenders like South Carolina that just weren't good last year.
Kentucky.
So hopefully they end up. Yep, Kentucky 100%. Yeah. Now we've got a new NBA mock draft, and we're getting closer now to the Mavericks selection there, and we also got to get a new head coach. I mean, what the hell is going to happen there? The Bucks and their trade talks with Giannis. The expectation is that will happen prior to the draft. Some reporters are like NBA insiders. There's a 0% chance he's on the Bucks next year. So expect the trade talks with Giannis to heat up. In Orlando, reports are a team to look for in the Giannis sweepstakes.
Makes a ton of sense. He gets to stay in the East, which I think is what he wants to do. He understands the landscape in the East is a little bit easier. And now that he's got, Sean Sweeney was with him with Milwaukee, and now Sean Sweeney's the head coach with Orlando, so you have that connection as well. A lot of solid young talent. So that would make plenty of sense.
So the top picks, A.J. DeBonsa, the freshman from BYU, going number 1 in this mock, courtesy of The Ringer. And You got Darren Peterson going 2 to the Jazz. Cam Boozer from Duke, the forward, going 3 to Memphis. Caleb Wilson, who some believe could end up being the best player out of this draft class, from North Carolina, goes 4 to the Bulls. Keaton Wagler, the guard from Illinois, goes 5th in this mock draft to the Clippers. Michael Brown Jr. That's a bummer because I think that a lot of Maverick fans would like him, especially if that back clears, but he ends up going 6th in this mock to Brooklyn. Darius Acuff Jr., Arkansas, he's off the board, goes 7 to Sacramento. Ade Mara, the Michigan big, goes to the Hawks at 8, and that leaves Kingston Flemings, who I've seen as a name that is circulating Mavs Twitter more and more here recently. It's him and it's Braden Burries from Arizona. But Kingston Flemings, the guard from Houston at 6'2.5", 183. He's 19 years old. The write-up is the Mavs have cleaned house in their front office and coaching departments, and the new execs have carte blanche with how they proceed in the draft. With Kyrie likely maybe a trade candidate, the Mavs are in position to find them a point guard of the future. If he's still on the board, Flemings is the guy. Given his short wingspan, that doesn't really fit what Masai Ujiri's stereotype usually is, but Ujiri also likes pit bulls who get feisty at the point of attack. Think Fred VanVleet, and that is what Flemings can do. He also has outlier explosive traits. He's got a 40.5 vert, and he's arguably the best end-to-end speed guy in this draft when he has the ball in his hands.
Yeah, the speed jumped off the screen whenever you would watch Houston play. They listed him at 6'4", and then he goes to the combine, he's 6'2.5". I think the size factor, you mentioned the short wingspan, I think it's the shortest wingspan of all guards that are supposed to be first-round guards in this draft. Wow. I think that's going to work against him. I've seen that like in the interviews and stuff like that, like intangibles-wise, he's blowing people away, so maybe that can kind of help offset some of the concerns that they have with like the length and things like that. So I still think the size stuff is going to be something that, like Van Vliet was kind of a shot in the dark, like undrafted. I'm not taking you with a top 10 pick.
Like at 30
right?
with their pick, maybe I'd take a flyer on that.
Right.
Not necessarily at 9.
I think Ujiri's going to emphasize wanting more size, more length. And when you look at this Western Conference Finals right now, 2 teams that you're going to have to go through if you're going to be contenders, they got big guards. Their guards are big. SGA is a big player. Jalen Williams is a big player. Dylan Harper, Stephon Castle. These are all like 6'4", 6'5" dudes.
What did his weight come in at?
I think it was 185.
Flemings?
185?
185. Yeah.
Man, that's surprising.
Yeah.
He looks 165. Must have a big upper leg situation
That
going
could
on
be.
or something, because he is lean.
Flemings?
Yeah.
It's interesting, and he is roughly, I think it's 10 miles between his hometown and where Allen Iverson's. I think it's Hampton and Newport News.
Something's in the water.
Yeah. So if you're looking for areas that produce maybe smaller great players, just kind of throw that one out there. But yeah, I think it's roughly 9 miles apart between those two cities.
When I watched him, like, I understand he's fast. I didn't see the shiftiness side to side. You know, there's straight line speed, like I'm a bullet. I'm the fastest guy here. How shifty are you? How wide can you take it to one side and get to the other side of a defender? So when I watched him, I just wasn't impressed, you know, but I didn't watch the entire season of him. I haven't studied him that closely. I'm just trying to get a feeling on how I feel about him, and I would be disappointed right now if they took Kingston Flemings.
Let's move to a couple of G-Bag Nation. You make the calls here.
Just to be fair, Braden Burries is the guy that I think you want out of Arizona.
And Burries was available.
That sounds
in this
like the guy that my Gang of 7 or Gang of 3 really likes.
Yeah, Burries is a guy that's been connected. I mean, earlier it was Michael Brown Jr. Right now, as we get closer, it doesn't sound like he's going to be available at 9. If he is, maybe that's the pick. But the guy that does seem like he's going to be available and that's been linked to the Mavs is Burries.
Yeah, he's 6'4". He's got the wingspan. He's got he's like 215 pounds. Like strong.
More of a 2-guard, though, than a traditional point.
I think so. But hopefully he could maybe grow into being a guy who could handle the ball for you a little bit more.
And I like the idea of keeping Kyrie, so that wouldn't bother me at all.
Sure, at least in year one.
Absolutely. Let's do a G-Bag Nation. You make the call. I got 2 of these. We're going to start with a sport, then we'll get to just like, hey, is this fair or suitable? Bruce Cassidy, former head coach of the Vegas Golden Knights. Boy, he's got to be sick to his stomach. Maybe not. Maybe he's happy for his guys, but he did win a Stanley Cup a few years back with Vegas. Then they fire him. They lost 6 of their last 7. They were 3-5-2, and then boom, they say on March 29th, bye-bye Bruce Cassidy. They bring in John Tortorella. Well, now they look up and they're in the Stanley Cup final. But Bruce Cassidy is still under contract with the Vegas Golden Knights through the end of next year. So they still hold his rights, and there's several teams that have been reportedly interested in bringing him in to interview him as their new head coach. The Edmonton Oilers, the LA Kings, and the Vegas Golden Knights said no. Now the Kings, obviously, divisional opponent, and the Oilers, also a team, divisional opponent. So I can kind of understand that, but here's Bruce Cassidy on the Spit and Chicklets podcast trying to make his case.
No, it's upsetting. I'm going to be honest, because once you're fired, your contract's basically terminated. But the one thing people don't realize is all the deals that, they got the NHL bylaws, this and that, and I don't know every one, but, you have non-compete clauses. So I can't resign today and go work for someone tomorrow. I can't work until Vegas gives me permission until this contract's up, which is at the end of next season. So, if you resign, all I do is not get paid. So, I got Greenpeace to take care of.
You can't just forfeit. Yeah. I did. I said, can't you just forfeit your salary and say, hey, I don't need your money. I want to go get the bag from somebody else.
So it's not right that they can let you. To me, it's not right. They can let you go and then still stop you from working. That's where the bylaws are probably messed up a little bit.
Yeah, and like I said, those are in, I think, everybody's contract, so that is what it is. But you can't do that, and I think they do that probably because they wouldn't want a coach in the middle of the year to resign on February 1st and go work up the street on February 3rd, right? Because they like a better situation. I'm sure that's kind of why some of these things are written in. But in this case, yes, there was 2 teams that asked. It's public knowledge now. And I would like to talk to them. I want to go to work. I'm a hockey coach. As much as I love being around Biz at TNT, I want to get back to work.
I initially was on Bruce Cassidy's side here because I'm like, dude, you just fired him. You can't say now you can't go coach another team. But if I'm Vegas and I'm paying Bruce Cassidy, hell no, I don't want you to go take a job with a division rival of mine, somebody in my conference that I'm going to be paying.
Shouldn't have fired him then.
So that's how I felt, but you've got his rights now till next year. If I'm paying a guy, I've got his rights.
Can I just shoot in a 5th-round pick for the rights, please?
Hey, we can talk about that.
Yeah, can I give you like a
You want to give me something?
Bag of sticks and some pucks or something like that?
Yeah,
Can we do something different here?
Where do you side on this? Because I felt the same way. Like, you shouldn't have fired him. Yeah. But that's worked out for him. But at the same time, I get it. If you're Vegas, you are
not having an offset
here.
His contract.
No. He does not.
It's crazy they'd rather pay him $4.5 million a year to not coach than perhaps not have to pay him at all, and he can go coach somewhere else.
Yeah.
I mean, you're never really going to boo-hoo for somebody who's going to sit there and collect $4.5 million a year for not having to do anything, right? I mean, let's just be real. He's making $4.5 million to not do anything. So, I mean, I guess he knew what he signed up for, right? I mean, it's different if they're not paying him and for whatever reason he's not allowed to go coach. That would be ridiculous. But he's making $4.5 million a year.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, I'm not
those
wiping
checks
those
are
tears,
nice,
bro. Yeah, $4.5 million a year. It's all gravy, man. I'll see you in 2 years.
Unless he feels like that if he sits out a year, that he won't get a job.
There's always that risk.
He's thinking that maybe that I got to strike while the iron's hot. I mean, I know I just got let out, but and probably people are looking at his team like, I would look at his team like, dude, were you the problem? Why is this your team in the Stanley Cup Finals? I'd be a little bit. You got to think about yourself. Like, if I need to coach because I might not get opportunities if I sit out.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why he wants to jump back in.
But we've lost respect for the contract, haven't we? Like, I don't like my contract. I don't want to be here, but I also made this commitment to you that I now want to crawfish on, and that should be okay with the world. Woe is me. It's not a contract. It's a competitive environment. You're getting $5 million a year. I'm with Chief.
Okay, now the last thing I wanted to get to here is we had a New York woman. She goes to a bar.
Is this a joke?
Nope. She tries to pay her tab with her ex's American Express card via Apple Pay. So I guess the ex never took the card off of her phone. It's still logged in via the Apple Pay.
What a schmo move to upload your card onto her phone. Just as we start this off.
So now she has gone viral with her and her friend. There was a video of them at the bar. They're like, paying, will this go through? Will this go through? And then boom, it does. And then they celebrate. And they rack up a nice amount on this guy's tab.
How nice?
We don't have the exact number.
But they went hard. As soon as you find out that first swipe worked.
Yeah. And the first set of drinks. I mean, it looked like these two were getting ready to party hardy.
And they're in New York. These are like $30 cocktails.
You can dispute these charges, can't we?
It can't be cheap. Yeah, technically he could dispute the charges.
Absolutely dispute the charges.
He
should.
Absolutely
It's
could.
from a stolen card.
But fair.
There you go.
I mean, like, what do we think?
No, not fair. What do you mean fair?
If your ex leaves their info on your phone,
listen, it's not a Netflix thing, right?
Is it
Sure,
fair
you left your
game?
Netflix password. Guess what? I'm not paying $15 a month. I'm using your Netflix. It's not screwing you in any way. You still get to watch Netflix. I watch Netflix. Who cares? Okay. This is the credit card. I leave my credit card at your house, and now you're going to start swiping it? Absolutely not.
It's the
hard
thievery.
foul.
Yeah.
That's like technical foul.
I thought this was pretty
That's
dirty.
flagrant. That's a flagrant 2. You're ejected, and we're calling you a bleep hole for the rest of the time.
Maybe we're suspending you a week too.
I'd suspend. Yeah,
Slap
hell
a
yeah,
nice
suspension.
suspension.
Definitely challenge it right off the jump.
Yeah, I mean, I would if I saw those charges go through. I'd be like, "What the hell is this? We're making a call to the American Express or wherever the heck it is."
But usually, like you say, do you guys have alerts on your cards?
Yeah. Yeah, if my wife spends a certain dollar figure, I know immediately.
Yeah, you should.
No.
And I didn't tell her what that dollar figure is.
I trust my wife.
She'll split it up into 2 swipes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? She'll double swipe that thing.
Doesn't that seem a little criminal? Like, isn't that stealing?
Yeah.
I would say that's
ultimately,
stealing.
yes. That's exactly what it is.
I think I'm calling the local police department, and then I'm calling Visa, denying the charges.
Screw this woman.
See what we can do. We got the C-Note coming up next. Cowboys news of the evening. We'll take a look at draft-eligible quarterbacks entering this college football season and more. Krusty's Corner is going to look at Sorsby, 340 here for you. And we're back with more sports on the Fan.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on and leaving it on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Are your allergies driving you crazy this spring? Well, your air conditioner could be part of the problem. I'm Jeff Stewart with Reliant Air Conditioning. And right now in North Texas, pollen and dust levels are through the roof. And without the right air filtration, all of that pollen ends up moving through your home and into the air you breathe. And that's why during our Spring Clean Air event, when you install a qualifying high-efficiency system, Reliant Air Conditioning will include a complete clean air package for free. And that includes a UV light, an air scrubber, and a hospital-grade air filtration system. That's a $3,750 value, included at no additional cost. And during our Spring Clean Air event, you can also save with manufacturer rebates and special financing. So call us at 877-YOUR-HERO or schedule your free estimate online at ReliantAirConditioning.com and see how we've been gimmick-free since '83.
Reliant Air Conditioning. Call 877-YOUR-HERO.
At Genesis of Plano, part of the Huffines Auto family, we're committed to doing things the right way. With clear, upfront pricing, no unwanted dealer addendums, and over 100 years serving North Texas. Our vehicles are engineered to inspire exploration, pushing the boundaries of what luxury can be. And our dealership delivers an experience defined by comfort, intention, and elevated detail. Visit Genesis of Plano today and discover a higher standard of luxury, totally on your terms.
Hello, this is Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. During the hot Texas weather, nothing's more aggravating than waiting for days, even weeks to get service on a broken air conditioner. And that's why we recommend the On-Time Experts. They'll be at your home same day, or the service and diagnostic fee is free. And their technicians are there to fix your air conditioner and not try to sell you something you don't need. Go to theontimeexperts.com to set your appointment time today. theontimeexperts.com, the choice of the Consumer Team.
Tolos Chiafalo here, and I got to be honest with you, my home has become my happy place, but I started noticing scuffs, faded colors, and peeling paint that needed attention. And that's when I reached out to my friends at CertaPro Painters and scheduled my free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. And whether inside or out, you can protect your home with quality paint in a worry-free process. Free estimates, detailed, easy to understand, and you get a quote right away. They're dedicated to bringing fresh color to your home with quality craftsmanship, just like they did for me. So schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C, CertaPro.com. Each CertaPro Painter's business is independently owned and operated.
This is Modelo Especial, a full-flavored golden lager with a crisp, refreshing taste from start to finish. Brewed with time, effort, and determination to get the balance just right. Because when a beer is made right, you can feel it. Modelo Especial, the model for everyday beer. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. It's been life-changing. It really has. Went up to see QC Kinetics. I could feel the difference the way I got out of bed. I could feel the difference throughout the day. I could feel the difference while I was playing golf.
That's local host of 365 Sports, David Smokey, a very active TV and radio sports personality who had to stop running and golfing because of joint pain.
I started to notice some aches and pains, an aching, throbbing pain in my right hip. I didn't want to get cut on. I've had MRIs. It showed no structural damage. I've tried the steroid injections, and that just seemed like it kicked the can down the road.
It's that endless cycle that leaves you continually fighting joint pain in your hips, knees, shoulders, and back. But this is where it ends with QC Kinetics regenerative treatments.
I believe in it because it's worked. It's a free consultation. It doesn't cost you a dime to go visit with the staffs both in Dallas and Houston at QC Kinetics.
Just like Smokey, your relief starts with QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics 972-972-8610. That's 972-972-8610. 972-972-8610.
At Idea Public Schools, students are prepared not just for graduation, but for what comes next. Because when students are challenged and supported, bright futures follow. Bright futures begin at Idea Public Schools. Learn more at ideapublicschools.org.
Sponsored by Idea Public Schools.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
A cool and crisp Modelo tastes good. But you know what tastes even better? That survived the evening rush Modelo. That post-12-hour shift Modelo. That fought for every rebound Modelo. That just clocked out on a Friday Modelo. That Modelo you earned is just better. That Modelo is the markable fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
If you're looking to buy a brand new car, the place to go is Platinum Chevrolet. My family has bought 4 cars from Platinum in the last 6.5 years. It's because of the great people, service, selection, and those low prices. You get them all at Platinum Chevrolet.
Get in now and pound your fist on the table for GM Justin Rudd. You got clear upfront pricing. Whatever you see online, that's the price you're going to pay. Shop online and let them deliver your new Chevrolet. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com. Drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by TexDot.
Heading out? Make sure everyone is buckled in, day and night. A seatbelt is your best protection against injury or worse in a crash. Officers are out in force. Buckle up. Skip the $200 fine. Click it or ticket. A message from TexDot.
All right, welcome back. It's the G-Back Nation here on The Fan. Time now for the C-Note, Cowboys news of the evening. It's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Okay, a couple of stories here from Blogging the Boys. R.J. Ochoa, who was just on Love of the Star with you guys, wasn't he?
He sure was.
How the Cowboys picked up the extra win post-schedule release. They went from 8.5 to 9.5, didn't they?
Yeah.
So he writes, while scrolling through social this week, a video on The Athletic appeared The TikTok video made note of the fact that Cowboys and Panthers each picked up an extra win by way of the schedule release. You can watch the video for yourself here. He links to it. The premise is that neither of those teams have to play any short week road games all year. So you're going on the road and they're giving you a full week to prepare every time. That's pretty cool. Michael Irvin says former Cowboys legend wanted John Elway role. This is Troy Aikman.
Yeah.
You know, and he says he feels horrible for the guy. I don't know how you could expect that to happen, knowing how much of a hard-ass Troy Aikman is and how much he'd want things to be his way. There's no way Jerry Jones would have ever allowed that sort of voice debate.
Yeah, I mean, I get it from the playmaker's standpoint of like, man, if you were ever going to kind of make an exception to that general rule, wouldn't it be a guy like Troy who did so much for the organization and being the leader of those championships? Like, man, if it would ever happen, then maybe it would be Troy that Jerry would kind of open the door for a little bit. But obviously, they were wrong about that.
Yeah, I agree with you. Like, if there's anybody that you would open that up for, I just think Jerry wants this group of employees that are going to be loyal to him above all other. And I don't think you could trust Troy, to keep his frustrations in-house or to not blow up. Like the reason that Vrabel might not work, too strong of a personality, can insist on things being his way. I think that's Troy Aikman, and I think he would have done a hell of a job.
For sure.
Well, I just think the chances of Jerry greenlighting that are zero.
Yeah, and I think, to me, the vibe that I got from the outside looking in, and then with the Netflix special that came out, The Gambler, and listening to Troy talk, Troy just does not appear to me to have respect for Jerry the football guy. I don't think he really looks at him as a guy whose opinion he cares much for when it comes to football. And I think if you're Jerry, it's like, okay, well, then F you.
Yeah, that would have been a short-lived Jimmy Johnson, Jerry Jones experiment probably anyways, where both of them were like, okay, yeah, this has been, 3 years, and we're done here.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. Like, Jerry wants to, be propped up, and because of that, like, Troy would have to come in as I'm going to save the Cowboys from Jerry.
Yes.
And how's that going to play in the media? It just doesn't work. Then we go to the crucial stat that could make or break the 2026 Dallas Cowboys. Every double-digit win season, they've had a positive turnover differential. Every negative turnover differential season has resulted in fewer than 10 wins. And a bunch of other times they've been even this century, but 21-12, and I think that's been the number one thing that has consistently been a message from Shoddy. When he's asked, like, what do you guys have to do to get back to winning ways here coming up in 2026. He'll talk turnover differential with you. So I think that'll be something to watch there with the ball skills guys. We had it good with Diggs and Bland for like 18 months, didn't we?
And it stinks. Like we were just talking on the stack earlier, and we kicked this around with Daniel Jeremiah's stuff. Like you have three playmakers on defense, and we should be able to say, like, yeah, Deron Bland, boom, right off the cuff. This dude just broke the pick six record for most pick sixes in a single season. He was a turnover machine, and then now you're looking at him, we're like, I can't. Is he good anymore? And then is he going to stay healthy for me? He just has not been the same player, and he hasn't been able to stay on the field.
Alrighty, we got ESPN's list of the best draft-eligible quarterbacks going into this college football season. There's 9 guys in their top tier of guys to watch. You guys zeroing in on anybody right now as far as who quarterbacks you're excited to watch in this upcoming college football season? The text is open at 877-881-1053. Who do you think's the best?
Laundry list of dudes to be excited about, and they probably all won't meet expectation, but there's such a good group here that you would expect at least a handful to rise up. I mean, Arch Manning, of course, has to be at the top of that. I do think Lenoris Sellers for South Carolina is another guy who you've seen the improvement. He had nothing to work with South Carolina last year. Nothing. The offensive line was brutal. No receivers to really speak of. And so hopefully they've done enough to build around him a little bit more and give him a little bit more of an opportunity. But you've seen him grow, and he's just a total freak show physically. Like, my gosh, are you kidding me? This guy's amazing. So those two would be right at the top of the list. Dante Moore's another guy with Oregon for sure. It's a shame you're not going to get to see Sorsby, but Trinidad Chambliss is another one.
Yes.
I'm excited about Trinidad because he was really, really good. Probably could have gone decently high in this year's draft, but one more year with Ole Miss, I'm excited to watch him play. Mestamaker, I mean, geez, dude,
Yeah,
you got a ton of guys. Levitt over there at LSU brought us your guy. Yeah. And another dude who's been put on the map a little bit is Drake Lindsey, quarterback for Minnesota. And he's only, I think,
Nate Tice guy?
Yeah, he's only a sophomore. But he's 6'5", 230 pounds, and apparently is pretty dang impressive. I don't know if he'll come out in next year's class because redshirt sophomore. So he could, but that's just another guy that people are pretty excited about.
The kid at Ohio State's interesting.
Julian Sayin.
Yeah, Sayin.
Yeah, he's a guy. I mean, I believe he led the nation in completion percentage. Yeah, 30-some-odd touchdowns, very few interceptions.
He's another guy that you saw much like Arch. I mean, second half of the season was night and day different.
Yeah, really good.
77%. They've trusted him to make a lot of the calls to the line of scrimmage. I guess doesn't have the ideal size or arm strength. So maybe that will limit him. Didn't throw middle much either, which is, I think, a function of the Ohio State offense. Predetermines a lot of stuff. Pre-snap, are we going quick game? Are we going deep? Mm-hmm. That's what the ESPN article's saying right here. So maybe they're not asking him to do some of those things like throwing over the middle, but that would be, obviously pretty important for NFL teams to look at. Amongst the 9 guys in Tier 1, Chief, you hit a lot of them. C.J. Carr at Notre Dame, 6'2", 215. He is another redshirt sophomore. His big challenge is refusing to give up on big plays. He's scrambling. He's throwing too aggressive into trouble. Sounds like you're not impressed, Wolchuk.
Did you just mouth fart into the microphone when you heard C.J. Carr's name?
But I'm a Notre Dame hater, I think.
He kind of looks like a good-looking version of Carson Beck. Like if Carson Beck wasn't inbred, I think that's C.J. Carr.
Maybe this year he really shows off. I didn't love what I saw from C.J. Carr at Notre Dame, but hey, you know what? We'll give him another year. I think that the USC guy, and I don't know for sure, is it Maava? Is that how you say his last name?
I think so.
Jaden Maava.
Watching just Mekhi Lemon and the other USC receiver last year, like he was a fun player to watch. That kid can spin it.
I guess he's a happy feet guy.
Yeah, I could see that, yeah.
And then you have to wonder how much of this success was Mekhi Lemon, who was just a demon down the field catching the deep ball.
And Jacoby Lane, that's who the other receiver was.
Went to Baltimore. 37 completions on 20 passes or more air yards. He led the FBS. 37 throws deep. So that's Maava. He's top tier. Arch Manning, 6'4", 219, heavily debated player. The traits and name will get him drafted round 1. I think there should be at least four round 1 quarterbacks that we be expecting. Looking at this, C.J. Bailey at Clemson. He's 6'6", 210, and he's pretty fast. He just turned 20. Wow. I guess he's breaking down under pressure and has to add a little bit more bulk to him. And then Miami's Darian Mensah makes the top tier as well. Textbook poise and mechanics. Ball security is the issue. I guess he lost 5 fumbles and didn't step up when pressure was near him. That's what's to watch with Darian Mensah. Does he feel the pressure? Does he have that sixth sense eyes in the back of his head? But check this out, 24 touchdowns, 0 picks in the red zone. It's pretty dang good. He's creative and confident, though. He sees stuff. He trusts his arm. He layers throws between levels. So there's a lot to like. Mestamaker's Tier 1 at Oklahoma State.
Let's go.
Quick release, big-time throws, incredible story. I guess the knock is locking into his first read. Seems like whenever we got excited and we were tuning in for him,
he
stuff
played
went
his
awry.
worst in the conference championship game. He definitely did.
Dante Moore at Oregon. He should be a top 10 pick unless things go crazy. Best of the rest here, Jaden Craig, TCU, Harvard's all-time leader in passing yards and touchdowns. Byram Brown at Auburn. Indiana's Josh Hoover, transferred from TCU. Kevin Jennings at SMU in this second tier, only 192 pounds, but he's tough. He can throw it. Just turns it over too much. DJ Lagway at Baylor.
Oh, that's a good one. I mean, I was excited about DJ Lagway last year. Florida, it all fell apart. Maybe Baylor, it's where his dad played, and they get it out of him.
Do you think John Mateer has a shot?
No, I'm not a Mateer guy.
Marcel Reed had 7 turnovers in his last 2 games at A&M. But he's back, and I know the Aggies feel like he can maybe get rid of those turnovers and be a decent quarterback for him this year, but probably not a draft prospect, at least at this point in his – he's like the 20th, 21st guy listed here. Okay, we got Krusty's Corner. Speaking of quarterbacks, what do you have in store for us, buddy?
Yeah, let's give you a scouting report on this Brendan Sorsby. We'll do that next.
Okay, I want to chat about the Frankels with you before we do anything else, though, because life is unpredictable and accidents happen. You never know when you or a loved one could be injured in a car truck wreck due to somebody's negligence. If it happens to you, we just want to recommend the Frankels, up here at the Fan and the Dawson household. I've called them twice over the years. It's amazing to watch them work on your behalf. They make sure that you don't settle for less, and that's what the guilty party tries to get you to do. Damages can be 6 or 7 figures. How do you even put a number on pain and suffering for decades or loss of a family member? These things unfortunately get tragic, and you see the streaks of the fatalities on Texas roads. And if it happens in your family, it's tragic, but you don't want to end up settling for less because the guilty party needs to be held accountable when negligence is involved, and that's what the Frankels insist on and ensure for you, okay? 214 or 817-333-3333. You'll be talking with Scott and Mark. Their names command respect in North Texas courtrooms. They will fight to get you paid. They're trial lawyers if that's what it takes. 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online, frankofirm.com.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ, we'll tell you about being at the Globe all weekend long. The NBA Finals are set, and a brand new giveaway in the 7 o'clock hour. Shabuzi tickets for you turning it on, leaving it on. It's a Monday morning with Sean and RJ.
Whether you're commuting to work or heading out for a fast coffee break, getting an auto insurance quote is just a tap away. With AAA, you're always connected, so you can focus on the road ahead. Rest easy knowing AAA's got you covered, no matter where life takes you. AAA, we're always with you. To start your quote, visit AAA.com/insurance. Insurance provided to qualified AAA members by Auto Club County Mutual Insurance Company. Membership requires a separate payment.
Pre-engineered metal building made with Mueller is a smart way to expand your space. From workshops to garages and backyard getaways, Mueller buildings are durable, customizable, and made to last. Made with quality materials and backed by people who understand how it all comes together. Make it with Mueller, because what it's made with matters. Visit our team at our Waxahachie or Kaufman location today and find your nearest store by visiting MuellerInc.com.
The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. On Kalshi, you can trade every match from the opening stage all the way to the final. Argentina is trading at 9.1% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $1,033 if they win soccer's biggest prize. With tons of categories to choose from, you can find any and every trade that you're looking for just for you. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code TOLO, T-O-L-O, to get $10 when you trade 10. Again, use the code TOLO on the Kalshi app to trade on the world's biggest soccer tournament. Kalshi, K-A-L-S-H-I. Trade on anything. 18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
It's time to warm up that scoreboard and get ready to bring home the win with Specs. Specs has you covered with lower prices on all your favorite fan fuel. From craft beer, rare spirits, and world-class wine to chips, dips, and gourmet finer foods. And with same-day delivery when you order online or through the app, Specs is your MVP for the biggest score of the game. At Specs, the fun starts here.
Here's to you, cheers to savings. Dallas Metro's newest resort community, Bynum Springs Club, has sold over 60 estate lots in just a few months. Their newest phase opens Saturday, June 6th. Go to BynumSprings.com to RSVP. BynumSprings.com.
I keep seeing celebrities posts, me in the 90s versus now. Well, the person staring at me in the mirror is definitely not the same person that could pull off bootcut jeans. Time creeps up on us so slowly. You don't see it until suddenly you do. Same thing goes for your bills. $1 here, an uptick there. It's a slow burn until one day you realize the price you're paying now is way higher than when you signed up. But at T-Mobile, customers had the lowest wireless bills versus Verizon and AT&T over the past 5 years. And with T-Mobile, on their experience plans, you get a 5-year price guarantee, so you know exactly what your plan price will be for the next 5 years. So at least that's one thing that won't change over time. I can't guarantee you'll still look good with frosted tips, but T-Mobile can give you a clear guarantee on your wireless plan.
Lower bills based on Harris billing snapshots from Q3 21 to Q4 25 compared to average AT&T and Verizon bills. Comparison excludes discounts, credits, and optional charges. Price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
Hi, Babe Laufenberg here to tell you about my friends at Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The clock is winding down, and the winning team has the drive you're cheering for. It's the Classic Memorial Day event's final days. Last chance to trade up at the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. 3 years straight. Upgrade to a new Chevy Silverado 1500 with $16,000 off MSRP. That's a winning drive. $16,000 off. Making the right trade is always a game plan. Well, right now, trade values are up. You could trade into something better than you thought and lower those payments. Plus, they'll buy your current car, even if you don't buy from them. Get a check on the spot. There's no timeouts left. Hurry in to the final days of Classic Memorial Day savings. The best models are selling fast. Shop now at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic. Together, let's drive.
Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference.
New Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025. Stock number TZ146125. Classic discount 12750. Customer cash 1250. Bonus cash 2000 plus tax, title, license, and 225 dealer doc fee. Expires 6/126.
Working the phones, at the practices, and covering the biggest events. We call it the Fan Difference. The more you listen, the more you know when you turn it on and leave it on. The Fan.
All right, welcome back. It's time for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Go to greystone-roofing.com, and here he is, the king, Brian Broaddus.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Broaddus.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Appreciate you always playing that. Thank you to Greystone for being a part of this. Can I ask a real quick question here? And it's kind of a you make the call. Do you consider, how do you view a gift if somebody bought you with your own credit card?
I've never had that happen.
Yeah.
It's a little awkward.
Did you leave the MX on the girlfriend's phone?
No.
No, this is your son.
Yeah,
this is your son out doing his golf tour and whatever you're up.
He got you something there.
Dad, I got you something awesome. You're going to love it. It was only $750 on your card.
I know exactly how much it was.
It was, I talked about getting, you get the results when your card's being used. That's something I've always done. My fear. If I would have just done that with my Twitter thing, I probably wouldn't have got hacked.
Is this anytime your card gets swiped? Or is it a certain amount?
Yes.
Okay, anytime it gets swiped. So you know every single
I know every
step.
single transaction that's done on my cards.
That's awesome.
And so Bennett sent me a text. It's like, Dad, you're going to love what I got you.
What I got you.
You're going to love what I got you. And
Happy Father's Day, Pops.
Yeah, and then I go, that's cool, man. You didn't have to do that. And then the notice came from the golf shop there from the golf shop in St. Andrews. And I'm like, well, I go, hey, did you use my card? And the guy knew damn good and well he used my card because I saw it. He goes, and then I get this maybe, ... as I'm talking to him. So, I just didn't know if you guys have ever had the experience of, your card being used as buying your gift.
Yeah, if you're getting somebody else a gift, I feel like you should be paying that yourself.
I mean, anytime my wife gets me a gift, it's...
Is it on your card?
It's yeah. She's not pulling her financial weight that way.
Yeah.
I've taken to buying myself Christmas presents.
And just having them wrap them?
Because if I don't, the only one I'm going to get is a pair of pajama pants for my mom. Yeah. So I would look at that the same way.
All right, fair enough. Yeah. As long as you're getting something you like.
Yeah, but you're making that decision,
I was surprised because he was so excited. Because I always tell him, listen, I don't need anything.
Yeah.
I don't want anything. And he was so happy. And then that charge came on. And
Taking care of my dad.
I'm like, all right, thanks. And he's got his own money. He's got his own money.
He does.
Oh, he has his own money. This card was given to him as an emergency.
Oh, wow.
This is like an emergency card.
He's using the emergency card.
Use the emergency card to get
have emergencies like every other day.
I wonder what you got yourself, Brian.
I don't know what. I wonder what I got. I'll probably have it on here Monday or Tuesday, something like that. But
I think that goes to life lesson.
Yeah.
Are you going to grill him pretty good on this?
No,
You're going to let him down easy?
I sent him the.
You said thank you?
I said, wow.
You're the best, son.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm like, yeah.
How can I send you next?
But I just, when I got the charge, it was kind of, I laughed because it just immediately goes, you're going to love what I got you. And then it comes across. So anyway.
I think that goes to, Dad, I'm at the St. Andrews golf shop. Would you like anything?
Yeah. And I said, no, you don't have to get me anything. He goes, no, I guess he'd already got it.
Good question from the 321. Is this just a new poo golf towel for you?
Well, the trap.
Wow, that would be, a St. Andrews poo golf towel.
Be amazing. I bet that
the Royal and Ancient golf towel used to.
Okay, so what if this is something that really he wants?
That he knows I'm going to give it to him?
Yes. Do you think that there's any possibility of that?
That'd be a heady play by him.
Oh, I think a very heady play.
I think he's pretty damn smart, this bet. He kind of knows how to play the game.
There was a place right down from his hotel, and I'll get to this football just in a second. There was a place right down from his football, the St. Andrews Brewery. So if you wanted, I was hoping he'd get me like a hat or something like that.
A cup?
Yeah, I don't need a cup.
You're a cupsman.
Well, I do the cups are more of
just
sporting events. Yeah. So, but if you got me one from the Open Championship, that would be cool.
That'd be sick.
That'd be cool. But he tried to flex on me. He took his picture by the claret jug, which is the trophy. And then I had to send him a picture of me holding the claret jug.
Oh!
He was standing there and it was in a case. And he's like, check this out. And then I immediately sent him a picture of me holding the damn thing.
Wow. That's pretty good response.
Man. Like that? All right. Zach, do me a huge solid. We're going to talk about this Brendan Sorsby, this quarterback that potentially the NCAA is saying, hey, you're not eligible. He went and got him some help. He's no longer a gambler, we don't think. He's, so what the NCAA said, listen, we're going to suspend you. So we're getting ready for a supplemental draft, potentially. I did talk to some guys in the league about this supplemental draft. There's no date yet set.
Sometime in July, right?
Yeah, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm telling you what guys are worried about in the league. There's a lot of guys that are in the transfer portal that haven't signed anywhere.
So they could flood the supplemental draft as well?
They could maybe jump into that. And that's what these teams are kind of worried about, that all of a sudden you got this group of guys who don't have a team, and then they flood the supplemental draft.
So no college team wants me. Let's see if a pro team does.
Yeah. That's immediately my thought. Like, why would they even be highly considered? Or is it more so just like we're not prepared? We haven't done the homework on these guys like we would usually do.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of where they're a little bit. They're like, listen, we're okay with the supplemental draft, but we don't want to all of a sudden have to add all these extra guys to the supplemental draft that can't play. So that's kind of where this is going. So keep an eye on that, but we do not have a date. Zach, you're a resident insider for Texas Tech athletics.
Yeah.
Give me the story give me the particulars about this kid and all that from what you know from your Tech sources.
Well, they loved him at Tech. I mean, they think that he is a really good leader. They think that he was good teammate-wise. Now, he has not been back to Lubbock since he came out of the rehab. He's visiting with the family now, and then he's going to come back on campus. But they were initially very hopeful that they would find a way to get him on the football field this year. I think the more that this is dragged out, and apparently I think I saw a report that it's going to be like student law that's going to be handling this the NCAA side of this on June 1st during the court trial. It's going to be a Texas law student, and a Houston grad. So they're law school grads from Houston and Texas. So they're going to be representing the NCAA in their case versus Brendan Sorsby. But I think the likelihood is their hope is maybe he could get a half-season suspension, in which case they feel good about navigating their schedule. But I don't know that he's going to be eligible. And in this case, he's probably going to be going to the
I was surprised to see that he's like 6'3", 240 pounds.
Yeah, his film actually, when you watch him play, he has got, and I'm going to say this and be serious, there's a couple of pro players to me he's like. he's got some Cam Newton-like ability when it comes to taking the ball and running.
Really?
And being that kind of physical. Their offense is a lot of the RPO stuff, and it's okay. As far as the ball handling stuff, he's got some Aaron Rodgers to him. His ability to kind of throw it and kind of sling it and throw
various arm angles,
underneath people and throw around people, layer it over the top. This guy, he's got that kind of ability, and his feet are a little bit happy, and you saw that with like an Eli Manning. Kind of a chop, kind of.
They're buzzing in the pocket.
Always buzzing, always looking. But you watch him run, he is as physical of a running quarterback that you'll deal with.
Doesn't shy away from contact.
Not at all.
No, not at all.
Not at all. And so, but the throwing, it's like he's got touch over the top. I don't think he has that great or elite arm strength. But what he has, I think he's pretty accurate when you start to talk about the slants, the cross routes. He'll come and take the ball off a fake. It's quickly out of his hand.
Mm-hmm.
He's almost like he'll fake it and he'll crouch and sling it sidearm to the outside. Or if he has to, he'll fake it, touch it over the top. He's got a lot of ability. And I love the size. I love the athletic ability. I love the toughness about the kid. I could see why he was the first quarterback. Everybody was talking about him in the transfer portal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because you could do a lot of things with him offensively.
Very talented.
But his ability to play fakes, and then get the ball out of his hand creates problems for defenses who have to deal with him. If you ask me of the guys in this current draft, and Zach, I'll let you have your say because you did the work as well. He's the second best quarterback he would be in this draft. Probably.
Would he have gone round one?
I think there's a possibility he could have gone late one. Me personally, I gave him a 2. I gave him a 2. And I feel like that some team will put up in the supplement if, in fact, we get to that point. I don't know if somebody will go with 1, but I know my scouting report, I agree. And Zach and I have had this discussion this morning. We did a show together. And I know he's got him just a little bit later than me, but I personally have a second-round grade on him. And I wouldn't be surprised at all if some team looking at that film and seeing the athletic ability, the toughness, the size, the ability to throw from different platforms. I could see this happening.
Yeah, if I were the Cowboys, I'd throw a third-round supplemental draft pick at him. And look, another team might say, hey, I'll do it too. I'd gamble on him. I think he's got a lot of talent. The thing that frustrates me, Brian's right about the feet. I mean, the footwork's all over the place, but he is a really good athlete. He'll take off and run. He can climb the pocket well. He's got wheels to evade defenders. He reminded me a little bit of a bigger version of like a cross between Baker Mayfield and Johnny Manziel, the way you kind of watch him play. He's got touch to be able to layer throws. He can look off defenders and be able to hit the crossing patterns. The thing that's frustrating is the deep ball accuracy really wanes with him. There's times that he's going to put way too much air under the football. It's going to be underthrown, or he's just going to go ahead and zip it, and it's going to be overthrown. But he's got the velocity. He can hit you in between the hashes. He can go outside the hash, the hash marks as well. So to me, the arm angles, the various platforms to be able to do the RPO stuff, the first read, like how often is he able to kind of go ahead and go through his progressions? That might be what Cincinnati's offense was asking him to do. But this is a player that 45 touchdowns, just 12 interceptions, 31 college starts. He's experienced. I would have loved to have seen him this year at Texas Tech. But I think that when teams are going to watch him, if you're a team that needs a quarterback,
yeah,
it's a lottery ticket. And I think he's got a lot of the traits that I would take a gamble on.
Yeah, seeing him throw on the move, going to his left, going to his right.
Yeah.
I mean, just watching him on YouTube right now, does look pretty nice. I mean, he tore up Bowling Green. My gosh.
Very aggressive going down the field.
He'll push the ball. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Tech would have been in a really good shape offensively with this guy because, like I say, he brings toughness. the style of play that he had. I mean, that's a design run guy. And to be able to move to his left, right, throw, and I think he could be accurate doing these things.
I see what you're saying about the play action stuff.
Yeah,
he's quick with it.
It's
with the ball
very,
fakes.
very Aaron Rodgers like.
Yeah.
With the he rides the fake and then
deception.
the ball's out. And so I and here I am. These quarterbacks like the Ty Simpson.
But I'd have had him. I'm with you. I'd have had Mendoza, Sorsby, Simpson.
Yeah,
I think the Rams would have taken him at 13th instead of Simpson.
I actually, absolutely.
Yeah.
I think that, to me, Nussmeier, I liked Allard. I know that there's not a lot of folks.
I mean, Allard's got a stronger arm than Sorsby
much
does.
stronger. But
look good at OTAs today.
Yeah, but I just kind of feel like that, to me, that this guy would have been the second. And actually, I had Nussmeier and Allard and Simpson, those guys all in the third. This guy would have been my second round grade. I would have had him. He would have been the only second round grade I would have had for the quarterback.
Well, thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon,
Thank you.
3:40 here in the G-Bag Nation, brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Go to greystone-roofing.com. All right, 2 down, 2.5 to go. Rangers baseball coming up at 6:30. They try to get back on the right track against the Royals, who are worse than them, okay? So that probably means the Rangers will get swept.
Yeah.
So just prepare for that. Football fix coming up, Wolchuk. Where are you taking it?
Well, we actually have some breaking Sorsby news, biggest positional upgrades, and should we cross this potential free agent off the Cowboys wish list? That's next.
Well, Greystone sponsors Krusty's Corner, as they should. That's a dominant segment, and they are a dominant company. My number one most favorite local family-owned roofing company here in North Texas. You can check them out at greystone-roofing.com, and you'll see for yourself why homeowners across the area trust owners Josh and Alexis Vining. Fantastic people, especially now that we're in the middle of storm season. You got to know who's on your roof, and the Vinings have been in business together for almost 30 years right here in the DFW. They're certified in every possible way. They actually have licensed insurance adjusters on staff, which is extremely unique, and it's going to make life very convenient for you throughout the entire process. They will always bring you honesty, integrity, and the highest level of quality in every project that they tackle. No cutting corners, just pure dedication when you use Greystone. You always have skilled experts treating your home like it's their own, paying attention to every detail. So whether you need repairs to fix a leak, or perhaps you need a full-on home glow-up to transform that property of yours, especially now that the storm season, maybe that hail got away from you a little bit, they're your one-stop shop for all things roofing. So head to greystone-roofing.com today. Schedule that no-cost inspection. And remember, with Josh and Alexis at Greystone Roofing, you get exceptional service and peace of mind that stands the test of time. It's greystone-roofing.com.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course with the biggest mother of a radio signal in DFW. Thanks for making your favorite travel buddy 105.3 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Facing elimination, Victor Wembanyama and the Spurs responded last night, blowing out the Thunder 118-91. Wemby set out to make a statement from the start of the game, scoring 11 points in the first quarter and leading the Spurs with 28 points and 10 rebounds for the game. The Spurs held Shea Gilgeous-Alexander to 15 points. The series now shifts back to Oklahoma City for Game 7 tomorrow night. The Thunder are 3.5-point favorites in Game 7. I'm Adam Abdallah.
The U.S. Treasury quietly released its official financial report for 2025. It appears by its own numbers, the U.S. government seems insolvent. It's reported that the Treasury shows about $6 trillion in assets and over $47 trillion in liabilities. Add it all up, and it looks like the U.S. owes more than $130 trillion it doesn't have. If that were a family, they'd earn $52,000 a year, spend $73,000, and already be more than $1 million underwater. Any accountant would call that insolvent. So how does the government fix this? It can print money, which erodes your purchasing power, it can raise taxes, or it can cut benefits. And none of those can help to protect you. That's why many people who have something to lose move part of their savings into physical gold and silver, assets that can't be printed, defaulted on, or voted away. Call Monetary Gold at 877-NOW-GOLD for their complimentary gold and silver guide and a no-pressure conversation. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. Do it before the next headline, not after. factor. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Big news, Fort Worth. Luxor Staffing is hiring for a major new electronics manufacturer in the Alliance area. We are urgently hiring machine operators for this cutting-edge facility. Positions start ASAP. Be a part of the DFW's newest tech hub while enjoying weekly pay, great benefits, and incredible growth potential. Don't wait. Apply online or find your local recruiting office at luxorstaffing.com. That's luxorstaffing.com.
At Alliance Hyundai, you can shop the all-new 2026 Hyundai Palisade today. Every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty. 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty and owner's assurance. Get our lowest price guaranteed. Come and see us today in person or visit us online at alliancehyundai.net.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code GO to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code GO to borrow up to $10,000. Use code GO to borrow up to $10,000.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-949-1441. That's 800-949-1441.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And now it's the final days of our Everything's on Sale event. Save up to $1,200 on mattresses. Our Memorial Day event ends Monday. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, to a good life sleep.
Texas isn't just a place, it's a feeling. We take pride in the way we treat each other, both on and off the road. So drive like a Texan, kind, courteous, and safe. Brought to you by the Texas Department of Transportation.
How We Made Your Mother is a rewatch podcast that looks back episode by episode at the hit TV show How I Met Your Mother. It's hosted by me, Josh Radnor, along with series co-creator Craig Thomas.
In seasons 1 and 2, we were joined by Neil Patrick Harris, Kobe Smulders, Bryan Cranston, Ashley Williams, Wayne Brady, Jenna Fisher and Angela Kinsey, Joe Manganiello, and my brilliant co-creator Carter Bays, and now we are diving into season 3.
So whether it's your 50th rewatch or your first time through, follow How We Made Your Mother wherever you get your podcasts.
Gavin Dawson here from Men's T Clinic. It is time here in 2026. Mention me with your first appointment. Get a free in-body composition analysis and a free B12 shot. If you're tired of feeling off, low energy, weight gain, lost drive, you are not alone. 1 in 5 men has low testosterone. So what is next? Let's stop the cycle. Do what I did. Call Men's T Clinic, the local experts in testosterone and total male wellness. Real labs, real data, personalized plan. 972-GO-MEN'S-T. mensteclinic.com. Get back to being you with Men's T.
Men's T Clinic, 1-800-246-OT.
mensteclinic.com.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, Hour 3, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. What do we got here? It's a football fix, well, Chuck. What do we got? Take it away.
Let's get our fix right after this. You think football is still fun? Yes. Sir. Wrong side! Left side! Wrong side! Left side!
I use these for acid indigestion. So what are we going to use these for? Intimidation.
You know I got to get my fix, man.
We go to ESPN, Mark Schlabach and David Purdom, who were listening to Krusty's Corner.
Is that how he says his name?
Schlabach and Purdom?
No, Slabach. Is that really how he says his name?
It's how it's spelled.
Schlabach?
Schley. Yeah.
Schlabach?
Yeah.
You know who the hell Mark Schlabach is?
Yeah. He used to be on SportsCenter a lot.
Shout out to Mark Schlabach.
I'm
He's a
always
Schley guy.
fearful of saying his name, so I tried to learn it.
Okay, well, Schlabach, I'm going to trust you guys. Thank you for that correction. They have unleashed some new news regarding Brendan Sorsby.
They're investigative guys.
Wow, he placed at least 40 bets, 40, involving Indiana football as a quarterback for the Hoosiers. He used sportsbook accounts registered to a family member and friends to wager approximately $90,000 over 4 years.
Dang,
and continued to gamble after transferring from Cincinnati to Texas Tech in December.
They got him.
According to court documents filed today. The documents filed by Sorsby's legal team in district court in Lubbock reveal new details about how the quarterback transferred large sums of money to friends to fund his betting.
See, so that's another indicator that you can't claim like, oh, I didn't realize what I was doing was so foolish.
He knew what he was doing.
He knew exactly what he was doing.
Yeah. He said, quote, "It became a habit for me. My betting became a compulsion, which made it virtually impossible to resist the constant notifications I received from betting apps. I lost complete control of my addiction. I now realize the apps controlled me, and I did not control them," said Sorsby. Yeah. Sorsby's attorneys are asking the NCAA to treat his gambling addiction like any other mental health condition and mitigate his penalty for making the bets. He currently is facing permanent ineligibility. Sorsby agreed to continue receiving treatment and monitoring after returning to Tech, complete gambling education classes, and work in conjunction with the NCAA to educate other student athletes about the dangers of gambling.
I mean, I pretty much consider this a work by him and his lawyer, trying to manipulate his position and how people perceive what he did. But if true, this guy has no self-control.
Yeah.
He's hurting his draft stock.
Big time.
I don't have control of my impulses. Like, if you're going to lead my organization, I just...
No, it's a huge knock. And you're right. I mean, it's the quarterback position. It's probably the hardest position in all of sports. You're a leader of a franchise. You're putting all your hopes and dreams into this guy, and I can't trust you not to place a bet.
Yeah. So as the NFL, I'm going to go to him after this whole thing plays out, and I'm going to say, you made all that stuff up trying to get back to college, right? Like, this isn't real, right?
You're not actually addicted, right? You're like the rest of us.
I mean, you got greedy.
I don't know, $90K over 4 years.
You were scratching a competitive itch.
Yeah.
You were in the hole, and just like an idiot in Vegas for his first time, you thought the way out was to go hit the ATM machine again, thinking you were going to win. You're just an idiot, right? That's fine. But if you're saying the apps had control over me, how am I going to trust you to go home and watch tape? What's going to be the next thing you get addicted to?
Right.
And you can't focus on football through.
Yeah. I mean, how do I know that you're not going to end up betting on our team's games?
Yeah.
Because if you're an addict, that doesn't go away. That is a daily thing, that you are working on. And you're going to have those urges. And are you going to give into that?
Yeah.
Or can I trust you to be a professional that I'm paying millions of dollars as the quarterback of my franchise to say no to those urges?
I think you probably would get the guy at his best, though, don't you? That he realized that
to think so.
That it almost wrecked his life. I mean,
that should be a massive wake-up call. It should be.
I mean,
but it is a big gamble.
Literally.
Yeah.
You got.
40 of them.
You got to rewire your brain, though. It's just a massive undertaking if you were that vulnerable and powerless against an app.
Yeah, that's tough, man. Well, here were the 5 teams that SI put out that should be considering Sorsby in the supplemental draft. Arizona being one.
Yeah.
Cleveland, the Browns possibly another. Miami. I mean, you paid Malik Willis, but that's a short-term deal. Would you look at maybe taking a gamble on Brendan Sorsby?
There's that word.
The Jets, and I don't think the Jets would. I think the Jets are in position to go ahead and really run this first round this year. And then the Pittsburgh Steelers, that's the other team. They could be, those are the top 5 that they think should be taking a look at Sorsby here in the supplemental draft. Cowboys not listed.
Yeah, I mean, I think
after this, I probably don't want the Cowboys doing it either.
Out of those teams that you mentioned, I think the Steelers would be the most likely to be willing to put in a second. because theirs will probably be in the 50s. But some of these teams, it's basically a late one. If I'm the Jets or the Dolphins, I'm considering I'm going to be in the top 5 around 2. That's a real premium pick.
Yeah. I mean, hey, A17 saying $90K over 4 years is like $100 a week. No big deal.
Well, I mean, sure.
I'm trusting your math, A17, because I sure as hell can't do it.
Well, yeah, but
the problem is he knew what he was doing was
that's
wrong.
That's like some Dave Ramsey math right there.
Yeah. Like he knew what he was doing was
I know
wrong.
where your spinning is actually going in.
So I've got to funnel my bets
this
through
app right here, FanDuel or something like that.
I think it would actually be $200 a week.
Oopsie daisy, did I just hit that?
Yeah. Like in predicting career success, impulse control is one of the top 3 things. You got to have it. You got to have it when you're leaving college.
That's a toughie, man. Let's stick with the quarterbacks. We had C.J. Stroud take to the podium yesterday. Stroud said, I think I've held my bargain up in regards to his contract. Now, Adam Schefter did say today on the McAfee show he thinks that they're going to get a deal done prior to the season, an extension with Stroud. But he said, I let my agent handle that. If it's time to do it, then it is, Stroud said. My job is football. That's what I'm focused on, just getting better. I think I've held my bargain up. Whatever happens, happens. Would you agree that C.J. Stroud has done that? Like, has he done enough if you're Houston? He's held his side up to where I'm paying you no brainer, because I would say, man, you had a great rookie year. The last 2 years have not been that good. And if we didn't have a elite defense, I don't think we're in the playoffs. And a lot of that is because of you.
Yeah. I mean, and he went off that year. I don't know what happened for him that year, but in every season he's played, their run game has been bad. Like in 2023, their run game was actually worse than this notoriously horrible run game that he just suffered through. But somehow he was just like rookie naivete, not worried, just throwing the hell out of the ball. But
damn good.
I think if you get him a run game, then they would actually break through and win in January. Twice.
They got all the pieces. They really do. I mean, that team is loaded on defense. It's really the offensive line. Like, that's the one caveat that I would say, look, I get it. Your offensive line has been amongst the worst in the sport, but man, the amount of money, unless C.J. Stroud doesn't take a top-of-the-market type of deal, which I don't see, like, why would he do that? But this is going to be, I'm fascinated to see what the number ends up being on his contract.
Yeah, because I don't think he's done enough to feel like, okay, I can give you the $50-55 million year that a lot of these quarterbacks are getting. So, and if you're the Texans, you're like, I got this great defense. Like, I don't have to pay for a crazy number quarterback when I could go find the next Sam Darnold, Baker Mayfield guy.
Good point.
I mean, after they got whacked in the playoffs, the discussion was, should they pick up the 5th-year option?
Right.
So it seems like about 40 or 45 is what I'd be going for if I was Houston. Maybe he can get a little bit more than that, but not a lot of guarantees. I need to be in a couple of years having flexibility in this deal if you want to approach 50.
All right, our Cholos are chiming in. The 817, the 903, and the 682 all said that guy's math's very, very wrong. I'm not going to repeat some of the other things that they're saying, but it's about $432 a week.
Oh, yeah, don't read that. They called him an idiot or something.
Yeah, there was something mean there. Tell him he's an idiot, and that guy can have him.
I short-circuited, too. I was going to guess $200 a week.
Hey, $450. I mean, yeah, anywhere from $400 to $450 a week. That's a lot. That's a lot of cheddar, especially for a college kid. All right, here's.
But he was probably getting millions, right?
I don't think
not in Cincinnati.
Not in Indiana, not at all.
Not in Indiana,
He didn't even have
no Scully offers.
Yeah, he didn't have any until.
Yeah.
So where is he getting his dad's a college fundraiser? I don't think he came from money. But is his dad bankrolling this?
Dad, awesome news. I just got you a nice little slip, a little gambling slip here. Bennett Broadus style.
Yeah, like at Cincinnati, I'm sure he was getting NIL money.
Bennett never asked me for a dime, though, other than using my card to buy me something gift-wise.
Right. No, that's what I'm saying.
I got Bennett an account, and I put $200 in it as like a teaching moment. Like, he's going to lose them. I said, okay, that's gambling. That's why you don't do it. And that was like he was 14 years old.
And then he won, and he doubled
He
the
has
money.
never asked me for a dime for that account. Not one
that's
dime.
all him.
Yeah.
Well, and he is good at it. That helps. Yeah. J.J. McCarthy and Kyler Murray. Eric, you gave us the quote from J.J. Here is both quarterbacks talking to the media about the battle at QB1 for Minnesota. It starts with Kyler, and then it gets to J.J. Very different opinions and answers here from the quarterbacks.
Tyler, how would you describe your relationship with JJ to this point?
It's been great. Obviously, I know he's a younger guy, so any way I can help him, obviously, I feel like, I've played 7 years now, going on 8, so I'm considered a veteran, even though I don't see myself as that. Give him any knowledge that he needs. Again, we're both competitors, and I know, we both want what's best for the team.
Has he been receptive to hearing criticism?
Of course. Yeah, he's overly acceptive, and he's always communicating, asking questions, stuff like that, so it's been good.
JJ, what's your relationship been like with Kyler so far?
It's just like two guys in a classroom. He sits on one side, I sit on the other side, and it's the coach's responsibility to teach us and coach us. So,
is there any awkwardness between you two?
Awkwardness, it's just like the same feeling, when you're in high school and there's another person on the other side of the room. That's just kind of how it is. So I wouldn't say there's any awkwardness.
He's so salty, dude.
That is one guy who knows I've won the QB1 job and I'm going to help this young pup out. And the other guy's like, F this dude. He just took my job. I want nothing to do with you.
JJ McCarthy.
JJ.
Just does not come across like a professional.
He's kind of a punk.
Yeah, I mean, just the entitlement of thinking I should be the guy. Even though he has just sucked and or been injured for the most part his entire career.
You had your chance.
Should be guilt and shame.
Absolutely.
I'm sorry, guys. Don't blame you.
Shame.
Yeah, maybe I can learn something from Kyler this year.
Last thing I want to do here, all right, Nick Bosa was talking about his brother Joey. Now, Joey Bosa's out there. Morning shows kicked it around like, hey, would you want to bring in Joey Bosa to Dallas? I do feel like that would be a very Cowboy-like signing. Former first-round pick, big name. That would get the fan base maybe excited. They could sell some Bosa jerseys. Well, Nick was asked about possibly getting his brother to join him on the 49ers or what his plans were, and Nick said, quote, yeah, I think he's working on his golf game right now. I don't think he's thinking too much about football. Is Nick telling us that Joey is unofficially retired? Or am I reading too much into that?
Sounds like it is. Right? I think he's retired. He's working on his golf game.
Or Nick just knows that all the offers that Joey's been getting have been so low financially that Joey's just kind of like...
He'll just circle back in 2 months, like during training camp, and worry about it then.
Just wait for a team to lose an edge rusher due to injury.
Bring him in.
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine that's what it is.
It's the Clowney recipe, and it's worked well for him.
Yeah, because I don't think he would speak on his, you would let your brother announce if he wants to be done or not. He hasn't announced that, so he probably just doesn't like whatever crappy offers he's received at this point.
I don't think he's too worried about football right now. All right, there's your fix.
I mean, you get so much money, tens and tens of millions of dollars sitting in retirement accounts. You don't have to be urgent about playing football.
Yeah.
Like, maybe I will, maybe I won't.
Good.
Especially a guy who's been banged up as much as he has in his career.
Absolutely.
Keep having to do surgeries. Maybe I'll just go golf for the rest of my life. We have ball maxing again, Chief. What are you doing?
A fantastic sports rant and things we'd rather do than watch SGA flop around like a spastic fish next to the nation.
But let's talk East Dallas Diesel, shall we? That's right, baby. EastDallasDiesel.com. I want you to go to that website right now. I want you to check out all the badass motor cars and trucks they've got to offer. You know, when you're shopping for your next ride, all you got to do is check out EastDallasDiesel.com. With motor cars, they've become your one-stop shop for the incredible luxury vehicles as well. The Range Rovers, the Bentleys, the BMWs, the Corvettes, you name it, they got everything plus the badass trucks, whether it's Ford, Chevy, GMC, Ram, Toyota, and no matter your budget, they're going to find a deal that works best for you when it comes to financing. So give them a call at East Dallas Diesel. Ask for my guy, Tony. Tony Alberti has been in the car and truck game for over 30 years. I've seen him personally handpick and go ahead and work through every single vehicle that he's got on that lot. He knows that he is bringing in the best of the best. It's a family-owned dealership. They're big-time Tolos. Go shout out GM Fernando over there. He's the man. Heck, Brendan Schaub, who was on the show a few weeks ago, big-time former MMA, UFC heavyweight, now podcast and stand-up comedian. He found East Dallas Diesel. He just said, you know what, that's a truck that I want. Went there, boom, got it. Now he's driving it around in Austin. Go ahead. If you see something on that website that you like, but it's not exactly perfect for you, do what so many have done. Just give Tony a call. He and the team are going to help you source, build, or customize exactly what you want. Check him out, EastDallasDiesel.com, or stop by that showroom. Tell them Wolchuk sent you. East Dallas Diesel, where custom comes standard.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Wait! Before you change the station, listen to this.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KRS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Academy Sports and Outdoors doesn't sell meat. We do sell the things that make meat meat. Grills that make steak sizzle, smokers that melt brisket, and chairs that make you say, let's sit and eat meat. But that meat didn't come from us. The shade you're under, spice you're tasting, and American flag shirt you're wearing, that's us. Cherry wood and charcoal, yes. Corned beef, no. Corn whole, yes. Canopies, yep. Canapes, I don't know what that is. Meat, no. Everything but the meat, yes. Academy, fun can't lose.
Don't miss the biggest wrestling event of the year. Real American Freestyle 09. Live at College Park Center on May 30th. Witness the debut of Gable Stevenson and see stars like Kyle Snyder, Jason Nolf, Colby Covington, Marab Devalish Billy, Armand Sarukyan, and more. All in one place. Plus experience the RAF 09 fan zone before the matches begin. And attend a special RAF wrestling clinic the next day run by our RAF athletes. Get your tickets now at realamericanfreestyle.com.
Injured in an accident? Call now! Oh, look. If you've been hurt, the last thing you need is another high-stress situation. At Branch & Dillon, our goal is to remove that stress and let you focus on recovery while we focus on protecting your interests. Established right here in Dallas-Fort Worth. When you work with us, you're a fellow Texan, not a number. No yelling, no gimmicks. Visit us at crashhelpfast.com. You focus on recovery. We'll handle the rest. crashhelpfast.com.
At Genesis of Plano, part of the Huffines Auto family, we're committed to doing things the right way. With clear, upfront pricing, no unwanted dealer addendums, and over 100 years serving North Texas. Our vehicles are engineered to inspire exploration, pushing the boundaries of what luxury can be. And our dealership delivers an experience defined by comfort, intention, and elevated detail. Visit Genesis of Plano today and discover a higher standard of luxury, totally on your terms.
At Idea Public Schools, students are prepared not just for graduation, but for what comes next. Because when students are challenged and supported, bright futures follow. Bright futures begin at Idea Public Schools. Learn more at ideapublicschools.org.
Sponsored by Idea Public Schools.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
All right, fellas, let's talk about your hair for a sec. If you're losing it and you desire to have it back, then Advanced Hair Restoration has the easiest guaranteed solution. It's unbelievable. It's a simple one-day treatment, and it offers life-changing results, and I've seen it with my own eyes. Fellas, it's not magic, but close to it, okay? Now, here's the deal. They put hair where you need it most, and then, bam, it grows. It's actually science, all right? Advanced Hair, they have it all. Top-rated physicians, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins regrowing the very next day. Advanced Hair even guarantees it to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation now, 469-599-HAIR. And if you qualify, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Okay, Advanced Hair, they have changed tens of thousands of lives, and they are the team that I personally recommend. So don't wait. Check out the before and afters online for yourself, 469-599-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Lunch was great, but this traffic is awful.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's creoninfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Kevin Hagelin here from my friends at Souza Clinic. I'm down 20 pounds already and love how they have helped me start to transform my body. They're an all-in-one program that combines natural weight loss, plus you get the same treatments that I do to target that deep, stubborn, dangerous belly fat. You also get the skin tightening. Clients can lose up to 20 pounds a month without the side effect of injections. Call today, 972-479-5187, or visit weightlossfortexas.com and start looking your best this summer with Souza Clinic.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Hawaiian Falls in Mansfield.
It's Alec Medford from 105.3 The Fan. Join me at Hawaiian Falls, Mansfield on June 4th from noon to 2 to celebrate baseball. Meet Rangers mascot captain and coach Travis Jankowski. Wear your favorite team's gear to score admission for $19.99. Visit hfalls.com for details.
Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. And Ball Maxing is back for a third episode. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Eric Nadell's coming up here in 15 minutes. Looking forward to talking to him about Rangers and Royals and his trip to Cuba and so much more. And here's the Chief.
What a night it was for the two-time MVP, SGA, right after this.
Now there's a new trend called ball maxing.
Everybody has a preference. Some guys like them round, and some guys like them thin. Some guys like them tacky. Some guys like them brand new. Some guys like old balls. I mean, they're all different.
Do you still think the balls are juiced?
Great question, Rich Eisen.
Whose balls are juiced?
We're still trying to figure that part out. Let's get some of those juice balls to the Globe. What do you say?
We need them, man.
We need juiced balls. I'll be there tomorrow.
I will as well.
I'm excited.
Looking forward to that.
We got our family day at the ballpark tomorrow. It's going to be awesome, man. Your girl's first trip to the ballpark?
100%.
Mine as well. This is going to be great.
Yeah, it's going to be a good time.
If they
Looking
don't
forward
win,
to it.
I'm going to be super pissed.
Just like Thunder fans are today as they drop Game 6. The elimination opportunity for the Thunder was right there for the taking. 118-91, they get smacked around. Wemby shows up in his, was that like a monk-style outfit that he was wearing?
So. Yeah, I think that was monk gear.
He was locked in, dude. Yeah. Might need to start making that a habit.
He even had the sandals.
He did have the sandals.
Yeah.
Lucius, how quickly into the game did you know that he had the eye of the tiger last night and he was ready to tear him up?
As soon as I seen him come out, walk out there, man.
Yeah?
Yeah. When I see him with the Assalamu Alaikum gear on, I knew it was going to be real.
Yeah, he showed up and showed out in a pretty impressive manner. He was dropping the 3 bombs on you, and it was...
He wanted hard fouls?
Yeah, he wanted the hard fouls.
Yeah, what a monster, bro.
I know. I love it.
He's like really a bad guy on the court.
It's like, dude, if they're going to flop around like that,
let's go for
him. Go ahead and make them pay a little bit. 28 points, 10 boards, 2 steals, 3 blocks. First player to reach those numbers in a Western Conference Finals elimination game since Kevin Garnett. Game 6 was Wemby's 8th game with 25 or more points and multiple blocks in a game this postseason. The most in a single postseason in Spurs history, passing Timmy D.
Oh.
Hell of a run this guy's on, and who would have known that it would take a Frenchman to bring the game policing itself back to the NBA?
Yeah, I love it, dude. He's all about the business, and SGA is taking some heat today. I mean, it was one of his worst playoff performances. Not used to seeing him suck quite that bad. And I love that the refs, they only gave him the 3 free throws. It's like, hey, man, you want to flail around and do your thing? We'll give you 3 chances to do that. We're not going to put you at the charity stripe 10 times tonight. So you're going to go 6 of 18 from the field. You're going to go 0 from downtown, and you're going to be a minus 28 in the plus-minus. And he had a couple of nice highlights of him hitting the deck. It's crazy for such an elite athlete how many times he does end up falling down. But I liked that Jay Williams has a new segment on Get Up called Life Alert with SGA. Help me, I've fallen, I can't get up, and it's just nice highlight reels of him falling down oftentimes when there was no push, there was no shove. But I liked this from former Nuggets point guard and North Carolina Tar Heel Ty Lawson. Did you see his tweet last night?
Oh, dude, he was hot.
Yeah.
He was hot. I did see his tweet. I don't remember much of it, but I remember thinking, wow, this is scathing coming from a former player.
I know, man. Not a fan of the flopperoni pizza that is SGA. Things he'd rather do than watch SGA and be a Thunder fan. Number 1, this is Ty Lawson, former NBA player. He would rather play hide-and-go-seek with Jeffrey Dahmer in an abandoned Chuck E. Cheese.
You want to party? You want to party hardy?
That's how he kicks off the proceedings here. He has 4 things he'd rather do than watch SGA act like he's playing basketball. Number 2, be a Temu parachute tester.
The Temu online stuff. You can get like anything from Temu, but it's cheap.
Yeah.
Okay. Abby used to love Temu. Oh, Dad, look what I can get. It would show up. It was flimsy.
Temu parachute tester. That's pretty good. Number 3, this is violent. This is aggressive.
Should we say this one?
Stick his piece in a blender.
Oh, what does he mean by piece?
That's a good question. I'm still trying to figure that part out.
Okay.
But there is some piece of something potentially attached to his body that he would rather put in a blender than watch SGA play basketball. And number 4, he would rather lick a Porta-John toilet seat at Coachella.
He would be.
My goodness.
He's behind the times on that one. We've had people already do this one.
The Coachella?
Well,
Porta-John or just
we
did have some nasty runs. Yeah, and he saw the aftermath of that. He saw the hospitalization that caused, and he'd still rather do that than watch SGA and be a Thunder fan. And I clicked the follow button after a tweet like that. You know?
think this is how everyone felt watching Dwayne Wade play?
Yes, to a significant extent, and maybe not throughout the course of his career, but
Definitely
certainly
in 2006.
in the finals run, yes, when you had referees actively gambling on the outcomes there.
That was ridiculous.
That was bad. For sure. And that was, I think, more of a ref thing, though, than Dwayne Wade. It wasn't like Dwayne Wade was selling calls in such an aggressive manner like SGA is doing. The referees were the disaster there. They got put behind bars as they should have. And SGA is next.
I mean,
He's going to prison.
Lock him up.
NBA prison.
I also think Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is one of the absolute best players in the game.
100%.
You know?
When he's not flopping around, he does make some awesome plays. He's got some awesome shots.
But I mean, you're not strong, right? You're kind of built like a male model.
Well, get strong.
You could
built like a male model.
But
Carter Bryant,
I think in his defense, Carter Bryant.
That was aggressive. That was Carter Bryant saying, "Okay, if this is how you want to play basketball, I'm going to actually get physical with you."
So to me, Chief, I don't want to fight with you about this, but
I want you to.
I do think.
Don't be a coward, Dawson.
Don't
after his ass.
Don't flop in the fight either.
I do think if you're a finesse player and they're going to those lengths, that reveals how physical and aggressive and disrespectful they're being to one of the greats of the game. So he's got to fight back however he can. He can't punch him. He doesn't want to get thrown out of the game. The way that you get overly aggressive opponents off you in the league is to flop. It's been that way for 40 years.
It's just never been. I just can't remember a time where it was. I mean, we had the numbers.
Westbrook and Harden were worse. You know, with their hooking. And with the jumping into things, remember the rip-throughs?
Yeah, the rip-throughs was a disaster with Harden, but he does the jump into stuff. SGA does the jump into stuff, and I get it when you go ahead and you get the pump fake going and that guy jumps.
Yeah.
You know, I understand that, but for me, it's just he's always peeling himself off the deck after borderline every possession, it feels like.
Being aggressive as hell.
Constantly falling down on the hardwood, and it is annoying to watch. If I was Jalen, you don't see that with Jalen Brunson. It's not like you have a rampant thing where every time you watch one of the star undersized guards playing basketball, you go, here he goes again. I don't see Jalen Brunson doing that. Jalen Brunson would have every excuse as well. I'm undersized. They have all these different things. I'm trying to find advantages. Okay, well, I'm not going to fall down on the floor and pout like I'm 9 years old and then look at the refs like, I can't believe you didn't call that when the guy didn't touch me, but I fell down.
Yeah,
that's how SGA plays basketball. And when he doesn't do that, he does have a pretty game. It is a fun game.
Very aesthetically pleasing.
The rare possessions where he's not trying to bait the officials to make him fall down.
But one of the things I really like and respect about you as a broadcaster, Chief, is that you will attempt to be honest. So if I was going to ask you this question, how would you feel about him if you were a Thunder fan?
If I was a Thunder fan, I think I would probably understand the frustrations from around the league, but he's on my team. We're winning championships. I'm probably not going to freak out about it. You know, it's just kind of the nature of it. You get one of those pesky, like Dillon Brooks kind of dudes, and Dillon Brooks might be a bad example because he's not that good of a player, but one of those guys that everybody around the league just hates, but you're like, yeah, but he's on my team, so I appreciate him. So if I was a Thunder fan, you know, I'd probably go to bat for him to some extent, but as a non-Thunder fan and just a guy that likes to watch basketball, it is so freaking annoying to watch him play for 48 minutes a night, except for last night because they got clobbered and he got clocked. Now, I did want to play this sound
because I think the guy that clobbered him should be probably suspended a game. You're going strong safety on the MVP.
Yeah.
What are we doing here?
No, I get that. Hey, I totally get that. That was a conscious effort from Carter Bryant to go let out some frustration there. So, yeah, if they wanted to do something about it, by all means, go ahead. Now, I don't know if you guys have heard this sound, but you remember a few weeks ago when the San Francisco Giants outfielders had their little thrusty celebration, the trio of tips. And you have former MLB player and San Francisco Giant and Texas Ranger Will Clark, who he has no filter.
No.
And as a matter of fact, on this podcast where he's talking about this, weeks later, he's still frustrated. He's wearing a shirt that says, like, I have no filter. But this is a pretty good sports rant here, clobbering the Giants, who have pretty much sucked this season for their very zesty celebration.
Hey, look, when you go out there and you do your thing, and, you know, you win a ball game or whatever, all right, you know, high fives or, you know, whatever. But to be 20 and 30 and then, you know, me watching out there and they got some sort of dance where they're doing a fucking pelvic thrust or something like that. I'm like, what the fuck is this, dude? You're 20 and 30. You don't have the luxury of doing that kind of bullshit out there. It looks chicken shit. All right, you know, go back, high five each other. Nice job. We won one. Now let's keep it going. Let's keep the freaking train running. But the train has been off the tracks a little bit.
Yeah, I don't think I hated it nearly as much as you. I mean, just for the fact that...
Oh, I hate it. I hate it just because it's fucking stupid. You don't do it from a losing team.
Well, you don't even... First of all...
You haven't even earned the right to do it because you're fucking losing.
Got to earn the right to thrust, boys. Winners thrust, losers.
Don't they only thrust after wins?
That's a guy from my era.
But they're not thrusting after losses. Well, they're only thrusting after wins.
Yeah.
They don't have enough wins to justify the thrust.
I was at LSU and he was at Mississippi State. Sounds just,
you know,
that's
with these old trusty MLB people, you're suspending a rebate for the whole crotch chop deal.
No.
I thought it was great. If they want to thrust each other, let them thrust.
We got Eric Nadel. Maybe we'll get his thoughts on this thrust gate.
What do you think about thrusting, Eric?
Up next here in the G-Bag Nation, we'll talk with the Hall of Fame longtime announcer, your Rangers on the Fan. I want to chat with you about my friends at D&M Leasing here. They respect your weekend, your work-life balance. You want a new vehicle? You could do it the old-fashioned way, go into a dealership, hang out, maybe spend multiple days, hours. It's going to be hot. You're walking around that parking lot looking for cars. Forget that. Just call D&M Leasing right now and tell them what you want. Any make, any model, foreign, domestic, car, truck, SUV. D&M Leasing has access to anything and everything. And all you have to do right now is call them and tell them what you want. Tell them what you're trading in. They're going to give you the highest trade-in value possible. And then you'll see why. I love them. I've done over 10 easy leases throughout the years. Won't be too long before I do another one. Probably just going to get another Frontier. That's, my vehicle of choice, turns out. What is your vehicle of choice? I don't know. I only know the best way to acquire it. And if all you know is a monthly payment that you want, call them. Tell them, I'd like my monthly payment to be $350, $455. What can you handle? D&M Leasing is going to fit the perfect dream vehicle to you and your family's budget. 972-817-35 lease. Go online, dmautololeasing.com.
Chris Mack here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Montreal's shots on goal totals by period in the Eastern Conference Final read like a phone number. 362-370-5611. There's a 5 and a 3 in there somewhere, too, like it's an international number. But Carolina has smothered them with their forecheck after shaking off rust from their 11-day break going into Game 1. And I think the Hurricanes suffocate the life out of the Habs again at home tonight. I'll take them on the puck line at plus 105. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hi, it's Michaela, and it's always game time at Boomer Jacks. Now, there are 2 more great reasons to love us. Enjoy $2 domestics and $3 Dos Equis each day until 2 a.m. Find your location in DFW at boomerjacks.com and raise your game.
Dallas Metro's newest resort community, Bynum Springs Club, has sold over 60 estate lots in just a few months. Their newest phase opens Saturday, June 6th. Go to bynumsprings.com to RSVP. bynumsprings.com.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here, my good friends over at QC Kinetics. We're going to get you healthy, and we're going to keep you healthy, boys and girls. If you've been dealing with joint pain, knees, hips, back, shoulders, elbows, ankles, wherever it may be, QC Kinetics has got you covered. And what do I mean by joint pain? I'm talking about that pain where you stop calling it pain and you start saying, that's just how I am. That's not okay. Deep down, you know it. You'd love to live a normal life, one that was active, one that doesn't hurt, one that does not have so much pain involved. Restorative, regenerative therapy allows your body's own healing properties to target those aching joints, healing patients with pain from arthritis, injury, knees, hips, shoulders, elbows, ankles. I had it back in 2021. Right elbow, right shoulder, left elbow, left shoulder. 972-972-8610. 972-972-8610. Dallas, Fort Worth, Plano, Grapevine, QC Kinetics. 972-972-8610.
TXU Energy is the trusted 5-star provider with plans to help you save no matter how you use energy. Whether that means you're a work-from-homer, a stay-up-all-nighter, a newfound EV driver, a solar panel adopter, or a recent mover, they've got a plan just for you. And a total satisfaction guarantee means they stand behind every single plan. Discover why more Texans choose TXU Energy than any other provider by visiting TXU.com today. TXU Energy. Energy for everything.
Visit TXU.com for more information. Rep number 10004.
Not only have the On-Time Experts team with the Cowboys, they're also supporting your favorite Cowboys podcast, Love of the Star, with Brian Broaddus, Zach Wilczek, and Eric Chifalo, with new episodes 3 times weekly. Check out Love of the Star, presented by the On-Time Experts on Odyssey, or wherever your favorite podcasts are.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. that make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds, and you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. That's ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may.
You love your land. During Kubota Orange Days, you'll love all the great deals. With versatile compact tractors, professional-grade mowers, and durable utility vehicles, Kubota equipment can help you turn dream projects into reality. Kubota Orange Days is here, and so are the best deals of the year. Now through June 30th, get select compact tractors with 0% financing available or save up to $5,500. Sale ends soon. Go to KubotaOrangeDays.com or stop by your local dealer for more information.
Hey, Tolo's RJ Choppy here, and do I have a major announcement for you from Platinum Ford in Terrell? You can get employee pricing right now, which means you pay what they pay at Platinum Ford. We're talking American value for American values. It doesn't get better than this. Check out the full lineup of trucks and SUVs. Some restrictions apply. Go see GM Adam Vinci right now. Tell him you want your employee pricing, and you want to pay what he pays. You can start the process online, PlatinumFord.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by BuyersBarricades.com.
Buyers Barricades is a full-service traffic control provider, taking care of your project from the evaluation and planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
January, February, March, and now April. Thanks, Tolos. You've made us the #1 sports station in DFW. They said it couldn't be done, but together we proved them wrong. Thanks for choosing 105.3 The Fan.
All right, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time now for our weekly conversation with the Rangers Hall of Famer Eric Nadel, brought to you by Kubota and brought to you by TXU Energy. And here he is now on The Fan, Eric Nadel. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Oh, we're doing pretty good, considering, we were hoping for a better week from this baseball team. Can we start with first inning home runs? Wolchuk brought it up earlier. The team's on pace to give up 54 of them for the season, which is crazy. 1 out of 3 games. Can you put any rhyme or reason to that, Eric?
No, not at all. It doesn't make any sense. I think it goes into the wash. That's the way baseball go category. It just doesn't seem to make sense. And the fact that it's even happening here, is one thing for it to be happening on the road where there are a lot of hitters, ballparks, but to be happening here where, it's hard to hit a home run, it's just mind-boggling.
You don't feel like the pitchers are being too aggressive? Everybody's doing their job. Maybe we're just a little snake bit here. What do you think?
I don't think so. And for a while, I thought it was poor pitch selection. Everybody was starting off the game with fastballs and not varying what they did. But in the last week, they've started varying it, and they're still giving up home runs. So I guess that wasn't it.
Man, that's great analysis here from Eric Nadel with you every Friday at 4:40 on The Fan. So when we look at this season and trying to avoid a third straight post-World Series season with disappointment, how bad off are they? How big of a hole have these Rangers dug for themselves?
Fortunately, Gavin, it's not really a big hole at all. I mean, they're 2.5 games out in the wild card. They're 2.5 games out in the division. It's absolutely ludicrous that more than a third of the way into the season, there's not a team in our division with a winning record. And the team that holds the final wild card spot has a losing record. Toronto and Chicago are sharing that wild card spot right now, and they're under 500. So the Rangers are very fortunate. The American League in its entirety and the West Division specifically have been so woeful, and they're getting their pants beat off by the National League in interleague play, which is how so many teams in the American League have these losing records. But they're actually, if you're at the trading deadline and you're 2.5 games out, you're going for it. So to say they've dug themselves a hole would really be an exaggeration right now, largely due to the ineptitude of the rest of the teams in the division.
Does Yordan Alvarez having 17 home runs in just 33 games at Globe Life Field kind of put to bed maybe this park isn't conducive for hitters?
Well, I don't know that he counts. I think he's such a freak, such a physical monster I think you pretty much have to take him out of all of the comparisons, because when he's healthy, there really isn't anybody who compares with him. Maybe Ohtani does, but, speaking of freaks.
No kidding.
That's the freakiest of all.
All right, well, let's keep the freak talk going. We got a Nolan Ryan bloody lip giveaway with the jersey tonight. I mean, what are your memories when you just think Nolan Ryan and the Texas Rangers? But is this up there with the best giveaways the Rangers have done?
It might be the best ever. Certainly the most popular ever. I mean, this game's going to be a sellout. Friday night game with Kansas City, a last-place team, and they're going to sell out this game, and it's been almost sold out for a few days. Clearly, this is a super popular item and one that I imagine they'll bring back, given the popularity of it. But, as I think back on that game, the thing that really struck both Mark Holtz and me, Mark was doing the game with me, was how the ball was not hit hard. There's this legend that has grown that Nolan got hit by this smash back to the mound. It was a Baltimore chop. It was hit straight down in front of the plate. Just because Bo Jackson hit it doesn't mean it was a hard hit ball. It was not a hard hit ball. And in fact, Nolan didn't see it because he had to look up to find it. It was a high bounce. He had to look up to find it. He was looking into the lights and looking into the rain. It was drizzling that night. And so he completely lost sight of the ball. And that's how he wound up getting hit. And you don't have to get hit very hard to split your lip. And, that's what happened. It's probably the most vulnerable area on your body in terms of how easy it is to cut. And that's how he wound up, spurting blood for the rest of the game, not because he was hit by some rocket back to the mound.
Well, do you think this would happen in today's game? Would they go out there and bandage him up or make him come out?
I think they'd let him keep pitching. The thing that would be different is they wouldn't wash the jersey. The jersey would become a piece of memorabilia that would be very valuable, especially if it was somebody like Nolan Ryan, who had it. In the case of the Rangers back then, they needed the jersey because Nolan would go through a few jerseys a game, and it would not be 3 or 4 different jerseys. They would wash the jerseys during the game, as he would get them all sweaty and in this case all bloody. They'd wash the jerseys, and, in the 5th or 6th inning, they'd have him put the jersey on that he was wearing to start the game. And so as soon as he came out that inning, they took that jersey off him, gave him the spare jersey, and washed that jersey. So it's never been available, to be an incredibly expensive piece of memorabilia. I wonder what it would be worth if it were still around. And Nolan could sign it, maybe sign it in blood. That would really
that'd
be
be
cool.
good. That would be. Hey, Eric, I'm going to do something terrible to you, and I'm sorry about this. But Bobby Witt Jr., when you look at him as a baseball player overall in your history, do you have a spot for him as a top 10 guy, or is he on his way to being a top 10 guy in the Eric Nadel ranking of great baseball players?
I think so, and I certainly hope so. I love Bobby. He's a great guy. Of course, I've been friends with his dad since 1985 or 86. We've seen this kid grow up, and now he's absolutely sensational. I liken his skill set to that of Alfonso Soriano, who the Rangers had for a brief period. The combination of power and speed. Bobby's a much better fielder, though. That's the difference. Bobby's a Gold Glove caliber shortstop, in addition to having the offensive talents. I just think he's one of the most well-rounded players that I've seen in a long, long time, and it's always fun to watch him. Not fun to watch him beat us, but always fun to watch him play.
Speaking of well-rounded players, Eric, how much do you think Seager and Langford turn things around when they get healthy?
Who knows? You wonder if they're going to rush back. Yeah. We still don't know if Wyatt's going to go on a rehab assignment. He took live batting practice today. That was a good sign. We'll see how he comes out of it. We'll see how he feels tomorrow. We haven't been given any indication when or if he might go out on a rehab assignment. But you don't expect immediate results when these guys come back. Corey's had some situations where he has kind of immediately started hitting when he came back, but he's also had some where he didn't. And, you can't really expect them to jump right in and carry the club as soon as they come back, whenever that is. So I don't know that the Rangers can really rely on that. They need to get some of these other guys going.
Eric, how down would you be to if and when we get another Jock Peterson 3-run homer, calling that one a Jimmy Jock?
Oh, I like it.
You like that?
I'm all in.
Okay. Okay, very
Great
good.
idea.
Thank you.
That's a fantastic idea.
I appreciate that. And if we get a pitcher that's just can't find the strike zone, maybe you could analyze that as a guy who's just really ball maxing.
I might stay away from that one.
Okay, very good.
1 for 2 is not bad, Chief. You're hitting 500.
I'll take it, man. I think the Rangers would too.
Eric, we were having the conversation about the Giants outfielders and their thrusting celebration. What are your thoughts on the thrusting?
Not a fan of the thrusting, and I was glad to see that Abner Uribe got a 1-game suspension today for his thrusting. I'm all for celebrating. I have nothing against that. I like the fact that players can express themselves now without fear of having a baseball thrown at their head. But I think thrusting is going a little too far. I think they've crossed a line there.
So you draw the line at taunting, you think?
Yes, definitely. Celebrating is fine, but when it's pointed toward the other team, that's where it gets rough. That was the whole thing when Jose Bautista had the bat flip against the Rangers in the playoffs in Toronto. If he had thrown it to his own dugout, I don't think anybody would have been that upset. But throwing it toward the Rangers dugout, certainly was a way of taunting, and that was my biggest objection to that.
Hey, how good of a time was your Cuba trip?
It's very interesting. That country's in really bad shape. It wasn't nearly as fun as it normally is. It's very hard to get around. They have very little fuel. As a result, there are no buses. There are no garbage trucks. So there are piles of trash in the street on every block. And there are very few taxis since it's very hard for them to get gas. And if they do find gas on the black market, it's around $20 a gallon. So the taxi fares have pretty much tripled if you can find a taxi. So it's really hard to do anything. Most of the nightclubs are closed. It wasn't really possible to go out and hear live music every night of the week like you do normally there. It was, it would be hard if you wanted to go to the beach. It would become a really expensive round trip. What normally would have been like a $30 to $40 round trip now would be over $100. If somebody wanted to go to the beach. I tend to go to community centers and to friends' houses and talk to as many people as I can. And even that became difficult because the temperatures there are already really hot and it's very humid. So you don't want to walk all around town, and that's pretty much the only way you can do it now. So I felt very limited, to tell you the truth. But I always love seeing my friends there and bringing down some of the things that they need, since everybody there needs everything right now.
Man, I love that. I love your stories from Cuba. What you drinking and what you thinking on this Friday?
I've been drinking my favorite diet soda, which is, I call it the Eric Suicide. It's half Diet Coke and half Diet Dr. Pepper with a lot of ice. I order it all the time when I go to the Stars games at American Airlines Center, and the concessionaires always look at me like, huh? What? And I said, you've never gotten that order before? Never has anyone ever told me that they've gotten that order before. But I just love the combination. To me, it tastes like a cherry Coke, but it's a diet. It's sugar-free. So I'm all about the half Diet Coke, half Diet Dr. Pepper. Give it a shot.
I'm into it, man. Are you mixing those up at home?
I tend to do it more when I'm out. I try and stay away from the diet sodas at home, or any kind of sodas. I have an addictive personality, and I'm trying to not get hooked on the stuff. I know Ralph Strangis has been hooked on Diet Coke through all these years, and that's been a warning sign to me.
It is glorious. It's nectar of the gods, if you will. Eric, I have dabbled for decades myself. Appreciate your time as always. Have a great weekend, and we'll catch you up with you next week.
Great to talk to you guys.
Brought to you by Kubota and TXU Energy. The Hall of Fame announcer, your Texas Rangers, Eric Nadel, with us Fridays at 4:40. We're coming back to talk about what we're drinking and what we're thinking here at 877-881-1053. Your phone calls next on The Fan.
But first, let me tell you about my friends at Greystone Roofing and Construction. You can check them out at greystone-roofing.com. This storm season has been crazy. We've seen some hailstorms that were atypical, for sure. Tennis ball to baseball size hail in some areas. That kind of impact doesn't just ding a roof, it compromises your entire home. Roofing, gutters, windows, siding, everything. And the mistake people make after storms like these is they let the first guy who knocks on their door take control of the situation. Please don't do that. Damage at this level requires real experience, someone who understands full scope restoration, not just patchwork. And that's why I tell everyone to call my friends at Greystone Roofing. Save this number right now, 469-202-7205. They know how to assess the damage properly, deal with the insurance the right way, and handle a project of this size from start to finish. So if your home's been hit, this is not the time to guess. Call Greystone Roofing today, 469-202-7205, and get the right team on your side before this gets worse. Or check them out at greystone-roofing.com.
When your friends say, "Hey, did you hear?" you can proudly say, "I heard it on the Fan," keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan, the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, and TuneIn app. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Rams quarterback Matthew Stafford said all the right things when discussing the team drafting Alabama quarterback Ty Simpson 13th overall. The 38-year-old MVP said he met with Sean McVay and discussed the selection and realizes he's not 25 anymore. Stafford says he's willing to help the young QB learn as he's part of the team, but that his job is to go out there and get himself and the team ready to play first. The Rams are currently the favorites to win the Super Bowl. I'm Adam Abdallah.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Thanks. Is oil marked down?
Save up to $15 when you buy 5 quarts and a filter.
And fuel treatment?
2 for $9 on Lucas.
Brake pads?
Marked down to free.
Free?
Get free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 Duralast rotors.
That's several markdowns.
For many more miles.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
The U.S. Treasury just released its official financial report for 2025. Buried in it is a startling admission. By its own numbers, it appears the U.S. government is insolvent. When governments go this deep in debt, they print money, raise taxes, or cut benefits, none of which can help protect you. That's why people move part of their savings into physical gold and silver. Call Monetary Gold at 877-NOW-GOLD for their complimentary gold and silver guide. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. Do it before the next headline, not after. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Big news, Fort Worth. Luxor Staffing is hiring for a major new electronics manufacturer in the Alliance area. We are urgently hiring machine operators for this cutting-edge facility. Positions start ASAP. Be a part of the DFW's newest tech hub while enjoying weekly pay, great benefits, and incredible growth potential. Don't wait. Apply online or find your local recruiting office at luxorstaffing.com. That's luxorstaffing.com.
You love your land, and you have plans for it. During Kubota Orange Days, you'll love the great deals on our versatile, reliable lineup, helping you turn dream projects into reality. Visit your Kubota dealer today for the best deals of the year. Now through June 30th, get select compact tractors with 0% financing available or save up to $5,500. Sale ends soon. Go to KubotaOrangeDays.com for more information.
TXU Energy is the trusted 5-star provider with plans to help you save no matter how you use energy. Whether that means you're a work-from-homer, a stay-up-all-nighter, a newfound EV driver, a solar panel adopter, or a recent mover, they've got a plan just for you. And a total satisfaction guarantee means they stand behind every single plan. Discover why more Texans choose TXU Energy than any other provider by visiting TXU.com today. TXU Energy. Energy for everything.
Visit TXU.com for more information. Rep number 10004.
Babe Laufenberg here at Classic Chevrolet Fleet and Commercial with Brad Robler. Brad, how's it going?
It's going fantastic, babe. Business owners need to take advantage of the final days of our classic Memorial Day savings. We take pride in being the #1 Chevy dealer in the world 3 years straight. We're always helping business owners upgrade their business vehicles for less. These are the final days to upgrade your business with Memorial Day savings.
Sounds like the game plan is for business owners to come see you today. What vehicles have the biggest savings right now?
Upgrade to a new Chevrolet Silverado 4500 HT work truck, $25,000 in total savings.
See all classic Memorial Day savings at classicfleet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic, your Chevy Business Elite dealer. Together, let's drive. Classic Chevrolet Fleet and Commercial, driving business since 1978.
Based on 2023 through 2025 new Chevrolet deliveries. Stock number RH077801. MSRP $68,662. Dealer added equipment and accessories $16,961. Classic discount $13,000. Consumer cash program $10,000. 24 model bonus cash $2,000. $60,623 sales price plus tax, title, license, and $225 dealer duct fee. Expires 5/31/26.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It's hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation on a Friday that can mean only one thing. Crack them if you got them. It's time for the one segment of the week where you're actually encouraged to call in while intoxicated or in the process of catching the buzz. That's right. It's time for What You Drinking and What You Thinking. Only 2 rules of the segment. Number 1, you got to answer both questions. Number 2, you cannot be operating heavy machinery at the time of your phone call. That does include an automobile. We want to be safe as possible, okay? Defensive driving and all that. Let's go around the room. We'll establish what we are drinking and thinking here on this Friday afternoon. Then we're out to your phone calls and text messages if you would like at 877-881-1053. Just leave your name and city you're texting from there as well. We'll make you famous. Currently, I'm drinking this 8-ounce vanilla latte. I'm kind of addicted to these things. I think I got to look up how many calories are in this.
Okay, that's probably.
I feel like I'm getting a lot of sugar.
Yeah,
it's almost like I don't get hungry because I'm drinking a vanilla latte every 90 minutes or so.
Every 90 minutes?
yeah, I'm enjoying them. It's maybe the best workplace benefit I've ever seen is this coffee machine that we got.
Machine, yeah.
It's a coffee robot. And I am confused why so many basketball fans are having a hard time enjoying this SGA experience. I feel bad for them because I feel like it might be ruining one of the greatest series we've ever seen. And I would like to point out at this time, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has suffered 6 sprained ankles in his career because people are obsessed with closing out on him and invading his space. So, yes, I will acknowledge part of this is flopping, but that's been a part of the league for every star, I think, since the mid-'80s. I think he's just trying to take the impact off his joints. So as he's going to the ground, he's trying to slide to sort of spread that impact out over his body and the floor instead of potentially coming down with all that weight on his ankles. And yes, it's an eyesore, but when you go up, he's jumping 30 inches to shoot his jump shot. You can't follow through and follow that shot and see where the rebound is going and also look down at your feet. So every time he lands, he has to assume that some Richard on the other team could be trying something dirty. And after last night, I would expect the refs to have an aggressive whistle in favor of SGA tomorrow night in Game 7.
Oh. He'll relish that.
Yeah, and I would expect him to have the eye of the tiger when it comes to doing those flops. Chief, what are you drinking? What are you thinking?
I'm drinking some high-quality C2O, that coconut water, getting hydrated for the weekend. Looking forward to Rangers game tomorrow with the family. Thinking about Terry Rozier, who has officially been, it's been announced that he did agree to a $100,000 bribe in order to manipulate his performance in an NBA game as part of a gambling scheme. So he makes $100,000, and then he checks himself out of a game early, so his unders hit, and a bunch of people wager over $250,000 on it.
Ouch.
Also, he can get it like $100,000 when this dude's made millions upon millions playing basketball.
Yeah, that's really bad decision making. I would think that we should be at the end of this, but we got the news earlier. Sorsby was still making bets after he got to Lubbock.
Yes,
did we have that news?
Yeah, he was making them as recently as this past December.
Okay, so I mean, it's crazy to me that players could see the stories that are out and what's on the line and decide to put millions on the line for a couple hundo. So
it is
shocking,
crazy, dude.
Shocking. But I guess I get it more from like a 10 or 12 year NBA veteran perspective because he's probably been in the league and like his budget has swollen massively. You got car payments, you got houses, and now you're trying to make a little extra on the side so you can get off the check-to-check thing. Especially his career is taking a turn for the worse. He's not making as much as he used to. Wolchuk, what are you drinking? What are you thinking?
Well, I'm sipping on some high-quality H2O. As you know me, that will turn into either whiskey or vodka later tonight. I'm excited to take the little girl out to her first ever Rangers game tomorrow. Eliza's pumped. It's going to be fun. Come say what's up. I think Sean's going to be out there. Bobby, Eric, Kevin, myself. We'll all be hanging out there at the game. I just hope the Rangers can take 2 of 3. Can we win a series? But I do think that this is exciting. I'm thinking about Blaine Trim. He just got back, and the Rangers system. Went a perfect 5 for 5 at the plate with a home run, drove in 5 RBIs, drew a walk, hit for the freaking cycle last night, and just his third game back with Round Rock. I think the Rangers should just call him up. Why the hell not?
Was that one of the guys we were watching in Surprise?
No, he wasn't with the club yet.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I think they got to try anything. Like, even if the guy's just going to be hot, ride that way for a couple of weeks and send him back when he cools off. Brian, drinking, thinking?
I'm not drinking anything currently, and I'm looking up at the score. You know how the boards, the TVs, I get distracted. And I'm looking at college baseball right now, and my national championship LSU Tigers defending, not even in the tournament, 28-25 for the season. So we didn't even make the tournament. But I learned something today. You get these upsets, these games, and there was a team called USC Upstate. USC Upstate beat Oklahoma State in baseball today, 8-5. And I was thinking, oh wow, USC beat Oklahoma State. No, USC Upstate. That's University of South Carolina Upstate.
Like a branch campus?
That's their college. Yeah, they're like
satellite campus.
Satellite campus beat Oklahoma State in baseball today, 8-5, and so we've had some early upsets in the college tournament already in the first round here. So Texas A&M currently is losing to Lamar. So my LSU Tigers are out of it, but. Man, I don't know. I don't know if we've ever got beat by USC Upstate in a baseball game. We probably did this year with how bad we were. But it's nice to see the college baseball. It's going to be a lot of fun. The road to Omaha is always fun thing to watch travel.
And it is crazy how smaller schools sometimes can go on a run.
It's
like,
amazing.
Is it the manager?
Yeah, it's amazing how some of these schools, and you never even heard of them, and then they show up and they're like Auburn got beat today. There's a bunch of high-ranking programs that, like UCLA. I see the St. Mary's is winning right now.
Baptist has been pretty darn good at
absolutely.
baseball.
UC Irvine, Oral Roberts.
Yeah.
Always. These schools, they pop up. They go on a run. It's fascinating to see the differences in that compared to some of the other sports. Lucius, we go into the Pimp Cup. What are you drinking? What are you thinking?
I am drinking the Rare Soda Pop.
Oh, no.
I barely drink soda pops. Rare Soda Pop
what kind,
right here.
Bro?
Crushed peach.
Ooh, that sounds
in a can. I got it from the barbecue spot on Saturday, and I've been holding it in this refrigerator for a long time.
Nice, dude. Almost stole that one. Glad I didn't.
I'm thinking I wanted to wake up on Saturday morning, man, and clean the house and maybe slide over to Lowe's and fix some random miscellaneous things at the house.
Dawson motivates you after his building the man weight room.
Bag. That's been my bag right there. But 'cause every Saturday I got to wake up and clean up and fix things. Got to do that.
Is nobody else going to do it?
Nobody else is going to do it. It's amazing. Mm-hmm. It's amazing. I know. Just step right over it. I'm like, okay, she's really going to leave that there. I'll be damned. That's what I thought about doing. The better half of me wants to do that, but the other half of me is going to go to the Lowrider Car Show in Dallas.
Oh.
Yeah, Dallas Market Hall.
Ooh.
Yeah, bro. Watch the Lowrider hopping contest. I think they're doing like some break dancing dance-offs, zoot suit competition.
Oh, there you go.
Not to mention all the lowrider girls out there.
Yes.
Yeah, might sneak a little tequila in there,
Yeah, dude, you're about to have the best weekend, I think.
I think I sent you was the Margarita Festival going on. Is that this weekend? When
is that this weekend too?
I don't know. I thought I saw the Margarita Festival and I think it's in Frisco.
That's my bag.
I was like thinking, it's got to be Lucius. Got to be going to this thing. Like everybody's.
Oh, Busy Bone's gonna be there. How about that?
At the Lowrider Show?
Yeah, he's gonna be performing.
It's going to be a party. Let's get down to these phone calls here at 877-881-1053. Lucius, where are we going first?
Let's go to Harrison and Mesquite. What are you drinking? What are you thinking, sir?
Hey, fellas. I'm drinking on a little H2O heading to the house. I'm thinking, Jill Fowler, I don't know what you ate for lunch, Eric, but you brought that heat about the Mavericks because you hit the nail on the head. The conversation about what they're looking for in a player. I agree. Length, size, and height.
Yep.
I agree. Even a kid that played for Arizona. I agree with that. Man, you brought that heat. You brought that heat today.
Thank you.
Now, your outtake on Shea Alexander is the same way I felt when Luka was doing all that fussing at the refs. I know Gavin proposed the question, how would you feel if we were Oklahoma fans Hell, the same way we felt when Luka was crying to the refs all the time. They're going to get tired of him falling on the ground. He don't jump that much off the ground either. It's not like he like a jump shooter like that. No, he doesn't. It's a lot of flopping, and he got there from James Harden, and I'm tired of seeing it too. I'm going to call him Shay Shay. He finna get a new nickname. It's going to be Shay Shay. He stay on the floor too much for a man on the floor and on his back too much. He going to explain that to his son. Now, when his son say, Daddy, why you always on the ground? What's going on? He going to have to explain that. So that's going to have to come to a stop. Yeah, that's going to have to come to a stop. And Gavin, let me shoot with you one time. Your take on Barkley, hey, Barkley was a beast when he played for Phoenix. And the only reason he don't have one ring is because of Michael Jeffrey Jordan. You couldn't stop Barkley in that playoff series when he played against Jordan. That's my only thing. I'm sick and tired, and y'all have a good weekend.
Man, your calls are undefeated. Harrison, salute to you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sounding off like he's got a pair, too.
He's got a pair.
Seriously, man, he wins it.
At 877-881-1053, Game 7 tomorrow night, 7 o'clock, Thunder, Spurs. Man, I feel like so many people in our audience are just so fired up about this game. If you have thoughts, if you're drinking and thinking about this West Finals, we'd love to hear from you. Where are we going next, Lucius?
I can't stand a Game 7 on a Saturday, bro. It just don't feel right to me, man.
I needed that to be Sunday.
Yeah, Game 7 Sunday. You can come in the next day and talk about it. There's like
you.
a space. It's just don't hit the same,
Agreed.
bro. Yeah. All right, let's go to Eric and Garland. What are you drinking? What are you thinking, dog?
Hey, what's up, fellas? This is Buster and Bonham, and I'm drinking bourbon. And what I'm thinking, I got a message right to Jared Sandler. Jared Sandler, you absolutely suck. I tell you what, you strike me as the kind of fella. You shut the hell up. You strike me as the kind of fella that would try to sucker punch a guy thinking you're going to land a haymaker only to miss and land on your face. Now, I'm not standing next to that watch on the Big Ben, but I'm going to tell you what time it is right now. You're hanging on by the skin of your teeth, and I need you to stop. Wipe that smug look off your face, Jared Sandler, because you suck.
All right. Wow. Jared Sandler's number one hater. Thanks for the call.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Stop it, man.
Wow.
We need to see, that's the type of thing we needed in the post-game show with Jared, who could actually follow up on that, right?
Well, Jared wouldn't have let that guy get it like 2 words into that before he jumped in.
He'd overstepped.
Yeah.
I was surprised none of you guys cut him off.
That was aggressive, dude.
I was just kind of interested in how it was going to end.
Like, was it freedom of speech kind of thing, I was going to let him cook.
Was it ever going to, well, I don't know about cooking, but yeah, just was he ever going to land anything?
Who's next, Lucius?
Let's go to JC in Panama City. JC, what are you drinking? What are you thinking, bro?
What's going on, fellas?
Hey,
buddy.
And I'm just sipping on some Gold Peak sweet tea like I always. All
right.
Oh,
damn, dude.
Did we lose him?
He was excited that Gold Peak tea's good, too.
He got AirPodded on that one.
Dang
Yeah, he did.
Oh, the AirPods died on him?
Yeah.
Sounded like it.
Boop. Okay, 469 in all caps, NBA Red River Shootout. Is that what we're getting? Some of those vibes?
Okay.
From Grand Prairie, drinking Coronas. The wife is due Tuesday with our second boy. I'm thinking Chris Paul needs to be a head coach in the next 3 years. I mean, he's always had head coach energy. Since like his second year in the league, he's basically been coaching his teams and bossing everybody around like he's their dad, so I guess he should be a coach. 918, drinking Samuel Adams beer, tell Texas Rangers fans to boo loud when the team plays horrible. The team has no desire to win. Fans need to let them have it. I think they might be approaching some boos. Although those fans at the Globe, they love their Rangers. We love our Rangers too, but I think the folks in there are just wholesome believers in their team, and they don't want to let negativity creep in too much.
Let baseball go.
That's right. Lucius, who's next?
Hey, man, shout out to the Ghetto Dreams Car Club. This is for you, bro. Hey, little low-rider music, huh? Hey! Let's go to Daniel in Colorado. Daniel, what are you drinking? What are you thinking? Or smoking?
Fellas, I'm drinking the second ghost of the day. I got the iced tea lemonade flavor. I got some Yellow Bellies cooling off at home, though, waiting for me when I'm done with work.
Nice.
Thinking a couple of things. One, I'm pretty excited. I just got a promotion, so
Congrats.
that starts here pretty soon. Appreciate it. Secondly, Dawson, I have your back on a lot of things, especially with these food takes. I'm a picky eater myself, but this SGA thing is like crossed the line, man. This flopping is just awful. It is. You cannot watch it, man. It's just, I haven't watched any of these games because I can't stand SGA.
I feel bad for you, man. I think you're missing some great basketball. Oh,
yeah. He's gone. Yeah. He had a really awful take the other day that kept me up on Wednesday night.
What was that?
Tossing and turning. So why did he say that?
What did I say?
Why did he say that? This is like the most divisive time in American history or something like that.
Divisive?
Yeah. Divisive. Whatever, fam.
Yeah.
Look at you.
It's dividing.
Look at you.
It's divisive.
I don't think it's the most, though.
You don't think, what was?
We had a whole lot. We had a few. I think it's another one. I always call this a new reconstruction. It's the new reconstruction period of America.
I just thought that
tossing and turning, bro. I was like, all these PBS documentaries I've been watching this fool. What was he talking about?
I mean, I wasn't alive for Nam.
Freaking book, bro.
I wasn't alive for Nam.
So you're talking about while you're on the planet?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You know me, I mean, for a long time, I would give my political thoughts on the show.
Yeah.
And you can't do that anymore.
Mm-mm.
No. So that's that. I mean, we were talking about the Jackson Dart thing, and I don't think a player really should risk giving his political opinion. We're here to play football.
Yeah.
Because it's that bad, because it's that divisive. Yeah, it's that.
It's very divisive. Very divisive.
When we first started doing this show.
I've been reading that divisive for so long, by the way. When I read, that's one thing about reading, bro. You got to say it out loud.
Yeah.
You read the darn word wrong.
Yeah. But when we first started doing this show in 2010 through 2015 or so, we would talk politics a lot, and the text would be like, "Oh wow, I didn't know Dawson was that way," But we just kept it moving. Now it's like if you talk about one side of the aisle favorably, you're going to risk losing business, losing friends, losing family members, definitely audience share.
Yeah. That's why I don't gangbang. I'm on no side.
There you go.
On my side, Playboy. I'm independent.
Who's next?
Let's go to Drew in Louisville. What are you drinking? What are you thinking?
Man, I'm drinking a cold Modelo, man, and I'm thinking the Spurs take out OKC in Game 7. But really what I'm thinking is the rivalry's renewed with, I grew up a San Antonio fan, but I miss the Tim Duncan going at Dirk. And I feel like going forward in the future, Wemby versus Flag is going to be a great rivalry. Just going forward, OKC as well, but I'm more worried. I'm a Texas boy, so I'm ready to see some good basketball on Saturday. I agree with y'all. I wish it was Sunday because basketball just feels different going into I feel like the Spurs are going to punch their but it just feels different on a Sunday night.
Thank you, Drew. Enjoy your weekend.
Yeah. That'd be nice if we had a Wemby versus Flag as the next Duncan versus Dirk. Means Mavs are damn good.
Do you think that most of our audience is more pro Spurs, even though it's a longer drive away than the Thunder?
I hate the Spurs for so long, bro.
I know. It's weird because I definitely hate the Spurs more than the Thunder, but this iteration of San Antonio I find
very likable.
Kind of pulling for Wemby in this series.
And Wemby might be my new favorite player that's not on the Mavs or Trailblazers.
Yeah, he's a fun player to watch.
His story is awesome. He might become one of the most meaningful athletes of all time if you listen to him talk.
Yeah.
And his confidence and his sense of security is just so next level. He's kind of like Bill Russell. I think there's Bill Russell qualities to this dude, but I hate the Spurs so much. Yeah. They've ripped hearts out, and I don't think anything, not even Wemby, can make me move beyond that. So maybe that's informing my SGA experience. Who's next, Lucius?
Let's go to Polo in Garland. What are you drinking? What are you thinking, Polo?
Man, I just came from Outback Steakhouse out in Mesquite. Y'all don't ever go there.
Yeah, you're gonna bitch about the service. There's no kidding about that, right? You're like America's food critic. You're like the Michelin guy.
They gave me some meat that wasn't done all the way.
Yeah. You need to pick better restaurants. Then it's always their fault.
But are you okay today?
I'm great, man.
Yeah, calm down.
No, I'm great, man. You always come on bitching about restaurants. That's all we ever hear, bitching about restaurants.
Okay,
Service.
I haven't said about the criminal ACC or the eight.
Yeah, well, whatever. Yeah, keep it going. Keep it moving.
I kind of talked to my homeboy Gavin. Now, Gavin, up until you said you hated the Spurs, I didn't know what was going on with you because I'm actually mad because I listened to Chris Young. Y'all called him earlier this week, and you try to tell him happy birthday. He got a whole attitude problem because his Rangers suck. You should have got his butt then. You should have kicked. Gavin, you could have been me. I would have bad on Chris Young. First, I would have asked him what the brothers on the team, because y'all got McCutcheon. But, man, McCutcheon's like 50 years old. Go get some young brothers or some young essays on y'all team that know how to catch the ball and not be injured all the doggone time. I'm tired of y'all getting on the red. This will be the Rangers and Cowboy Station. Y'all got all this love for the Spurs? No, man.
No.
And y'all got a love for, what's up, boy, that play for Houston? Y'all talking about, he's a freak of that. Y'all Garcia's supposed to be that man. He was just past his prime. He got $2 cup for making money. But we need to get some more brothers and some essays on the team, because I know McCutcheon probably feel like Jackie Robinson back when he first started with me. Ain't no brothers on the team. What's up? What's up, Gavin? Why you talking about these other Spurs? Talk about Wimby. You're supposed to say, Flag, we need somebody to help Flag go dunk on this boy and defend this. Because Derek Lively, you ain't it. Derek Lively need to go. He's too injury prone. He can't shoot the ball. He made 1 3-pointer during the finals when Luka hit the ball once. Other than that, he ain't nothing. Bye.
The incomparable and divisive Polo and Garland.
I think he's more divisive.
I think there's less blacks playing baseball. I think that's numbers prove that.
Yeah,
all right.
That's true.
That is true.
Head opens a line at 877-881-1053. Lucius, where are we going?
He said Outback.
Hey, that's my Outback, too.
My man,
I like that Outback.
My man bitches about everything.
The proprietor there's a Tolo.
He is the most miserable
She runs
human
a hell of a
being.
spot.
My man bitches about everything.
Let's go Outback tonight.
Seriously. This man, I mean, say something, wife. She didn't say a damn thing. Man bitches about everything. God. Guy can't have a good day. He really can't. He walks around thinking about things he wants to bitch about.
I was just waiting for him to ask you about SEC voting rights again.
Oh, hell yeah.
Can you give me 2 minutes
Jim
on
Crow
that?
laws. What do you think about that? Yeah.
All right, last one right here, man. Tim in
Carthage.
There we go.
No, it's Carthage.
Tim, what are you drinking? What are you thinking, sir?
Oh, wow. I can tell you one thing about what I'm drinking. It's margarita.
Yeah.
And me and Duran the other night, we had a little bit too much margarita. That's why he left the game and I was at the living room. Well, let me tell you something. Number one, I have to walk very, very softly today because some of your previous calls have kind of got you all riled up, and I don't want to be one of them. I'm going to tell you something. Harrison is a well-respected man in Carthage, Texas, because he drives over here every week, and he brings stuff in his route from Mesquite over here to Carthage to the restaurants, and they know him. They know him well. And I'll tell you another thing. Lamar University is no slouch when it comes to baseball. They have been ever since Coach Gillian back in the 80s and 90s built a program that could compete. And University of Texas, they know that very well. Finally, I'll just move on, and I'll say, Gavin, you look better in a Carthage hat than you do a draft hat.
Okay.
Brian?
Yes, sir.
Brian, I know that you got to work on some interruption skills.
I do.
And I've been counting the and while people are talking today. You would give me a or two every once in a while. So, that's a start. That's a start, Eric. You know that it's strange whenever I turn a baseball game off and I go to a basketball game like I did last night.
Yeah.
That is a very unusual situation. And Gavin, as far as why everybody loves the Spurs, it's not so much the Spurs as it is the Texas. It's just nothing but Texas and Oklahoma rivalry. That's all that is.
I get it.
And when it gets down to it, Zach, when you take that little girl out to the ballpark tomorrow, I hope Eliza wants some nachos. Because, buddy, I saw whenever I was watching the broadcast last night of that All for Texas nacho bottle at $30. Lord have mercy. You could feed a family of four. Maybe just Eric would be able to handle it, but otherwise a family of four could eat off that box. I'm telling you, that was a masterpiece. You guys, I love you, and I'm always here for you. I'll talk history anytime you want, Lucas.
There he goes. Oh, you're breaking up. Tim in Carthage, thank you for the call. That wraps up another edition of What You Drinking and What You Thinking here on your home of the Rangers, home of the Cowboys, 105 through the Fan. We're coming up on 1 hour until the pregame show, Rangers. It started really, I guess, in 92 Blazers Spurs. Portland wins in dramatic fashion in 7. Rod Strickland threw it away under the basket. They had the Blazers beat in Game 7. But then in 99, it really cemented it. The Memorial Day Miracle. You guys familiar with this? With Sean Elliott. Blazers are up 2 with 5 seconds to go. He hits a 3 in the corner with his heels elevated over the out-of-bounds line. He catches and shoots from 3. He knew that if his heels went down, he'd be out of bounds. So he knocks that down. They sweep Portland. And then you go through all of the 2000s and beyond with the Mavs storylines just exacerbating it. I feel like, I've been double victimized by this organization. And maybe I'm extra willing to look through some SGA flopping in order to ensure their suffering. Because dang it, they've had a good time for the last 27 years.
Yeah.
It's getting old. Okay, we got G-Bag of the Day in LA Live coming up next year. It's the G-Bag Nation, the fan.
But first, Holes, I know as parents, we would all do anything to give our own kids a bright future, but some kids need a helping hand to get there, and that's why I'm here to ask you to donate your old car to Cars for Kids. It is so easy, free towing, all paperwork done, a maximum tax deduction, and a $50 gift card as a thank you. Every cent of net proceeds goes to Texans Can Academies, giving at-risk kids the education and hope that they deserve. Listen, if my kids needed help, I'd pray someone would step up. Be that someone today. Visit carsforkids.org or call 866-835-5437 and write off the car, not the kid.
A weekend of baseball at the ballpark. Now, that's how you start your summer. Get to Globe Life Field May 29th through the 31st when Josh Young and the Rangers host Bobby Witt Jr. and the Kansas City Royals. These 3 games will bring big moments and great giveaways, including the must-have Nolan Ryan Bloody Lip jersey, presented by Globe Life. Grab your tickets at Rangers.com. All for Texas.
At Genesis of Plano, part of the Huffines Auto family, we're committed to doing things the right way. With clear, upfront pricing, no unwanted dealer addendums, and over 100 years serving North Texas. Our vehicles are engineered to inspire exploration, pushing the boundaries of what luxury can be. And our dealership delivers an experience defined by comfort, intention, and elevated detail. Visit Genesis of Plano today and discover a higher standard of luxury, totally on your terms.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business?
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hello, it's Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. If your air conditioner breaks down, don't get ripped off. Call the On-Time Experts. They'll be at your home same day, or the service and diagnostic fee is free. And their number one goal is to fix your air conditioner and not try to sell you something you don't need. Go to theontimeexperts.com and set your appointment time today. Theontimeexperts.com, the choice of the Consumer Team.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide, our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Summer is coming. Are you ready to look and feel your best? If you're dealing with low energy, weight gain, muscle loss, or low sex drive, your hormones may be holding you back. BioT certified providers help treat men and women for low testosterone, low energy, muscle loss, and low sex drive. Visit myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program or call 817-518-4580. That's myhormonelevels.com or call 817-518-4580.
Unexplained weight gain and loss of muscle mass could be related to low T or hormone imbalances. Trust my team for Men's Health, the Men's T Clinic. They're going to get you on your way to weight and muscle mass. Once your hormone levels are optimized, Men's T Clinic's proven programs work in tandem with hormone therapy to elevate your results. Making that call to Men's T is a small step for big gains. Call 972-GO-MEN'S T today or visit mensteclinic.com.
Men's T Clinic, 1-800-246-LOT.
mensteclinic.com.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Hawaiian Falls in Mansfield.
It's Alec Medford from 105.3 The Fan. Join me at Hawaiian Falls, Mansfield on June 4th from noon to 2 to celebrate baseball. Meet Rangers mascot captain and coach Travis Jankowski. Wear your favorite team's gear to score admission for $19.99. Visit hfalls.com for details.
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Is this a show or live? Yeah, this is a show. We're good. Yeah. Sorry. Alrighty. It is time now, to continue our Friday journey here to the Rangers pregame, which is coming up at 6:30. Got Rangers Royals coming up. A must bounce back series against a team in the Royals. I think they're 12 games under 500. Woolchuck will have more on that coming up in Around the Bases at 6 o'clock. Alrighty, it's time now for the Expressway, brought to you by the On-Time Experts. And, of course, every day it starts with the G-Bag of the day. So into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius.
Yeah, that was supposed to be More Money, More Problems by the Notorious B.I.G. I got my elements mixed up right there.
Oh, good.
Surprised me, too, in fact. We were all surprised together.
I started talking, I was like, wait a minute, this sounds like the bed for a live spot.
Yeah, that's what I said. I was like, wait a minute, fan, what you doing here? All right, G-Bag of the day, we do it every weekday on the Fan 5:30. Oh, Mr. General Gavin Dawson, do you remember that sauce that you used to put on this segment?
It is the best audio from the world of sports, pop culture, talk radio, and or the internet. We play them all, vote on which one we like the best, and that is your G-Bag of the day.
Wow! Got him!
John
Blaze.
Blaze.
So John Blaze. So our winner and champ of this segment so far is going for day 2 right here. We have a young lady that pranked her pops for the timeline. She said that her boyfriend kicked her out. They broke up. It's over.
Hello?
Daddy.
Hey!
What you doing?
I'm watching the game. What's going on?
Daddy, I'm just so mad.
For what? For what?
Daddy, cause JJ just packed up all his clothes and he said he don't want to be with me no more. And he let
me. God, what happened?
He just said he don't want to be with me no more.
Oh, bitch. He's taking clothes off.
Yeah, he let me.
But why are you going through that right now? He gone?
Yeah, he did me like that.
He packed his clothes up.
Yep, he packed all his clothes up and he just said he don't.
Big guy. What you do?
Say something else.
What'd you do?
Baby, I didn't do nothing.
You got to be, let me why everything going bad, huh?
Yep, left me, Daddy.
Big guy.
I think
man,
Daddy.
This a bitch.
Man, a few words right there.
Ain't this a bitch? I thought I had somebody to take care of you. Now I gotta do it again.
Yeah, that part. All right, let's do this real quick. Let's go to the Knicks. I've been sitting on this one for a second. Josh Hart calls out a reporter for eating wings during the post-game presser. Brunson is sitting right next to him, and Brunson is telling him, hey, man, stall him out, bro. Don't do this. Don't do this. Stall him out.
It puts you in a position to be successful.
Don't say anything. Don't say, I see it. Don't say anything. I know. He stole.
And then you're going to come in sucking your fingers. You got chicken wings. You supposed to be asking questions. You ain't got chicken wings. No, you don't get none. Oh man. Them wings are hitting though. They hitting, yeah.
He was talking to Eric Chiafalo as he was covering the NBA Finals for us.
The one time I get credentialed, man, I blew it.
How about this one too? Tolo Josh Bangs, I believe your name is, sir.
Bang, bang.
If I said your name wrong, I apologize, but I appreciate your participation in this segment. Let's go to the KNC Masterpiece Crosstalk. Kevin addressed the haters of the fan.
I just wanted to correct a couple of little things real quick. One of the people commented, it was like, what's the big deal? You beat one station. ESPN's not even around it. All right, first of all, jackwagon, ESPN is still around, just not here, because we drove their ass out of town. And make no mistake about that, ESPN and ESPN Radio still exist, just not here, because they were like, well, we can be okay with being number 2 behind the ticket. And then we came in here and whooped their ass and sent them packing back to Stanford. Secondly, for the other people who are like, you beat one station. It's all of the stations, regardless of format. But even if it was just one station, even if it was just the ticket, remember when we started here, people were like, it's 105.3 The Fail. This station sucks, blah, blah, blah. And nobody can ever beat the ticket. Ever. It will never, ever happen. So you decide to celebrate in a moment where it does happen and people want to complain about it. Shut the hell up.
Yeah. That was beautiful. Heard it in real time.
Hey, you let them know.
Good use of jackwagon there.
Shut the hell up, you jackwagons.
This isn't one. This is not one right here.
Winner.
But I think Harambe's day was yesterday.
Oh, yeah, 10-year anniversary.
Yeah.
R.I.P., man. The world's never been the same.
Let's go to a eulogy, if you will.
Could you imagine if that was your child in there? You're going to have people who are going to say, wait a second, I'm worried about the gorilla.
The gorilla.
When your kid's in there, basically maybe seconds from having his head crushed. We live in a world now where you are going to be more concerned with the gorilla than you are the little boy. What's wrong with you people?
Yeah.
They're thinking about him. He fell into an area where he's in there with a gorilla who is dragging him around the habitat, and you're telling me you're worried about the gorilla's welfare? What is wrong with you?
Yeah. What's wrong with you people?
Should have had some good trank darts ready.
The gorilla.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, agreed.
Well, weren't they scared that once she got hit with the trank that she might overreact?
Oh, she might panic.
Yeah, she might panic in that situation.
Starts coursing through her veins before it knocks her out.
Yeah, there could be that.
All right, last one. I do say I'll play things from other radio stations. I do not care.
A big net gun like G.I. Joe would use to get.
But now the baby's caught with her in the net gun, so she's going to panic there. I can't get out the net gun. And
you're right.
Snap the baby
Sorry.
like a breadstick. Big Boy's Neighborhood. Big Boy. Snoop Dogg tells a story about getting pulled over while he was smoking weed. This is a kind of a weekend warning, but it's Snoop.
I'm going to tell you a story, and I hope that they don't bother me, but this is the truth. I'm riding one night, and I'm swerving because I'm trying to play the music and do all kinds of
Yeah, looking back, all of those years ago.
You know, you hear that? So I'm like, damn. And all of a sudden, mother get behind me. Boo! I'm like, God. So I'm like, I'm trying to put it out, trying to look for the cologne. I'm like, man, all this. It's too much. Pull over. Cup. Roll the window down. $1,000 worth of smoke hit him in his face. He look at me, Snoop Dogg? I said, yeah. He said, man, my wife loves you. Can I get an autograph? He said, man, try not driving and smoking. Somebody's going to give you a ticket.
Yeah.
Got the cool cop. All righty, is it Lady Prankin' Pops? Is it Nick's post-presser, post-wings? Is it Kevin addressing the haters? Francesa on Harambe. Snoop Dogg, story about getting pulled over. I think I'm going to vote for Snoop. Chief, how about you?
I'll go with Hagee.
Lucius?
Snoop the double jizzle.
Wolchuk?
I'm going to go with Hagee.
Brian?
Man, how can I go against Snoop?
That sounds like Aeon Brothers, bro.
That's my namesake right there, right?
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's family.
Yeah.
That is.
I can't go against him.
The broadest.
Snoop.
Once again, your G-Bag of the Day champion, it's Snoop Doggy Dog. And if you ever missed the champ, tune in every day, 2:20. Lucius replays it for you right before we get to Wolchuk's Top 10. Speaking of Lucius, time to stay in the Pimp Cup for
right. West Coast, I see you, girl. Hey, it's a Feel Good Friday. Let's get into it right after the great Rick James.
Well, all right, you squares, it's time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke.
Friday.
It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
Tell you something else white folks do on the weekend. White folks go fishing on the weekends. Oh, I'm talking really fishing. White folks got boats, extra rods and reels in case some friends come along. They got lures and they be all over the lake just finding fish. They got radar, tell them how deep the water is, how many fish up under the boat, where the rocks and all that. Oh, white folks got everything. Be all over the lake fishing. Your ass is fishing, but ain't the same. Nah, your ass is sitting on the bank on a bucket with a cane pole, staring at some little red and white ball on top of the water, just looking at it hour on hour. I hate to break it to you, that ain't fishing. Your ass is hoping.
Yeah.
You just hoping a fish come along and bite that raggedy ass worm that's been on the hook since 5 in the morning. Some bitch done turned gray, the ain't even wiggling no more. Oh, and don't let a fish come along and finally bite it. You get so excited, you just, Now you done threw that little ass fish all up in the parking lot. Now you all up under the car trying to find that
Oh, it's your boy Steve Harvey right there. You know he loves fishing.
He does love
you know
fishing.
He loves fishing.
He loves fishing.
I like that cane pole talk he's talking right there. Yeah. My aunt, she is a hell of a fisherman, and she will use a cane pole. Yeah. I'm talking about to the point where me and my cousins, we had a spot in Grand Prairie. We thought it was low-key. We invited her to there one day, and she fished it out.
Yeah.
Wow. I'm talking about we had a powwow, me and him, away from her while she was fishing. Hey, we can't invite her anymore.
Can't invite her anymore,
here, bro, because she is wearing us out with this cane pole. Oh! Shout out to all the fishermen.
With just the line tied to the end? Just pull it in?
Yep, just pull it in, bro. Big logs, about like 11 feet.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Know where to flip it.
Got to know how to do it. Wow. It's amazing, too, bro. And she does it with a worm. Just a worm. Hey, this is LA Live for Friday, May 29th, 2026. It is a feel-good Friday here in LA Live. People, we made it! I was almost gassed. About Wednesday night, I was gassed, but I caught my energy. Another historic week in the books. What a time to be alive, people. America's new Reconstruction period, and we're just living through it. What a time. Now let's enjoy this weekend safely. Avoid the law dogs. Mind your speeds. Don't drink and drive. Keep your emotions in check. I don't want to see you on Dallas, Texas TV or DFW scanner this weekend. Or DFW mugshots. What an evil, evil page that is. In other words, keep it together, folks, and do not crash out. Here's a quick weekend warning.
This weekend safety briefing. Do not add to the population. Do not subtract from the population.
I'll be the one.
Do not end up in the hospital, newspaper, or jail. If you do end up in jail, establish settlement quickly.
This is for the Tolo fishermen out there. Looks like the forecast calls for no rain this weekend, Mr. Broadus. How about that?
Yeah.
Time to get that tackle box right.
Yes.
You usually get it the day before.
Yes.
Get that tackle box together. Pack that cooler right.
Yeah. Get those Miller High Lifes.
You know what I'm talking about, boy. Light up that fish whistle. You might have to holler at the plug. And get on the water this weekend, man, if you're into that type of thing. Fishmasters.com had a top 30 Texas fishing lakes list they just put out. Ooh. Some North Texas spots made it on the list. So shout out to all you fishermen. Lake Ray Roberts, ranked number 14 for largemouth bass out there. Lake Tex Homer, number 6.
Stripers.
How about wow! Look at you, Mr. Broadus. You are here today. Lake Tawakoni.
Lake Tawakoni, yep.
Ranked number 7. Am I saying Tawakoni right?
You're saying it right.
Okay,
yes, sir. You're good.
sure.
Yeah, you're good.
You know, I didn't know this. It's ranked number 7, but it's the official capital of catfish in Texas.
I did not know that.
Neither did I.
No.
But Fishmasters.com said it is.
Yeah.
Richland Chambers Reservoir, ranked number 19. Hybrid striped bass and white bass out there, man. So y'all
I used to love how Grego would say Richland Chambers Lake.
Richland Chambers.
Now, speaking of fishing in boats, do you guys wear life vests if you're on a boat?
Sometimes, yeah.
You make sure you have them in the boat.
Yeah.
I saw the guy fell overboard. His boat was running Monday night in Lake Louisville.
Oh, no.
You know, if you're on a big lake and you can't swim to shore, just don't fall out. Don't fall out this weekend.
And be careful out there. There was like 5 alligators spotted at Eagle Mountain Lake this week.
Wow.
Dang.
I've seen gators out here, bro.
Yeah, make sure make sure if you have the life jackets, that's a must, but make sure you have your plug in your boat too. So the water doesn't come flying in.
My buddy took me out on Lake Tawakoni, and he threw one of those big lily pad deals out there so the kids could jump in and swim. And I'm like, are we sure there's no gators here?
Yeah.
You know?
No, you're not sure.
We're not sure.
They're always there.
We're just going for it.
Yeah, they're always there. They're hiding from you. Louisville came in at number 29, white bass and hybrid stripers.
There you go.
Joe Pool Lake, shout out to Joe Pool GP, came in number 30. Largemouth bass out there. And Cedar Creek Reservoir, number 22, man. How about that?
Yep.
Heavy bass. Possum Kingdom's on here, too, number 20. Nice. Okay. So,
what's number 1? What's the best?
It's not here.
Oh.
Yeah, I just did the North Texas ones.
I would say Lake